Chapter 1. The Systemless Traveler's Desire to Return Home. Chai chai chai. Yi bo. Lu Yuan exclaimed with fervor, captivated by the screen before him as he deftly maneuvered his hero, the Shadow Reaper Kayn, dismantling the opposing base with precise strikes. His Kayn donned the Odyssey skin and the sanguine figure of Rayast, while stealthily taking down turrets, incessantly spouted quips. So much exquisite agony is about to descend. Just the thought of it sends shivers of excitement through me. Beside him, a teammate controlled the Ocean Plague, Gangplank, who relentlessly attacked the exposed base with each stroke. With their combined efforts, the base's health dwindled perilously. That moment, the adversaries, previously engaged with the ancient dragon, rushed back, but alas, they arrived too late. Amid Lu Yuan's jubilant cheers, the enemy base erupted into a spectacular display of fireworks. Woohoo! We are champions! Lu Yuan could not contain his elation, his voice ringing with joy. After the match, his Kayn boasted an impressive record of 1457, undoubtedly earning him the title of MVP for the game, while the opposing mid laner, a seemingly inexperienced Fishman, achieved a remarkable 2432, delightfully securing the SVP accolade. Point 1. Could only imagine the torment felt by the opposing player. The mere thought of it sent waves of glee through Lu Yuan, a sensation utterly exhilarating. Fantastic! What comeback! Lu Yuan reveled in his triumphant victory, feeling considerably uplifted as he showered his teammates with commendations. Moreover, with this victory, he was just one match away from promotion to the Diamond tier. After years of playing League of Legends, he stood on the brink of Diamond, a mere step away. He promptly clicked to start the next game and, during the waiting period, opened a sports application on his phone to browse through the gaming forum for any intriguing posts. Participate in the poll. Among the T2 skins in League of Legends, which skin do you believe has the best voice lines? Lu Yuan read a voting thread aloud. In League of Legends, skins are categorized by tiers. T1 skins are typically either limited or ultimate skins, while T2 skins alter the character's animations and feature entirely new voice lines. Undoubtedly, it has to be Kayn's Odyssey skin voice lines. Is there any doubt? Lu Yuan scoffed. "In army of millions, heed my command. Kayn, King of Kings. By the great decree, the guiding star shall rise. They shall sing my name for 1,000 years. Behold the great wheel rolling forth. The pinnacle of unclean creations." He recited the impassioned, albeit slightly pretentious, lines with fervor. As a devoted Kayn enthusiast, he cherished the Odyssey skin not only for its aesthetic appeal, but also for its strikingly cool voice lines, igniting a surge of adrenaline within him. He quickly selected the Odyssey Kayn option, intending to cast his vote. However, he discovered, must I select 3 to cast a vote? After pondering, he searched the options and found the Dragon Master Lee Sin. As a skilled jungler, aside from Kayn, he had played Lee Sin the most, and he was quite fond of the Dragon Master skin as well. Is there another option? Lu Yuan scrolled through the choices below, feeling rather dissatisfied, primarily due to his lack of recollection regarding the other T2 skins in this poll. Soon, he finally spotted a familiar name, Nightblade Yasuo. Yasuo's Nightmare skin is quite appealing, as well I suppose he'll choose this one. Lu Yuan clicked to cast his vote, curious about the current standings. At the same time, he intended to reach for the water on the table, but without looking, he accidentally knocked the cup over. "Oh no!" Lu Yuan exclaimed, flustered as he attempted to catch the flowing water. The liquid cascaded down the table leg and directly into the computer's main unit, and before long, a surge of intense electrical chaos erupted. In the next moment, a blinding explosion illuminated before Lu Yuan. In his final moments of awareness, he sarcastically remarked, "Damn, with such explosive force, can this truly be a computer? It resembles a bomb in the guise of computer." His consciousness faded into chaos, quickly becoming a blurred in the Douluo Continent. Located in the southwestern part of the Tiando Empire, within the province of Fasnuo, lies the border town of Notting and the village of the Lu family. This small village, belonging to Notting, comprises merely over 200 households. Compared to other villages under Notting's jurisdiction, Lu family village has a slightly smaller population, however. This is due to its exceptional purity, as every villager bears the surname Lu. In contrast, neighboring villages accommodate a greater number of outsiders, while Lu family village remains staunchly conservative, with villagers sharing a common ancestor, a sole master of spirit rank. Their ancestral martial spirit is the scythe. The village is predominantly agricultural, producing grains and vegetables intended for Notting, and due to their scythe martial spirit, which possesses an additional efficacy in eliminating weeds that absorb nutrients from crops, Lu family village enjoys bountiful harvests. This has resulted in the village maintaining a level of sustenance, even though much of their produce is supplied to Notting. At this moment, outside a modest wooden house in the village, a small boy sat quietly on the ground, gazing at his hard-working parents in the distance, letting out a soft sigh. "Brother," a sweet, childlike voice called from behind him. Yuan turned to see his delicate younger sister being carried over. "Qingqing, come here, brother will hold you." Qingqing, affectionately attached to her brother, nestled into his embrace, giggling foolishly as Yuan held his sister. A shadow of worry crossed his mind. He had traversed into this world for over 5 years, and he had long since grasped the intricacies of this realm. Or rather, it was unnecessary for him to delve deeply. The information readily available over the years had confirmed that he had arrived in a world known as Douluo Continent, realm from a novel that in this world, there exists no magic or martial arts, nor any form of cultivation, only a phenomenon and collective spirits known as martial spirits and soul masters. In this realm, soul masters, who comprise merely 10 of the population and possess soul power, dominate the remaining 90 of ordinary people, creating a stark disparity between the ruling class and the lower echelons. To find himself in such a world was decidedly challenging for Yuan. In comparison to this backward realm of fantasy, Yuan finds himself yearning for the comforts of his previous world, a reality replete with computers, air conditioning, and mobile phones, where even the lower strata of society could experience a modicum of happiness. However, having traversed into this unfamiliar existence, he feels powerless to return and can only hope for a system to guide him. Thus, from the very moment he became aware, he incessantly called out for the name of the system. Yet until now, no peculiar voice has echoed in his mind. Moreover, it is particularly disheartening to discover that Lujia village currently lies on the outskirts of Notting City, right next to the renowned Holy Soul village. He has also learned that within Holy Soul village, there exists a blacksmith named Tang Hao. Although he cannot fathom why the illustrious Douluo, who famously vanquished the Pope of the Spirit Hall, would dare to use his true name in this small village devoid of Spirit Hall's presence. The very mention of this name sends shivers down his spine, for this man is the father of none other than I see you have a path to death, the infamous Tang San. Chapter 2. Of course, it will be Brother Tao who oversees the awakening of the martial soul. Fortunately, Yuan and Tang San hail from different villages, and their paths are unlikely to cross significantly in the future. Despite being a transmigrator, he appears not to possess any extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, according to his father, Qing, his ancestors for 3 generations have been ordinary individuals devoid of soul power, incapable of cultivation. Under such circumstances, not only is it improbable for him to awaken a formidable martial soul, but even achieving a mere first-level soul power post-awakening seems a daunting challenge. With a heavy sigh, Yuan reflects on his plight. Fate granted him the opportunity to traverse into another world, but withheld the coveted golden finger, leaving him in a state of profound frustration. This world, characterized by its low productivity and lack of entertainment, already proves burdensome for someone accustomed to modern comforts. Now, he is confronted with the reality that he, Yuan, is destined to live a life akin to that of his parents, toiling in the fields as a farmer, leading an unremarkable existential acceptance that is even harder to bear. Qingqing, unaware of the reasons behind her brother's sigh, seems to sense his discontent and gently lays her small hand upon his forehead, giggling, "Brother, brother." In response, Yuan affectionately ruffles his younger sister's hair, offering a resigned smile. In this new world, he is fortunate to have both parents and a lovely sister not in the way of Tang San and Xiao Wu, but as a true blood relative, which brings him a sense of warmth in their sibling bond. Well, even if I cannot become a soul master, I refuse to believe that with my intellect, I cannot carve out a name for myself in this world. Yuan resolves inwardly. Even if he cannot ascend to the heights of title Doa, he is determined to become an exceptional merchant through his own efforts. Armed with insights and foresight from the modern world, he believes he can thrive as a distinguished trader in this society reminiscent of a feudal Western era. Qingqing. Mom and Dad are back. Just as Yuan was joyfully playing with his younger sister, their biological parents returned, having concluded their labor in the fields, smiling as they approached. Yuan, beaming with delight, took his sister's hand and walked towards their parents. As time passed, one day, Yuan encountered a familiar figure at home. Upon seeing the elderly man, Yuan's father, Qing, and mother, Mana, hurriedly greeted him. "Second uncle, what brings you here?" The elderly gentleman was Qing's second uncle, named Wu, who was also Yuan's great-grandfather. He was the oldest elder remaining in Lu family village and concurrently served as the village chief. Given that the entire village was populated by members of the Lu family, such occurrences were not particularly surprising. Lu Wu was notably amiable, treating everyone in the village with great kindness, especially towards Lu Yuan's family. Leaning on a cane, due to an injury sustained on the battlefield when conscripted by the Tian-Do Empire's border troops over a decade ago, he limped slightly as he approached. Lu Yuan promptly brought his younger sister to stand before Lu Wu, displaying a bright smile. "Hello, second grandfather." "Little Yuan is such a good boy," Lu Wu chuckled, his eyes nearly disappearing in laughter as he looked at Lu Yuan and Lu Qingqing. He produced 2 candies and said, "Good children, come here, second grandfather has some sweets for you." "Thank you, second grandfather." Lu Yuan politely accepted the candies, expressing his gratitude. Then, Lu Wu turned his attention to Lu Qing and Mana, smiling as he said, "The reason for my visit today is that tomorrow will mark this year's awakening ceremony." He glanced at Lu Yuan and continued, "Lu Yuan is just the right age for awakening this year." Lu Qing immediately let out a bitter smile. "Second uncle, I think we should let this go. Our village hasn't seen anyone awaken spirit power for several years now." "What do you mean? Let it go?" Lu Wu retorted, puffing up in indignation. "You must remember our ancestors who were once esteemed soul masters. That was centuries ago. Our ancestors lived over 200 years in the past," Lu Qing, lacking social grace, bluntly stated. "You insufferable boy," Lu Wu exclaimed, clearly incensed, raising his cane as if to strike him. Second uncle, please don't." Lu Qing quickly pleaded, prompting Lu Wu to huff in annoyance and retract his cane. "In any case, tomorrow, little Yuan will accompany second grandfather for a visit." "What do you say?" Lu Wu said kindly, looking at Lu Yuan. "Yes, second grandfather." Lu Yuan eagerly nodded. In truth, he did not harbor high hopes, as he lacked a system and came from modest beginnings. He suspected that his involvement in the ceremony would be merely a formality. The following day, Lu Wu arrived early to escort Lu Yuan. Under Lu Wu's guidance, Lu Yuan followed him to the central spirit hall of Lu family village. However, this so-called spirit hall was merely a larger wooden cabin. Nevertheless, it demonstrated the importance placed on the solemn duty of spirit awakening. This alone was enough to earn Lu Yuan's respect for the spirit hall, which, despite being the unequivocal antagonist in Douluo, conducted its affairs with remarkable integrity. In contrast, certain protagonists fell far short of such standards. Although League is a village with a smaller population compared to others, it boasts a considerable number of children. This year, 6 children from League are set to undergo their martial soul awakening, all gathered under the guidance of Lu W. Lu Wu takes the martial soul awakening ceremony very seriously each year. He is a man who places great importance on family honor. Despite the fact that League has not produced a soul master in recent decades, he firmly believes that one day, with the blessings of their ancestors, another soul master will emerge from their village. The presence of a soul master would provide a semblance of security for the descendants of League, ensuring they are not looked down upon by others. Finally, after the arrival of the 5 children along with Lu Wu, a young man appeared before Lu Yuan and the others. He appeared to be in his 20s, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, possessing a strikingly handsome appearance. Dressed in a white martial outfit with a black cloak draped over his shoulders, he bore a soul character the size of a fist emblazoned at the center of his chest. This was the standard attire of the personnel directly affiliated with the spirit hall. On his left chest, he wore a badge intricately carved with long swords, 3 of which were intercrossed. The number 3 signifies the title of Great Soul Master, while the swords indicate that this attendant from the spirit hall is a battle soul master. Instantly, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Has arrived. Our familiar old friend, Su Yuan Tao. Just as every little spider has its own Uncle Ben, every tale of Douluo invariably features the same character. He is the battle soul master, who, despite being single, calls himself a lone wolf. Each time he assists a master in awakening their martial soul, he cynically claims the martial soul is worthless. His demeanor is forever tinged with a subtle arrogance, and he possesses an air of perpetual impatience. Master Su Yuan Tao. Lu Yuan smiled faintly at Su Yuan Tao. The latter sensed Lu Yuan's gaze and paused momentarily upon realizing it was a child. He chose not to comment further. "Greetings, esteemed battle soul master. We are grateful for your assistance today." Elder Second respectfully saluted Su Yuan Tao. Indeed, a hint of pride flickered in Su Yuan Tao's expression as he slightly inclined his body in acknowledgement. "I have little time, let us commence immediately." Lu Wu pursed his lips and said, "Very well. Children, this is the battle soul master from Notting City. He will guide you in awakening your martial souls. It is imperative that you cooperate fully with the master during this process. Your grandfather hopes that one among you will rise to become a soul master. You still hold on to hope?" Su Yuntao glanced at him helplessly before continuing. If it were another village, it might be different, but the martial souls of Legiacan predominantly consist of scythe souls, making it exceedingly unlikely for any of you to possess the potential to cultivate. Lu Wu felt somewhat disheartened, yet he replied, I believe that one day, our Legiacan will produce another soul master. With that, he leaned on his cane and exited the wooden house, leaving Su Yuntao and the 6 children behind. As an inspector from the spirit hall, assisting ordinary people in awakening their martial souls is a duty Su Yuntao has long been accustomed to. Children, stand in line, he instructed. Yuan quickly took the lead, guiding the 5 children to form a line. Then, Su Yuntao smiled at the children and said, I am Su Yuntao, a level 26 soul master, and your guide. Now, I shall awaken your soul abilities one by one. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid, Yuan thought to himself. All right, Brother Tao, I have long known your name. As he spoke, Su Yuntao opened his satchel on the nearby table and retrieved 2 items. 6 glossy black orbs and a shimmering blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 black orbs in a hexagonal formation on the ground and gestured for the children to step forward. Do not be afraid, close your eyes and feel carefully, he instructed. As he spoke, Su Yuntao's eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. Amidst the astonished gazes of the other children, he exclaimed, Lone wolf, possess. Yuan couldn't help but silently scoff. All right, single dog. A faint azure light first emanated from the center of his forehead, ascending steadily into his hair. Su Yuntao's hair, originally black, transformed into a striking gray upon the infusion of the azure light, rapidly lengthening as strands of the same hue appeared on his exposed hands. Simultaneously, his physique seemed to swell significantly, his entire being brimming with muscularity. So handsome. Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he thought to himself. Su Yutao immediately noticed Yuan's expression, which was markedly different from the other children. He cast a fleeting glance at him before turning away. Who wants to go first? He inquired. The other children appeared somewhat timid. As Yuan observed, they all took a step back. With a resigned sigh, he stepped forward. Tao Gu, I'll go first. Taken aback by Yuan addressing him as Tao Gu, Su Yuntao paused momentarily, unable to respond right away. Once he regained his composure, he regarded Yuan with a peculiar expression and replied, All right then, you go first. Subsequently, Yuan approached him, and upon noticing this, Su Yuntao swiftly clapped his hands. 6 strands of gentle green light surged into the 6 black stones embedded in the ground, which instantly released a layer of golden radiance, forming a soft golden light shield that enveloped Yuan. Yuan felt as though he were enveloped in a warm, comforting world, an indescribable sensation of contentment. However, suddenly, he sensed a profound shift within him, as if something had shattered under the influence of that warmth. In an instant, all the comforting energy morphed, and an inexplicable feeling surged through his entire being. A savage energy began to rampage and spread, while simultaneously, dark forces rolled and surged within him. It seemed that something was amiss with the guiding force, preventing the power within Yuan from manifesting. At last, unable to contain himself, Yuan stepped forward, his left eye radiating a brilliant blue light, while his right eye glowed a fierce crimson. He shouted, Heaven's decree, supreme authority. In that moment, Su Yutao felt an overwhelming force envelop the area, an indescribable might that compelled all to submit to its grandeur. In the next instant, a colossal scythe materialized in Yuan's hand. What a magnificent scythe it was, with a blend of blue, purple, and gold, its blade a translucent purple, while a golden sphere on the handle spun like an eye. It exuded a ferocity, an audacity, a shadow that inspired a desire for submission. Chapter 3. The Death Star Demon sighed this enormous scythe-like weapon. Though the Lu family village had passed down scythe-type martial souls for generations, Su Yutao, having overseen the southwestern village of Nodding City for so long, had witnessed many awakenings of the Lu family villagers' scythe martial souls. Yet, none had ever compared to Yuan's current scythe martial soul, which was immense, exquisite, and imbued with an aura of slaughter. Even without testing his soul power, Su Yuntao was convinced that Yuan's soul power was undoubtedly formidable. If such a powerful martial soul, radiating an aura that commanded submission, were to be deemed a soulless weapon, then it was inconceivable that those with unremarkable martial souls could possess any soul power at all. Yuan blinked in disbelief as he gazed at the enormous scythe in his hands. Despite its considerable size and seemingly heavy appearance, it felt almost weightless to him. Yet, this peculiar sensation was not the crux of his astonishment. Rather, it was the scythe's identity that piqued his intrigue. Could this possibly be Kayn's darkened scythe? Lu Yuan mused internally, only to quickly dismiss the thought. No, this was not the Shadow Reaper's darkened scythe, but rather the Star Eater's scythe. He firmly affirmed within himself. The appearance of this scythe bore little resemblance to the darkened scythe from Kayn's original skin. At least, the artwork depicted a scythe that was entirely ancient in design, lacking the futuristic aesthetics of this one. This scythe was indeed the Star Eater's scythe from Kayn's Odyssey skin, a weapon forged from the essence of a dying star, capable of annihilating entire galaxies and devouring arcane energies. It is crucial to note that while both Odyssey Kayn and Shadow Reaper Kayn are skins of the same character, their respective narratives exist in entirely different realms. Kayn's backstory is confined within the fantastical world of Valoran, which, despite its magnificent entities such as ascendants, celestial beings, demigods, and deities, pales in comparison to the vast expanse of the Odyssey universe. After all, the Rune world is trapped within a single planet, whereas the Odyssey narrative spans countless star systems, governed by the Damatian Empire that rules over innumerable galaxies and cosmic seas, a colossal entity that traverses a significant portion of the universe. Although Lu Yuan had scant knowledge of the Odyssey's backstory in his previous life, he was well aware that the Star Eater's scythe, which resides within the essence of the dying star, far surpasses the darkened scythe in power. However, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed that he had just awakened his Death Star Demon Scythe martial soul under the guidance of Su Yuntao's soul power. However, he sensed that Su Yuntao's guidance was not the primary factor. Rather, the pivotal moment lay in the words he had spontaneously uttered. Heaven's mandate, supreme authority. This phrase was a line from a unique voice pack in the Odyssey skin of Kayn, a rather dramatic expression that Lu Yuan had cherished in his past life. Yet, he had not consciously chosen to speak it. It felt more like an involuntary utterance. Could it be that Lu Yuan suddenly grasped something significant? At that moment, Su Yunao swiftly approached and stood before him, inquiring, "What is your martial soul?" "It is called the Death Star Demon Scythe," Lu Yuan replied earnestly. "Death Star Demon Scythe?" Su Yunao stuttered for a moment. Without needing to elaborate, the name alone sounded extraordinarily powerful. Observing Lu Yuan, who appeared to be around 6 years old, Su Yunao considered that a child of such tender age would likely not exaggerate the name of their martial soul merely for show. After all, at this age, one could hardly ascertain how many characters a child might recognize. Thus, Su Yunao was inclined to believe that Lu Yuan's martial soul indeed bore that name. Akin to the renowned Haotian Hammer, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, all of which possessed inherent names. Su Yunao could hardly contain his excitement. "Come, child. What is your name?" "Lu Yuan," he answered. "Excellent, little Yuan. Please come and test your soul power. First, retract your martial soul." Su Yunao was about to gesture to Lu Yuan on how to withdraw his martial soul, but before he could finish, he witnessed the enormous scythe in Lu Yuan's hand vanish. He cleared his throat and said, "Now, place your hand on the blue crystal ball I hold." Lu Yuan was remarkably obedient, extending his small right hand to meet Su Yuntao's claw-like hand above the crystal ball, creating a striking contrast. Instantly, the blue crystal orb erupted in a dazzling brilliance, the resplendent azure light spreading from a mere point to envelop the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, the crystal resembled a radiant gem, shimmering like a blue star, rendering it almost impossible to gaze directly at the soul power testing crystal. Even Su Yuntao found himself shedding a few tears from the piercing luminosity, a phenomenon he had never witnessed before. Could this be the manifestation of innate, full soul power? Su Yuntao couldn't help but ponder. Yet he believed that the hallmark of innate full soul power should merely be the emanation of a blue light halo, despite his considerable experience in the realm of soul awakening within the Douluo fan fiction. Having encountered divine, sacred, and world-destroying soul weapons, he remained merely an ordinary officiant at the Spirit Hall awakening ceremony, to say nothing of divine soul weapons. It was a rarity to even see an individual with soul power in a given year. Thus, he felt considerable uncertainty. In the face of this uncertainty, he clung more firmly to his knowledge. The apex of soul awakening typically culminated in innate full soul power. This extraordinary display suggested a combination of innate full soul power and an exceptionally formidable soul weapon. Was it possible that there existed soul weapons that surpassed level 10 soul power from the very onset? At this thought, Su Yunao couldn't help but chuckle. As Lu Yuan listened to his seemingly solitary musings, he could not help but scoff internally. Indeed, this world does possess powerful martial souls with innate soul powers exceeding level 10, particularly those within the Spirit Hall to which he referred. He was naturally alluding to the former Pope of the Spirit Hall and his daughter, the current Pope. Very well, the martial soul with full innate soul power. The Death Star Scythe belongs to Lu Yuan of the Lu family in Notting City. This certainly warrants a report to the higher authorities. At this moment, Su Yuntao exclaimed with fervor. Instantly, Lu Yuan felt a pang of anxiety. After all, he had awakened a martial soul of full innate soul power. Unlike Tang San's widely acknowledged inferior martial soul, the blue-silver grass, his scythe-shaped martial soul evidently possessed formidable combat capabilities. Of course, Su Yutao felt compelled to report this to the higher-ups of the Spirit Hall, which has been diligently conducting martial soul awakening ceremonies across the continent. They seek to recruit talented soul masters beyond the major martial soul sects and families to enhance their own strength. It is precisely for this reason that the Spirit Hall has managed to overshadow sects like the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, establishing itself as the most powerful force in the Douluo Continent. This explains why, despite the formidable and relatively stable top-tier martial souls possessed by the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, they find themselves subjugated by the Spirit Hall without daring to voice their grievances. Lu Yuan began to ponder deeply. Confronted with the dilemma that once Su Yuntao reported to the Spirit Hall, he would have to consider whether to join the Spirit Hall and become a member. Chapter 4, Brother Tao, the diligent worker. To be candid, Lu Yuan harbored no aversion towards the Spirit Hall. Having perused numerous fanfictions of Douluo in his previous life, he perceived the Spirit Hall as one of the few guiding beacons in the world of Douluo Continent. Most significantly, the Spirit Hall was not as domineering as many imagined. They did not resort to forcibly recruiting individuals. The original text steward, Matthew, had stated that the Spirit Hall had no rationale for poaching from the academies. Thus, Lu Yuan regarded the Spirit Hall as a remarkably upright and free-spirited organization of spirit masters, which not only assisted commoners in awakening their spirits, but also implemented registration and subsidy measures to ensure that those of humble origins would not resort to desperate acts of violence for financial gain. Even the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fingxi, acknowledged that over the decades, the Spirit Hall had contributed significantly to a relative peace across the Douluo Continent. Moreover, the Spirit Hall issued warrants for spirit masters who committed unprovoked murders, compelling them to refrain from reckless behavior and the arbitrary wielding of life and death, an aspect that commanded considerable respect. Their approach towards 10,000-year transformed spirit beasts, like Xiaowu and Yin, was indeed stringent, yet Lu Yuan found their actions entirely justifiable, as spirit beasts and humans were ultimately not of the same race. Those who are not of our kin will inevitably harbor different intentions. While the relationship between humans and spirit beasts had not escalated to a point of mutual annihilation, it was certainly fraught with tension. To preserve the supremacy of their species, humans were compelled to hunt spirit beasts, a principle rooted in the law of the jungle that was immutable. Furthermore, the Spirit Hall was not without its protective measures for spirit beasts. On the contrary, it was the Spirit Hall that had enacted prohibitions against the wanton slaughter of spirit beasts. In the original narrative, to hunt spirit beasts, spirit masters had to first undergo strength certification at the Spirit Hall and obtain relevant personnel's endorsement before being granted permission to enter the spirit beast forest for hunting. Otherwise, those seeking spirit bones would indiscriminately hunt spirit beasts without restraint. If left unchecked, given the vast disparity in strength between humans and spirit beasts in the Douluo world, the latter would have long been reduced to a mere remnant of less than 10,000-year spirit beasts. As for the Spirit Hall's subsequent ambitions to unify the Douluo continent and wage war, it could be deemed a matter of short-term sacrifice for long-term benefit. Certainly, unification wars would claim many lives, but such suffering could be seen as a necessary precursor once unity was achieved. The people of the Douluo continent would become citizens of a single nation, drastically diminishing the potential for conflict. This stood in stark contrast to the current state, where two great empires faced each other, and skirmishes frequently erupted along the borders, claiming not only the lives of spirit masters but also ordinary individuals like Lu Yuan's grandfather. Even within this fantastical realm of Douluo, where spirit masters possessed extraordinary combat capabilities, there remained legions of common folk participating in warfare who were even more susceptible to sacrifice on the battlefield compared to spirit masters. Therefore, in Lu Yuan's eyes, the pursuit of greater peace through unification was not an act of heinous wrongdoing, while war itself was detestable. If fought for love and peace, it became an inevitability. Therefore, overall, Lu Yuan did not harbor animosity towards the prospect of joining the Spirit Hall and becoming an exclusive spirit master for the organization. So why then Would he hesitate to join? Having joined the Spirit Hall, he became a dedicated Spirit Master, destined to enroll in the Spirit Hall Academy. With the Death Star Demon Scythe in hand, he believed he would not be outmatched by anyone. In due time, he was certain to rise to prominence as one of the illustrious golden generation of the Spirit Hall, akin to figures like Hulayina and Xiaoyu, garnering the admiration of the Spirit Hall. Supported by the formidable power and resources of the Spirit Hall, Lu Yuan was convinced that he would ultimately ascend to divinity. However, achieving godhood was merely a stepping stone for Lu Yuan. As the Death Star Demon Scythe possessed the potential to grant Kayn the strength to overthrow the Damatian government and establish his own empire in the Odyssey universe. In comparison, the so-called deities of the Douluo world would merely be regarded as lords of a single planet, dwarfed by the might of the Damatian government that conquered countless star seas, rendering them naught but larger insects in the grand scheme of things. Lu Yuan felt as though the arrival of the Death Star Scythe had given birth to some audacious ideas within him. Xiu Tao, unaware of Lu Yuan's thoughts, was now brimming with excitement upon discovering such a naturally gifted prodigy endowed with full innate soul power. He knew that reporting this discovery would certainly earn him the bishop's admiration. Thus, with great enthusiasm, he called out, "Xiao Yuan, please wait here for a moment. Now, all of you children, come here." Due to Lu Yuan's presence, Su Yuntao found himself invigorated by the previously mundane and tedious martial soul awakening ceremony, adopting a gentler demeanor. He beckoned one of the remaining 5 children from Lu family village. "Come here, child. What is your name?" I am Lu Ping," the boy timidly replied. Subsequently, his martial soul was guided out by Su Yuntao, revealing a scythe that materialized in his palm. However, the scythe in the boy's hand appeared exceedingly diminutive compared to the Death Star scythe that Lu Yuan had just awakened. Nonetheless, Su Yuntao remained undeterred and kindly said, "Now, let us test your soul power. Perhaps you possess some latent abilities to cultivate." But soon, Su Yuntao expressed his disappointment, stating, "Unfortunately, you lack soul power. You cannot become a soul master. Please step aside for now." He then turned his gaze to the remaining 4 children, still harboring a glimmer of hope. Regrettably, the same scene unfolded repeatedly. After Lu Yuan awakened his martial soul, the subsequent 5 children's martial souls also emerged, all uniformly manifesting as scythes. One child shared Lu Yuan's fate, experiencing a mutation where his ordinary scythe morphed into a rusted relic. However, all of them exhibited a complete absence of soul power. As Su Yutao continued to exert his efforts, he seemed to grow weary, acutely aware that among these 6 children, Lu Yuan was the sole fortunate one, whose martial soul not only exhibited a beneficial mutation but also possessed full innate soul power. Indeed, Su Yutao chastised himself for his earlier assumptions, muttering, "What was I thinking?" Historically, encountering a child with 1 or 2 levels of soul power in 10 villages is already a stroke of luck. How could it be possible for several such children to emerge from a single village this year? Well, in any case, this visit has yielded some rewards. He turned to Lu Yuan, who had been observing him intently, and smiled, "Child, come with me." Lu Yuan was remarkably honest as he approached. Su Yutao grasped his hand and led him towards the door, a radiant smile adorning his face. "Village Chief Lu," he greeted as the door swung open, revealing Lu Wu, who wore a tense expression as he confronted Su Yutao. "Mr. Su, what news do you bring? Is there a chance that any of the children in our village could become soul masters this year?" "Congratulations, congratulations." Su Yutao beamed, even altering his form of address. "Village Chief Lu, your village has discovered an exceptional talent this year. Is it this child Xiao Yuan?" Lu Wu exclaimed, glancing eagerly at Lu Yuan, who stood beside Su Yutao, his excitement palpable. "Indeed, this child's martial soul has undergone a mutation. Although it remains a scythe martial soul, it has transformed into an extraordinarily formidable one, which he refers to as the Death Star Demon Scythe. Furthermore, this child possesses innate full soul power," Su Yunhao said cheerfully. "His future is boundless." At that moment, tears shimmered in Lu Wu's eyes, and his frail body, which had relied on a cane for stability, began to tremble with joy. His aged face was a canvas of elation as he repeatedly murmured, "Blessings from our ancestors. Blessings from our ancestors. Blessings from our ancestors. Very well. I shall report this matter to the higher authorities of the Spirit Hall," Su Yuntao replied with a smile, handing Lu Yuan's small hand to Lu Wu. "Now, I must proceed to the neighboring Holy Soul village to assist the children there in awakening their spirits. Farewell for now." Lu Wuduan immediately embraced Lu Yuan with a beaming smile, expressing his gratitude to the departing Su Yutao. Thank you, my lord." Chapter 5, The Unchanging Handsome Man in the Absence of Relatability. At this moment, Lu Wu stood before Lu Yuan, whose kindly and aged visage was beaming with a smile that revealed an almost complete set of missing teeth. Good. What a wonderful child you are. As a traveler from another world, Lu Yuan has always exhibited a maturity beyond that of his peers in the village. Lu Wu, already fond of him, was elated to hear that Lu Yuan had awakened his martial soul and could become a soul master. However, he did not forget the other 5 children who had come to awaken their souls alongside Lu Yuan. He kindly summoned them, offering a few pieces of candy, reassuring them not to feel disheartened. Even if you cannot become soul masters, you are all good children. At such a tender age, the children were oblivious to the deeper implications, particularly in Lu family village, where not a single soul master had ever emerged. In a city teeming with soul masters, they might have felt the weight of disappointment. Yet, in this rural village devoid of such figures, the few children who received the candy were instead filled with joy, momentarily forgetting their inability to become soul masters. Following Lu Wu's lead, they returned home, where their parents toiled diligently in the fields. Backs turned to the sun and faces to the earth, hoping for a bountiful harvest this year. If fortune smiled upon them, they could fulfill their obligations to the grain officials in Notting City and still have enough left to sell for a few copper soul coins. They remained oblivious to Lu Yuan's awakening ceremony, having long accepted the notion, rooted in their simple agricultural mindset, that their son, like others, would not become a soul master. Upon seeing Lu Wu return with Lu Yuan, Lu Qing simply sheathed his scythe martial soul and smiled warmly, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, second uncle." Then, he turned his gaze to Lu Yuan, momentarily taken aback. Lu Yuan felt utterly baffled by his father's inexplicable excitement. "Of course, it's not difficult at all," Lu Wu exclaimed, his heart soaring with joy. "I have magnificent news to share with you both." "What news?" Lu Qing inquired, her interest piqued. "Has the Lord of Notting City relaxed the land taxes this year?" Lu Qing's eyes brightened, and she embraced her husband with palpable excitement. "Far better than that." "Ha ha." Lu Wu laughed heartily. Today, when Xiao Yuan awakened his martial soul, a dignitary from the martial soul hall declared that this child possesses the potential to become a soul master. "What?" Mana's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Your son, capable of becoming a soul master," Lu Wu reiterated, his voice filled with exhilaration. Instantly, the couple's excitement escalated, their emotions mirroring those of ancient rural parents upon learning their child had excelled in the imperial examinations, unable to conceal their overwhelming joy. At this moment, Lu Yuan seemed to hear faint cries emanating from within the house. He immediately realized it was the child, Qingqing. Without a moment's hesitation, he disregarded the ecstatic trio of Lu Wu and his parents, rushing into the house. On the ground, the little girl, not yet 4 years old, was weeping inconsolably, evoking a deep sense of compassion. As Lu Yuan entered the room, he was met with the sight of his younger sister, Lu Qingqing, weeping inconsolably and calling out for her brother. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. After all, for as long as he could remember, since he had come of age, it had been his responsibility to care for Lu Qingqing, while their parents diligently toiled in the fields. This bond had fostered an undeniable attachment. The siblings had always been inseparable. Consequently, today, as Lu Yuan had been taken by Lu Wu to awaken his martial spirit, Lu Qingqing had spent the entire morning in distress, lamenting her brother's absence. Upon feeling a surge of warmth in his heart, Lu Yuan could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. He hurriedly approached Lu Qingqing, assuring her, "I am here, dear sister, I am here." Lu Qingqing heard a familiar voice and opened her tear-stained eyes, attempting to cease her weeping. Yet, the next moment, in a state of bewilderment, she cried even more fervently, calling out, "Brother, brother." Lu Yuan, equally perplexed, responded, "Brother is here, brother is here." However, the little girl continued to sob, merely repeating brother. After all, she was just a 3-year-old child, and according to Lu Yuan's previous experiences, Lu Qingqing would typically stop crying upon seeing her brother. At that moment, Lu Yuan inadvertently caught sight of a water tank nearby and noticed a reflection on the surface of the water. He was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but step closer, gazing at his reflection with disbelief. Having traversed into this world, Lu Yuan, born into a peasant family, had always possessed an ordinary appearance, as neither of his parents were particularly handsome or beautiful. He had merely a touch of youthful charm. However, charm and attractiveness are not synonymous. At that moment, the reflection in the water revealed a visage with exquisitely refined features, yet it was unmistakably Lu Yuan's countenance. His features appeared more delicate and detailed, and his formerly sun-kissed skin had transformed into an extraordinarily fair complexion, akin to that of Caucasians in his previous life. Could this be the effect of his martial soul awakening? Lu Yuan pondered. No wonder Lu Qing had been momentarily stunned upon seeing him. She must have been unable to recognize such a handsome young boy as her own son. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing, the 3-year-old girl, was particularly sensitive to changes in appearance. And she felt a profound sense of estrangement towards Lu Yuan, unable to believe that this more refined visage belonged to her most beloved brother. In an instant, Lu Yuan felt a blend of joy and helplessness. It seemed that after becoming more handsome, his sister no longer recognized him. What? Mana stared at Lu Wu in disbelief. After Lu Wu returned home with Lu Yuan and shared the good news with the couple Lu Qing and Mana, Lu Qing, filled with excitement, insisted that they stay for dinner. To celebrate Lu Yuan's ascension to the status of a soul master, Lu Qing made the painful decision to slaughter one of the 2 livestock they kept at home for the evening meal. However, at that moment, Lu Wu conveyed another piece of news. Since little Yuan possessed the talent to become a soul master, it was imperative to send him to the Soul Master Academy in Notting City for his studies. The mother, clearly affectionate towards her child, found it difficult to accept the idea of her 6-year-old departing from them, causing her eyes to well up with tears. "Uncle, can't we keep little Yuan here?" she implored. "You are being overly sentimental. Sending little Yuan to the academy is a beneficial step. Otherwise, our village lacks a soul master to guide him in his training. If Yuan studies at the academy and eventually becomes a soul master, prosperity will surely come to our Lu family village." Lu Wu responded with a tone of frustration. Alas. Lu Qing sighed, yet he resolutely stated, "Mana, your brother is correct. Yuan's future is boundless and must not be confined to our humble village." Still, Mana appeared to harbor some reservations. "There's no room for doubt, mother." At this juncture, Lu Yuan spoke up, "Mother, I want to become a soul master and ensure that everyone in Lu family village enjoys a better life." He felt a strong sense of belonging to Lu family village, as it was his homeland in this world. Even though the villagers might not be able to assist him in the future, they were still his kin. He would not be like some ungrateful individuals who, upon gaining strength, turned a blind eye to the hometown that once aided them. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuduan was immediately filled with excitement. Good child." With this, Mana had no choice but to acquiesce to the situation. Chapter 6. 3 voice packs, 3 lives, 3 souls. The decision for Lu Yuan to enroll in the Notting City Soul Master Academy has been firmly established, although his parents feel a sense of reluctance, and he harbors concerns for the little one, Lu Qingqing, fearing she might struggle in his absence. This is a path he must tread. Despite Lu Yuan's ability to cultivate his soul power independently, he cannot acquire a soul ring in Notting City without joining either the Soul Master Academy or the Spirit Hall. This necessity underpins his enrollment. As night descended, a pair of eyes suddenly flickered to life within the dim confines of a small room. Lu Yuan gently pried away the small hands of Lu Qingqing that were clinging to him and allowed his soul power to extend beneath his feet, enabling him to glide silently out of the room. He ascended to a secluded hillock, surveying his surroundings with heightened night vision conferred by his soul power. Once he confirmed that the area was devoid of any presence, he nodded in satisfaction. His nocturnal excursion was primarily to test several matters. Without hesitation, he commenced with the manifestation of his martial soul. As Lu Yuan's soul power surged, he focused his thoughts and declared, "Martial soul, manifest." Logically, such an action should have summoned the Death Star demon scythe into his grasp in an instant. However, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Lu Yuan concentrated his soul power, yet the magnificent and exquisite weapon of slaughter failed to materialize. After a moment of silence, a sense of melancholy washed over him, and he pondered whether it truly had to be this way. With a hint of resignation, he bellowed, "A million valiant warriors, heed my command." His dramatically exaggerated proclamation resonated with earth-shattering force, and in an instant, an enormous tricolor scythe of blue, purple, and gold materialized in the hands of the youthful Lu Yuan. Chaos, darkness, and the power of subjugation radiated from him like an expanding wave. At that moment, it felt as though his mind had been infused with the voice lines of Odyssey Kayn, each phrase strikingly familiar. Taking a deep breath, he began to swing the colossal scythe, proclaiming, "The will of heaven, the supreme authority." The formidable strength of the scythe unleashed a powerful gust of wind, severing half of the blue-silver grass atop the mountain. Lu Yuan remained unfazed. For farmers, the blue-silver grass, a relentless and indomitable weed, is particularly detestable, as it siphons nutrients from crops, hindering their growth. Much of Liu Qingmina's daily toil in the fields is dedicated to uprooting this invasive plant. No one shall tarnish my magnificence and glory. This time, Lu Yuan set his sights on a colossal boulder before him. And with the ferocious power of the Death Star scythe, he cleaved the stone in twain. Bow before my boundless glory, and submit with heartfelt reverence. They shall echo my name for a millennium. Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Each line of his audacious proclamation was accompanied by a tempestuous gust, laying waste to the surroundings. The sheer magnitude of his power was inconceivable for one so young. Nearly 6 years of age, Lu Yuan abruptly halted, wielding the colossal scythe, yet he exhibited not a trace of breathlessness, merely a hint of resignation. It seemed that the extraordinary ability I acquired upon traversing dimensions was akin to a voice package. His expression was decidedly complex. By continuously reciting the lines from the voice package echoing in his mind, he could obtain formidable power. Furthermore, through his earlier experimentation, he discerned a particular rule. Each line recited would allow the power of the Death Star scythe to persist for 3 minutes. In contrast, without reciting these lines, he could not wield such immense power using his soul energy alone. The prospect of achieving such overwhelming might simply by uttering a line for 3 minutes was nothing short of a lifesaver. He had no desire to engage in battle while incessantly chattering like a mindless fool, as it would not only diminish his stature but also render him reminiscent of an overly dramatic youth. Now, he turned his attention to the next matter at hand. Lu Yuan inhaled deeply, then grasped the Death Star scythe and inquired of the weapon. Rayest? A wave of anxiety washed over him, for he dreaded the emergence of a second voice within his mind. It was crucial to understand that within both the realm of runes and the Odyssey world, be it the Darkborn scythe or the Death Star scythe, both harbored the soul of Rayast, which perpetually sought to usurp the scythe's wielder, transforming into a world-destroying demon god. Lu Yuan was engulfed in a profound sense of dread, for the Death Star scythe harbored within it a formidable demon, ever eager to usurp his corporeal form. He could scarcely fathom that a being who had existed for millennia could be swayed by the mere words of a youth who had scarcely seen 30 years of life, transforming into his most loyal companion. If indeed Rayast was ensconced within this scythe, Lu Yuan felt an urgent need to ascertain his existence. Such knowledge would empower him to remain vigilant in the future. Should Rayast be present, yet unbeknownst to him, it would spell his doom, a demise he would be utterly unprepared for. Rayast? Lu Yuan inquired, his voice tinged with desperation. Rayast, are you there? Please respond. Rayast, I beseech you. Do you exist within this wretched scythe? Suddenly, a thought struck him, altering his approach. Rayast, the harbinger of death seeks you, in the realm of Odyssey. Rayast had betrayed the spirit of death and was thus forged into the Death Star scythe, imprisoned within its confines. This truth instilled in him an acute fear of the harbinger. Thresh has come for you. Thresh, the most powerful avatar of the spirit of death, loomed large in Lu Yuan's mind. He believed that even if Rayast dismissed his words, upon hearing Thresh's name, he would tremble as if he were under the sway of the original voice of Kayn. For this was Rayast's deepest terror, a visceral response that could not be controlled. Yet, the scythe remained utterly still, devoid of any sign of sentience, an inanimate object that did not stir in the slightest. A wave of relief washed over Lu Yuan. The Death Star scythe was merely a byproduct of an anomaly in the world during his transportation, lacking the essence of a soul like Rayast's. The scythe was likely a result of a voting post he had encountered during his journey. He recalled that he had cast votes for 3 options at that time. Thus, Lu Yuan speculated, and decided to reclaim the Death Star scythe. Let us put theory into practice. We shall endeavor to try. With resolve, he smiled and boldly proclaimed, chosen one of the Thunder Dragon, unafraid of any tempest that this world may unleash. In that instant, a tempestuous surge of power akin to a thunderstorm erupted within him. And as radiant light enveloped his form, azure and white dragon scales began to manifest across his body. A thunderous dragon coiled around his right arm and shoulder, perching upon him as a symbol of its draconic head, transforming the upper half of his right side into a translucent azure hue. Lu Yuan gazed at his right hand, brimming with the might of thunder, his eyes instantly alight with astonishment. Subsequently, he retracted the power of the dragon sovereign, Li Qing, as his third martial soul. Following the voice that resonated within his mind, he declared, I illuminate the path through darkness. Thus, I have become darkness itself. In an instant, a dual-colored black and red katana materialized in Lu Yuan's hands. Chapter 7. Only the mindless resort to violence as a means of resolution. Lu Yuan unsheathed the great sword in his hand, as if the blade forged from the flames of purgatory had manifested before his eyes, radiating a brilliance infused with the essence of darkness and infernal fire. After all, the Night Messenger Yasuo, within the realm of night and dawn, stood as the most formidable of the first generation of Night Messengers, embodying the very essence of darkness and equating to one of the two supreme deities of that world. Despite the formidable prowess of the Death Star scythe, it trembled before the ominous presence of the Death Star spirit in the Odyssey world, the divine dragon sovereign Li Qing. Though wielding the power of storm and thunder, was merely a devotee of the storm dragon Ao Xing, notwithstanding his status as the mightiest within the dragon envoy. Yasuo, the Night Messenger, was darkness itself, his existence intertwined with the shadows. In that world, aside from the Dawn envoy Riven, who stood in equal measure against him, he reigned supreme. Thus, if Yuan were to rank his three martial souls by strength, they would ascend from the weakest to the strongest as follows: Divine Dragon Sovereign Li Qing, Odyssey Kayn, and Night Messenger Yasuo. However, a sudden thought struck him. Had he chosen the Death Star Thresh, the Storm Dragon Ao Xing, and the Night Messenger Yasuo in his previous vote, he would have soared to unattainable heights. Yet, he seemed to have overlooked that the Holy Dragon Aurelian Soul was not a T2 skin and lacked independent voice lines, rendering him unable to select the Storm Dragon Ao Xing. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of gratitude towards the original poster of that thread for necessitating the choice of three options. Reflecting on this, Yuan chuckled. Had it not been for that stipulation, he would not have chosen the three voice lines, nor would he have selected the final Night Messenger Yasuo. Without those choices, he would not have attained the three births of martial souls, nor the ultimate and most extraordinary martial soul. The voice line corresponding to Odyssey Kayn's martial soul was named the Death Star Scythe, prompting Yuan to ponder names for the other two martial souls. He reasoned that calling them Divine Dragon Sovereign's martial soul and Night Messenger's martial soul felt rather peculiar. The Divine Dragon Sovereign Li Qing wielded the power of the Thunder Dragon, which bore a resemblance to the Blue-Eyes Tyrant Dragon. Scratching his head, he mused whether using this martial soul would lead others from the Blue-Eyes Tyrant Dragon faction to think he belonged to their ranks. However, he concluded it was unlikely, as the Divine Dragon Sovereign was not blue, and this martial soul possessed not only the might of thunder but also the power of storms. Thus, he determined it would be aptly named the Storm Thunder Dragon, as Dragon felt overly ostentatious for his modest nature. Indeed, he even contemplated the name Blue Eyes White Dragon, but quickly discarded it. The Night Messenger Yasuo was represented by that great sword, Purgatory, Darkness, Chaos. Thus, naming it the Dark Abyss Chaos Blade felt too juvenile. Omitting Chaos and Blade, he settled on Dark Abyss, with the introduction being the Dark Abyss Blade. With a heart full of joy, Yuan finalized the names of his three great martial souls: Death Star Scythe, Storm Thunder Dragon, and Dark Abyss Blade. He is quite pleased with his naming abilities. Subsequently, he will primarily cultivate the Death Star Scythe, while the Storm Thunder Dragon may also be utilized. The previous soul ring can serve to dazzle and deceive. However, one must exercise caution with the Abyssal Blade. Perhaps I could adopt multiple aliases? By disguising myself, I could create three personas: the Death Star Scythe as my true self, the Storm Thunder Dragon as a chivalrous hero, and the Abyssal Blade to handle the more unsavory tasks. Under Yuan's meticulous planning, he found himself smiling with joy at the prospect of becoming a formidable soul master, envisioning a future filled with prosperity and happiness. After indulging in his dreams for a while, he regained his composure and quietly returned home to indulge in a deep slumber. A couple of days later, it was time for Yuan to enroll in the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. During these days, while his family was quietly asleep at night, Yuan tirelessly explored the powers and abilities of his three martial souls. He made significant discoveries, particularly regarding the capabilities of the Death Star Demon Scythe, which left him utterly astonished. Amidst his mother Mana's repeated admonitions and careful packing of his belongings, his younger sister Lu Qingxing wept inconsolably at the thought of his departure. While their father Lu Qing remained silent, his gaze filled with complex emotions. With great difficulty, Lu Wu led Yuan away from the Lu family village and into Notting City. The Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is situated in the western part of Notting City, and Lu Wu appeared quite familiar with the institution, guiding Yuan directly to its entrance. In the distance, they could see a grand archway, measuring 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, constructed from solid rock. Below it stood two iron gates, dark and forged from the finest quality of iron. Through the iron bars, one could glimpse a winding path leading into the academy, flanked by towering trees. At the center of the archway, for prominent characters read, Nodding Academy. Before Lu Wu and Lu Yuan could approach, they observed a dispute involving 3 individuals at the entrance. Among them, an elderly man and a young boy were clad in remarkably tattered garments. Even Lu Yuan and Lu Wu, who hailed from humble agricultural backgrounds, appeared far better dressed in comparison. Facing the elderly man and the boy stood a youth resembling a gatekeeper. Lu Yuan suddenly understood. It appeared he had stumbled upon a significant event, the very first major incident in the Douluo Continent. The elderly man and the young boy, without a doubt, were none other than the venerable old Jack, who, despite having aided the protagonist immensely, ultimately received only a worthless plaque, and the illustrious Tang San, renowned for his purity and strength, who hailed from another world and was perceived to have a path toward demise. As the village chief of Lu family village, Lu Wu was acquainted with old Jack, the chief of Holy Soul village. He hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Oh, old Jack, what has happened to you?" At this moment, Lu Yuan suddenly noticed a flicker of cold light on Tang San's wrist, reminiscent of a hidden dart, seemingly aimed at the throat of the gatekeeper, poised to deliver a lethal strike. However, upon realizing the approach of Lu Wu and Lu Yuan, Tang San swiftly concealed the dart within his sleeve. Lu Yuan could not help but inwardly sigh, marveling at Tang San's readiness to take a life over a mere dispute. Such a notion was utterly inconceivable to someone like Lu Yuan, a modern individual. Old Jack, observing Lu Wu, wore a troubled expression as he lamented, "Today, I brought a child from our village to enroll in the Soul Master Academy. Yet, this gentleman claims our proof is fraudulent and refuses to allow Xiao San to register." It was then that old Jack's dim eyesight caught sight of Lu Yuan beside Lu Wu, prompting an astonished inquiry. "Old Lu, could it be that you are also?" "Indeed, our village has produced a talented soul master this year, one with innate full soul power," Lu Wu proudly interjected. However, the gatekeeper seemed decidedly unimpressed by their rural origins, scoffing, "Another imposter? Do you really expect me to believe that someone from your small village possesses soul power? The academy hasn't had any working students in years. You fraud should be on your way." Lu Yuandong suddenly noticed the chilling light radiating from Tang San's hand and thought to himself, "You are truly courting disaster. You should hasten to silence yourself." However, he also felt that Tang San was somewhat overreacting. Lu Yuan believed that the current situation could be resolved without resorting to violence. The next moment, he faced the gatekeeper and shouted, "Do you know who I am?" This line, a subtle reference to Odyssey Kayn, had become one of his daily incantations for summoning his martial spirit. At least it would not seem out of place at this moment. The gatekeeper, however, was rather impatient, retorting, "Who the hell are you?" Yet, before he could finish, the words caught in his throat. Before him, a colossal and ferocious scythe abruptly materialized in Lu Yuan's hand, radiating a tempestuous and volatile power. "Now, do you believe I am a soul master?" Lu Yuan said, the immense Dead Star demon scythe in his grasp exuding unparalleled might, a force that could only belong to a martial spirit of considerable soul power. I believe, the gatekeeper stammered, quaking in fear. He was merely an ordinary person, trembling before the overwhelming strength of the soul master. Lu Yuan shrugged, observing that it would suffice to merely unleash his martial soul and exert a semblance of soul pressure to prove a point. Why resort to underhanded tactics and even take a life? Was that not courting trouble? It was perplexing that one would seek to resolve matters through violence when intellect was evidently lacking. Chapter 8. The Virtue of Gratitude. May I enter now? Lu Yuan inquired, casting a glance at the gatekeeper before retracting his Death Star demon scythe. Of course, the gatekeeper replied, promptly allowing Lu Yuan and his grandson, Lu Wu, to pass. Old Jack, witnessing this, was elated and wished to accompany Tang San through the threshold alongside Lu Yuan and Lu Wu. However, the gatekeeper swiftly interjected, positioning himself in front of old Jack and Tang San, glaring at them with an air of authority. "What do you think you're doing?" Old Jack felt a surge of frustration and anger rising within him, yet he tempered his tone as he addressed the gatekeeper. "Sir, this child is also a soul master. Surely he can enter as well?" The gatekeeper, unimpressed, merely scratched his ear dismissively. "That one has already proven himself as a distinguished soul master. If you wish to pass, you must provide evidence of your own." His words held merit. Although Lu Yuan had established his credentials as a soul master, he could not vouch for Tang San. At that moment, Lu Yuan noticed a flicker of cold light emanating from Tang San's hand and sighed inwardly, wishing to urge the gatekeeper to allow Tang San entry, not out of favor, but to spare the gatekeeper's life. Yet, in the next instant, he caught sight of a slender man of average height approaching their direction. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan turned, intent on ushering Lu Wu inside. It was evident that, according to the unfolding narrative, this lean figure must be the renowned master Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Yuan had merely intended to save the gatekeeper's life, without wishing to entangle himself excessively with Tang San. Now, as Yu Xiaojiang advanced the plot, it seemed the gatekeeper's life would indeed be preserved. Yet he had no desire to be regarded by the ambitious and overly critical Yu Xiaojiang. Were he an ordinary martial soul with commonplace innate soul power, he would not fear being noticed by this lofty and disdainful master who favored only prodigies. However, his martial soul was the top-tier mutated martial soul, the Death Star Demon Scythe, with innate full soul power. Although he understood that his martial soul was not genuinely mutated, others would perceive his Death Star Demon Scythe as a supreme variant, given the ancestral martial soul of the Lu family village was a scythe. The combination of innate full soul power, a top-tier martial soul, and a mutated martial soul would undoubtedly compel Yu Xiaojiang to take Lu Yuan as his disciple for research purposes. Yet, Lu Yuan had no intention of complying. Adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he simply wished to make a swift exit. Enough, stand down, the master interjected resolutely. The gatekeeper, initially taken aback, quickly transformed his expression from disdain to obsequiousness, a change so rapid it was astonishing, as he bowed and nodded at the master, saying, "Master, you have returned. Second granduncle, let us depart at once," Lu Yuan urged Lu Wu. However, Lu Wu, being a kind-hearted person, seemed inclined to assist old Jack. "Enough of that, second granduncle. We must hurry," Lu Yuan insisted, truly disinterested in any association with the master. But at that moment, Yu Xiaojiang fixed his penetrating gaze upon Lu Yuan and said, "Young friend, please hold on a moment." It was over, Lu Yuan thought with a sense of helplessness. Yet, facing Yu Xiaojiang, he quickly donned an innocent expression and asked, "Is there something you need, uncle? I must hasten to complete my enrollment procedures." Yu Xiaojiang immediately responded with a smile, "I am a teacher at Notting Academy, and I can assist you with the enrollment process directly, so why not wait here for a moment?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wuduan was undoubtedly convinced to a great extent. Regardless of the world, parents tend to exhibit a considerable level of trust towards teachers. Thus, it falls upon this esteemed educator. Lu Wu immediately grasped Lu Yuan and remained steadfast in his position. Lu Yuan resigned himself to fate, standing motionless in place. Subsequently, Yu Xiaojiang turned to Tang San and Old Jack, gently inquiring, "Old sir, may I have a look at the proof from the spirit hall?" Old Jack promptly handed over the document. After examining it, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze shifted to Tang San, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The proof was indeed authentic. "I apologize on behalf of the Academy for the earlier incident. I shall take this child under my wing," he declared decisively. Old Jack's vanity was greatly appeased, and he quickly waved his hands, insisting, "No need for apologies, no need at all. We too have our shortcomings. Master, I entrust this child to you. Xiao San, please follow the master inside and be sure to behave." Tang San nodded in acknowledgement, yet remained silent. After Old Jack offered a few more words of advice, he took his leave. Yu Xiaojiang cast a nonchalant glance at the gatekeeper, stating, "This is your first and last warning. Should there be a repeat offense, you need not remain." Lu Yuan felt that this person was exceedingly pretentious, though it could also be attributed to his preconceived notions. The gatekeeper, drenched in cold sweat, hurriedly nodded in agreement and stepped aside. In truth, Lu Yuan believed that his actions were justified. As the gatekeeper of Notting Academy, his duty was to prevent suspicious individuals from entering the premises. However, his manner was somewhat lacking in courtesy, exhibiting a certain arrogance typical of urban dwellers towards those from rural areas. Yet, such a transgression hardly warranted severe consequences or the loss of employment. Master Yu Xiaojiang glanced down at Tang San, mustering a strained smile that appeared somewhat stiff, making his expression less than flattering. He took Tang San's hand and said, "Let us proceed inside." Tang San obediently followed him into Notting Academy, casting a curious glance back at Lu Yuan. He had just heard that Lu Yuan, like himself, possessed innate full soul power, and the martial soul he had displayed, the Death Star Demon Scythe, exuded an aura of immense strength, piquing Tang San's interest even further. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang, with a smile, turned his gaze towards Lu Yuan and suggested, "Why don't you join us as we enter?" His words seemed directed at Lu Yuan, yet it felt as though he had overlooked him entirely. As an ordinary individual, Lu Wu naturally felt hesitant to voice his opinions. Thus, he merely offered a few brief words of advice to Lu Yuan before preparing to depart. Lu Yuan was immediately filled with reluctance. "Second granduncle, please don't go. He expressed himself like a child unwilling to part from his loved ones. Neither Yu Xiaojing nor Tang San harbored any doubts about his demeanor. "Be good, Xiao Yuan," Lu Wu said, though he too felt a pang of sadness. Nevertheless, he smiled and continued, "Just follow this master. You must be obedient. Your second granduncle has to return home." Realizing the situation, Lu Yuan understood he could only accompany Yu Xiaojing inside. He turned to Lu Wu and declared, "Second granduncle, once I become a soul master, I will ensure our village thrives. I will bring grandfather to live in the city." He was determined not to be like Tang San, who, after becoming a soul master, allowed his own grandfather, Old Jack, to remain in a dilapidated rural area. Instantly, Lu Wu beamed with even greater joy, exclaiming, "What a good child! What a good child!" He then departed, leaving Lu Yuan with his belongings. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing was finally able to speak with Lu Yuan. He extended his other hand toward Lu Yuan, smiling as he said, "Come, Xiao Yuan, let us depart together." Upon witnessing this, Lu Yuan feigned an innocent demeanor, declaring, "No, uncle, I must retrieve my luggage." At that moment, Yu Xiaojing's outstretched hand froze mid-air. Chapter 9. Lu Yuan, however, I must decline. At this juncture, Tang San took the initiative to address Yu Xiaojing, saying, "Thank you, teacher." "Teacher? I am not an instructor at the academy," Yu Xiaojing replied. Casting a brief glance at Tang San, his expression softening slightly. "Not a teacher? Did you not just state that you represent the academy?" Tang San queried. Yu Xiaojing shook his head, exhibiting an unusual level of patience on this day, as he managed to muster a semblance of that rather unappealing smile. "Who says one must be a teacher from the academy to represent it?" Tang San's eyes lit up with realization. "I understand now. You must be the principal or a leader of the academy, correct?" Yu Xiaojing chuckled softly. "A 6-year-old child like you is quite astute. However, you are mistaken." Tang San, puzzled, inquired, "Then who are you?" Yu Xiaojing replied, "I am merely a guest here, enjoying the hospitality. You, like everyone else, may refer to me as master. That is how all others address me." He glanced at Lu Yuan, suggesting that he too should use the same form of address. Lu Yuan pondered to himself, "You reside within the academy, yet claim to represent Nottingham Academy, only to assert that you are not a teacher of Nottingham Academy. Truly, you speak as you please, do you not? Furthermore, your title of master seems to be derived merely from reciting well-known theories within the soul master realm, does it not?" However, at that moment, Yu Xiaojing suddenly halted, his gaze piercing as he turned to Lu Yuan and inquired, "Xiao Yuan, you possess innate full soul power, do you not?" Lu Yuan pondered that lying now would only lead to exposure later, so he nodded straightforwardly and affirmed, "Yes, Master Su, you now proclaim that I possess innate full soul power." Upon hearing Lu Yuan refer to someone who seemed to aid in his soul awakening as master, Yu Xiaojing felt a twinge of discontent within. Yet he chose to remain silent. "Can you demonstrate the soul you revealed earlier?" he inquired, his eyes sparkling with fervor. Clearly, he had witnessed Lu Yuan showcase his Death Star scythe to the gatekeeper, which ignited his interest in Lu Yuan and prompted him to urge him not to leave. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly and then proclaimed loudly, "A million strong soldiers. All heed my command," as his words, imbued with overwhelming force, echoed through the air. Yu Xiaojing felt an irresistible urge to submit. Immediately, the rampant soul power of Lu Yuan coalesced into a formidable entity, emanating a dominating aura that radiated from his diminutive form. A colossal, exquisite scythe composed of hues of blue, purple, and gold emerged, exuding an artistic brutality that embodied raw desire. This unparalleled weapon was known as the Star of Death Scythe, as Lu Yuan declared. "Star of Death Scythe?" Yu Xiaojing inhaled sharply, recognizing the name of a soul he had never before encountered, a scythe of unmatched caliber. It was unmistakably a mutated soul. His eyes sparkled with excitement that he could hardly conceal. However, Yu Xiaojing reined in his enthusiasm and turned his gaze toward Tang San. "The proof from the Spirit Hall indicates that your name is Tang San, correct? Henceforth, I shall refer to you as Xiao San." Pausing for a moment, Yu Xiaojing's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Would you consider allowing me to be your mentor? Will you teach me to cultivate my soul?" Tang San inquired at that moment. Yu Xiaojing halted, facing Tang San directly. "Are you willing to accept this?" Tang San also came to a stop, gazing up at the venerable master before him. He remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. Yu Xiaojing observed the dazed look in Tang San's eyes, and a rigid smile resurfaced. "Ah, you are indeed a perceptive child. Your silence conveys two meanings. First, a reluctance to refuse and offend the master. Second, a silent inquiry into why you should choose me as your teacher." He ruffled Tang San's hair affectionately, With such extraordinary talent and intelligence, it seems I must persist. After all, you are the third individual in a century to possess dual martial souls. Stunned by the master's words, Tang San's gaze shifted as he raised his left wrist subtly, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Yu Xiaojiang, maintaining his composure, smiled and said, "Are you curious as to how I discerned your dual martial souls?" He gestured with the proof that old Jack had given him. "It is because of this document. Others may overlook its flaws, but if I too fail to notice, I would not be worthy of the title master." At that moment, Lu Yuan scoffed dismissively. "That is utter nonsense. I once investigated 647 individuals with the blue-silver grass martial soul. Among them, only 16 possess soul power, a probability of less than 3%. Moreover, none of those with soul power exceeded the first rank, while you, on the other hand, are innately endowed with full soul power at level 10. According to one of the 10 core competencies of martial souls that I have studied, the innate soul power is directly proportional to the quality of the martial soul. Clearly, blue silvergrass fails to meet this criterion. Therefore, I am confident that you must possess another martial soul, one that is exceptionally powerful." Tang San's gaze gradually settled into calmness as he countered, "There are exceptions to every rule. Why can I not be an exception?" Lu Yuandong shrugged. Sensing that Tang San was easily intimidated, Yu Xiaojiang nodded solemnly, stating, "Indeed, exceptions exist in all matters, but your martial soul is blue silvergrass, which clearly exempts you from being one of those exceptions. In the past century, although only 2 twin martial souls have appeared in the Tiandou Empire and the Xinglua Empire, there have been 19 individuals born with full soul power. I have meticulously studied each of their martial souls, and all are undeniably powerful. The youngest among them has already attained the level of a great soul master. Aside from 14 individuals who inherited strong martial souls through familial lineage, 5 others are exceptions. Their origins are not noble, yet they possess inherent full soul power. This anomaly stems from the existence of mutated martial souls. Based on my years of research on mutated martial souls, I can assert that no martial soul has ever been found to mutate with the blue-silver grass martial soul. Furthermore, your blue-silver grass is merely ordinary, thus I am entirely confident in my conclusion." "What is a mutated martial soul?" Tang San inquired. Instantly, Yu Xiaojiang turned his gaze toward Lu Yuandong, focusing on the Death Star demon scythe in his hand, a confident smile adorning his face. "What you hold is indeed a mutated martial soul, a top-tier mutated martial soul." He then commenced to showcase his limited knowledge of martial souls, leaving Tang San astonished. Tang San nodded, and suddenly, he stepped back, creating distance between himself and his master. He then knelt on both knees, bowing 3 times in reverence. Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. "What are you doing?" "Master," Tang San respectfully addressed, "please accept me as your disciple." At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang smiled, clearly pleased, bending down to lift Tang San up. "Silly boy, why must you bow to become my disciple? Do you not know that this gesture is reserved for kings and parents? A simple bow will suffice." He then turned his keen gaze toward the indifferent Lu Yuandong. "Little Yuan, would you also be willing to accept me as your master?" "Just as Shaoxin has." Lu Yuan blinked in surprise, apologizing to the master, yet expressing his desire to continue learning alongside his peers at the academy. Yu Xiaojiang's smile abruptly faltered, disbelief washing over him. He had just showcased a plethora of knowledge, captivating even the seemingly more mature Tang San. Yet this rather immature-looking child had no intention of becoming his disciple? Why? He could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Do you not trust my theories?" "But I have already acquired this knowledge from Master Su Yutao," Lu Yuan replied, decisively placing the blame on his mentor. Upon hearing the name Su Yutao, Tang San momentarily paused, then remarked, "But why did Master Su Yutao never mention this to me?" "That is because my martial soul is a mutated one," Lu Yuan explained. Thus, Master Su Yutao imparted this knowledge to me. He displayed a look of considerable faith in Su Yutao. Moreover, my second grandfather advised me to diligently study under the teachers at the academy. If I were to take the master as my teacher, would that not hinder my learning from other instructors? "It is not quite like that," Yu Xiaojiang hurriedly attempted to clarify, but upon noticing Tang San, he thought to himself, "Never mind. After all, I already have a student with a twin martial soul. This exceptional student with a top-tier mutated martial soul can be considered later." "Very well," he said, his expression softening. Despite his lofty self-regard, he was still mindful of his dignity, thus he relented. "However, you must promise not to disclose the matter of Xiao San's twin martial soul. Agree to this, will you?" Yu Xiaojiang added. Lu Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. He truly did not wish to hear Yu Xiaojing expose Tang San's twin martial souls in person. However, he had not anticipated that Yu Xiaojing would directly address the matter before him. What could he do? He could only acquiesce to Yu Xiaojing's words and minimize his interactions with the master and disciple. Of course, Lu Yuan cast a glance at Tang San. He was not one to instigate trouble, yet he was certainly not afraid of it. Should Tang San perceive that he had chosen the path of self-destruction, he would undoubtedly wield his abyssal blade against the seemingly pure and noble Tang San. Chapter 10. The Jianghu is not merely about fighting and killing, perhaps due to the impossibility of Lu Yuan apprenticing under Yu Xiaojing. The trio remained unusually silent on their way to complete the enrollment procedures. Once the formalities were concluded, Lu Yuan followed the guidance of the head of the Academic Affairs Office and returned to his dormitory. It appeared that Tang San had been taken aside for a conversation with Yu Xiaojing and did not head directly to the work-study student's dormitory. Owing to the normal variant martial soul and innate full soul power, the head of the Academic Affairs Office treated him with remarkable kindness. Indeed, Lu Yuan, who had revealed his Death Star Demon Scythe martial soul alongside his innate full soul power, was regarded as an exceptionally gifted student in the eyes of all. Teachers always exhibit a gentle demeanor towards promising students. This realization lifted Lu Yuan's spirits. It seemed that his life at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy would be quite pleasant. The dormitory building was singular and easily located, housing both students and teachers of the academy. Just as old Jack had noted, the number of individuals capable of becoming soul masters was exceedingly few, particularly in a remote city like Notting. The overall population of students and teachers at the academy was modest, and a single dormitory building was more than sufficient to accommodate them. The student dormitory comprised only 7 rooms, as the students at the Junior Soul Master Academy were relatively young. To facilitate better management, students of each grade resided together in a large dormitory. At the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy, the student population in each grade hovers around 40 individuals. The lower 3 levels of the dormitory building accommodate 7 spacious dormitories for the students, each overseen by a designated teacher. Among these, the 7th dormitory stands out as a rather unique establishment, characterized by its inferior conditions, specifically designated for work-study students. After all, the academy is not a charitable institution. Although the tuition fees for work-study students are reduced, their living conditions cannot be equated to those of regular students. Consequently, upon learning this, Lu Yuan's mother became quite concerned about his dietary needs at the academy. Thus, she resolutely discussed with Lu Qing and decided to give him 3 of the 6 silver soul coins they possessed. In the Douluo Continent, 1 gold soul coin is equivalent to 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equals 100 copper soul coins. A single gold soul coin suffices for the normal expenses of a household of 3 to 4 members for 4 to 5 months. Therefore, when calculated, 2 silver soul coins represent the monthly expenditure for Lu Yuan's family of 4, and now he was receiving 3 silver soul coins all at once. Even more astonishingly, at the Notting Academy, work-study students can earn 10 copper soul coins per day for garden maintenance, which amounts to 1 silver soul coin. However, Tang San, working as a laborer at the blacksmith shop, earns merely 1 silver soul coin for an entire month. It is indeed preposterous that a work-study student's daily income at Notting Academy surpasses the earnings of laborers outside Notting City. For now, Lu Yuan chose to set aside these thoughts as he successfully made his way to the 7th dormitory, the only accommodation where students of various ages reside together. Irrespective of their grade, Lu Yuan entered the dormitory with his luggage, and at that moment, all the children within turned their gazes towards him. Among them, an older child strode directly towards him. This boy towered over Lu Yuan by nearly 2 heads, evidently a senior of considerable age, his physique robust and imposing. As he approached Lu Yuan, he regarded him from a superior height and inquired, "Are you the new work-study student?" Lu Yuangu did not need to contemplate. This individual was undoubtedly the leader of the work-study students in the original text, Wang Xing. He was aware that at Notting Academy, the work-study students were at odds with the noble descendants of innate aristocrats. Thus the work-study students preferred to band together, to deter any insubordination among their ranks. These groups had established a tradition of asserting dominance over newcomers. How should one articulate this? Lu Yuan saw through the tricks of the child but felt little interest in them. His gentle nature led him not to hold any grudges against someone like Wang Xing. "Yes, I am aware of your intentions, Lu Yuan of Lu Family Village. However, I do not wish to disrupt the harmony among our working students. Therefore, I am open to a friendly spar, but I do not seek to claim dominance over you. If our working students are oppressed by the official students of the academy, I will not stand idly by. Is that acceptable? Lu Yuan gazed sincerely at Wang Xing. Wang Xing was momentarily taken aback by his words. Yet the sincerity in Lu Yuan's tone made him feel somewhat embarrassed. After all, they were not inherently malicious, and with Lu Yuan displaying such a commendable attitude, they found themselves at a loss for words. All right, brother Lu Yuan, I am Wang Xing. Based on what you just said, I recognize you as one of us working students. Wang Xing's demeanor softened considerably as he spoke with warmth. With that, Lu Yuan placed his bundle on the ground beside him and clasped his fists together, saying, Please, enlighten me. Wang Xing, with a peculiar expression, mimicked Lu Yuan's gesture and declared, I am Wang Xing. My martial spirit is the battle tiger, destined to become a battle spirit master. Lu Yuan. My martial spirit is the Death Star Demon Scythe, currently at level 10 and yet to obtain a spirit ring. Lu Yuan assumed a stance for sparring and spoke solemnly. Today, we shall rely solely on our physical prowess and soul power, without invoking our martial spirits. The priority is skill, followed by friendship and harmony. With victory and defeat being the last consideration, a level 10 soul power warrior? How formidable is this newcomer? The working students began to murmur among themselves. Nonetheless, they greatly appreciated Lu Yuan's humble and amicable demeanor, seeming to accept him as one of their own. All right, Wang Xing shouted enthusiastically. Brother Lu Yuan, here I come. Instantly, his soul power surged forth, charging at Lu Yuan like a tiger descending from the mountain. With a fierce roar, Wang Xing swung his fist. The momentum akin to a tiger's roar echoing through the forest. Lu Yuan's azure soul force surged in his hands, meeting Wang Xing's punch head-on. As their fists collided, the intensity of their soul powers clashed fiercely. In that moment, Lu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, What tremendous strength! Wang Xing, upon hearing this, felt a sense of satisfaction. Blissfully unaware that Lu Yuan's praise was merely superficial flattery. In reality, Wang Xing's soul power paled in comparison to his own, and his martial spirit was inferior as well. Thus, absorbing the punch required little effort on Lu Yuan's part. However, the world of martial arts is not solely about combat. It is also a realm governed by human emotions and social intricacies. Lu Yuan was acutely aware that easily defeating Wang Xing would cause the latter to lose face. Although he knew with certainty that he could overpower Wang Xing, he remained indifferent to any ill feelings that might arise. However, such a course of action would be foolish. A truly astute individual would cultivate good relations with those around them, as long as their own interests were not compromised and their moral boundaries remained intact. Brother Lu Yuan. You too. Display your prowess. Wang Xing exclaimed, visibly pleased. Subsequently, the two engaged in a dynamic dance of movement, their fists, palms, elbows, and legs colliding with fervor. Their soul power surging as they seemed evenly matched for a time. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, Lu Yuan revealed his true strength. Blue soul power coalescing around his fist before striking Wang Xing's chest. Wang Xing immediately sensed the impending danger if that punch landed. He would undoubtedly be grievously injured and brought to his knees. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yuan executed a palm strike, emulating the technique of Yuan Jin from his previous life, and instantly incapacitated Wang Xing. The latter was propelled backward by an overwhelming surge of soul power, skidding along the ground for 2 meters before coming to a halt. Boss! Boss! Immediately, several of Wang Xing's loyal subordinates rushed forward to assist him. At that moment, Wang Xing extended one hand while the other pressed against his chest, declaring, I am fine. He then rose to his feet and gazed at Lu Yuan, his expression brimming with gratitude. Thank you, brother Lu Yuan, for your mercy. I cannot claim any mercy, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. Wang Xing's martial arts are quite commendable. I merely had a slight advantage. He playfully gestured with his finger, indicating a modest increment. No, a victory is a victory. Wang Xing genuinely accepted his defeat with grace, for Lu Yuan had bested him openly and, moreover, had preserved his dignity, leaving no room for resentment. Henceforth, brother Lu Yuan was to be regarded as one of us, a member of the work-study students. The work-study students erupted into enthusiastic applause at Wang Xing's behest. Amidst the heartfelt applause of the students, Lu Yuan revealed a smile. You see, the world is not merely about conflict and strife, but rather the intricacies of human relationships. Chapter 11. The Curious Case of an Ancient Monster, who despite 10 millennia, still exhibits childlike charm. Let us continue to assist one another in the future. And I extend my gratitude to all of you, Lu Yuan remarked with a smile, exemplifying his remarkably astute social skills. While he may not yet possess the cunning of a seasoned veteran, deftly navigating through life's complexities, His ability to engage with these young children, barely 10 years of age, is more than sufficient. Yuan casually selected a bed and placed his belongings, deliberately avoiding the one in the middle. To him, all the beds appeared identical, devoid of any reason for contention. Some matters necessitate a struggle, yet not everything warrants such contention in the end. One might find oneself merely a pawn in someone else's game. Yuan possessed a remarkable clarity of thought. What advantages could be gleaned from being the leader of the work-study students? Merely a hollow title devoid of substance. Would it bring wealth? If the position of leader came with a monthly stipend from the academy, he would undoubtedly vie for it. Alas, this was not the case. Rather, the role of the work-study leader was akin to a hot potato, burdened with the responsibility of overseeing a multitude of individuals. When they faced adversity, he was expected to stand resolutely by their side, yet in the end, there were no tangible benefits to be gained. In contrast, Yuan's earlier actions not only showcased his own prowess but also extended ample respect to others. This garnered him a sense of invulnerability, as no one dared to provoke him, nor did anyone perceive him as an outsider. He seamlessly integrated into the group while simultaneously earning their goodwill. Not long after, Tang San, who had been summoned for a discussion by Yu Xiaojiang, finally made his entrance. Wang Xing, reminiscent of the previous narrative, stepped forward to assert his dominance, only to find himself decisively vanquished by Tang San, who exhibited no mercy in his approach. However, Tang San refrained from inflicting severe injury on Wang Xing, opting instead for a deft maneuver that left Yuan with the impression that Tang San possessed a modicum of moral integrity. Yet, it was evident that he only showed restraint when confronting children. Should he perceive an adult or youth as deserving of demise, he would not hesitate to act upon that judgment. The criteria for such a judgment, as Yuan had gleaned from Tang San's earlier attempt to eliminate the gatekeeper, was remarkably flexible. In the ensuing dialogue between Wang Xing and Tang San, the latter's absolute strength compelled the onlookers to acknowledge Tang San's position as the leader. Yuan stood by, observing quietly, devoid of any intention to intervene. The effortless manner in which Tang San had just subdued Wang Xing seemed to convince the onlookers, particularly the work-study students, that Tang San's prowess was undoubtedly superior to that of Yuan, who had just engaged in a fiercely contested battle with Wang Xing. Consequently, they refrained from allowing Yuan to challenge Tang San. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated from outside, inquiring if this was the 7th dormitory. Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, their expressions momentarily frozen in awe. A charming young girl stood at the doorway, appearing to be of similar age and height to Tang San and Yuan. Her delicate face, flushed with a rosy hue, resembled a ripe, juicy peach, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Despite her modest attire, she presented an image of remarkable neatness. Upon witnessing this, Yuan could not help but shrug. It was evident that this individual was none other than the illustrious Douluo, the old baby. Indeed, a being who had existed for 100,000 years. Yet her thoughts remained cluttered with trivialities, fixated on romance and seeking a brotherly figure for support. She was the transformed spirit beast, the soft-boned rabbit, known as Xiaowu, who had lived for a century. Xiaowu, standing at the entrance, blinked her large eyes, observing that no one inside acknowledged her presence. She then glanced at the plaque above the door, which read 7 dormitory, and a sweet smile graced her face. "Hello, I am Xiaowu, the one who dances." At this moment, Yuan could not restrain himself from covering his face. He found it utterly unbearable that a creature so ancient, capable of being the great-great-great-grandmother of Tang San, would still be indulging in such childlike antics. The sheer artificiality of it all was disconcerting. He had no objection to a goddess who had lived for 100 millennia. But if that goddess were to exhibit such affectation, it would be simply revolting. The overly perfumed smile was quite distasteful. Yuan preferred a beauty that emanated from genuine, natural grace. Had Xiaowu exuded an air of maturity, sanctity, and gentleness, he would undoubtedly have found this ancient being somewhat agreeable. Yet, she insisted on flaunting her age while behaving childishly. Meanwhile, Tang San, now a newly appointed work-study student, encountered a dilemma. Wang Xing relentlessly prodded him from behind, indicating that he must not disrupt the dormitory's regulations. Reluctantly, Tang San rose and approached Xiaowu. "Hello, I am Tang San." He hesitated to utter the title of leader, which felt somewhat daunting, but a thought struck him. "I am the dormitory head. You may simply call me by my name. May I inquire, what is your martial spirit?" Xiaowu blinked her large eyes and replied with a smile, "My martial spirit is a rabbit, a very adorable little white rabbit. What about you?" Yuan hastily rose to his feet, and under the curious gazes of those around him, he exclaimed, "I must use the restroom urgently." However, as he exited, he covered his mouth, which struck others as rather peculiar. Why cover your mouth when going to the restroom? Upon Lu Yuan's return from the restroom, the contest for leadership among the 7th dormitory had reached a conclusion. At that moment, a faculty member approached, briefly elucidating the situation to inform the newly arrived work-study students that they were expected to clean the garden daily, for which they would receive compensation, before departing. Meanwhile, Tang San seemed to have finally taken notice of Lu Yuan's presence, slowly making his way toward him. "Is something the matter, Tang San?" Lu Yuan inquired with a smile. Tang San gazed earnestly at him and posed the question, "Why have you not sought to take me as your mentor?" Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then looked at him and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Is this a personal choice?" At that moment, Tang San sincerely replied, "No. I believe that studying under the same master as you will greatly benefit your future cultivation." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao bounced over to them, exuding an innocent charm, and curiously asked, "Hey, Xiao San, do you know this person?" "Yes, I do," Tang San nodded. Lu Yuan stifled his discomfort and smiled at Xiao Wu, saying, "Hello, I am Lu Yuan. Then I shall call you Xiao Yuan," Xiao Wu declared cheerfully. "No problem," Lu Yuan replied with a hint of resignation. Tang San then turned to the somewhat exasperated Lu Yuan and earnestly stated, "The theoretical knowledge of our master is incredibly profound. It is not merely as it appears on the surface. I believe that with your innate full soul power, under the guidance of our master's theories, you will undoubtedly become a formidable soul master." He continued, "Moreover, I can see that our master is quite eager for you to become his disciple." However, Lu Yuan calmly interjected, "Yet many things in this world cannot be obtained merely through desire, can they? The master-disciple relationship has always been a two-way selection. The master chooses the disciple, and the disciple likewise chooses the master. It is not a matter of the master's singular longing that compels someone to become his disciple." He shared this sentiment, adding, "Furthermore, I do not believe his theories are entirely correct." Lu Yuan glanced around and leaned closer to Tang San, utilizing his soul power to create a barrier, whispering, "Do you truly think that the blue-silver grass martial soul is the worthless martial soul he describes? Certainly not. The master said that only soul masters are without merit, not the martial souls themselves," Tang San asserted with conviction. However, before he could elaborate, Lu Yuan interrupted him, saying, "No, that is not what I meant. What I am saying is," Lu Yuan said with a smile, "even without any soul rings to enhance its attributes, your martial soul is undoubtedly a top-tier martial soul." Chapter 12, The Report of the Spirit Hall. Lu Yuan had initially been irked by Tang San's incessant inquiries, and then recalled Yu Xiaojiang's theory that discerned Tang San's dual spirit lineage, which he deemed a mere stroke of luck, an instance of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. He found it amusing that such a theory, clearly flawed in its reasoning yet arriving at a singular correct conclusion, could even exist. It was with this mindset that he uttered those words. However, the moment they escaped his lips, regret washed over him. Was he not simply stirring up trouble for himself? Indeed, immediately after his statement, he noticed the spark of curiosity igniting in Tang San's eyes. "Oh, do you possess a unique insight, Lu Yuan?" Tang San inquired, his gaze fixed upon him. At this moment, Lu Yuan wished he could slap himself for his indiscretion. Why had he felt the need to speak out? It was evident that without providing Tang San a reasonable explanation, Tang San would undoubtedly persistently pursue him. Lu Yuan sighed softly, then with a sudden flash of inspiration, devised an exquisite explanation. A smile graced his lips as he declared, "It is intuition." "Intuition?" Tang San's expression clearly reflected disbelief. "Indeed, it is intuition," Lu Yuan replied, suppressing his own unease. "It is the intuition that arises between top-tier martial spirits. My Death Star Scythe can sense that your blue-silver grass martial spirit is far from ordinary. It harbors an abundance of life energy that surpasses the typical blue-silver grass. Moreover, consider this. How many martial spirits endowed with innate full soul power can be deemed simple? Take my Death Star Scythe, for instance. Do you believe my martial spirit is simple?" Tang San fell into contemplation. "I am uncertain about the strength of your other martial spirit, but I believe that a blue-silver grass martial spirit capable of standing on par with your other martial spirit cannot possibly be weak," Lu Yuan murmured. "The very essence of martial spirit inheritance lies in the fact that it only bequeaths powerful spirits, never the feeble. The hallmark of twin martial spirits is that both are of nearly equal might. If one is excessively powerful while the other is exceedingly weak, A twin martial spirit will not come to fruition, Lu Yuan said, and the eyes of Tang San and Xiao Wu glimmered with increasing brightness. Clearly, his words had instilled a significant degree of belief in both of them. Moreover, I do not believe that your blue-silver grass martial soul possesses innate full soul power. It is a rather feeble martial soul, Lu Yuan stated. After speaking, he quietly observed Tang San. In that moment, Tang San grasped his hand firmly, his gaze ablaze with intensity. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Tang San, what are you doing? Tang San exclaimed with fervor in his eyes, I find your theory quite compelling. I believe you should follow my lead and seek a mentor. Only in this way will your research on spirit-soul theory progress more smoothly. With the guidance of a teacher, you will undoubtedly become a master theorist in the realm of soul masters. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's lips twitched involuntarily. And he thought to himself, surely, such words must be a curse. It is undoubtedly a curse. What does it mean to become a theoretical master in the realm of soul masters? It sounds as if one is cursing him to become a theoretical expert like Yu Xiaojiang, who possesses lofty ideals yet lacks practical skills. Lu Yuan yearned to become a powerful deity, to possess an enduring lifespan, and to traverse the void like the Shura god, exploring other realms. Or to establish his own empire in the Douluo Continent, boundless and eternal. The notion of becoming a master of theory was utterly alien to him. Forgive me. This is merely my personal sentiment. I harbor no desire to delve into theoretical studies. My sole aspiration is to become a formidable soul master, Lu Yuan hastily declared. At that moment, Tang San shook his head, gazing at Lu Yuan with unwavering conviction. I believe that during your years at Notting Academy, there will come a day when you sincerely bow to the wisdom of our teacher. Apologies, but that will not happen, Lu Yuan internally rejected. After spending his first night in Notting City, Lu Yuan adapted quite comfortably to his surroundings, while Xiao Wu and Tang San, as per the original narrative, slept together. Lu Yuan could attest that this was not Tang San's issue. It was the predicament of that rabbit, whose mind was filled with frivolous thoughts. The conversation unfolded as follows. As everyone prepared for slumber, Tang San approached with his blanket in hand. Xiao Wu stood before him, her gaze fixed on the sizable bedding. Your blanket seems quite ample. It wouldn't be a problem for two people. How about we combine our beds? That way, we can both share it. Huh? Share? Tang San looked at Xiao Wu, his maturity far beyond that of a mere 6-year-old, hesitating to respond. It wouldn't be proper for a boy and girl to share like that. Xiao Wu scoffed. What's wrong with that? I don't care. Why are you afraid? Are you worried I might overpower you? Such words, Lu Yuan thought, were typically beyond the utterance of most girls, yet Xiao Wu boldly expressed them. If one were to find it peculiar, it was worth noting that Xiao Wu was a rabbit who had lived for 100,000 years. However, it was equally strange given that the original text depicted her as a pure and innocent maiden. What, then, could be said of this contradiction? Lu Yuan quickly pulled his blanket over his head and closed his eyes. Such thoughts must not linger. Meanwhile, within the halls of the Spirit Hall in Notting City, the hall master, Marlin, gazed in surprise at the arrival of an individual. Yun Tao? What brings you here? He inquired, puzzled. I have come to report an important matter. Su Yun Tao replied, maintaining the humble demeanor he had exhibited before Lu Yuan. Lord Marlin, there is significant information regarding the spirit awakening situation in the Notting City jurisdiction. He presented a report. Oh? After all these years, has a promising talent finally emerged? Marlin remarked, his expression softening. The Spirit Hall had long been dedicated to the voluntary assistance of commoners in awakening their spirits, with the aim of discovering such talents. Even if only one or two promising individuals appeared after years or even decades, the Spirit Hall deemed this persistence worthwhile in the regions overlooked by powerful clans and sections. Indeed, two extraordinarily gifted soul masters have emerged. Su Yuntao exclaimed with great excitement. Marlin opened the report and, upon seeing the name on the first document, uttered in disbelief. Tang San, a villager from Holy Soul Village with innate full soul power? He was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. However, he soon noted Tang San's martial soul, which was blue-silver grass. With a regretful shake of his head, he remarked, Ah, blue-silver grass. What a pity. Such a useless martial soul. If that's the case, Yutao, your enthusiasm seems unwarranted. He cast a puzzled glance at Su Yutao. Yet, Su Yutao, with eyes gleaming with excitement, replied, No, my lord, the focus this time is not on Tang San with his blue-silver grass martial soul, but rather on the next one. The next one. Marlin, intrigued, turned to the next page of the report. Instantly, he was struck with astonishment, another with innate full soul power. Indeed, my lord. Not only that, but his martial soul is a top-tier, mutated martial soul. Su Yuntao exclaimed, revealing an accompanying illustration of the martial soul. The artistic talent displayed in the drawing was impressive. A massive scythe adorned in blue, purple, and gold leapt from the page. The generational martial soul is a scythe, which has mutated into a supreme scythe martial soul in this child, alongside his innate full soul power. Marlin's hands trembled with excitement. This boy could be a true prodigy. I must immediately submit this child's report to the headquarters of the Soul Hall in Soul City. At this moment, Su Yuntao paused, then inquired, and what of Tang San? Just a mere useless martial soul. No need to alert the higher-ups, Marlin waved dismissively, casting Tang San's report aside. Yes, my lord, Su Yuntao replied, rendered speechless, and nodded in acquiescence. Subsequently, this report from the Nodding City branch of the Soul Hall was expedited to Soul City by a soul master specializing in agility from the Soul Hall. Chapter 13. The Elder's ghostly reaction after officially enrolling in the Soul Master Academy. Lu Yuan maintained a low profile during classes. Meanwhile, Xiaowu and Tang San, who had become the leaders among the work-study students, faced tumultuous times as they clashed with the noble students of the academy, leading to a series of duels. Lu Yuan stood by, watching with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. The notion of becoming the leader had ironically transformed him into a mere brawler, while the other work-study students observed with quiet resignation. Was it truly entertaining to have a leader who resembled a thug? Nevertheless, Tang San and Xiao Wu exhibited a modicum of restraint in their actions. Their approach towards these children was not so brutal as to leave anyone permanently incapacitated. Perhaps this could be counted as one of their few remaining scruples. Lu Yuan was disinclined to concern himself with such matters. His sole focus was on a singular objective. That was to acquire a soul ring. However, he had no intention of entangling himself with Yu Xiaojiang or Tang San, for directly apprenticing himself to Yu Xiaojiang would indeed grant him immediate access to the hunting orders for soul beasts. Lu Yuan intended to embark on a path of utmost propriety, which necessitated the recognition of the Spirit Hall to affirm that he had indeed reached the pinnacle of a certain stage in his abilities, requiring soul rings for his advancement. Furthermore, he needed the endorsement of at least 3 nobles. Among the faculty at the academy, almost all were of noble descent, and he was currently cultivating a favorable relationship with 2 of the more affable teachers, while also seeking the support of another noble, Su Yuntao, who had aided him in awakening his martial soul. The demeanor of this Spirit Hall soul master was notably amicable, and Lu Yuan felt confident that with his Death Star Demon Scythe martial soul and innate full soul power, Brother Tao would remember him quite well. In recent days, his performance in class had been exemplary. His mature mindset and remarkable martial soul had rendered him a model student in the eyes of his instructors. Lu Yuan remained unhurried, fully aware that even upon reaching the pinnacle of his soul power, the absence of an immediate soul ring would not hinder his cultivation. His soul power would continue to grow, albeit imperceptibly until the acquisition of the soul ring. Once he obtained it, this latent growth would manifest dramatically, propelling him several levels forward. In just a few days, he would take action to seek certification at the Spirit Hall, accompanied by the endorsements of 3 esteemed nobles. At this moment, nestled between the borders of the Tiandou Empire and the Xinglua Empire, stood a grand city, Spirit City. It bore the name of the very essence upon which soul masters relied, and it was also named after the revered Spirit Hall. Within Spirit City, reports from various branches of the Spirit Hall across the Douluo Continent were meticulously organized and displayed. The Spirit Hall established branches in cities throughout the continent, serving not only to register soul masters and facilitate their awakening, but also to provide necessary subsidies for common soul masters. More crucially, these branches were tasked with relaying significant intelligence to the central Spirit Hall in Spirit City. When required, they would also cooperate with the operations of the Spirit Hall. However, not every branch was mandated to submit daily reports. For instance, the Holy Hall and the capitals of the 2 great empires sent reports almost daily to Spirit City, while smaller, more remote cities might go an entire year without submitting a single one. This system was designed to prevent an overwhelming accumulation of matters that could impede the timely handling of critical issues by the Spirit Hall. Generally, these affairs were overseen by the Elder Hall, the core of power within the Spirit Hall, responsible for making significant decisions during voting sessions. Even the Pope held merely 3 votes. If necessary, should the elders reach a unanimous decision, they could even depose the Pope. Nevertheless, such an occurrence was virtually impossible, as the current Pope had 2 elders who were absolutely loyal to her. This underscored the immense authority of the Elder Hall. Additionally, the Elder Hall managed the daily operations of the Spirit Hall, and matters beyond their resolution would be escalated to the Pope by the two Elders of Punishment. Within the Elder Hall, a hand shrouded in shadow rested upon a substantial report. The Elder of Punishment, known as Ghostly, first turned his gaze to the initial report, breaking the wax seal and unveiling the contents within, his figure eternally cloaked in darkness. Even the soul masters serving the elders within the hall had never witnessed Ghostly's true visage. It was said that only the Pope and a select few venerated elders were granted the privilege of seeing Ghostly reveal himself. As Ghostly concealed himself in the shadows, he perused the contents of the envelope and could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. Oh, innate full soul power? Inherent full soul power can be regarded as a hallmark of top-tier martial souls. However, possessing such innate potential does not guarantee that an individual will ultimately evolve into a formidable powerhouse. As articulated by Yu Xiaojiang in the recent century of Douluo Continent's history, there have been 19 documented soul masters with innate full soul power from the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. These soul masters possess exceptional talent, yet they require time to mature. Nonetheless, each soul master endowed with innate full soul power becomes a coveted entity, fiercely contested by various soul master factions. The Spirit Hall is no exception. In fact, they are even more concerned with nurturing talented soul masters than other factions. Unlike the Haotian sect or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, which are notably exclusive, the inner circles of these prestigious sects mandate that their direct disciples must possess pure martial souls. Conversely, the holy sons and daughters of the Spirit Hall are not restricted by lineage or martial soul. For instance, the previous generation's holy daughter was Bibi Dong, the current pope, whose martial souls were the Death Spider Empress and the Soul-Eating Spider Empress. The present holy daughter, Hulaina, possesses the martial soul of the Fox Spirit. Therefore, as long as one exhibits astonishing talent, they may become a soul master that the Spirit Hall is eager to cultivate. In this regard, the Spirit Hall far surpasses the so-called sect families. At this moment, Kuei Mei meticulously examined the report in his hands. Lu Yuan, a native of the Lu family in the village of Notting City within the Fastnuo province of the Heaven Do Empire, hails from a lineage with a scythe martial soul, which has mutated into a top-tier weapon martial soul known as the Death Star Demon Scythe. With innate full soul power and a background devoid of any soul master faction ties, he qualifies for the Spirit Hall's favor. If such a soul master were to join the Spirit Hall, it is likely that even if he does not elevate to the rank of title de law, he could undoubtedly ascend to become a soul sage or even a soul de law. Kuei Mei nodded in the shadows, acknowledging the prospect. However, possessing innate full soul power alone is insufficient for the Spirit Hall to forcibly recruit Lu Yuan. Such an approach is not in line with their principles, and the Spirit Hall has never resorted to such tactics. Kuei Mei then inscribed on the request form, permitting the use of the Spirit Hall's regulations for talented soul masters to attract Lu Yuan's allegiance. If necessary, the Spirit Hall could also accommodate his family within the Spirit City. Should the soul master not join the Spirit Hall immediately, they may observe Lu Yuan's soul power progression and report back to me for further deliberation. Continuing, he promptly returned the envelope, sending it back to the branch of the Wuhuan Temple in Notting City. Chapter 14. The Commencement of the Hunt, Part 1. Regardless of the stance taken by the Wuhuan Temple, Lu Yuan had been enjoying a rather tranquil existence at the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy these past few days. Upon awakening, Lu Yuan disregarded the commotion between Tang San and Xiao Wu, and after tidying up his belongings, he made his way to the dining hall. Not to mention, the work-study students exhibited a remarkable sense of unity, resembling a collective of 11 individuals heading towards the cafeteria. However, Lu Yuan considered himself a mature adult, not one to cluster together in such a manner. At this moment, the playground had come alive, with numerous students clad in academy uniforms making their way toward the teaching building, clearly heading to their meals. The cafeteria of the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was quite spacious, capable of accommodating over 300 individuals, including 6 classes and their teachers. At this time, a long queue had formed at the cafeteria windows. The dining hall alone featured 300 seats on the first floor. Lu Yuan entered directly, prepared himself a breakfast, and settled down to eat in a corner. Meanwhile, Tang San and Xiao Wu, accompanied by a party of 11, finally emerged from dormitory 7 and made their way to the dining hall under the guidance of Wang Sheng. After the provocations from the noble students a few days prior, which Tang San and Xiao Wu had adeptly dealt with, The noble students no longer dared to challenge them so freely. Consequently, these days, Yuan and the other work-study students enjoyed a rare peace. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu had garnered considerable attention within the academy. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Tang San followed his usual routine by approaching Yu Xiaojiang, engaging in casual conversation before returning to dine with Xiao Wu and Wang Shang. Setting aside his awareness of Tang San's double standards and formidable aura, Yuan found Tang San's demeanor to be quite agreeable at times. Yet Yuan shook his head, recognizing that Tang San was ultimately a hypocrite. The phrase "can endure hardships together, but cannot share prosperity" epitomizes Tang San's character. Even if one were to share in wealth, one must possess the requisite capital. Otherwise, even a commoner could accompany you in affluence. Consider, for instance, the future emperor and empress of a certain empire, or the possession of a supreme martial soul. Do not resemble old Jack, an ordinary man devoid of any assets, who, despite treating you like a biological son, is bound to declare that he will not lead you to the divine realm, leaving you to spend your days in the mortal world. Yuan shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, and began to contemplate the day's endeavors. He intended to acquire the order for hunting soul beasts today, subsequently venturing into the soul-hunting forest to commence his pursuit, ultimately aiming to obtain the first soul ring of the Death Star Demon Scythe. All of this would commence after he finished his breakfast. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was dining with the principal of the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy. The principal, a soul master of the Soul King level, was already a formidable presence in the modest Notting City, known by the name Yin Shou. He wore a smile as he conversed with Yu Xiaojiang, inquiring, "By the way, which of your disciples recently acquired a soul ring?" "Oh, the soul ring obtained is quite remarkable," Yu Xiaojiang mused, a smile breaking across his face as he recalled Tang San's first soul ring, blue-silver entanglement, and the exceptional state of his martial soul post-acquisition. He felt a sense of validation in his theories, which brought him joy. However, the blue-silver grass martial soul is ultimately just that, a blue-silver grass martial soul, with its limitations, Yin Shou remarked, shaking his head lightly. "I expected that. Given your disposition, you would prefer to take Xiao Wu and Yuan as your students, particularly Yuan. The talent and strength of his martial soul exhibited in recent days are, in my opinion, on par with those of the finest weapon martial souls." Yu Xiaojiang nodded, acknowledging the might of Yuan's Death Star Demon Scythe, which was not only exceedingly sharp, but also seemed to harbor a shadowy power, reminiscent of a certain elder. An elder? The power of shadows must surely refer to the ghost Douluo of the Spirit Hall, Yin Shou replied, nodding in agreement. Indeed, the mastery over shadows and darkness does bear a striking resemblance to that ghost Douluo, Yu Xiaojiang reflected, pausing in contemplation before continuing. Yet, I sense not only the shadowy power in Yuan's Death Star Demon Scythe, there exists another force. A force of fury, chaos, and bloodshed. Whether this is something Yuan cannot harness for the time being or a power he intentionally conceals remains uncertain. It is precisely for this reason that I wish for him to become my student, to better guide him in developing his martial soul. Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed fervently. Regrettably, it seems he harbors no intention of becoming my disciple, he added, his passionate gaze cooling to a hint of disappointment. Everyone has their own aspirations, Yin Shou laughed heartily. Such matters cannot be forced. But you don't understand, principal. Yu Xiaojiang interjected excitedly, pointing to himself. Only I can fully harness the advantages of his mutated martial soul, allowing him to become a powerful soul master. Yin Shou, feeling somewhat helpless, regarded Yu Xiaojiang with a flicker of disdain in his eyes, thinking to himself, what could someone like you, a 50-something stuck at the 29th level, possibly know about cultivating a formidable soul master? Yet, upon contemplating the formidable blue lightning tyrant dragon sect behind Yu Xiaojiang, he shook his head, choosing not to voice his true sentiments. Instead, he smiled amiably and remarked that perhaps Yu Xiaojiang had his own thoughts. He continued, albeit without your guidance, I still believe that under the mentorship of our esteemed faculty, this child will undoubtedly become a source of pride for our nodding academy. Perhaps, Yu Xiaojiang replied dismissively, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Yin Shou, upon noticing the disdain in Yu Xiaojiang's gaze, found it amusing that a 29th level soul master, a grand soul master at that, deemed himself superior to the teachers at the academy, most of whom were soul sovereigns or above. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, primarily due to the powerful backing that Yu Xiaojiang possessed. At that moment, a small figure ascended from the first floor, and under Yin Shou's watchful gaze, approached a female teacher named Julie. Lu Yuan approached Teacher Julie and respectfully performed a greeting. Good morning, Teacher Julie. Julie was responsible for teaching cultural subjects at Notting Academy, primarily instructing students on the written language and history of the Douluo Continent. Despite this, her soul power was remarkably high, as she was a Grand Soul Master with a level 28 soul power. She came to teach here purely because her martial soul was a teaching ruler. Yet her demeanor was the gentlest among all the educators. Particularly, she was exceedingly gentle towards Lu Yuan, a student who actively engaged in her cultural classes and demonstrated a keen ability to draw inferences. Xiao Yuan, what brings you here? Julie asked with a smile, handing Lu Yuan an egg. Here, you're at a growth spurt. Have an egg from your teacher. Thank you, teacher, but I am quite full. Lu Yuan feigned modesty and continued, I came to ask for your assistance with something. Startled, Julie softly inquired, Xiao Yuan, what do you wish for me to help you with? I would like you to be my guarantor for hunting soul beasts, Lu Yuan replied directly. Chapter 15, The Beginning of the Hunt, Part 2. You wish to hunt soul beasts? Julie was taken aback, her expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Haven't you only just enrolled? Amused, she gently stroked Lu Yuan's fair cheek. You wouldn't be thinking that since the teacher mentioned one must hunt soul beasts to advance as a soul master, you should do the same, would you? You must wait until you reach level 10 soul power before hunting soul beasts, she added, ruffling Lu Yuan's hair. It was evident that she was unaware of Lu Yuan's innate full soul power. Or perhaps she was simply adhering to her preconceived notion that newly enrolled students could not possibly have the potential to advance as soul masters. Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless and then earnestly explained, Teacher, I possess innate full soul power, and I am already capable of hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings. Huh? You have innate full soul power? Julie was momentarily taken aback. Just then, a teacher approached them. This teacher, with an unremarkable appearance and green hair, was the dedicated instructor for work-study students. Julie, are you unaware? This child is one of the 3 freshmen in our academy with innate full soul power. Remarked with a smile as he glanced at Lu Yuan. I truly did not know this, Julie responded, astonished. Moreover, why would a soul master with innate full soul power come to our academy? That is because they all hail from humble beginnings, particularly Lu Yuan, whose family has been farmers in Notting City for generations. Affectionately ruffled Lu Yuan's hair, displaying a favorable disposition towards him. Aside from Teacher Julie, I would like you to assist me in securing a guarantee for hunting soul beasts, Lu Yuan said directly to. Initially, he had intended to persuade Julie first before approaching. But with both teachers present, he decided to address them together. According to the Academy's regulations, as long as a student has reached the promotion stage, the Academy's teachers can indeed act as guarantors for students to obtain hunting permits for soul beasts. Nodded with a smile. Julie, what do you think? He inquired. Looking towards Julie, Julie nodded. As a teacher, I certainly cannot shirk my responsibilities. Concurred and then turned to Lu Yuan, saying, however, a guarantor requires 3 individuals. Besides me and Julie, you will need 1 more. Do you need my assistance? As a faculty member, it would not be difficult for him to request another teacher within the academy to lend their name as a guarantor. Yet, Lu Yuan shook his head and replied, No. Teacher, I am acquainted with an individual who can assist me in this matter. In Notting City, noon. Stop. Young lad, this is the Hall of Souls. You cannot wander in recklessly. Upon arriving at the Hall of Souls, Lu Yuan was halted by the guards at the entrance. The Hall of Souls in Notting City is a colossal dome-shaped structure, boasting a width exceeding 100 meters and a height of 20 meters, divided into 3 levels. The entire edifice is brown, with the emblem of the Hall of Souls on the main entrance featuring only a single longsword. Through Julie's course on the historical geography of the continent, Lu Yuan learned that the singular pattern signifies that the Hall of Souls in Notting City is of the lowest rank. The 2 guards at the entrance appeared to be around 20 years old, with their soul power fluctuations hardly discernible, suggesting they may not even have reached the level of soul masters. It seems that Notting City is indeed remote, as evidenced by the rank of the Hall of Souls. Reflecting the city's significance within the Tiando Empire, Lu Yuan shook his head. Regardless of whether the Spirit Hall in Notting City is considered inferior, it undeniably embodies the hopes of the common spirit masters in the area. He believed that, had there been no Spirit Hall in Notting City, the prospects for the common folk and spirit masters would be utterly bleak. Greetings, esteemed uncles. I am a first-year student at the Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy. My instructor has sent me here to assess my spirit power level and to acquire a permit for hunting spirit beasts. Lu Yuan had come prepared. pointing to the uniform he had donned specifically for this occasion, and smiled at the gatekeepers. He was exceedingly polite and harbored no thoughts of looking down upon others simply because he was a student of Notting Academy. Upon noticing the emblem of Notting Academy on Lu Yuan's uniform, both gatekeepers instinctively revealed glimmers of envy in their eyes. The one who had spoken earlier then said with newfound respect, "I see. Please proceed. Head to the reception hall on the first floor. There you will find Master Matthew, who will assist you." "Thank you." Lu Yuan nodded and entered the spirit hall. What an imposing atmosphere the 20-meter-high dome exuded. As Lu Yuan stepped into the grand hall, he was immediately enveloped by its magnificent presence. The ceiling of the entire hall was adorned with murals, each depicting various spirit forms within small squares. The base color was a radiant gold, evoking a sense of resplendence while retaining a touch of antiquity. Surrounding the spirit hall were immense crystal windows. As sunlight refracted through the translucent panes, it cast a dazzling glow upon the murals, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of shimmering gold. "Where is the reception hall?" Having been moved by the ambience of the grand hall, Lu Yuan began his search for his intended destination. There were not many people within the spirit hall. Only a few servants were engaged in cleaning. Just as Lu Yuan pondered how to locate the reception hall and whom to inquire, he spotted a familiar face. It was none other than Tao, the individual who had assisted him in awakening his spirit. Lu Yuan approached swiftly, accompanied by a female spirit master who stood tall and voluptuous, possessing a countenance that could be deemed above average. The two were engaged in jovial conversation, blissfully unaware of Lu Yuan's proximity. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. "Tao Gu." Su Yun Tao distinctly heard the call, but upon reflection, he believed it was unlikely anyone would address him in such a manner. Thus he assumed Lu Yuan was not referring to him. Lu Yuan, caught between laughter and tears, found himself in the role of an uninvited guest, stepping between Su Yun Tao and the female spirit master. "Tao Gu, long time no see." It was only then that Su Yun now acknowledged his arrival. The female spirit master, with an inquisitive tone, remarked, "Yu Tao, when did you acquire such a dashing younger brother?" Su Yu Tao immediately recognized Lu Yuan, for the striking features that emerged following his awakening were indeed unforgettable. Especially since he had recently reported Lu Yuan's innate full spirit power and his exceptional mutated martial soul. "Xiao Yuan, what brings you here?" Su Yun Tao inquired, his eyes flickering with surprise. Turning to the female spirit master, he added, "CC, this is not my brother. He is the child I mentioned previously. The one with the awakened top-tier mutated martial soul, the Death Star Scythe." CC's eyes widened in realization. "Ah, so it is this child. You mentioned reporting to Bishop Malin." Her words were abruptly silenced as Su Yun Tao swiftly covered her mouth. With a meaningful glance, he indicated that she should refrain from speaking carelessly. Once CC signaled her understanding, he released his hand. CC then redirected the conversation, asking, "So, little brother, what brings you here?" "I came to the spirit hall to test my spirit power and to have Tao Gu as my final guarantor for hunting spirit beasts." Lu Yuan feigned ignorance, aware of their intentions yet choosing to play along. "Indeed, as a spirit master with innate full spirit power, you must obtain your first spirit ring to advance." Su Yun Tao nodded in agreement. "You need not worry about this. I will vouch for you. I trust you have already secured the other two guarantors." He continued, "There is no need for you to undergo the spirit power test. I can guarantee that. Just provide me with the assurance documents from your two teachers, and I shall procure the hunting permit for spirit beasts forthwith." "Tao Gu, thank you so much." At that moment, Lu Yuan was filled with gratitude and produced the guarantee document from Julie and Mo Han. Su Yun Tao, ever resolute, took Lu Yuan's document and immediately dashed into the spirit hall. Shortly thereafter, he emerged with a token in hand. The token, dark and mysterious, was composed of an unknown material, adorned solely with the image of a chrysanthemum. Undoubtedly, this was the hand token of the chrysanthemum Douluo Yuan, representing the spirit hall's titled elders. This token, classified as a fifth-tier insignia of our spirit hall, grants you or your team the privilege to enter any soul-hunting forest within the Tiando Empire to hunt soul beasts, albeit only once. Once you acquire a soul ring and exit the forest, this token will be reclaimed by the spirit hall guardian stationed there. Su Yun Tao presented the token to Lu Yuan. "Thank you immensely, Brother Tao," Lu Yuan exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Chapter 16, The Beginning of the Hunt, Part 3. After receiving the official order, Lu Yuan, upon the suggestion of Su Yun Tao, proceeded to procure a sufficient supply of provisions. However, unlike Tang San, who possessed a soul-guiding device for storage, He was limited to carrying only a small package, which left him feeling somewhat reflective. Indeed, it seemed that being born into affluence was preferable to starting life as a humble farmer with merely a bowl. Subsequently, Lu Yuan arrived at the soul-hunting forest outside of Nanning City. The area surrounding the forest was bustling with activity. Lu Yuan felt as though he had returned to the lively markets of his previous life in the countryside. Outside the forest, there were numerous buildings, or rather shops, where the cacophony of vendors' calls echoed all around. Simple paths, artificially paved, crisscrossed the area, and the vibrant atmosphere piqued Lu Yuan's curiosity. With the official order in hand, he sought companions for hunting powerful soul beasts, still in need of 2 more individuals. For hunting agile soul beasts, a group of 7 was required, with a bounty of 10 gold soul coins. The shouts of vendors filled the air, most of whom were selling weapons, armor, and various food supplies. Predominantly, it was the calls for group formation that created the lively ambience, with participants not only shouting enthusiastically, but also occasionally showcasing their muscles or revealing their martial souls and soul rings. However, upon a cursory glance, Lu Yuan noted that nearly all the soul masters seeking companions were equipped with merely 1 soul ring, and they appeared to be quite aged, with the youngest being at least 18 or 19 years old, while some were in their 20s or even 30s. It was understandable, those with talent, capable of breaking through the 10th level soul power limit before the age of 15, would typically gain admission to a Soul Master Academy, seeking assistance from instructors to hunt soul beasts. These individuals seemed to be those without innate talent who had taken a more arduous path to become soul masters, ultimately resorting to the mercenary route for hunting soul beasts. It must be said that even these self-taught soul master mercenaries could earn a considerable sum by assisting others in hunting soul beasts, with each successful hunt yielding a share of 10 gold soul coins, which was indeed enviable. At this moment, Lu Yuan had no intention of seeking out these individuals. To put it simply, in terms of finances, he possessed merely 3 silver coins. How could he possibly afford to hire such mercenaries? Theoretically, he could have sought assistance from the instructors at Notting Academy or from Su Yunhao the Spirit Hall, yet he refrained from doing so, for Lu Yuan disregarded the shouts surrounding him and made his way directly to the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. The towering trees stood as a testament to their age, while a massive iron fence encircled the forest's perimeter, revealing a multitude of menacing spikes. The fence soared over 10 meters in height, appearing remarkably sturdy. Furthermore, outside the enclosure, a battalion of 100 soldiers patrolled the area. Clad in full iron armor and wielding long spears, these warriors presented a formidable sight, their disciplined formation imparting an aura of lethal intent. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Lu Yuan presented his order to the guard soldiers. The captain responsible for inspecting the order nodded upon seeing the token. However, he could not help but remark on Lu Yuan's diminutive stature, asking, "Are you here to hunt soul beasts?" "Indeed, I have achieved the soul power necessary to advance as a soul master, and I have come to hunt soul beasts." Lu Yuan replied with a nod. "This is far too perilous for you," the captain frowned. "As a child, entering the soul-hunting forest could be exceedingly dangerous. My advice is to either return and seek assistance from your elders or mentors, or to enlist the aid of those mercenaries over there." He gestured towards the raucous group of mercenary soul masters. "No, thank you, uncle, but I have faith in my own abilities," Lu Yuan said, shaking his head as he surveyed the disordered throng of mercenaries outside. Sighing, the captain, faced with the order, could only adhere to protocol. With a reluctant glance at Lu Yuan, he signaled for the soldiers to grant him passage. Lu Yuan nodded in gratitude, then swiftly darted into the soul-hunting forest. Yet another overly arrogant child of a soul master. The captain sighed as he observed Lu Yuan, before resuming his former demeanor as the guardian of the forest. The moment Lu Yuan entered the soul-hunting forest, he promptly unleashed his martial spirit. The decree of heaven, supreme authority. 3 beams of light, blue, purple, and gold, converged in Lu Yuan's hands, and a colossal scythe materialized suddenly. The formidable presence of the Death Star demon scythe startled the small soul beasts surrounding Lu Yuan, causing them to scatter in haste. Lu Yuan had never intended to lay hands on these minor soul beasts, nor did he possess extensive knowledge regarding them. However, he had long formulated a plan prior to this moment to venture into the innermost depths of the soul-hunting forest. This forest serves as a designated sanctuary for soul beasts maintained by the Tiando Empire, where the majority of soul beasts available for soul masters to hunt are typically around 10 to 100 years old. with the appearance of thousand-year soul beasts being exceedingly rare. It was precisely for this reason that Lu Yuan resolved to penetrate into the deepest recesses of the soul-hunting forest. For it was there that he might encounter soul beasts nearing a millennium in age. Indeed, this time his plan was to absorb a soul beast that had existed for nearly a millennium as his first soul ring. I gazed endlessly at the scene. And in the next moment, Lu Yuan once again wielded the Death Star scythe. A deep blue shadowy power instantaneously enveloped his form. As he approached a nearby tree, his body seamlessly melded into the trunk, leaving only a ghostly blue silhouette visible against the bark. The Shadow Step, belonging to the E-skill of the elusive Kayn from the Shadow Stream, allowed Lu Yuan to traverse through inanimate objects such as walls and trees. Upon its initial activation, Shadow Step also enhanced his healing capabilities, albeit at the cost of his soul power. The duration for which he could employ Shadow Step, along with the speed of healing his wounds, was entirely contingent upon the consumption of soul power. According to Lu Yuan's estimations, he could utilize Shadow Step for approximately 15 minutes. Prolonged use would deplete his soul power entirely. Regarding his healing abilities, he had experimented and found that minor cuts could heal within seconds, consuming around 30% of his soul power upon activation of Shadow Step. However, for more severe injuries, Lu Yuan surmised that even exhausting all his soul power would only restore him to a state of no injuries in the case of fractures or extensive burns. This was the culmination of his experiments with his 3 martial souls over the past few nights. Not only could he utilize the Shadow Step skill, but he could also harness all the abilities of his 3 martial souls within the game, including their so-called ultimate moves. Initially, Lu Yuan believed that these skills would only transform into his soul skills after he acquired a soul ring. However, this was not the case. Even in the absence of any soul rings, he could wield each skill corresponding to his martial souls. Eventually, Lu Yuan came to understand the reason behind this phenomenon. Unlike soul rings and soul skills, which are derived from the essence and capabilities of soul beasts, the skills he could use were inherently part of his martial soul's power. Just as the fire dragon martial soul could conjure flames, the axe martial soul could cleave wood, and the bird beast martial soul could soar. These abilities were innate to the martial souls themselves and did not require soul rings or skills for manifestation. Lu Yuan's skills, such as Shadow Step, stemmed directly from the shadowy power of Odyssey Kayn and could be bestowed upon him at will. The other skills, including the Scythe Sweep, Blade Pierce, and even the Shadow Rend, were also integral components of his martial soul's strength. In essence, while Lu Yuan appeared to be a modest soul master devoid of soul rings or skills, he actually possessed no less than 12 active skills. In the world of Douluo Continent, where each additional soul skill confers a significant advantage, Lu Yuan stood as a formidable entity, far ahead of his peers. It is unnecessary to mention ordinary soul masters with mere 10 levels of soul power. Even a 20-level ordinary great soul master may find themselves at a disadvantage before Lu Yuan. Chapter 17, The Commencement of the Hunt for Supplement, as he activated his martial soul, emanating the unique and perilous aura of the Death Star Demon Scythe. Lower-tier soul beasts found themselves compelled to evade Lu Yuan in various ways, as Lu Yuan gradually ventured into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. He deactivated his Shadow Step and took out a map to scrutinize it carefully before proceeding. The reason he had activated Shadow Step was merely to evade low-level soul beasts and to avoid drawing the attention of any soul masters lurking within the forest. After all, one must always be cautious when venturing into the unknown. Upon reaching the heart of the forest, he felt assured that no one was trailing him, allowing him to abandon the Shadow Step and walk directly on the ground. Ideally, he hoped to acquire his first soul ring today. Otherwise, as night fell, he would undoubtedly be in peril alone. Lu Yuan mused to himself, yet under the circumstances of traveling directly, he was nearing the central area of the soul-hunting forest. This place would be the lair of soul beasts that had existed for nearly a millennium. The advantage of using Shadow Step earlier was that it enabled him to disregard the intricate terrain and traverse the forest with ease, thereby significantly expediting his journey compared to walking on foot. Thus, he found himself swiftly arriving at the core of the soul-hunting forest. After walking for a while longer, Lu Yuan took out some provisions and water, intending to address his hunger simply on the spot. Just then, a shadow resembling a small mountain suddenly loomed over him. Instantly, Lu Yuan reacted. "A million troops, heed my command." The Death Star scythe materialized abruptly in his hand, and he shouted, "I am everywhere." Shadow Step activated in an instant, allowing his diminutive frame to hide behind a nearby trunk. The next moment, the ground where he had been sitting erupted with a deafening roar. As Lu Yuan peered into the hollow of the tree trunk, a cry of despair escaped his lips, My lunch. Yet, there was no time for lamentation. His gaze shifted to the malevolent creature poised to attack him. A colossal wolf, towering at least 2 to 3 meters, cloaked in fur as black as the shadows themselves, seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding gloom. However, its muzzle bore a striking patch of white fur, and a hint of grass green fur adorned its body, blending it with the forest's ambience. The name Phantom Wolf instantly sprang to Lu Yuan's mind. His recognition of this soul beast stemmed not from erudition, but rather from the fact that it was one of the most common denizens of the soul beast forest. During class, Julie had frequently introduced them to several soul beasts, among which the phantom wolf, the gentle-bone rabbit, the rodent weasel, and the spotted cat were most prevalent. These creatures were regulars in the soul beast forest, particularly in those realms cultivated by the Empire, where such beasts were abundant and easily captured. As Lu Yuan pondered this, he wondered how one could carelessly introduce new soul beasts into a given ecosystem without fearing species invasion or ecological extinction. While most species could be managed, he harbored genuine concerns regarding the gentle-bone rabbit, apprehensive that it could wreak havoc on the local environment. In his previous life, he had heard of the invasive capabilities of rabbits. For instance, in Australia, where rabbits were not part of the indigenous fauna, colonists had introduced them as a food source. However, after 1 or 2 centuries, these rabbits, due to their extraordinary reproductive prowess, became the harbingers of ecological ruin. This was largely attributed to their breeding cycle of approximately 44 to 48 days, from mating to gestation lasting 30 days, followed by a mere 14 to 18 days before they could mate again. Their prolific nature was alarming. More critically, rabbits did not adhere to a fixed breeding season. They could mate and reproduce throughout the year, leading to a staggering population explosion. Consequently, the mere dozen of rabbits introduced to Australia centuries ago burgeoned into a staggering 10 billion, inflicting catastrophic damage on the local ecosystem. Returning his focus to the wolf, Lu Yuan observed the phantom wolf, now bewildered as it sniffed the ground beneath it, failing to detect the scent of flesh. It seemed to ponder why its earlier ambush had been so successful, yet its prey had inexplicably vanished. The height of the phantom wolf typically reveals its age. Lu Yuan had once heard Julie mention that the average height of a phantom wolf ranges from 1 to 2 meters, indicating a decade of existence as a soul beast. Conversely, those exceeding 2 meters are undoubtedly a century-old soul beast, while those surpassing 3 meters are classified as a millennium-old phantom wolf. The creature before him stood nearly 3 meters tall, unmistakably a phantom wolf nearing the millennium mark. However, the exact age was beyond Lu Yuan's discernment. He knew that if Yu Xiaojiang were present, he could ascertain it without fail. A soul beast approaching a millennium, in any case, was of little concern to Lu Yuan. He was indifferent to Yu Xiaojiang's theories on martial souls. He simply sought a soul ring to augment his own martial soul. The phantom wolf had come seeking its demise, and thus he felt no remorse in slaying it. At that moment, the phantom wolf seemed to regain its senses, its white-furred nose sniffing vigorously before it fixed its gaze upon the trunk of the tree where Lu Yuan stood. He realized he could not confront it head-on. The next instant, the phantom wolf lunged toward him with its razor-sharp claws, moving with alarming speed. Lu Yuan displayed remarkable agility, executing a roll in the shadowy state and landing on an open patch of ground. In an instant, the colossal nether wolf shattered a massive tree trunk. This tree, so large that it would require 3 individuals to encircle it, toppled with a resounding crash, scattering splinters across the ground and sending a flock of avian spirit beasts into a frenzied flight. It was truly terrifying. Lu Yuan grinned, for the force exhibited was akin to that of a bulldozer. As the gaze of the nether wolf shifted towards him, Lu Yuan shook his head, realizing it was time to unleash his true prowess. My era has begun. His arrogant voice resonated with an inexplicable authority throughout the arena. And then the Death Star scythe in his hand erupted with a radiant blue glow, enveloping his diminutive frame in its luminescence. The diminutive figure of Lu Yuan was instantly enveloped by a surge of azure energy, causing his short black hair to lengthen and transform into a resplendent blue reminiscent of a starry sea. This was one of the outcomes Lu Yuan had experimented with that fateful night, adopting the form of the Death Star's shadow assassin. Unlike the character Kayn in the game, who is constrained to choose between the shadow assassin or the darkened avatar, Lu Yuan possessed the remarkable ability to select any form at will, allowing him to revert and transition to another shape. This newfound freedom was perhaps due to the absence of Rayist, granting him the liberty to alter his size at will. Furthermore, the varying forms of shadow assassin and darkened avatar endowed him with distinct abilities. For instance, The Shadow Assassin augmented his power and soul strength by a percentage of his original soul energy level. At present, Lu Yuan possesses a soul power of level 10, which translates to an increase of 10% in strength and soul intensity. Thus, although he appears to wield a 10th level soul power, in reality, he can exert the force of an 11th level soul power. Confronted by the Netherwolf, Lu Yuan activated the Shadow Step once more. This time, his speed intensified. In the state of the Shadow Assassin, the Shadow Step further augmented his velocity by 40% while granting him immunity to deceleration effects. In an instant, Lu Yuan surged forward, leaving the Netherwolf momentarily bewildered by his swiftness. With a sweeping strike of his scythe, he unleashed a flurry of attacks against the Netherwolf at an extraordinary pace. The Netherwolf, sensing the impending danger, instinctively quickened its pace, narrowly evading the assault. Indeed, it was not so facile to vanquish a soul beast that had existed for nearly a millennium. Lu Yuan felt a tinge of frustration. However, in the next moment, the Netherwolf, seemingly provoked, gathered a wave of black energy in its maw. With a roar, the energy wave erupted forth with remarkable speed. "I am everywhere." Lu Yuan realized the imminent threat and swiftly executed the Shadow Step, evading the attack laterally. A tremendous roar followed, as the energy wave unleashed its destructive force behind him, uprooting trees and carving a noticeable path into the ground. Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Had he been struck, he might have met a swift demise. He knew he must conclude this battle quickly. They shall sing my name for millennia. With the Shadow Step activated, Lu Yuan yanked the Death Star Demon's scythe, spinning like a whirlwind, resembling a meat grinder, as he swept the scythe in a powerful arc. The Netherwolf was caught off guard, receiving a direct blow from the scythe. It merely let out a muffled grunt, being pushed back half a meter. With only a slight cut gracing its forehead, a mere scratch that would be akin to a band-aid injury in a past life. So resilient? Lu Yuan was taken aback. The Netherwolf, enraged, felt its dignity as the lord of this soul beast forest insulted. Since its ascension 5 centuries ago, its skin had become as tough as iron, impervious to ordinary weapons. Yet now, this diminutive human whelp had managed to inflict a wound upon it. Consumed by fury, it bared its claws and fangs, charging at Lu Yuan like a battering ram. "Every star belongs to me." Lu Yuan, maintaining his high-speed state with the Shadow Step, deftly dodged the Netherwolf's onslaught. He then unleashed the Death Star Demon's scythe, its ethereal blue light transforming into a rectangular attack zone before him, where the azure shadows struck the Netherwolf directly. Subsequently, the Netherwolf's speed diminished significantly, and tufts of its fur began to fall away. With a resounding howl, the battle raged on. The spectral wolf suddenly unleashed a wave of energy, immense in power, yet utterly ineffective as it failed to strike its target. Lu Yuan effortlessly evaded the attack. Following that, in this state of heightened mobility, Lu Yuan relentlessly assaulted the spectral wolf, his strikes interspersed with sweeping blows from his colossal scythe and piercing thrusts of sharp blades. Over the course of more than half an hour, the spectral wolf found itself on the brink of collapse, its massive form marred by countless wounds. Although the creature possessed formidable defenses, every blow from Lu Yuan inflicted minor injuries. Yet, even minor wounds can be perilous, after all. Even a mere scratch can lead to dire consequences. The blood flowing from the countless lacerations had reduced the spectral wolf to a feeble state. It was time. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with determination. For the Empire, with his diminutive frame wielding the Death Star scythe, he transformed into a shadow and penetrated the very body of the spectral wolf. The creature was immediately gripped by unease, and in the next moment, rift of shadows. Within the vast body of the spectral wolf, a small figure, infused with the power of shadows, erupted forth amidst a shower of flesh and blood. Blood and entrails gushed forth like a fountain, and shortly thereafter, the spectral wolf lost consciousness, its enormous body crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar. Lu Yuan stood before the wolf's head, as if the spectral wolf had surrendered to him, akin to a vassal bowing before a future emperor. Chapter 18, Shadow Rend. Originally the ultimate skill of Kayn, possesses immense power. However, unlike in the game, where this skill might spare living beings, the version Lu Yuan wields is a guaranteed lethal technique. Should his target be struck by this skill, it allows Lu Yuan to channel the effects of Shadow Rend into their body, only to erupt forth, sealing their fate. Nonetheless, even this formidable ability has its limitations. It can only be invoked when the target's health reaches a critical threshold. If the target has not been weakened to that extent, unless they are exceedingly feeble, their body will reject the activation of Shadow Rend, preventing it from infiltrating. For instance, had Lu Yuan attempted to unleash Shadow Rend upon the spectral wolf at the outset, the skill would have been unequivocally interrupted. Only when the spectral wolf is on the verge of defeat can Shadow Rend be effectively utilized. Lu Yuan gazed upon the colossal corpse of the netherwolf lying beneath him, as faint yellow luminescent orbs began to coalesce above its lifeless form. The radiant yellow halo emanating from the carcass was strikingly distinct, its brilliance almost dazzling, with a hint of purple interwoven within. This was a soul ring from a spirit beast, on the cusp of transcending a millennium. Even without direct contact, he could distinctly perceive the immense energy contained within. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and gazed at the soul ring, questioning, "Is this indeed the soul ring?" He then declared, "Let us commence." He did not retract the Death Star demon scythe from his grasp, nor did he choose to sit upon the ground and absorb the soul ring through the guidance of his soul power, as his instructor had described in class. Lu Yuan employed a more direct approach. He aimed the Death Star demon scythe directly at the nearly 1,000-year-old netherwolf soul ring before him. The immense soul ring of the netherwolf afforded him no opportunity for response. The yellow halo suddenly contracted, enveloping Lu Yuan's Death Star demon scythe. In the next moment, a surge of searing energy rushed forth, a violent torrent of heat instantly coursing through his body, causing Lu Yuan to tremble violently as his insides felt as if they were ablaze. What a domineering force! The incoming power of the soul ring swiftly baptized Lu Yuan's body, almost as if it sought to annihilate the Death Star demon scythe itself. Were Yu Xiaojing present? He would undoubtedly be astonished, for the soul ring Lu Yuan sought to absorb was at least that of a nether wolf exceeding 890 years in age. According to Yu Xiaojing's own theories, the maximum age of a soul beast that a soul master could absorb was around 400 years. At this moment, the age of the soul ring that Lu Yuan sought to absorb had far surpassed his capacity for acceptance. Such a forceful absorption would merely lead to his own annihilation. Yet, Lu Yuan harbored a different mindset. His breath remained steady, and in his grasp, the Death Star demon scythe shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance. As blue and purple lights intermingled and flickered in a mesmerizing dance, desolation unfurled before his eyes, an endless expanse of corpses spreading forth. With a fierce roar, the terrifying power of the Death Star demon scythe surged, reminiscent of a harbinger of doom and despair, heralding an end to all things. Before the overwhelming and despair-laden aura, all living beings found themselves compelled to kneel, including the spectral wolf soul ring that lay before him. In an instant, the power of the spectral wolf soul ring appeared to be tamed, like a docile creature, its strength dividing into two equal parts. One portion gradually converged upon Lu Yuan, coalescing into a brilliant yellow soul ring that encircled him. The other portion flowed into the golden sphere of the Death Star demon scythe, gradually staining it a deep crimson. Ultimately, the vast yellow soul ring was entirely bifurcated, with one half becoming Lu Yuan's soul ring, while the other half transformed into Aeon, the advanced energy spoken of in the Odyssey of Kayn's universe. Aeon represents a superior form of energy, and Lu Yuan could wield the Death Star demon scythe to plunder the Aeon from living beings, storing it within the scythe itself. Subsequently, he would absorb the Aeon contained within the Death Star demon scythe to elevate his soul power. This was Kayn's method of swiftly advancing his strength within the Odyssey world, slaughtering in every direction, seizing Aeon, and subsequently absorbing vast quantities of it to become the most formidable entity in the cosmos. Lu Yuan is capable of such feats. Thus, as long as he can vanquish them, he is able to absorb the souls of spirit beasts, regardless of their age. Any soul ring power that exceeds the limits of his body will be absorbed and stored as arcane energy within the Death Star scythe. The only consideration is whether Lu Yuan can indeed slay his adversary. Furthermore, with the powers of the Death Star scythe, the divine dragon sovereign, and the night messenger coursing through him, he need not fear the mental onslaught posed by high-level spirit beasts. After all, could the spirits of those slain beasts possess a will more formidable than that contained within the Death Star scythe, the Thunder Dragon, or the Night Messenger? Subsequently, the power of those spirit beasts will transmute into arcane energy, which Lu Yuan can gradually assimilate as his own soul power. Hence, it appears that the capabilities of the Death Star scythe are rather sinister. Lu Yuan expressed otherwise. His martial spirit is ominously named the Death Star demon scythe, which bears the ominous word death and the sinister word demon. It is perplexing to consider it a favorable martial spirit. If it were indeed a commendable martial spirit, it would be aptly dubbed the holy scythe of the star deity. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan does not indulge in wanton slaughter. At least, he refrains from indiscriminately taking lives. As for the plundering of arcane energy, what does he contemplate? To seize such a vast amount of arcane energy, he must be capable of fully absorbing it. He must first assimilate the arcane energy currently stored within the Death Star Demon Scythe before seeking further acquisition. Otherwise, how could he hope to absorb all that energy if he is yet to finish with what he already possesses? With such an abundance of arcane energy, is it feasible for him to absorb it all? This instance already counts as an excessive absorption of soul rings, surpassing his limits by a staggering 400 years of soul beast cultivation, which has been transformed into arcane energy for his future training. It is uncertain how long it will take to fully absorb it. Presently, Lu Yuan senses that his soul power stands at the 14th level, likely due to the inherent status of his 3 martial spirits granting him innate super soul power, further augmented by the excessive absorption of soul rings, elevating him to the next level of soul power. Once he absorbs the arcane energy from the side, he is likely to achieve an 18th level of soul power. With further self-training, he could attain a 20th level of soul power without the need to plunder additional arcane energy. In the future, Lu Yuan will likely opt to hunt soul beasts that far exceed his own age for soul rings, thus acquiring not only high-quality soul rings but also an abundance of arcane energy. After Lu Yuan gathered his thoughts, he suddenly sensed a subtle disturbance in his surroundings. Almost instantaneously, he beheld the soul beasts converging from all directions, their predatory gazes fixated upon the corpse of the nether wolf at his feet. It became evident to Lu Yuan that the sanguine scent emanating from the lifeless body of the ancient beast, nearly a millennium old, had attracted these forest predators. Even though he had absorbed the soul ring of the nether wolf, its remains were still remarkably enticing. However, these soul beasts appeared to harbor a sense of trepidation towards Lu Yuan, the slayer of the formidable creature. With a glance at the corpse beneath him, Lu Yuan wielded his Death Star scythe to carve a neat piece of tender flesh from the wolf's back, before silently departing with the prize in hand. In the next moment, a multitude of soul beasts surged toward the colossal body of the netherwolf, ravenously devouring the flesh of their former sovereign. Chapter 19. The notion that a true protagonist should encounter challenges outside. Lu Yuan distanced himself from the forest, clutching the wolf meat, and then, guided by the map he possessed, he sought the direction of the river. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the riverbank. There, Lu Yuan decided to take a moment to rest, gathering some dry twigs and leaves from the surroundings, and ignited a small fire with a flint. Lu Yuan retrieved his water flask once more, draining the remaining water within it in one swift motion, before proceeding to the riverbank to gather more water, which he then tossed directly into the fire to achieve a high-temperature heating. He then turned his gaze to the piece of wolf meat in his hand. With another flourish of the Death Star scythe, the meat was sliced into 4 elongated strips, utilizing twigs. He skewered the 4 pieces of wolf meat and positioned them near the fire, initiating the process of roasting. His face lit up with excitement as he produced a few bottles of seasoning from behind him: salt, cumin, and soy sauce, 3 modest bottles, yet sufficient to elevate the flavors of his delectable barbecue. He had long envisioned indulging in a jungle barbecue upon entering the soul-hunting forest, and thus had prepared these essential seasonings in advance, ensuring they occupied minimal space in his pack. Opportunities for a satisfying feast are rare, and Lu Yuan resolved to savor this meal by the river before hastily departing the soul-hunting forest to return to Nodding City. After a while, he used the Death Star scythe to retrieve the water flask from the fire, setting it aside to cool. He occasionally turned the roasting meat, eagerly awaiting its readiness. And once it was done, he seized it and devoured it with great delight. Not to mention, the meat of the netherwolf was quite exceptional. Initially, Lu Yuan had harbored some concerns that it might not be palatable. However, upon tasting it, he found it possessed a unique flavor, reminiscent of dog meat from his previous life. With his appetite awakened, Lu Yuan enjoyed the feast even more. After finishing the wolf meat, he opened the now cool water flask and took a refreshing sip. Alas, the absence of cola in this otherworldly realm was a pity. The combination of barbecue and cola would have been even more delightful. Having concluded his meal, Lu Yuan set about extinguishing the fire and preparing to leave. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket to his right, reminiscent of footsteps treading upon the underbrush, yet it seemed to come from a considerable distance away. Lu Yuandong was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, the decree of heaven was bestowed, wielding unparalleled authority. The Death Star scythe materialized in his grasp, and he activated the shadow step, swiftly retreating into the depths of the nearby forest. Lu Yuan quietly awaited the arrival of individuals from the woods that echoed with sounds. He needed to ascertain the situation before deciding how to make his exit. In such circumstances, running about recklessly could very well be the precursor to trouble. Soon, the footsteps within the jungle grew increasingly distinct, and Lu Yuan discerned that there were approximately a dozen individuals. Concurrently, a cacophony of chaotic voices erupted, commanding, "Capture them. Do not let them escape. Kill them. The spirit hall will remain oblivious to this matter." The tumultuous sounds were rife with murderous intent, instantly invigorating Lu Yuan's spirit. The voices became ever clearer, and in the next moment, two figures emerged into his line of sight. Both figures were women, appearing quite lovely, seemingly aged around 13 or 14 years. However, one of them bore a notably pale complexion. A deep, bone-revealing wound marred her shoulder, from which blood flowed incessantly. Despite her desperate attempts to staunch the bleeding, she could not halt the crimson cascade. Lu Yuan observed the woman's wound and marveled at her remarkable willpower. It was astonishing that she had yet to lose consciousness. Were a modern individual to endure such an injury, even an adult would likely succumb to unconsciousness. Another woman was half supporting her injured companion, clearly in a state of spirit possession, seemingly wielding a feline spirit. This enabled her to sprint swiftly despite carrying another person. It was evident that they were being pursued by the owner of the sounds echoing behind them. Upon spotting the river, the woman with the feline spirit anxiously scanned her surroundings, and her gaze fell upon the recently extinguished campfire, still emitting wisps of smoke. In an instant, her heart sank. Had that person departed? Hidden on the opposite side, Lu Yuan comprehended the situation. The smoke emanated from the fire he had ignited for roasting meat, fueled by damp wood, which naturally produced a thick cloud of smoke. The woman had spotted the smoke and hurried towards it, hoping for assistance. Lu Yuan possessed a profound understanding of a woman's thoughts. In the midst of a perilous escape, with her companion's wounds still bleeding profusely, they fled, leaving behind a trail of crimson that would undoubtedly lead their pursuers directly to them. In that moment, Lu Yuan found herself pondering whether this woman was foolish or genuinely steadfast in her loyalty to her companion. If the former, she was truly lacking in wisdom. If the latter, it was a rather lamentable display of virtue. At that juncture, a band of formidable men emerged from behind them, their gazes menacing, mocking their flight. "Why have you stopped? Continue running." This group, numbering around 6 or 7, bore attire reminiscent of mercenaries Lu Yuan had encountered at the periphery of the soul-hunting forest prior to her arrival. "You," the woman with the feline martial spirit exclaimed, her voice trembling yet fierce. "It is a crime to kill indiscriminately as per the edicts of the Spirit Hall. If discovered, you will be hunted down by the enforcement squad of the Spirit Hall." Her words seemed to instill a flicker of trepidation in a few of the men. After all, peace had reigned in Douluo Continent for many years, and the only lawful arena for taking lives was within the confines of the life and death soul arena. Committing murder during times of peace was a grave offense, particularly with the enforcement squad of the Spirit Hall, which could dispatch powerful soul masters like Zhao Wujing to pursue those who took lives in such a manner. Yet these men were mere thugs. Even a small squad from the enforcement team could easily vanquish them. Just then, sensing his comrade's hesitance, the leader's gaze hardened as he bellowed, "Do not forget. These two wretches have witnessed our cruel slaughter of soul beasts." The act of wantonly hunting and abusing soul beasts was expressly forbidden by the Spirit Hall, especially since they had seen the soul bone we obtained. At this revelation, the 6 men's resolve solidified. Indeed, even if the women chose not to report their wanton slaughter of soul beasts, the potential leak of the soul bone's existence posed a significant threat to their possession of it. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, who had overheard this conversation, was taken aback. They possessed a soul bone. It was common knowledge that the soul-hunting forest housed primarily century-old soul beasts, with perhaps 1 or 2 millennium-old beasts at most, alongside creatures like the spectral wolf, which approached the millennium mark. Moreover, the probability of obtaining a soul bone was notoriously low, akin to the rarity of SSR items in certain games, and it was increasingly difficult to obtain soul bones from lower-tier soul beasts. Lu Yuan had just hunted nearly 1,000-year-old nether wolf, which yielded no soul bone, thus illustrating the exceedingly slim probability of a century-old soul beast dropping one, approximately 1 in 10,000. Yet, this band of mercenaries, seemingly devoid of even a great soul master, boldly claimed possession of a soul bone. Suddenly, Lu Yuan recalled the keywords from their earlier conversation: wanton slaughter of soul beasts, brutal killing, and torment. It dawned upon him how this situation unfolded. He gazed at the mercenaries, who, in their frenzied pursuit of a soul bone, had indiscriminately slaughtered century-old soul beasts within the spirit-hunting forest, employing cruel methods to torture the creatures before their demise. The drop rate for soul bones can indeed be enhanced. Soul masters may increase the likelihood of obtaining a soul bone by tormenting and enraging the soul beast prior to its death. This deranged group had succeeded in their heinous endeavor, mercilessly killing a high-quality century-old soul beast and acquiring a soul bone from its remains. Chapter 20. The protagonist must surely engage in a heroic rescue. Soul bones are irresistibly enticing. During his classes at the Nodding Academy, the instructor for combat techniques imparted a crucial lesson. The more rings and bones you possess, the greater your prowess. The fewer you have, the wiser it is to flee. If one has an abundance of soul rings and bones, they can swiftly overpower their opponent's soul master. Conversely, lacking such resources necessitates a hasty retreat. Soul rings require cultivation of soul power and the hunting of soul beasts to obtain. Without sufficient strength, one cannot swiftly accumulate multiple rings. However, soul bones are a different matter entirely. Provided one has enough soul bones, a soul master can absorb several. Particularly, in the realm of Douluo, soul bones cannot be artificially manufactured. They can only be acquired through the natural hunting of soul beasts, rendering them exceedingly rare and valuable. Driven by personal need or the allure of wealth, some have resorted to desperate measures, engaging in the mass slaughter or even brutalization of soul beasts to seize the opportunity to obtain soul bones. What astonished Yuan was that these pitiful individuals, lacking even a great soul master, dared to entertain such notions and ultimately succeeded in acquiring a soul bone. Even if it were a century-old soul beast bone, it is still a soul bone. Let no one underestimate the significance of a soul bone. Yuan's interest was piqued, yet he refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to observe from within the tree trunk. The mercenary leader's eyes gleamed with malevolence as he proclaimed that they should simply eliminate the two girls and leave their bodies here. The soul beast would consume them entirely, preventing the spirit hall from discovering their demise at their hands. The mercenaries behind him exhibited predatory glints in their eyes. The girl with the feline spirit wore a face ashen with fear, while her companion, barely clinging to life, cast a fleeting glance her way, whispering, "Nuan Nua. Don't worry about me. I can't escape. You should abandon me and flee." "No, I will not leave you behind," Nuan Nua insisted, biting her lip with unwavering resolve. This declaration caused Yuan to regard the two girls with newfound respect. Initially, he had thought Nuan Nua's attachment to her companion stemmed from naivety, but it now appeared that their bond was one of profound sisterhood. Nuan Nua was determined to face death rather than forsake her ally. "You fool," the injured girl wept. "I won't let you face this alone. We promised, didn't we?" With tears streaming down her face, Nuan Nua smiled brightly, declaring, "I love you, Jin Rupiing." Instantly, Jin Rupiing's eyes reddened. "Why must you be so foolish, Noa?" Yuan found himself taken aback by this revelation. So it was not merely sisterly affection but rather a romantic bond. These two girls were in love. How astonishing it was to discover that even in the Douluo Continent, there were girls who cherished such relationships. "Humph. Since you have made your choice, prepare to meet your end." The mercenary leader's eyes glinted ominously. In unison, 7 mercenaries shouted. Spirit possession. Most of their spirits were common weapon types: hoe, dagger, kitchen knife, and even a fork, indicating their humble origins as ordinary soul masters with innate soul power barely reaching levels 2 or 3. The leader possessed a slightly more formidable spirit, a beast type that transformed his skin into a coat resembling yellow fur, reminiscent of a large farm dog. All their soul rings were singular and white, a reflection of the typical plight of common soul masters who, lacking the means to hire skilled hunters, could only procure the soul rings of 10-year soul beasts through their own efforts. Individuals like Yuan, who could rely on the strength of their top-tier spirits to hunt century-old soul beasts alone, were indeed rare, let alone someone as extraordinary as Tang San. Ultimately, he decided to intervene and rescue them. Yuan let out a sigh. Ultimately, in his past life, he had been educated with principles of integrity, kindness, and valor. The only consideration was the strength of this group of mercenaries and whether he could contend with them. However, it now appeared that these mere underlings, possessing only a decade-old soul ring, were utterly no match for him. Nonetheless, Yuan pondered for a moment. No, he couldn't reveal his true identity. Then, an idea struck him. He tore a strip of cloth from the bundle on his back and tied it over his eyes. Perish. First soul skill, leaping strike. The mercenary leader activated his white soul ring ability, lunging at Nuo and Jin Rupiing like a rabid wolf. The one chosen by the storm dragon fears no tempest in this world. A voice, majestic as divine thunder, suddenly echoed in Nuo and Jin Rupiing's ears. The next instant, a small figure appeared before them. The mercenary leader's attack, undeterred, crashed toward the child. Dragon's tail. The small figure leaped into the air, delivering a swift kick. Nuo and Jinru watched as a delicate white dragon silhouette materialized midair. The kick, swift as lightning and fierce as thunder, sent the mercenary leader flying. His body, like split bamboo, was hurled 3 or 4 meters back. Boss, a burly man wielding a cleaver soul tool, foolishly attempting to catch his leader, rushed forward. Instead, the impact sent both of them tumbling backward until they collided with a tree. Thud. The mercenary leader's head lolled to the side as he spat blood, collapsing unconscious. The burly man, thick-skinned and not the primary target, only suffered residual force and remained conscious. Now, everyone present could clearly see the newcomer. Nuonuo's gaze sharpened. A small child stood before them, his eyes obscured by a cloth strip, as if born blind. His short, pale hair gave him a sharp, imposing aura. Moreover, his body was covered in scales, the most striking feature being his translucent, azure right hand, crackling with storm-like energy. A dragon's head coiled visibly around his shoulder. Kid, who the hell are you, daring to interfere with our business? One of the remaining 6 mercenaries, gripping an axe soul tool, stepped forward with a snarl. Initially terrified by their leader's defeat, their courage returned upon seeing just a child, and a blind one at that. I'm merely a passing soulmaster. Yuan replied with deliberate mischief. Attack together. Crush this brat. Just as Yuan expected more verbal sparring, the mercenary waved his hand and barked the order. Humph. Evildoers cannot withstand the storm. Yuan recited, channeling the voice of the storm dragon Lee Sin, before charging forward. The first soul skill, led by the mercenary wielding the axe spirit, suddenly radiated a dark gleam as it aimed to strike Yuan. In response, Yuan shimmered with a thunderous light, invoking the blind monk's W skill, the golden bell shield, which would allow him to mitigate some damage. Subsequently, he struck the mercenary with a powerful palm, unleashing a tempest of blows. The blind monk's passive ability activated, and a flurry of punches rained down upon his adversary like droplets of rain. With a resounding thud, the force of his thunderous punches sent the enemy hurtling backward. The mercenary, with his internal organs ravaged by the thunderous might, collapsed onto the ground, spilling blood, uncertain of his fate. At that moment, several others, glowing with the light of their soul skills, encircled Yuan, intent on overwhelming him. Thunderous impact. Instantly, Yuan's right hand, infused with the power of thunder, struck the ground, unleashing arcs of lightning that surged upward, striking all the mercenaries. The electric shock coursing through their bodies rendered their movements paralyzed, and one mercenary, weakened, nearly succumbed to his knees. With a tempestuous fury, Yuan seized the opportunity to unleash a series of relentless attacks on the temporarily incapacitated mercenaries, knocking them unconscious to the ground. A hurricane swept away the world's malevolence. As he withdrew his final punch, the terrifying force of the thunderstorm receded within him. Before him stood 2 girls, their mouths agape in astonishment, gazing at him in disbelief. Chapter 21. It turns out Li Qing's true name should be Yu Tianqing. Even Jinru, who had been on the brink of collapse moments ago, now stared wide-eyed at the diminutive figure of Yuan, astonished. It was the girl named Nua who regained her composure first, expressing her gratitude. She seemed to ponder how to address this child, who was significantly younger than herself, and after a moment's reflection, she simply said, "Thank you for your assistance, dear brother." Yuan shook his head resolutely and proclaimed, "When one is away from home, it is only fitting to lend a hand when witnessing injustice." After a moment of reflection, he added, "My mother has always taught me this." In truth, had Yuan realized he was outmatched by the group of mercenaries, he would have fled without a second thought. The notions of chivalry and heroism were mere facades. What truly captivated him was that coveted soul bone. Upon hearing Yuan's words, the 2 young women understood, and the girl named Nua said sweetly, "Your mother imparts such wise teachings." She then remembered, by the way, "We have yet to introduce ourselves to our benefactor." Nua introduced herself. "I am Nua." Jinru expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, dear brother." "It was merely a small gesture, no need for thanks," Yuan replied graciously. Nua, with a hint of caution, inquired, "May I ask your name, dear brother?" Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "I am Li Qing, the Azure of the Heavens." "Li Qing?" Nua paused, momentarily taken aback. "I had thought you were from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan." "No." Yuan swiftly shook his head, contemplating before asking, "Why did you think that?" seeing your martial spirit. I assumed it was the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, Nuo replied, somewhat surprised, thus I presumed your surname was you. However, despite her words, her gaze remained skeptical. I have no connection to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan. My martial spirit is the Storm Thunder Dragon, Yuan quickly clarified. Yet, his demeanor seemed to raise doubts within Nuo, who, despite her suspicions, chose not to press further. This sister is gravely injured and requires immediate medical attention, Yuan said, observing Zhen Ruping's horrific wounds with a furrowed brow. Nuo awakened to the urgency, noticing Zhen Ruping's faint demeanor. What should we do now? Do you have any healing supplies? We discarded all our belongings in our escape, Yuan admitted truthfully. He had not brought any healing items, relying instead on his ability to convert soul power into restorative energy through Shadow Step. However, he promptly added, but the mercenaries must have some supplies. I shall search their bodies. He hurried towards the fallen mercenaries, rummaging through their belongings until he found the necessary healing ointments. He discreetly brushed past each of their chests, leaving no trace. Nuo, please attend to Ru Ping's wounds first. Yuan handed the healing ointment to Nuo, swiftly and adeptly. Nuo applied the ointment on Zhen Ruping. Meanwhile, while they were distracted, Yuan discreetly placed a small package into his own backpack. Once the wounds were tended to, Yuan surveyed the surroundings and remarked, this is not a suitable place for rest. We must evacuate promptly. Nuo nodded in agreement. Yet her gaze fell upon the unconscious group of mercenaries nearby, and with a hint of concern, she inquired, what will happen to them? Will they not perish? Yuan pondered. These individuals had just attempted to take your lives, and yet you remain concerned for their well-being. Such an altruistic heart. One might speculate that someone like Nuo could produce several relics even when cremated. The probability today is remarkably high. Nevertheless, he reassured, fear not. They have merely been rendered unconscious by my thunderous might. Their slumber may simply be prolonged. Is that so? Nuo inquired. Dear sister Nuo, observe their chests. You can see the rise and fall of their breaths, Yuan promptly replied. Upon inspection, Nuo confirmed this, relieving her worries. Subsequently, she lifted Zhen Ruping in a princess carry and addressed Yuan. Then, brother, let us depart. Very well, Yuan acquiesced, following closely behind Nuo. However, as Nuo turned her back, Yuan discreetly snapped his fingers, conjuring a bolt of azure lightning with the sound. Simultaneously, the thunderous soul power he had previously imprinted upon the mercenaries surged forth, while this lightning might only scorch the surface of a person externally. Within the confines of their hearts, the 7 mercenaries simultaneously let out muffled groans before their heads drooped weakly to one side. In that moment, he whispered, 1,000,000 valiant troops, heed my command. The Storm Thunder Dragon martial soul was instantly dismissed, and the Death Star demon scythe materialized in his grasp. Streams of energy from the mercenaries' corpses transformed into a profound azure hue, flowing into the golden orb of the Death Star demon scythe. Thus, the essence of these 7 low-ranking soul masters was siphoned away. Unbeknownst to anyone, soon the soul beasts of the jungle would arrive, consuming their remains entirely. Just as these mercenaries had once plotted against Nuo and Zhen Ruping, so too had their fate been sealed. Yuan would not leave himself any troubles, nor would he harbor any compassion for such malicious individuals. Well then, my 2 elder sisters, I must take my leave, Yuan said, clasping his fists together after escorting Nuo and Zhen Ruping to the exit of the soul-hunting forest. Aren't you coming with us, little brother? Nuo asked, momentarily taken aback. I have yet to obtain a soul ring, so I must return to hunt soul beasts, Yuan feigned, causing Nuo to ponder carefully. Indeed, she realized that Yuan did not possess a soul ring at that moment. Yet, even without one, he effortlessly defeated those mercenaries, leaving Nuo in awe. However, upon considering the possibilities, she quickly understood. Thank you for your escort, Zhen Ruping said, regaining some clarity and speaking with difficulty. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Though I may not be of much help, I will certainly do my utmost. Nuo echoed her sentiments. I will definitely do so. Yuan nodded in response. In truth, he had been using a disguised identity and had no intention of maintaining any connection with Nuo or Zhen Ruping in the future. With that, he swiftly turned and vanished from their sight. After returning the hand order, Nuo and Zhen Ruping slowly exited the soul-hunting forest under the watchful gaze of the spirit hall guards. At that moment, Zhen Ruping coughed lightly and remarked, That boy, without a soul ring, managed to defeat those first-ring soul masters. His dragon-shaped martial spirit is indeed formidable. Indeed. I initially thought it was the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit, Noa replied. I believe it must be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit, right? Zhen Ruping furrowed her brows. It shouldn't be, Noa shook her head. I have seen the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit, and it does not resemble this one. Moreover, I sense that his martial spirit's aura is even stronger. If Lu Yuan had overheard their conversation, he would have been astounded. A soul master who not only knew about but had also seen the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Spirit, could they truly be simple-minded? Zhen Ruping's expression turned perplexed. Did you notice how he immediately denied my suspicion of him being surnamed Yu and appeared quite anxious? Nua exclaimed excitedly. Moreover, he only mentioned being taught by his mother and never spoke of his father. This revelation prompted Zhen Ruping to consider a new possibility. Exactly. Nua continued with growing excitement. I suspect that Li Qing's father is from the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, and he is likely a powerful soul master. It is said that disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect are quite flirtatious, and perhaps this is how Li Qing's father met his mother, leading to Li Qing's birth. Ultimately, he abandoned them, and from then on, Li Qing took on his mother's surname, harboring a deep resentment toward his father and the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. His Storm Thunder Dragon martial soul is likely not the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon, but rather a mutated martial soul, akin to that of Yu's Lu Erlong. However, it appears that his martial soul may be even more potent in its mutation than Lu Erlong's Fire Dragon martial soul. I even suspect it to be an evolutionary variant. As Zhen Ruping remarked, I can't help but feel a twinge of pity for this child. At this moment, Nua blinked and sighed, commenting on the unfortunate reality that such a gifted individual must venture alone into the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts for soul rings. If he were in the Yu family, should we inform the members of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect? Zhen Ruping immediately suggested. Let us return to Heaven Do City first and find an opportunity to discuss it, said Li Qing's brother. No, it should be Yu Tianqing. How utterly unfortunate for him. Nua nodded in agreement, continuing her thoughts. If Lu Yuan were to overhear their conversation, he would undoubtedly find it both amusing and exasperating for this well-born lad. With both parents present and an untainted lineage, had been mistakenly perceived as an illegitimate child of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Truly, what a colossal misunderstanding. Chapter 22, External Soul Bones. After bidding farewell to Nua and Zhen Ruping, Lu Yuan swiftly dashed into the depths of the jungle. Concurrently, he relinquished the state of the Storm Thunder Dragon martial spirit and tore away the cloth strip from his eyes, discarding it upon the ground. 1,000,000 valiant troops. Heed my command. The Death Star Demon Scythe materialized in his grasp, proclaiming, I am omnipresent. Activating the Shadow Step, he promptly vanished within the verdant foliage. The power of shadows rendered Lu Yuan undetectable amidst the jungle, significantly enhancing his safety. Upon reaching a rather secluded area of the forest, he finally halted, scanning his surroundings. Satisfied that he was alone, he retrieved the beast-repellent powder from his pack and scattered it around himself. This meticulous series of actions underscored his cautious nature. And it was no wonder he exercised such vigilance, for Lu Yuan retrieved another small parcel from his bundle, barely able to contain his anticipation as he unwrapped the crude cloth binding. Within lay an intact right palm bone, its entire structure resembling crimson crystal. Notably larger than a human hand, the robust phalanges and razor-sharp fingertips silently testified that this skeletal remnant once belonged to an apex predator. Lu Yuan found himself at a loss to ascertain the original owner of this skeletal hand, a soul bone of some mysterious beast. However, upon beholding this artifact, an overwhelming ecstasy enveloped him, for this was an external soul bone. Traditionally, soul bones are categorized into arm bones, leg bones, skull bones, and trunk bones. The arm and leg bones, with their pairs, are relatively common, whereas the skull and trunk bones are considerably rarer, making them more difficult to acquire. Generally, skull and trunk soul bones are far less common, and thus hold greater value than their arm and leg counterparts. Furthermore, the age of the soul bone also dictates its worth. For instance, even a skull bone derived from a millennium-old soul beast would not rival the value of an arm bone from a 10,000-year-old soul beast. This only underscores the rarity of a soul bone born from a century-old beast. At this moment, the palm bone in Lu Yuan's hand was an exception, for it was an external soul bone. External soul bones are the most unique and rare type among soul bones, representing a distinct existence apart from the 6 major classifications. Their value is almost comparable to the supreme soul bone's birth, from 10,000-year soul beasts. This rarity stems from the fact that external soul bones possess a remarkable ability to evolve alongside the enhancement of their owner's soul power. Thus, the earlier one absorbs an external soul bone, the better it is. If the likelihood of ordinary soul bones manifesting from soul beasts is 1 in 1,000, the occurrence of external soul bones is even less than 1 in 10,000. This palm bone, unlike traditional soul bones, is undeniably an external soul bone, and its intrinsic flaw of originating from a century-old soul beast diminishes to almost nothing. He had gambled correctly. Yuan felt a surge of excitement and was determined to absorb the soul bone right there. Initially, he had returned merely to examine this soul bone, with no intention of absorbing it. After all, a soul bone from a century-old soul beast was too low in grade for him, as his strength increased. Obtaining soul bones of 10,000 years or even 100,000 years would not be beyond his reach. He had planned to take a glance at the soul bone and then hide it away, intending to sell it at a more opportune moment. However, Yuan had now changed his mind. He resolved to absorb this external palm bone soul bone immediately. Taking a deep breath, Yuan seated himself and pressed the soul bone firmly onto his right hand. Instantly, a searing and intense sensation surged through his right hand. He paid no heed to it, fully aware that this was merely a soul bone from a century-old soul beast, even as an external soul bone. There was no possibility of mishap during absorption. The soul power belonging to the Dead Star Demon Scythe erupted within him, forcefully drawing the soul bone to gradually merge with his right palm. Before the overwhelming force, the external soul bone seemed to acquiesce, and finally, with a muffled grunt, Yuan felt the entire soul bone integrate into his right hand. He was immediately curious about the function of this newly acquired soul bone. With a mere thought, he channeled his soul power into his palm. The external soul bone manifested before him, transforming into a striking crimson gauntlet, sculpted as if from exquisite rubies. The sharp red bones adorned his fingers like armor, tightly enveloping every inch of skin. Yet, upon clenching his fist, the rigid red bones did not hinder the flexibility of his palm in the slightest. He couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Subsequently, Yuan tightened his right fist and swung it against a nearby tree, effortlessly creating a large hole in the trunk without exerting much soul power. His strength had increased by 14%, evidently correlating with the rise in his soul power level, enhancing both his power and the defensive capability of the palm bone. Remarkably, he felt no pain at all, signifying a significant improvement in the defensive strength of his right fist. Not only that, Yuan immediately rose to his feet, infusing his soul power into the soul bone and activating the latent forces within. The destructive flame claw strike. A colossal wave of crimson claw-like energy materialized before him, advancing relentlessly and incinerating the towering trees in its path. And with 1,000,000 valiant soldiers, heed my command, the Death Star's scythe reappeared. As Yuan channeled the shadowy power inherent to it, the corrupting claw strike. Another immense wave of claw-like energy surged forth, this time in a deep azure hue. Exuding an eerie and corrosive aura, it surged toward a massive boulder. Upon impact, the boulder was swiftly eroded, reduced to little more than a fragment. Indeed, Yuan's soul bone, with its accompanying skill, not only possessed the original fiery attribute but could also harness the power of different martial spirits, giving rise to attacks of varied attributes. Chosen by the Thunder Dragon, he feared no tempest of the world. Next, he invoked the Storm Thunder Dragon martial spirit, channeling the power of thunder into the soul bone. The Storm Claw Strike. A swift and thunderous azure-white claw strike emerged, tearing into the ground and leaving a profound imprint of 0.3 meters deep. Following this, Yuan took a deep breath, gathering the chaotic dark power within his grasp. As darkness encroached and despair deepened, the might of the Knight's Herald, Yasuo, suddenly descended, and the dark abyss blade materialized in his hand at his waist. Simultaneously, the power of the Knight infused into the soul bone, unleashing the Night Claw Strike. This time, a wave of claw-like energy, far more terrifying and colossal than the previous three, emerged, subsequently obliterating vast expanses of forest before him. The violent force continued to surge forward, relentless in its devastation. Yuan was momentarily taken aback, for the final strike of the Knight's Claw exhibited a power that was easily more than double that of all the preceding soul bone techniques combined. The might of the Night Messenger indeed surpassed that of the Death Star Demon Scythe Dragon Sovereign. Chapter 23. The choice to join the Spirit Hall, to decline joining the Spirit Hall after absorbing the soul bone and completing a brief period of rest. Night fell promptly. Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless. However, after escorting Nua and Zhen Ping out of the soul-hunting forest and returning, it was already quite late. Therefore, yesterday, he had gone to the Wuhuan Temple in Notting City to obtain the hunting permit for soul beasts and procure some supplies for rest. Today, armed with the permit, he entered the soul-hunting forest directly, after vanquishing an 800-year-old nether wolf and absorbing its soul ring. He encountered Nua and Zhen Ping by the riverside and intervened to save them. After escorting the two women out of the forest, he turned back to absorb an external soul bone. With so many events accumulating, had it not been for Lu Yuan's shadow step, which saved him considerable detours, he would have likely spent an additional day or two in the process of acquiring the soul ring. Now, he considered himself quite swift. Thus, he decided to spend the night within the soul-hunting forest, opting to replace sleep with cultivation. Though he was alone, his strength was comparable to that of a great soul master, and soul masters could indeed forego sleep, using cultivation as a substitute. This way, if a soul beast were to attack, he could promptly awaken from his meditative state and engage the enemy directly. With that, Lu Yuan sat cross-legged, calming his mind and beginning to cultivate while absorbing the arcane energy stored within the Death Star Demon's scythe. The night passed uneventfully, and as the morning light gently caressed Lu Yuan's eyelids, he instinctively stirred and opened his eyes wide in surprise. He felt a significant increase in his soul power within, and with the aid of the arcane energy, his soul power was rapidly growing. Generally, soul masters experience gradual growth in their soul power over time. A single day of cultivation would hardly yield noticeable enhancements. It was akin to a child in the throes of growth, unable to perceive that they were taller today than yesterday. Such changes are evident only over a considerable period. Yet, Lu Yuan was different. He could genuinely sense the elevation of his soul power. If his soul power had been at level 14.0 yesterday, after a night of cultivation, it should now stand at level 14.2. This 0.2 increase in soul power was markedly significant, and thus Lu Yuan could fully appreciate the enhancement. With the arcane energy siphoned from the Death Star Demon's scythe, he could elevate his soul power by 0.2 levels in a single night. If he continued this pattern of cultivation for 4 more nights, his soul power would reach level 15. Should there be no unforeseen circumstances in his future training, he would ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master within a year. Lu Yuan's face was instantly illuminated with delight. Indeed, the Death Star's demonic scythe possessed the formidable ability to seize and enhance one's power through the absorption of aura. It was no wonder that Odyssey Kayn proclaimed that with sufficient aura, he could dominate the entire universe. Continuously siphoning the power of aura, he could truly ascend to become the most powerful being in existence. However, Lu Yuan's expression of joy swiftly turned to one of apprehension, for he realized that this ability, which relied on slaughter to amass power, bore an unsettling nature. He was reluctant to transform into a merciless executioner driven by such means, which undoubtedly resembled the methods of a sinister soul master. Yet, within the timeline of Douluo Continent, sinister soul masters did not exist. There was only a term known as the Fallen. The Fallen were scorned by the Spirit Hall, which exerted every effort to hunt them down. On the Douluo Continent, the Fallen ultimately faced 2 fates, either being directly exterminated by the powerful enforcers dispatched by the Spirit Hall or being sent to a notorious place, the City of Slaughter. However, few who ventured to the City of Slaughter met a favorable end. Most became mere ingredients for the city's infamous concoction, the Bloody Mary. Lu Yuan did not wish to become a despised Fallen One. He shook his head, realizing he could not overly rely on the powers of the energy, lest he ultimately become a puppet of that force. Henceforth, he resolved to conceal this ability as much as possible, aiming to acquire a soul ring from a soul beast far exceeding his own limits during his next endeavor. Having made this decision, Lu Yuan prepared to depart from the soul-hunting forest. As he exited the forest, he returned the hand, which permitted him to hunt soul beasts on behalf of the Spirit Hall, to the captain of the soldiers. This captain was the same one who had been on duty 2 days prior. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, he appeared as though he had seen a ghost. Bewildered by how such a young child could venture alone into the soul-hunting forest and emerge unscathed. However, Lu Yuan paid no heed to their curious gazes. After returning the hand, he left the soul-hunting forest and made his way back to Notting City. He had not forgotten to visit the Spirit Hall in Notting City to assess his soul power and register his cultivation as a soul master, where he received a gold soul coin as the monthly allowance. It is worth noting that Lu Yuan had only 3 silver soul coins provided by his family. After purchasing supplies during his recent venture into the soul hunting forest and covering his expenses at the academy over the past few days, he had nearly depleted 1 silver soul coin. Now, having obtained a gold soul coin, he felt a significant boost in confidence. This gold soul coin would sustain him for the upcoming year, and he planned to return next month for another coin, intending to send this one back home. After all, his sister Lu Qingqing was still growing, and their great-uncle Lu Wu had been very supportive of their family. He could not forget his roots. This gold soul coin would greatly enhance their living conditions. Meanwhile, at the Spirit Hall in Notting City, Su Yuntao and others were utterly astonished by Lu Yuan's remarkable increase in soul power. A soul master who had just obtained their first soul ring had directly advanced 3 levels in soul power. A feat attributed not only to the high-quality soul ring, but also to the substantial soul power he had accumulated through prior cultivation. Lu Yuan explained this, detailing how he absorbed a soul ring from a spectral wolf spirit that had existed for over 5 centuries. The process was so intense that he felt as though his body might burst. Although he endured, the experience left him in a rather uncomfortable state. Upon awakening, he was quite astonished by the fact that his soul power had elevated by 3 levels. Lu Yuan had no choice but to believe, especially considering Matthew's noticeably bright first spirit ring, which clearly exceeded the ordinary luminosity of rings aged merely 200 to 300 years. After receiving the Spirit Master subsidy, as Lu Yuan was about to return to the academy, Su Yuntao once again intercepted him. "Wait a moment, Lu Yuan," Su Yuntao said. "All right, Brother Tao," Lu Yuan replied, harboring a considerable affection for Su Yuntao and thus refraining from turning away abruptly. "I believe your talent is exceptional. Would you be interested in joining our Spirit Hall?" Su Yuntao inquired with a smile. "Joining the Spirit Hall?" Lu Yuan echoed. "Indeed. Become an exclusive Spirit Master of our Spirit Hall." Su Yuntao presumed Lu Yuan was unaware of his intent and continued, "Let me tell you, there are numerous advantages to joining us." Chapter 24. Pros and Cons. Brother Tao. Lu Yuan did not immediately interrupt Su Yuntao's discourse. He patiently waited until Su Yuntao had finished before responding. "I believe I may not be in haste regarding the decision to join the Spirit Hall," he remarked to Su Yuntao. Although Lu Yuan does not harbor any particular animosity towards the Spirit Hall, he presently perceives no immediate necessity to join its ranks. Firstly, one must consider the benefits that accompany such an alliance. He currently holds the esteemed title of a Genius Soul Master, possessing the innate full soul power level and the extraordinary mutated martial soul, the Death Star Scythe. By joining the Spirit Hall under this auspicious identity, he would undoubtedly garner a modicum of attention from the organization. The most tangible benefit available to him would likely be admission to the Spirit Hall's Soul Master Academy. However, the prospect of becoming a disciple of any of the esteemed elders within the Spirit Hall seems rather elusive to him. Despite the intimidating nature of the title of innate full soul power, it is, in essence, not as formidable as it may appear. In this timeline, apart from Lu Yuan, Tang San, Xiaowu, and the yet-to-emerge Oscar, there exists another young soul master with innate full soul power, Feng Xiaotian from the Wind God Academy. Feng Xiaotian is the sole other young soul master, aside from the members of Shrek Academy, to display innate full soul power during the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. His martial soul, the Gale Two-Headed Demon Wolf, is also a mutated martial soul, classified among the finest. It was precisely due to his unique innate full soul power and extraordinary martial soul that he was accepted into the Wind God Academy. However, his mentor is not any renowned title Douluo, but rather, at most, a disciple of the Academy's headmaster, who is a high-ranking soul sage. From this, it can be inferred that possessing an innate full soul power with a top-tier mutated martial soul does not render one as sought after as one might assume. It is not of such high demand that the Spirit Hall would pay significant attention to it, nor would they go so far as to eliminate those who fail to meet their standards. Conversely, when considering Lu Yuan's status as a soul master with innate full soul power and a supreme mutated martial soul, his potential role within the Spirit Hall would likely align more closely with that of a soul master like Yin, a member of the Golden Generation. The ascension of Hulaina and her brother, one becoming the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and the other serving as captain of the Golden Generation, can largely be attributed to their familial ties to the Spirit Hall. Compounded by Bibi Dong's mentorship of Hulaina, Lu Yuan did not believe that, under the sole condition of possessing the Death Star Demon Scythe, he could attain a significant status or privilege within the Spirit Hall. Moreover, he wished to keep the Scythe's ability to siphon off energy for cultivation a closely guarded secret. Certainly, should Lu Yuan reveal his extraordinary talent for dual or even triple martial souls, he would undoubtedly become the focal point of the Spirit Hall's attention, potentially even surpassing Hulaina to become the singular holy son of the Spirit Hall. However, the crux of the matter lies in the substantial risks he would face alongside any considerable benefits. If he were to unveil his dual or triple martial soul prowess, what challenges would he confront? Foremost among these is the imminent threat posed by Tang San's father, the formidable Hao Yinda Tang Hao. Tang San is no benign figure, nor is his father. Upon learning of a dual martial soul prodigy within the Spirit Hall, would Tang Hao remain indifferent? Certainly not. The Spirit Hall would find it exceedingly difficult to ascertain what price they might pay to ensure Lu Yuan's safety in the face of Tang Hao. As the narrative unfolds, it becomes evident that even when Tang Hao wreaks havoc within the Spirit City, he ultimately departs with Tang San and Xiao Wu without facing repercussions. This leads to a disconcerting conclusion. After Tang Hao employs his ruthless tactics to eliminate Lu Yuan, it is unlikely that he would encounter any significant fallout. The fundamental reason for this is that Lu Yuan is an outsider. Compared to the native Spirit Hall Soul Masters, he is merely a foreign entity. Additionally, should he join the Spirit Hall with his dual or triple martial soul, he would inevitably encounter the internal factional strife within the organization. The Orthodox sect, led by the esteemed Limit Douluo and the Grand Elder Qian Daolu, supports the former Pope's illegitimate daughter, Qian Renxue. In contrast, the current Pope, Bibi Dong, leads a faction that backs her. If Lu Yuan aligns with the former, he would find himself subordinate to Qian Renxue, while the latter faction, with no ties to Bibi Dong, would lack the capacity to obstruct Tang Hao's actions. In light of these considerations, Lu Yuan concluded that joining the Spirit Hall would not yield benefits compelling enough to sway him. Rather, it would expose him to public scrutiny and considerable danger. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to provide Su Yuntao with a reasonable explanation, asserting that he preferred a life of freedom and comfort. There were numerous experiences he yearned to explore, knowledge he wished to acquire, and family and homeland he needed to care for. Su Yuntao furrowed his brow, expressing his belief that joining the Spirit Hall would significantly aid Lu Yuan's growth and training. Yet he acknowledged that such an affiliation would likely impose greater responsibilities. Realizing that reason alone would not suffice to persuade him, Lu Yuan stubbornly insisted, "I am still young and do not wish to bear such burdens." Su Yuntao sighed. "Xiao Yuan, the attitude of several bishops from the Spirit Hall towards you is remarkably favorable. They have even made an exception to recruit you under the regulations for talented soul masters. I believe this will prove far more beneficial than allowing you to navigate your cultivation journey alone. Moreover, your family need not worry. Those recruited under the Spirit Hall's talented soul master regulations are permitted to reside in Spirit City. The most crucial aspect is that when you embark on the hunt for soul beasts to obtain your soul rings, the Spirit Hall will dispatch skilled and professional soul masters to accompany you, simplifying the process considerably. But this would mean that I would lack any real experience." Lu Yuan interjected. "All right, Tao Ge, I understand that your intentions are genuinely for my benefit, but my aspirations lie elsewhere. Joining the Spirit Hall would mean being bound and possibly forced to submit to others, which is not something I desire." Alas, Su Yuntao realized he could no longer persuade Lu Yuan and sighed deeply. "Xiao Yuan, regardless of whether I join the Spirit Hall or not, I will always remember the great kindness and grace the Spirit Hall has shown me. When I call you Tao Ge, it is sincere," Lu Yuan said, shaking his head. "Very well, based on your words. Even though you have not joined our Spirit Hall, I will ensure to look out for you in the future," Su Yuntao declared. Lu Yuan smiled, and then said, "Well then, Brother Tao, I shall take my leave." After bidding farewell, Lu Yuan departed from the Spirit Hall of Nodding City and returned to the academy. Chapter 25. The enigmatic Yu Shaojiang having ventured out to hunt soul beasts in pursuit of soul rings, 2 full days had elapsed. Upon Lu Yuan's return to Nodding Academy, it was the morning hours when students were attending their classes, and the atmosphere within the academy was notably serene. Lu Yuan had no intention of returning to class immediately after returning to the academy. After all, even a mature adult would undoubtedly be reluctant to attend tedious and monotonous lectures. However, adults possess a clearer understanding of their aspirations and are willing to endure the dreary process for the sake of achieving those goals. Lu Yuan, a person of clear perception, resolved to spend the morning leisurely wandering around the academy, with plans to return to class in the afternoon. After returning to his dormitory and stowing away his belongings, he began to stroll through the campus. Occasionally, when he encountered some of the Academy's instructors, Lu Yuan would take the initiative to greet them. Nodding Academy boasts a considerable expanse, comparable to the universities of his past life. Upon reflection, the Soul Master Academy indeed resembles a university from his previous existence. Lu Yuan refers to the status of the Soul Master Academy, for in the vast expanse of Nodding City, there exists but a single Soul Master Academy. The standing of this academy is somewhat diminished. If likened to the classifications of universities in the past, it would be akin to a community college. In contrast, a mid-level Soul Master Academy holds a relatively higher status, comparable to a second-tier university. As for the Advanced Soul Master Academy, it would be equivalent to a first-tier or even a double first-tier university. Upon contemplating this, Lu Yuan found himself in a state of bemusement. Ultimately, he had arrived in this alternate realm only to attend a university. It seems that in all corners of existence, the pursuit of knowledge remains paramount. As he pondered while walking, Lu Yuan inadvertently collided with another figure. Fortunately, he sustained no injury, having absorbed the soul ring of the Netherwolf. His physical constitution had significantly improved. He quickly offered his apologies. I'm terribly sorry. It's quite all right. A familiar voice resonated beside him, causing Lu Yuan to look up in astonishment. Yu Xiaojiang stood before him, his expression a mixture of complexity. He genuinely wished to take Lu Yuan as his apprentice. Although Lu Yuan's martial soul, the Death Star Scythe, had evolved from an ordinary scythe martial soul, a transformation that could be deemed common and benign, its lack of research value was overshadowed by the fact that Lu Yuan's martial soul had developed from an ordinary scythe devoid of soul power into a formidable top-tier martial soul of innate full soul power. This extraordinary leap, while not entirely unprecedented, was the first instance of a mutated martial soul of such caliber that Yu Xiaojiang had encountered in nearly a century. He believed that throughout his lifetime, his soul power would never surpass the 30th level, and as a great soul master, his lifespan was destined to be confined within a century. Missing this opportunity, Yu Xiaojiang was uncertain whether he would encounter another martial soul of similar distinction in his lifetime. Thus, he found himself quite enamored with Lu Yuan. However, the latter's reluctance to acknowledge him as a master left Yu Xiaojiang somewhat disheartened. "Aren't you supposed to be attending class?" he inquired, gazing at Lu Yuan. Initially, Lu Yuan contemplated fabricating an excuse about feeling unwell, but he ultimately decided that honesty posed no issue. "I just returned from acquiring a soul ring," he replied. "You obtained a soul ring?" Yu Xiaojiang's brow furrowed in immediate concern. "What kind of soul ring did you acquire?" His inquiry came forth instinctively. Lu Yuan felt a bit awkward. He wondered if Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat unhinged for questioning him about his soul ring upon their first encounter, especially given their lack of familiarity. Yet, he reflected that Yu Xiaojiang had always operated under the guise of being a teacher at the Nodding City Soul Master Academy. Despite his contradictory statements about not considering himself one, Lu Yuan, reluctant to sever their relationship, could only respond helplessly, "It is the soul ring of the Netherwolf. Over 500 years old. Over 500 years? Impossible!" Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, his face draining of color, and he quickly refuted the claim. "I have meticulously studied the growth and failures of countless soul masters. 423 years is the absolute limit for a first soul ring. You cannot possibly absorb a soul ring that is over 500 years old." His emotions flared, and he gripped Lu Yuan's arm tightly. "You're lying, aren't you? This is a deceit." Yu Xiaojiang's distress was palpable. Even as he clutched firmly, Lu Yuan felt a distinct pain in his arm. Upon reflection, Lu Yuan understood the source of Yu Xiaojiang's agitation. His life's work centered on the conclusion that the limit for soul-beast soul rings was 423 years. Surpassing this threshold posed grave dangers, even leading to catastrophic demise. If Lu Yuan spoke the truth, it would undermine Yu Xiaojiang's research, rendering all his efforts null and void. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang fervently wished for Lu Yuan's words to be false. He would even prefer that Lu Yuan's attempt to absorb the first soul ring resulted in his immediate obliteration, rather than having him emerge unscathed after absorbing a soul ring of over 500 years. Lu Yuan was well aware that Yu Xiaojiang's theory held merit. However, it was unfortunate that he had an advantage. The Death Star Demon Scythe possessed the extraordinary ability to convert the unattainable power of spirit rings into arcane energy, storing it within itself. Such a power defied conventional understanding. Thus, Lu Yuan merely displayed a fortunate expression and remarked, "It was merely by chance that I managed to absorb spirit rings totaling over 500 years. Impossible." Yu Xiaojiang's countenance twisted into a menacing grimace, resembling a predatory beast. Do you comprehend that lying is a reprehensible act? At such a tender age, you resort to deceit merely for the sake of momentary boastfulness. Yuan felt a surge of anger at the severity of his tone. He had always harbored little affection for Yu Xiaojiang, and at this moment, he retorted, I am not lying. I have indeed absorbed the soul ring of the Netherwolf for 500 years. Why do you continue to argue? Yu Xiaojiang's chest heaved with indignation, his teeth clenched, as if he were confronting his father's murderer. The theory of maximum soul ring absorption was one of the cornerstones of his lifelong research. He could scarcely bear to contemplate the possibility that Lu Yuan's very existence could dismantle his foundational theory. What would that mean for his other theories, which might be dismissed by the world as mere folly? Yu Xiaojiang had already become a figure of ridicule. Having been mocked all his life for his failed martial soul mutation within the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan, he had staked everything on the painstaking theories he had devoted his life to studying. If his theories were to fail, he would truly become a laughingstock. He absolutely could not afford to fail here. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang was teetering on the edge of madness, or perhaps he had always been a person of obsession. Born into the Blue Lightning Tyrant clan yet burdened with a defective martial soul, he had long been looked down upon by outsiders, which had fostered a deeply radical disposition in him. Even after acknowledging his own shortcomings, he chose to leave his family to venture into the mainland. Later, in his entanglement with Bibi Dong and subsequently Lu Erlong, he consistently adopted the most irrational path, evading the fundamental truths of his circumstances. Now, in relation to his theories, he was once again resorting to the most extreme reaction. Grasping Lu Yuan's arm, he gasped, "You deceitful little brat, still lying at such a young age, attempting to deceive your elders. If you continue down this path, you will surely become a scourge upon the continent. I will petition Dean Yin to revoke your status as a student of the Soul Master Academy." Lu Yuan's anger flared in response. "Do you have the authority to do that?" "I may not possess that authority, but I can request Dean Yin to strip you of your student status." Yu Xiaojiang glared fiercely at him. "Who do you think you are?" Lu Yuan retorted sharply. "Are you not merely a worthless individual with a soul power of only 29? A failure destined to never surpass the threshold of 30, still mired in mediocrity at over 50 years of age?" Lu Yuan was provoked by Yu Xiaojiang's words, stirring a sense of anger within him. After all, in his previous life, Lu Yuan was merely a young man in his early 20s, having not even completed his university studies before being transported to this world. Though he often maintained a calm demeanor and appeared quite mature, he was not entirely devoid of temper. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang insist on expelling him from the academy was enough to ignite his ire. At that moment, the eloquence he had honed as a League of Legends player in his past life surged forth, and he ruthlessly exposed Yu Xiaojiang's pitiful and humble scars. Yu Xiaojiang's complexion turned ashen. "If I were your age, I would have already reached the 14th level of soul power after absorbing my first spirit ring. If I were to remain below level 30 before turning 20, I would be so ashamed that I might take my own life. I fail to understand how someone over 50, still trapped at the 29th level of soul power, dares to call himself a master. You neglect your own cultivation while attempting to instruct others. Your theories are nothing but a disservice to your students. You stubbornly cling to your erroneous beliefs. And even in death, you would still refuse to relent." A relentless stream of sharp, albeit profanity-free, words flowed from Lu Yuan's lips. With each utterance, Yu Xiaojiang's face grew paler, his body swaying as if on the verge of collapse. It would be hard for anyone witnessing this exchange to fathom how such venomous remarks could emanate from the mouth of a seemingly innocent child. "No, my theories cannot be wrong," Yu Xiaojiang protested, his expression increasingly ghastly, yet his gaze at Lu Yuan grew resolute. "Once you are expelled, it will prove your words false and vindicate my theories," he hissed through gritted teeth. His character had always been rather obstinate. Faced with the reality of Lu Erlong being his cousin, he had chosen to flee rather than seek the truth or confront her. Now, provoked by Lu Yuan's revelations, he became even more entrenched in his madness. "Is this how you determine right from wrong?" Lu Yuan's eyes turned colder in response. He had initially believed that, despite their differences, Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San would possess the discernment to distinguish between right and wrong. Had they not interfered with him, he would have had no reason to act against them. After several years of cultivation at the Nodding Academy, Lu Yuan planned to depart from Nodding City and journey to Heavendo City to join a prestigious Spirit Master Academy, allowing them all to pursue their own paths. Although they might occasionally cross paths, they would remain mere strangers, coexisting in peace. Lu Yuan had never contemplated the notion of sabotaging the harmonious relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, despite his skepticism towards Yu Xiaojiang's theories. He would never outright oppose him. For aside from his subjective conjectures, Yu Xiaojiang's other theories, such as the limit of soul ring absorption years, were derived from meticulously gathering data from other soul masters across the continent, as Yu Xiaojiang asserted. 423 years is indeed the upper limit for absorbing the first soul ring, were it not for Lu Yuan's extraordinary abilities that allowed him to largely disregard this limitation while hunting soul beasts for their powers. He too would have adhered to this theory for his own absorption of the first soul ring. Thus, Lu Yuan represented a unique exception. He claimed to have absorbed a soul ring that exceeded 500 years as a necessity, a pretext to disguise the rapid enhancement of his soul power. To prevent any misunderstandings, Lu Yuan even stated that his absorption was a stroke of luck, intending for Yu Xiaojiang to feel validated in his theories, thereby negating the need to adjust the absorption years based on Lu Yuan's atypical case. However, Lu Yuan was taken aback by Yu Xiaojiang's intense reaction to his exceeding the limit, which resulted in an immediate threat of expulsion. This unexpected turn of events perplexed Lu Yuan, for in the original narrative, Yu Xiaojiang had shown far less fervor when Tang San absorbed the 10,000-year soul beast as his soul ring. It was precisely this reasoning that led Lu Yuan to believe that his claim of absorbing a soul ring of over 500 years would elicit no significant response from Yu Xiaojiang. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail, the distinction between closeness and distance. Who was Tang San? He was Yu Xiaojiang's student. Akin to a foster son in the realm of Douluo, the actions of a son are often met with leniency. For Yu Xiaojiang understood that Tang San could not undermine his theories, even if rumors spread. However, Lu Yuan, an outsider who refused to acknowledge Yu Xiaojiang as his master, posed a different challenge entirely. In fact, Yu Xiaojiang's concern that Lu Yuan might potentially disprove his theories made him all the more intolerable. Let us seek out the principal, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, breathless with agitation. Deceiving a mentor cannot go unpunished. I shall insist that the principal expel you. Then let us go. Lu Yuan understood that evasion was futile. As long as he remained at Notting Academy, avoidance would serve no purpose. Should Yu Xiaojiang confront the principal and demand his expulsion, it would matter not whether Lu Yuan was present. It would be far better to face Yu Xiaojiang directly in front of the principal, fighting for a path to survival. The two soon found themselves outside the principal's office. At that moment, Yanshou was inside, cultivating his soul power. As the principal, his responsibilities were relatively minimal. He primarily served as a symbolic figure representing Notting Academy's strongest soul master. This symbolic role was sufficient. There was no necessity for extensive teaching or adept management of affairs. As long as he remained the strongest soul master within the academy, he would rightfully hold the title of principal of Notting City's Junior Soul Master Academy. Principal, are you in there? At that moment, a voice devoid of any respect emerged. Instantly, Yanshou, filled with indignation, ceased his cultivation and opened his eyes. However, his anger quickly dissipated upon realizing the identity of the visitor. It was Master Yu Xiaojiang, a man of little prowess, who could indulge in the luxuries of the academy solely due to his surname, Yu. Yanshou smirked dismissively, but his expression soon shifted. Master Yu, what brings you here today? He inquired. To his surprise, he noticed a small figure behind Yu Xiaojiang. Oh, is it classmate Lu Yuan who has come to see me as well? Yanshou felt an unsettling tension and furrowed his brow, directing his gaze at Yu Xiaojiang. Master, what is the meaning of this? Yu Xiaojiang wasted no time and stated plainly, Director Yan, I am here today regarding a matter of importance. I request that you expel Lu Yuan from the ranks of students at Notting Academy immediately. He stepped forward, seemingly intent on using his presence to compel Yanshou to acquiesce to his demand. Chapter 27, Confrontation, Part 2. What? Yanshou was momentarily taken aback, then quickly turned to Lu Yuan, speaking in a stern tone. Lu Yuan, have you offended the master? Disrespecting one's superiors is an act of filial impiety. You must apologize to the master at once, and this matter shall be put to rest. Although Yanshou's tone was severe, Lu Yuan felt a warmth in his heart. Yanshou was, in fact, defending him, intending to allow Lu Yuan to simply utter an apology to smooth over the incident with Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Yuan was not truly a 6-year-old child. He could naturally discern Yanshou's genuine intentions. No need for that. However, Yu Xiaojiang was unwilling to relent, coldly stating, I must receive a satisfactory answer regarding this matter. Immediately, Yanshou appeared somewhat helpless. He glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, pondering for a moment, before turning his gaze towards Lu Yuan beside him. If Lu Yuan were an ordinary work-study student, Yanshou might have truly dismissed him outright, considering the reputation of the Yu family behind Yu Xiaojiang. However, Lu Yuan is no ordinary student. He possesses an innate and extraordinary martial spirit with full soul power. While such a gift may be overlooked by the vast institution of the Spirit Hall, it is not so easily disregarded by someone like Yin Shou, the principal of a modest junior Soul Master Academy. The potential that Lu Yuan embodies is boundless, and they would not dare to offend a student of such promise. In fact, Yin Shou has developed an admiration for Lu Yuan's talent. Thus, he endeavored to defend Lu Yuan in front of Yu Xiaojiang, hoping to smooth over the situation. Lu Yuan, do tell what you did to incite such anger in the master. Yin Shou sighed, preparing to understand the entire situation. Lu Yuan had lied, claiming he absorbed a soul ring from a soul beast over 500 years old. Wasn't this spreading misleading information? Yu Xiaojiang argued logically that if other students believed Lu Yuan's words and sought their first soul ring from soul beasts of such age, it could lead to their demise. I did not lie. I absorbed a 500-year-old nether wolf soul ring, which is why my soul power has increased so significantly, Lu Yuan insisted, unable to concede to Yu Xiaojiang's assertion. Even if he were lying, he had actually absorbed a soul ring from a nether wolf that was nearly 900 years old. How could that be? Throughout my extensive studies on soul ring theory, I have never encountered a case where someone absorbed a 500-year-old soul beast as their first soul ring. Yu Xiaojiang retorted sharply. Just because you have not seen it does not prove it does not exist. Lu Yuan shot back defiantly. Silence. How dare you contradict your superior? Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, nearly beside himself with fury. You wish to expel me and expect my silence while you presume to be my mentor. Lu Yuan was incensed by such shameless reasoning. Yu Xiaojiang resembled those keyboard warriors from his past online debates, utterly convinced of his correctness and intolerant of any dissent. Despite his lack of justification, he sought to silence others, believing that doing so validated his own claims. You, a student of such despicable character, cannot remain here without tarnishing the school's reputation. This disrespect towards teachers must not be tolerated. Yu Xiaojiang, struggling to counter Lu Yuan, attempted to prompt Yin Shou to speak. At that moment, Yin Shou cleared his throat and interjected, indeed, Master has a point. Generally, we advise our students to hunt soul beasts aged between 10 to over 100 years for their first soul ring. Indeed, Yin Shou harbored no favoritism towards Yu Xiaojiang. Rather, he merely conveyed the guidance offered by the Nodding Academy. As a junior soul master institution, the academy caters to students with relatively modest innate talents. In terms of soul ring absorption, the institution emphasizes prudence, prioritizing safety above all else. Furthermore, the majority of commoner students venture into the soul hunting forest alone or with a few peers who have similarly attained a soul power level of 10. This makes them more equipped to confront soul beasts of a decade or slightly over 100 years, which pose comparatively lesser threats to their lives. Of course, those endowed with exceptional talent or noble lineage may choose to absorb soul beasts of greater age. Nevertheless, even among those soul masters lacking extensive research on their first soul ring, caution prevails. They typically opt for soul beasts no older than 300 years for hunting and absorption. It is unthinkable for them to consider beasts exceeding 500 years, let alone the 400 years advocated by Yu Xiaojiang. The risk of exceeding one's physical limits during absorption could result in catastrophic consequences, and the loss of life is an unbearable sacrifice for the sake of a single soul ring. After Yin Shou articulated his perspective, Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor intensified. But I was unaware of this, and in that moment of urgency, when the nether wolf attacked me, I had no choice but to kill it and absorb its soul ring. Lu Yuan interjected, feigning a stutter. It is a fact that I absorbed a 500-year soul ring. I am not lying, and how is this related to the Academy's recommendations? Lu Yuan continued, presenting a compelling argument. He first clarified his ignorance of the Academy's advice, then recounted the necessity of his actions in self-defense, culminating in the assertion that his absorption of the 500-year soul ring bore no relation to the Academy's counsel. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes flared with indignation, resembling a furious soft-boned rabbit, appearing as a destructive invasive species. All right. Yin Shou remarked with a hint of exasperation. Master, perhaps we should let this matter rest? This child has not committed any heinous act. Lu Yuan pondered that in Yu Xiaojiang's mind, he had utterly overturned the latter's theory of the maximum absorption of soul rings, a transgression far more heinous than the slaughter of a city. This cannot persist. If such misguided notions continue to proliferate, everyone will surpass the 423-year limit on soul beasts for absorbing their first soul ring, which could lead to disastrous consequences. Yet, Yu Xiaojiang appeared to be possessed, persistently clinging to his beliefs. He had only absorbed a 420-year-old soul beast as his first soul ring, yet he lied, claiming to have absorbed a soul ring from a beast over 500 years old. Yu Xiaojing exclaimed in anger. What if I can prove that I absorbed a soul ring from a beast over 500 years old? At that moment, Lu Yuan stepped forward and boldly challenged him. Chapter 28, Confrontation, Part 3. Oh, can you provide proof? Yin Shou nodded in response. The contention between you and the master revolves around the soul ring you absorbed. If we can ascertain the age of that soul ring, we can resolve this dispute. However, Yin Shou paused. But how will you prove it? I am the proof, Lu Yuan declared. Director, do you possess a soul power testing crystal? Naturally, Yin Shou affirmed, then gestured with his left hand, revealing a shimmering blue soul power testing crystal that appeared in his grasp. The soul guide device, Yin Shou's right wrist bracelet, served as a storage-type soul guide. Upon reflection, although soul guides were rare in the timeline of Douluo, it was unlikely that even a mid-level soul master of Yin Shou's caliber would lack one. In a remote and inconsequential place like Notting City, soul kings and soul emperors were figures that ordinary people would scarcely encounter in a lifetime. How will you demonstrate this? Yin Shou inquired, though he had begun to grasp Lu Yuan's intent. Still, he maintained a calm smile. My soul power level serves as proof. Lu Yuan placed his hand upon the soul power testing crystal. Unlike the inferior soul power crystals used by Su Yuntao to assist commoners in awakening, Yin Shou's crystal could accurately measure a soul master's power. As Lu Yuan pressed his hand against the crystal and infused it with his soul power, the crystal emitted a gentle glow, displaying a number. Level 14 soul power. It is due to my fortuitous absorption of this 500-year soul ring, combined with my accumulated trainings, that I have attained level 14 soul power after absorbing my first soul ring, Lu Yuan proclaimed, casting a glance at Yu Xiaojing. Instantly, Yu Xiaojing turned pale, exclaiming, No, it's impossible. Yet, deep down, he began to entertain the possibility of Lu Yuan's assertion otherwise. Even if he had absorbed a soul ring at the theoretical limit of 423 years, he would only have reached the peak of level 11 soul power, just shy of advancing to level 12. Nothing is impossible. Lu Yuan scoffed, remarking that just a couple of days prior, he had witnessed Tang San engaged in a dispute with other students within the academy. Despite having acquired his first spirit ring, Tang San's spirit power still remained at the 11th level, did it not? Given your arrogance, you must have selected a spirit beast nearly 400 years old for him to absorb, correct? At this juncture, Lu Yuan, emboldened by reason, insisted that absorbing a spirit beast aged under 400 years would not elevate one's spirit power by even a single level, and thus Tang San would remain at the standard 11th level. Pray tell, how then did my spirit power ascend by 3 levels to reach the 14th? It must surely be the result of absorbing a spirit ring far exceeding the norm, perhaps one from a 500 or even 600-year-old spirit beast. Yin Shou, with a smile, concluded this matter. Yu Xiaojing appeared to share this sentiment, unable to counter the argument, standing pale and silent. However, Yin Shou swiftly shifted his tone, his expression growing grave. Despite Lu Yuan's correctness in this instance, your defiance against a mentor is ultimately unbecoming of a student of Nuoding Academy. Therefore, you are to apologize to Master Yu Xiaojing, and I shall impose an additional penalty upon you. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. How could it be that he was in the right, yet still required to apologize to Yu Xiaojing and face punishment? He cast a glance at Yin Shou, unable to believe that the very person who had consistently defended him would now impose a penalty. Could it be that Yin Shou was compelled to bow to the influence of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, which stood formidable with its numerous soul emperors and soul saints? Indeed, it was reasonable for a mere soul king like Yin Shou to feel intimidated by the might of such a vast sect. Yin Shou's voice continued, Lu Yuan, your punishment is that, in addition to the responsibilities you originally had regarding the student workers cleaning the garden, you must also tidy up. He paused momentarily. My office. You will come to my office every day after class to clean for a duration of 1 month. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, before lifting his gaze towards Yin Shou. Yin Shou, however, offered him a brief smile before his expression turned serious once more. Lu Yuan, do you accept the punishment I have imposed upon you? He said in a solemn tone. I accept my punishment, Lu Yuan replied submissively. Since you accept your punishment, why do you not apologize to Master Yu Xiaojing? Yin Shou indicated with a look. Lu Yuan was quite cooperative, promptly approaching Yu Xiaojing and sincerely apologizing, I am sorry, Master. He would not feign reluctance or appear insincere when expressing his regret, intending to spare Yin Shou any discomfort. However, the sincerity of this apology was evident to all present. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, and with Yin Shou having reached a conclusion on the matter, Yu Xiaojing found himself at a loss for words. Master, are you satisfied with today's resolution? Yin Shou inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded Yu Xiaojing. The true purpose of Yu Xiaojing's visit had been to leverage his authority as the principal of Notting Academy to expel Lu Yuan from his student status. Yet, Lu Yuan was not expelled. He had merely offered an apology and received a rather insignificant punishment. How could Yu Xiaojing possibly be content with such an outcome? Nevertheless, he had nothing more to say at that moment, simply waving his sleeve and departing, seemingly unwilling to converse further with Yin Shou, showing him no regard whatsoever. Yin Shou, however, appeared accustomed to such behavior and could only shake his head in resignation. Thank you, Principal, for your assistance today, Lu Yuan expressed earnestly and precisely after Yu Xiaojing had left. It was clear to any discerning observer that Yin Shou had taken Lu Yuan's side. Otherwise, given Yu Xiaojing's stature, expelling Lu Yuan would have posed little challenge. Yin Shou had repeatedly defended Lu Yuan, downplaying the severity of the situation, until ultimately, under Lu Yuan's compelling arguments, he decisively concluded that Lu Yuan was innocent. Furthermore, he had symbolically required Lu Yuan to apologize to Yu Xiaojing and imposed a punishment that was neither too harsh nor too lenient, leaving Yu Xiaojing with no retort. No need for that. You were never in the wrong, Yin Shou replied, now devoid of any reservations following Yu Xiaojing's departure. Then, Principal, I shall take my leave now. As I have no further matters to address, Lu Yuan stated, preparing to exit. At that moment, however, Yin Shou cheerfully interjected, wait a moment. I have some matters I wish to discuss with you. Please stay for a while. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Yin Shou, observing him, chuckled and remarked, if you leave like this, the soul bones on your body will be easily noticeable to others. Lu Yuandong was instantly taken aback. Chapter 29. The Angel Investor of Douluo Continent, Yin Shou. Lu Yuan instantly became vigilant towards Yin Shou, for he possessed a soul bone. A soul bone, indeed, could incite immense greed among many, as evidenced in the original narrative where even a soul sage like Shun Yin succumbed to the allure of a soul bone. Intent on eliminating Tang San. It is worth noting that the conflict between Tang San and Shun Yin was not solely due to the soul bone, but also stemmed from the enmity Tang San had unwittingly fostered. A single soul bone can attract the covetous gaze of a soul sage. Thus, for a soul king like Yin Shou, it is undoubtedly a source of temptation. Rest assured, I harbor no intentions towards your soul bone, Yin Shou remarked with a bemused shake of his head. At that moment, Lu Yuan noticed that a layer of soul power seemed to envelop Yin Shou's office, creating a barrier. My soul power temporarily isolates the sounds within this space. Unless someone enters or an individual with greater soul power approaches from outside, our conversation remains unheard. Yin Shou explained, casting a glance at Lu Yuan. Please, take a seat here. We have much to discuss, Yin Shou said with a warm smile, gesturing towards the sofa in his office. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment, yet ultimately chose to place his trust in Yin Shou. He found himself exceedingly vulnerable. Despite possessing the powers of Odyssey Kayn, the Dragon Lord, and the Night Messenger, these abilities could not be fully realized due to his low soul power level. Had he been confronted by a weakling like Yu Xiaojing, he might have had a chance to escape. However, he was up against Yin Shou, whose true strength remained a mystery to him. Yet, Lu Yuan was aware that Yin Shou was the most formidable soul master at Notting Academy. A soul master of such caliber would surely be at least a soul zone, wouldn't they? What chance did a soul master stand against a soul zone? Perhaps none at all. Furthermore, Lu Yuan considered that since Yin Shou had adopted a demeanor of negotiation and had shielded their conversation from external eavesdropping, declaring his lack of interest in Lu Yuan's soul bone, it was reasonable to choose to trust him, especially in light of Yin Shou's previous efforts to protect him. Lu Yuan nodded slightly and then settled onto the sofa opposite Yin Shou. At this moment, Yin Shou appeared quite amiable. Placing a couple of tea sets from the table in front of the sofa and pouring a cup of exquisite black tea for Lu Yuan, he then presented some pastries before Lu Yuan. Enjoy, for you are still young and at the prime age for growth, Yin Shou said with a warm smile. Lu Yuan felt that before Yin Shou, he was merely a fledgling, easily manipulated. Naturally, the red tea and pastries offered by Yin Shou could not be anything as mundane as a soporific brew. He promptly lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. How is it? My tea is exquisite. Isn't it? Yin Shou inquired with a smile, stroking his beard. Indeed, the director's tea is truly delightful, Lu Yuan replied earnestly, offering his sincere praise. Just so, Yin Shou nodded in approval. After a moment of silence, Yin Shou maintained his composed demeanor, unhurried and at ease. While Lu Yuan found it increasingly difficult to emulate such tranquility, Lu Yuan decided to take the initiative. He glanced at Yin Shou and said, "Director, I apologize. But may I inquire how you discern that I possess a soul bone?" Yin Shou chuckled softly. "Isn't it rather evident? Firstly, it is your soul power." He took a sip of the red tea in his hand and began to analyze slowly. "You are absolutely correct. If one were to absorb a soul ring of ordinary age, even a low-ranking soul master would find it impossible to elevate their soul power so dramatically in a short span. The leap from the expected 11th level soul power to the 14th level soul power represents an enormous disparity of 3 levels. Indeed, absorbing a soul ring from a soul beast of considerable age may allow for a sudden increase in soul power. However, such an enhancement could typically range from 1 to 2 levels at most, making a 3-level increase exceedingly rare. Therefore, I surmise that the reason for your soul power's elevation extends beyond merely absorbing a 500-year-old soul ring. The 3-level disparity implies that, even if you had diligently cultivated your soul power prior, the absorption of an extraordinary soul ring alone could not account for such a significant increase. Consequently, the only other plausible explanation is, as you articulately stated, the soul bone. This is the sole possibility I can conceive. Furthermore, Yin Shou continued with a smile, it appears that your integration with the soul bone is not entirely complete. At least, I can sense a subtle force emanating from your right hand, an energy that seems not to fully harmonize with your own. This sensation was quite obscure to me, leading me to question whether it was merely an illusion. However, your prior demonstration to verify the age of your absorbed soul ring through a live test of your soul power has assured me that my instincts were indeed correct. It is precisely for this reason that I can confidently assert, you have absorbed a soul bone. Lu Yuan was momentarily speechless, a mixture of amusement and exasperation washing over him. He never anticipated that the extraordinary rise of his soul power by 3 levels after absorbing a soul ring would lead Yin Shou to conclude that he had absorbed a soul bone. In truth, his soul power was purely a result of the formidable strength granted by his 3 martial souls, a natural endowment. Until he acquired his first soul ring, his soul power had consistently been shown as level 10, but upon obtaining the first soul ring, his innate power fully manifested. At this juncture, Lu Yuan had no choice but to concede. All right, yes, Dean, I did absorb a soul bone. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yin Shou interrupted him sternly. How can you casually disclose something like a soul bone? Remember, this is a secret that only you should hold. But Dean, you are not. Lu Yuan paused, bewildered. I merely know that you possess a soul bone. As for its specific type or quality, I am unaware and cannot know, Yin Shou replied, clearing his throat. In that moment, Lu Yuan grasped the underlying truth. Although Yin Shou claimed to have no interest in his soul bone, he was, in fact, suppressing his desires, forcing himself not to harbor any intentions toward Lu Yuan. This revelation eased Lu Yuan's anxiety. Yin Shou's restraint indicated that he was not devoid of desires, nor was he a hypocritical figure cloaked in propriety. His suppression of longing was driven by ulterior motives. At this moment, Yin Shou performed an act that astonished Lu Yuan. He removed the soul guiding device from his right hand and, with a push of his soul power, sent it toward Lu Yuan. Where the soul guiding device? Its waves can obscure the vibrations of the soul bone that belong to you, Yin Shou instructed, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan. At the very least, soul masters below the soul sage rank will be unable to detect the vibrations associated with your soul bone. Why is this, Dean? Lu Yuan exclaimed, his mouth agape. Yet he hesitated to take the soul guiding device, instead turning to Yin Shou for clarification. You may consider my actions as an investment, Yin Shou replied earnestly, locking eyes with Lu Yuan. I must return to my hometown today to handle some matters, and it appears I will not be back in time tonight. If there is no update today, please do not take offense. Chapter 30. The deal is sealed. Investment. Lu Yuan was taken aback, suddenly comprehending the implications. Then what must I do? What more can you offer me? Lu Yuan was quite straightforward. He preferred to believe in transactions that were clearly defined, such as those offered by Yin Shou, rather than in the nebulous nature of unreciprocated goodwill. Moreover, he firmly adhered to the principle of equivalent exchange. What one invests, one reaps. Every action and consequence is predetermined. Yin Shou had not anticipated Lu Yuan's candidness. He had assumed he would need to employ considerable persuasion to elucidate the concept of trade to a mere 6-year-old. However, it appeared that the farmer's child was rather precocious. With a sudden understanding, Yin Shou smiled and introduced himself, stating, Allow me to clarify my position first. I am Yin Shou. the principal of the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, possessing the martial soul of the Fiery Bow and a battle spirit rank of 56. Fiery Bow? Lu Yuan was on the verge of exclaiming, though I am advanced in years, my arrows still bear sharpness. Or perhaps, though I am aged, I could still lead a myriad of troops. However, he quickly realized that Yin Shou's martial spirit, the Flame Bow, was indeed a bow imbued with the essence of fire. This, of course, represents the identity that you are currently familiar with. Yin Shou, oblivious to Lu Yuan's unusual reaction, continued with a smile, saying, my other identity is that of a direct descendant of the Flame General of the Tiando Empire, hailing from the Yin family of Tiando City. The Yin family of Tiando City? Lu Yuan pondered, having never encountered this name in the original text. Surely, they were not mere cannon fodder. Our family has guarded the Tiando royal family for over 5 centuries, boasting a prestigious lineage. Our ancestor, the Flame General, was a formidable title Douluo. Regrettably, Yin Shou's expression turned somber. After our ancestors' passing, the descendants of the family have proven inept. It is needless to say that we have not produced a title Douluo since, and even a soul Douluo has yet to emerge. He let out a bitter laugh. It is precisely for this reason that my family has gradually fallen into decline, drawing the attention of countless former enemies who now seek to obliterate us. Lu Yuan felt a wave of dismay wash over him. The notion that a once noble family of title Douluo generals was on the brink of annihilation at the hands of adversaries seeking his assistance seemed utterly absurd. How can you even utter such an outrageous request? He thought. Fear not. Yin Shou, noticing the expression on his face, said with a hint of resignation, I do not expect you to save our family immediately. Though the Yin family may be in decline, we still have a few esteemed soul saints among us. I merely hope that you might assist us in the future. It is not just you. Our family has recently supported numerous talented commoner soul masters. We find ourselves in a dire situation. Lu Yuan pondered. Are you not casting a wide net in hopes of catching a great fish? Yet, this strategy is indeed reasonable. After all, it is impractical to place all bets on a single individual. However, the Yin family, once a prestigious titled Douluo clan, now finds itself devoid of even a single soul Douluo, possessing only a handful of soul saints, which is truly lamentable. It is no wonder that the Yin family is scarcely mentioned in the original narrative. They are simply unworthy. Given that Tang San faces formidable adversaries like the Spirit Hall upon completing the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, their future enemies and allies regard soul saints as mere foot soldiers. The entirety of the Yin family's forces amounts to just a few minor soldiers, thus rendering them unworthy of recognition. Our descendants of the Yin family, lacking in capability, can only pin our hopes on outsiders. This is our misfortune. Yet it is your fortune. At this moment, Yin Shou remarked, our esteemed ancestors still have 30 years of life left. Once they pass on, those enemies in the imperial court of the Heavenly Do Empire will seek to obliterate our Yin family. Therefore, we hope that you talented soul masters can evolve into soul emperors within these 30 years to assist us. But is a soul emperor truly sufficient? Lu Yuan inquired curiously. Sufficient indeed, Yin Shou replied with a smile. A soul emperor in their 30s possesses far more intimidating presence than a soul saint over a century old. Lu Yuan contemplated this, acknowledging the truth in it. A soul emperor in his 30s undoubtedly possesses the potential to advance further, perhaps even to ascend to the rank of a soul Douluo, in a realm where titled Douluos represent the pinnacle of combat prowess, often serving as the ultimate trump cards of the prominent families and sects. A soul Douluo can indeed stand as the commander of a nation or the leader of a sect, reflecting upon the illustrious 7 great sects of the Douluo Continent. Among the lower 4 sects, aside from the leader of the Holy Dragon sect, Tuobashi, who is a title Douluo, the strongest among them, Huyan Jun of the Elephant Armor sect is merely an 87th level soul Douluo. Hence, Yin Shou's assertion that it suffices rings true. Should Lu Yuan truly ascend to Soul Emperor in his 30s, leveraging the resources and connections amassed by the Yin family, he could undoubtedly extricate them from perilous situations. Understood. Lu Yuan nodded, finding no difficulty in this endeavor, for his original ambition was even more audacious than becoming a Soul Emperor at 30. He aspired to break through to Soul Sage before the age of 16. What significance does a mere 30-year-old Soul Emperor hold? So, what sacrifices have you delineated? And what can you offer in return? At that moment, Lu Yuan nodded and gazed earnestly at Yin Shou as he spoke. What we can provide is the safeguarding of your growth, as well as the support for your subsequent training and living expenses, including the protection of your family. Yin Shou replied with a smile. And, of course, The most crucial aspect is, what is it? Lu Yuan inquired, intrigued. The Yin family will assist you in ascending to the upper echelons of the empire, Yin Shou declared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Once you complete your studies and training, we can arrange for you to enter the military, the city, or even the imperial palace. You will rise to become a grand noble of the empire, commanding power beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. Is that so? Lu Yuan appeared unfazed on the surface. Isn't this what you desire? Yin Shou asked with a smile. To have a million-strong army heed your command with a mere word, for the forces of 1,000,000 to obey your orders is, in truth, not a daunting task for the Yin family. Lu Yuan thought to himself, you have truly misunderstood. This is not something I wish to express, but rather a mere consequence of my unique ability compelling me to recite these lines. The prerequisite is that you possess the requisite strength, achieving the levels of Soul Sage or even Soul Douluo. Yin Shou continued. Understood. Lu Yuan replied, maintaining his composure. Yin Shou furrowed his brow. What is it? Are you not satisfied? No, I am quite pleased, even immensely grateful, Lu Yuan responded with a smile. Then, Yin Shou narrowed his eyes. The deal is struck. Lu Yuan eagerly devoured the delicacies on the table, mumbling indistinctly through a mouthful. Excellent, Yin Shou chuckled. As for this soul guide device, I shall accept it. Lu Yuan shook the exquisite soul guide bracelet that Yin Shou had placed before him. No problem. It was originally meant for you. Yin Shou nodded. Should I retrieve the contents within to return to the dean? Lu Yuan glanced at him, inquiring. No need. Yin Shou waved his hand dismissively. Consider the contents as your sponsorship. There are indeed valuable items within, such as cultivation methods and various tomes from the Soul Master community. All right, thank you. Lu Yuan said nothing further and donned the bracelet on his left wrist. Now, you should return. Yin Shou promptly dismissed him. Lu Yuan shrugged and said, all right, Dean. After a brief pause, he expressed his gratitude for the hospitality. He then turned to leave the office, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. Yin Shou shook his head, his gaze becoming distant, hoping that this decision would prove to be the right one, for the Yin family must not face decline and demise. Chapter 31. The Legend of Star Eclipses. Once Lu Yuan departed from Yin Shao's office, he curiously glanced at the soul-guiding ring adorning his right wrist. This soul-guiding ring appeared to be meticulously crafted from crystal, radiating a silvery hue. The crystal was exquisitely carved, featuring a pair of wings resembling those of swans and a long bow embellished with scales, forming a semicircle that seamlessly merged together. The silvery ring was not entirely closed. Rather, it possessed a deliberate gap. Remarkably, this soul-guiding ring exhibited a degree of flexibility unlike the crystal rings Lu Yuan had encountered in his previous life. It could be tightened around the wrist through the gap, making the ring that originally fit Yin Shao perfectly suitable for Lu Yuan as well. Lu Yuan was profoundly intrigued by the concept of soul-guiding devices. He promptly followed the method outlined in the original text, channeling his soul power into the device. At the moment his soul power was infused, Lu Yuan felt as though his consciousness had transcended into a virtual space, approximately 1 cubic meter in size. Instantly, a wave of disappointment washed over him. A soul-guiding space of merely 1 cubic meter was inadequate for concealing a body after a murder. While it was not entirely impossible, it would undoubtedly be cumbersome, necessitating the body to be contorted and cramped. However, considering the circumstances, it was understandable that the son of Yu Shaojiang, the esteemed leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, could only acquire a soul-guiding device with a storage capacity of 24 cubic meters. Yin Shou, being merely a soul king, belonged to the so-called General of Blazing Fire family, which, despite its status as a titled Douluo family, was not particularly formidable. The ancestral General of Blazing Fire, when evaluated against the overall strength of the Heaven Do Empire, could at most be likened to individuals such as Tuoba Shi or Dugu Bo, both of whom were merely 91st rank titled Douluo. A family of 91st rank titled Douluo was hardly impressive in the face of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Moreover, the Yin family had experienced a prolonged decline, making it implausible for them to possess an abundance of valuable items. Thus, receiving a soul-guiding device with a 1 cubic meter storage capacity from Yin Shou was indeed a pleasant surprise. What mattered most, however, were the contents within. Lu Yuan immediately employed his consciousness to explore the items stored within the bracelet. To his astonishment, a golden card materialized in his hand with a swift motion. The card bore the number 500, indicating that it was a golden card containing 500 gold soul coins. Lu Yuan gasped. This contribution would certainly warm the entirety of the Douluo Continent. Since his arrival in this world, He had never encountered such a substantial sum of money. In fact, not even in his previous life had he ever seen so much wealth. Consider this. In the Douluo Continent, 1 gold soul coin equates to 10 silver soul coins, which in turn equals 100 copper soul coins. A single gold soul coin suffices to support a typical family of 3 to 4 for 4 to 5 months of normal expenditures. Translating this into his former life. Assuming the minimal cost for sustenance represented the living expenses in the Douluo Continent, a family of 4 would consume over 60 yuan daily, summing to about 2,000 yuan monthly at the very least. Over 5 months, that amounts to 10,000 yuan. Thus, 1 gold soul coin equates to 10,000 yuan, meaning that 500 gold soul coins translate to 5 million yuan. Lu Yuan's family in his previous life was merely a struggling middle-class household, having never even laid eyes on 5 million. Indeed, as a direct descendant of the esteemed Douluo family, Lu Yuan could not help but marvel. If the Yin family from Tiando City is already this affluent, one can only imagine the immense wealth possessed by the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, renowned as the wealthiest in the world. As Lu Yuan continued to examine the items left behind by Yin Shou, he discovered a plethora of possessions, intricate and diverse. In addition to the gold soul coin card, there were several books, a few soul power testing crystals, 2 finely crafted steel longswords, and several empty boxes for storage. Scattered within were also various gold, silver, and copper soul coins, reflecting a rather mundane lifestyle. Fortunately, Yin Shou had refrained from including any personal items, such as clothing or underwear, which would have been rather awkward. The remaining contents, when compared to the valuable 500 gold soul coin card, appeared relatively insignificant. Yet, for Lu Yuan, this collection constituted a veritable fortune, particularly the numerous books, which he urgently needed to enhance his knowledge. It is truly indicative of the noble status of soul masters. Even a casual offering of a soul guide device is imbued with such wealth, with items worth hundreds of gold soul coins freely given without a hint of regret. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan basked in the delight of having received a gold soul coin subsidy from the Spirit Hall upon his promotion to Soul Master, oblivious to the fact that, in the eyes of others, this single gold soul coin might be worth less than 100th or even 1,000th of what they possessed. It is evident that, regardless of the world, the chasm between the affluent and the impoverished remains astonishingly vast. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, then casually tucked the golden card back away. By the way, should I give this bracelet a name? He scratched his head, recalling how Tang San had named his soul guide, and an idea sparked in his mind. With newfound enthusiasm, he proclaimed, "Let us call it Eclipse Star. It serves as a tribute, and also as a celebration of love." A fleeting softness flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes, unbeknownst to him that this bracelet had transformed into an ethereal legend in the later generations of Douluo Continent. Whoever could locate the bracelet known as Star Eclipsed would gain access to the unparalleled treasures of the Empire. As noon approached, Lu Yuan resolved to get a head start over the students still engrossed in their lessons and made his way to the dining hall. Upon reaching the dining hall, he ascended to the 2nd floor and indulged himself with a sumptuous meal, for he had amassed several hundred gold soul coins, rendering such extravagance inconsequential. Spending approximately half a silver soul coin, he relished in a lavish feast comprising a whole roasted chicken, a portion of sauced beef steak, a bowl of rich meat broth, a plate of vegetables, and 2 bowls of fragrant rice. Gazing at the delectable fare, Lu Yuan promptly set about alleviating his hunger with remarkable speed. At that moment, a figure also appeared on the 2nd floor of the dining hall. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, it was indeed the same Yu Xiaojiang whom he had just had an unpleasant encounter with. Yu Xiaojiang's countenance evidently reflected his displeasure at finding Lu Yuan present. Lu Yuan had now openly severed ties with Yu Xiaojiang, no longer inclined to wear a facade of civility. He scoffed disdainfully and turned his attention to the roasted chicken before him. In his eyes, Yu Xiaojiang was hardly a threat. Even with the backing of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, they would not intervene unless he sought to end Yu Xiaojiang's life. Moreover, Yu Xiaojiang was nothing more than a wasted talent, unable to surpass the 70th rank in soul power despite consuming divine herbs. With his innate superior soul power and the 3 life martial souls, Lu Yuan felt no apprehension towards this ineffectual opponent. Indeed, with the acquisition of his first soul ring, he could effortlessly dispatch this weakling. After all, Yu Xiaojiang had barely held his ground against a 400-year-old Mandra snake, and despite possessing a soul power of 29, it was merely a facade. In contrast, Lu Yuan had already slain an 800-year-old nether wolf, making the task of defeating Yu Xiaojiang trivial. Yu Xiaojiang seemed to perceive Lu Yuan's contemptuous smile, his back trembling involuntarily. Soon, as the bell rang at Odyssey Academy signaling the end of class, lunchtime arrived. And Tang San hurried towards the dining hall. Students and teachers trickled into the cafeteria, while Lu Yuan had nearly finished his meal by the time they arrived. During his recent studies at Odyssey Academy, Lu Yuan had acquired knowledge he had previously been unaware of. A soul master's soul power is not only cultivated through practice but also significantly influenced by their dietary intake, leading to an increased appetite. Furthermore, innate soul power is determined not only by the individual's innate talent, but also by the nutritional intake before the age of 6. In that moment, Lu Yuan began to comprehend his own circumstances. His innate soul power was likely around the 13th rank. However, given his 3 martial souls, his innate power should have been greater. Unfortunately, having been born into a humble family, his nutritional intake before the age of 6 was insufficient, hindering his innate soul power from reaching higher levels. In contrast, those born into affluent noble families, even someone like Yu Xiaojiang, whose martial soul had undergone a severe mutation, benefited from considerable nutrition, allowing him to retain an innate soul power of half a rank. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the vast chasm that existed between the nobility and the common folk, one far greater than he had previously imagined. Thus, the daily regimen of a soul master encompassed not merely training in combat, but also the act of dining. Remarkably, despite consuming a considerable amount of food, Lu Yuan, in his diminutive 6-year-old form, found himself capable of accommodating it without experiencing any considerable discomfort from fullness. It appeared that a soul master's capacity for digestion and absorption was indeed formidable. As the school cafeteria began to fill with more students, Lu Yuan, having finished his meal, felt no inclination to linger and was on the verge of departing when a familiar figure obstructed his path. "What is it?" "Tang San." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the figure of Tang San who stood before him with an air of seriousness, flanked by Xiao Wu and Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San had come directly to the cafeteria after classes, accompanied by Xiao Wu, who had been playfully by his side. The two had become inseparable of late. It was not entirely surprising, at least from Lu Yuan's perspective, as Xiao Wu, the rabbit-like spirit beast, appeared to exhibit the characteristics of a girl intent on whisking away a young boy. Upon entering the cafeteria, Tang San and Xiao Wu encountered Yu Xiaojiang, who emerged with a rather grim expression. "Teacher," Tang San greeted Yu Xiaojiang with polite deference, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, master," Xiao Wu echoed, following suit. Yu Xiaojiang managed to force a faint smile through his troubled demeanor. "Ah, it's you two, Tang San and Xiao Wu," he responded. "Teacher, is something amiss?" Tang San inquired, noticing Yu Xiaojiang's dismal countenance. "Nothing of great consequence." Yu Xiaojiang seemed reluctant to divulge, yet he continued, "I fear my theories may be flawed." "I owe you an apology, Tang San." He sighed, a look of guilt washing over him. "My theory regarding the maximum absorption of soul rings might be incorrect. The ultimate age limit may not be 423 years, but rather closer to 500. This is entirely my fault." "Teacher, there is no need for you to feel this way," Tang San interjected, furrowing his brow. "What exactly transpired?" Xiao Wu, standing by, refrained from interrupting. With a resigned sigh, Yu Xiaojing finally spoke. "I encountered Lu Yuan today. Has he been out hunting soul beasts these past couple of days?" Tang San nodded, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Yes, Lu Yuan has indeed been absent from the academy. It seems he has been engaged in hunting soul beasts." He realized that he had not seen Lu Yuan in some time and was unaware of his activities. Ever since Tang San had ascended to the role of a leader among the work-study students, receiving daily support from Wang Xing and others, and bonding with Xiao Wu, he had rather naturally overlooked Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan had no intention of forming any connections with Tang San and his companions. Given their lack of familiarity, it was only natural that Lu Yuan would not inform Tang San about his endeavors in hunting soul beasts. Thus, Tang San remained oblivious to Lu Yuan's actions, merely speculating that he might be acquiring his first soul ring. Lu Yuan indeed obtained a first soul ring over 500 years old, and he was correct in asserting that my theory was flawed. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and remarked, "If you, Xiao San, were to acquire a soul ring of over 500 years, perhaps you would experience a direct enhancement of at least 2 or 3 levels of soul power." "Enough said." "Teacher, I believe in your correctness," Tang San interjected firmly, interrupting Yu Xiaojiang. However, Lu Yuan's reasoning holds merit. A hint of shame flickered in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. "Lu Yuan, he simply does not comprehend your greatness, teacher," Tang San exclaimed, convinced that the fault lay with Lu Yuan. As your student, no one understands the significance of your theories better than I do. But Lu Yuan claims that my theories are worthless, Yu Xiaojiang murmured, lost in thought. He might be right. I am merely a failure, unable to transcend the 30th level of soul power. His voice trembled towards the end, questioning whether lacking the ability to surpass the 30th level truly disqualified him from theoretical study. Did Lu Yuan truly insult you, teacher? An anger surged within Tang San. Yet, the silent Xiaowu found some validity in Lu Yuan's statements, though she leaned more towards supporting Tang San. After all, Lu Yuan had always exhibited an enigmatic demeanor, and there was a strange, unsettling power about him that made Xiaowu instinctively avoid him. In Tang San's previous life, the world was steeped in feudal traditions, where kinship and respect for one's teacher were paramount. Lu Yuan's repeated belittling of Yu Xiaojiang, even branding him a failure, felt like an affront to Tang San's own father. Is he insulting me? Yu Xiaojiang momentarily paused, contemplating. While he felt Lu Yuan was incorrect, he was uncertain whether it constituted an insult. However, recalling Lu Yuan's prior remarks labeling him a failure, he couldn't help but feel slighted. This is unacceptable. Teacher, I cannot let this go. I must seek justice for you. Tang San's expression shifted dramatically. He turned around, and with his purple extreme magic eyes, he spotted Lu Yuan emerging from the cafeteria. Without hesitation, he strode towards him. Upon seeing this, Xiaowu blinked and prepared to follow, ready to support Tang San. After all, while Tang San was not yet her brother, he was her little brother with immense potential, unlike Wang Shang, who, despite his seemingly innocent demeanor, harbored many ulterior motives. If Tang San failed to demonstrate formidable combat prowess and talent, one could only wonder whether Xiaowu would have agreed to become his sworn sister or chosen to eliminate him instead. Lu Yuan gazed at Tang San, who approached him with master and Xiaowu, his eyes narrowing slightly. Chapter 33, Lu Yuan vs. Tang San, Part 1. Have you insulted my teacher? Lu Yuan inquired. Tang San, however, tempered his demeanor, refraining from displaying any murderous intent towards Lu Yuan. Despite his unwavering sense of justice, he retained a shred of conscience, unwilling to inflict lethal harm upon a child. This was one of the rare instances where Tang San's morality shone through. Of course, if Lu Yuan were his mortal enemy, Tang San, adhering to the principle of eradicating threats entirely, would not hesitate to use the Haotian hammer against Lu Yuan's family, should the need arise. Lu Yuan let out a light chuckle as he glanced at the master, who was hiding behind Tang San, finding the scene rather amusing. It was merely a clash of ideas. I had only offered a few suggestions. I trust the master understands the sequence of events that transpired and knows that I was left with no choice. He paused, recalling that both he and the master had already faced consequences before the dean. I apologized to the master and accepted my punishment. In truth, the punishment was rather delightful, as it granted Lu Yuan the soul guidance device, Star Eclipsed, and he struck a deal with Yen Shou, acquiring 500 gold soul coins. This punishment had Lu Yuan eagerly wishing for more. However, Yu Xiaojiang remained oblivious to the private dealings between Lu Yuan and Yen Shou. And now he found some merit in Lu Yuan's words. Did you truly insult the teacher? Tang San inquired, taking a deep breath. Did I not already apologize to Yu Xiaojiang? Lu Yuan replied, feeling somewhat exasperated and unwilling to engage in further argument with Tang San. He directly called out Yu Xiaojiang's name. You dare to address the teacher so casually? Tang San's anger surged instantly. Oh, I beg your pardon. I had forgotten that detail, Lu Yuan remarked nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. If this matters to you, I shall be more cautious in your presence henceforth. Tang San managed to temper his emotions slightly, having extensively studied the comprehensive guide of the Xiantian treasure record. He understood the importance of maintaining composure and not allowing emotions to dictate his actions. However, upon witnessing Lu Yuan's flippant demeanor, he inhaled deeply, reaching a resolution within himself. Can we proceed? Lu Yuan said coldly, regarding them with indifference. At that moment, Xiaowu, observing Lu Yuan, a mere work-study student, daring to be so disrespectful to her. The leader of the work-study students felt a surge of anger. How dare you speak to me like that? I am your superior. When did I ever recognize you as my superior? Lu Yuan shot her a sidelong glance, scoffing. I don't require your protection, do I, Miss Soft-Boned Rabbit? Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief upon hearing Lu Yuan's contemptuous tone. The last 5 words made her think that Lu Yuan had uncovered her true identity. Yet, she quickly dismissed that notion internally. After all, he was just a child. Aside from being a titled Douluo, no one could discern her real identity. He must be referring to my martial soul, she reasoned swiftly. Lu Yuan merely intended to lightly chastise the audacious rabbit, never truly intending to expose her identity. Even if he were to reveal her, it would be only when he possessed the capacity to absorb the essence of 100,000-year soul beast. Enough. Lu Yuan. Tang San's icy voice resonated. Do you not think you are being excessively disrespectful towards your elder? Disrespectful towards my elder? Lu Yuan scoffed, casting his gaze upon the gathering crowd in the cafeteria that had begun to take notice of them, and retorted. A person who seeks to expel me from the academy hardly qualifies as my elder. If you cannot tolerate me, feel free to take action. He then calmly directed his gaze towards Tang San, asserting, you may employ any tactic, normal, sinister, or underhanded, I shall be here to receive it all. Excellent. Lu Yuan. I hereby challenge you. Tang San coldly declared, you have insulted my teacher, and I must avenge this grievance. A most welcome opportunity. Lu Yuan instantly displayed an excited, wicked grin. Unbeknownst to him, his smile bore a striking resemblance to Kayn's, malevolent and exuding supreme confidence, replete with an air of arrogance. He resembled a true villain. Yet, Lu Yuan's own thoughts were indeed yearning for this confrontation. He had long wished to deliver a severe beating to Tang San. Let us proceed to the playground. Tang San, harboring some reservations, glanced around the cafeteria before addressing Lu Yuan. No problem. Lu Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Come forth. Tang San and Lu Yuan arrived at the playground, where Tang San looked down upon Lu Yuan from a superior position. Tang San exhibited no intention of showcasing his martial spirit. Rather, he harnessed the inner strength of the Shantian treasure record, vigilantly observing Lu Yuan. Quite confident indeed, Lu Yuan felt no anger, but unlike Tang San, he could not afford to refrain from using his martial spirit. Bow down to my boundless glory. Surrender wholeheartedly. Lu Yuan shouted with a grin, as an enormous Death Star scythe materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, a yellow soul ring slowly ascended from beneath his youthful form. Tang San merely observed quietly. Yet his eyes transformed to a shade of purple, and he subtly activated Ghost Shadow Misty Steps beneath his feet, while his hands glimmered with a jade-like radiance. Evidently the Xian Jade hand. However, he did not advance to strike but rather awaited Lu Yuan's assault. The great side swept forth. Lu Yuan, showing no courtesy towards Tang San, unleashed a formidable skill, spiraling towards him. How could Tang San allow Lu Yuan to land a hit? He immediately sought to evade Lu Yuan's attack using Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. As the technique illuminated, Tang San's figure instantaneously filled the entire space, a mere afterimage born of his incredible speed. Yet, Lu Yuan cast a fleeting glance, and the Death Star scythe spun menacingly, striking all of Tang San's shadows. The sweeping arc of the scythe was, after all, an area of effect skill. The Phantom Shadow trick was not akin to the swift movements of 1,000 miles or the 8 steps that pursue the cicada. It bore a closer resemblance to the so-called wave-treading step. As a form of lightness skill, its speed was indeed remarkable, yet unlike pure speed techniques, it was primarily employed to confound the opponent's vision, allowing movement within a certain range. While effective against single-target attacks, it could easily be evaded. However, the sweeping scythe was an area of effect skill, and as a result, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically as he narrowly evaded the scythe's arc with a swift sidestep. Moreover, Tang San shouted, Martial Soul, manifest. The blue-silver grass martial soul emerged, accompanied by a yellow soul ring. No one can tarnish my magnificence and glory, Lu Yuan proclaimed fervently, showing no restraint. Blade Piercer. A surge of deep blue and blood-red energy surged forth, aimed directly at Tang San. Be careful, shouted Xiao Wu and Yu Xiaojiang from the sidelines, unable to contain their alarm. Tang San was exceedingly overconfident. His previous victories over upperclassmen had been a result of their inferior martial souls. Comparatively, the Blade Piercer was much easier to dodge than the sweeping scythe. And with a deft maneuver, Tang San evaded the attack. Lu Yuan never anticipated that he could so effortlessly strike Tang San with a sharp blade. Tang San swiftly closed in, eager to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Enhanced by his ghostly agility, he moved with remarkable speed. Just as his Xianyu hand was about to make contact with Lu Yuan's chest, the next instant, he vanished. The shadow step technique. Lu Yuan transformed into an indistinct shadow, accelerating and disappearing from view. Could the skills of this fantastical realm truly be inferior to the lightness techniques of the martial arts world? What a laugh. Well, perhaps I should engage more earnestly. In the next moment, Lu Yuan reappeared 100 meters behind Tang San, exclaiming with a hint of resignation. Then, the soul power within Lu Yuan surged intensely. as he wielded the Death Star Demon Scythe. A crimson light flickered in his eyes as he addressed Tang San, proclaiming, "Witness the arrival of the Star of Death, the pinnacle of unclean creations." A ferocious voice erupted from Lu Yuan's lips, and simultaneously, the Death Star Demon Scythe radiated a blinding red light, transforming into a blood-red sphere. This sanguine orb surged directly toward Lu Yuan's chest. A wave of brutality, despair, and destruction emanated from Lu Yuan's core, causing his black hair to lengthen rapidly, transforming into a shade reminiscent of blood. In Lu Yuan's grasp, the Death Star Scythe transformed into a purely crimson giant scythe, pulsating as if it possessed life, quivering gently, while the orb at its center morphed into a profound abyssal black. Let us proceed to round 2. Lu Yuan licked his lips, his scarlet gaze fixed upon Tang San. Chapter 34. Lu Yuan vs. Tang San. Part 2. What is happening? At this moment, the onlookers gathered at the edge of the arena displayed expressions of astonishment. They had been drawn by the clash between Tang San and Lu Yuan, but now they were taken aback by the transformation occurring within Lu Yuan. Yu Xiaojiang widened his eyes in disbelief. Was this another latent power hidden within Lu Yuan's martial soul? Could it truly exert direct influence upon the Soul Master? This was an unprecedented manifestation of mutated martial soul abilities. As I suspected indeed, if Lu Yuan were to hear the words spoken by Yu Xiaojiang at that moment, he would undoubtedly spit in disdain, exclaiming, "What nonsense!" Meanwhile, Xiao Wu stood at a distance, observing Lu Yuan, who radiated an aura of violence, chaos, and sanguinary power, her crimson eyes gleaming with brilliance. At this moment, Lu Yuan remains oblivious to the circumstances outside, as he is intent on experimenting with the third form of the Death Star Scythe's abilities. In the context of the Odyssey worldview, this state could be referred to as the incarnation of the Death Star. However, to Lu Yuan, there is no discernible difference. In this form, Lu Yuan possesses a vampiric enhancement that allows him to absorb soul power at a percentage level, and wielding the colossal scythe enables him to further augment his soul power's lethality. Additionally, his razor-sharp strikes can induce a forceful area-wide knockback effect. The so-called vampirism entails the continuous siphoning of other stamina and even life force, converting it into his own vitality. In this state, Lu Yuan thrives on combat, growing ever more formidable with each encounter. It is widely known that the hero Kayn is not truly named Kayn, but rather Rayist, a humorous nod to the fact that players often only utilize the red Kayn form, neglecting the blue Kayn altogether. It must be acknowledged that, as the incarnation of the Death Star, Rayist possesses capabilities that far surpass those of Kayn, who is merely an Imperial soldier. This vampiric ability, while common in games, becomes exceedingly formidable when manifesting in reality. The capacity to drain stamina and life force from others is undeniably sinister. Lu Yuan gripped the blood-red Death Star Scythe and lunged directly at Tang San. The anticipation of exquisite terror was imminent, sending shivers of excitement coursing through me. Lu Yuan shouted with a bloodthirsty fervor. At that moment, Tang San felt an overwhelming chill enveloping him. He knew he could never confront Lu Yuan head-on with bare hands. A faint white light emanated from him as he raised his right hand, allowing the ethereal blue-silver grass to sprout from his palm. With a swift motion of his right hand, the blue-silver grass began to disperse beneath him. First soul skill, blue-silver bind. The yellow soul ring around Tang San suddenly glowed brightly. Dozens of thick strands of blue-silver grass surged unexpectedly from beneath Lu Yuan's feet, spiraling upward in an attempt to ensnare his body. "That's it, little San," exclaimed Yu Xiaojiang beside him, his excitement palpable as he anticipated witnessing Tang San deliver a resounding lesson to Lu Yuan using the soul ring skills derived from his theories. Wild grass is merely wild grass. No soul beast's soul ring could ever make it robust. Lu Yuan laughed heartily, his red hair giving him an almost frenzied appearance. My scythe is meant to sever such weeds. With a sweeping motion, the spinning Death Star Scythe effortlessly sliced through the spiraling blue-silver grass, shredding it to pieces. In an instant, Yu Xiaojiang's expression shifted from elation to despair as his heart shattered. The once magnificent blue-silver grass, enhanced by the mandala serpent, was still just grass, at most. It had evolved to the toughness of iron bark. Yet, against the scythe that could cut through steel like butter, it was indistinguishable from ordinary weeds. Then, Lu Yuan appeared directly before Tang San, the Death Star Scythe firmly grasped in his hands, poised to strike. A warning bell rang in Tang San's mind. This was a weapon his Xianyu hand could not withstand. There was no way to meet the blade empty-handed. Thus, he activated the ghost shadow perplexing track beneath his feet and swiftly retreated. Humph, trying to flee? Lu Yuan sneered, executing an upward sweeping motion with his scythe. Your life. Hand it over. The arrogant voice belonging to Rayast echoed forth, sending a tremor through the crowd. With a piercing strike, the crimson energy enveloped the ground beneath Tang San. Surging upward with ferocity, Tang San felt his body become entirely unmanageable, and he was propelled into the air. At this moment, Yuan activated the shadow step. Directly appearing before Tang San could no longer afford to hesitate. The concealed hidden darts nestled within his wrist glimmered menacingly, aimed squarely at Yuan. A mere trick. Yuan's blood-red eyes erupted with a blinding radiance. For he had long been vigilant against Tang San's underhanded tactics and was certainly not one to fall prey to them. The Death Star scythe effortlessly intercepted the darts, which could not pierce the ultimate weapon forged from the remnants of a star. The darts fell to the ground, and the instant their tips touched the grass, the wild flora around them withered instantly. Nevertheless, this diversion afforded Tang San a fleeting moment, allowing him to create distance from Yuan before the latter's impending assault. Did he use poison? Yuan observed with a cold smirk, acknowledging that it suited Tang San's character well. It came as no surprise to Yuan that a scheming individual like Tang San resorted to such underhanded means at such a young age. Meanwhile, Tang San's expression turned grave as he regarded the crimson-haired, crimson-eyed Yuan, sensing considerable trouble, although he seemed to have evaded this immediate crisis. An inexplicable feeling gnawed at him. After encountering Yuan's strike, he felt a significant depletion of his soul power within. However, he quickly dismissed these thoughts, focusing solely on Yuan before him, gasping for breath under the strain. Tang San recognized that this was the most formidable adversary he had faced since arriving in this world. Thus, he gently caressed the 24 Bridges bright moon knight at his waist. Summoning the concealed projectiles hidden within the soul guide space into his hands, flying needles and knives appeared in abundance. With deft movements, Tang San unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons towards Yuan, employing the introductory technique of the Tang sect, the whip arrow. This method utilized the inertia from his arm's movement to launch the projectiles, a straightforward approach that lacked complexity but was undeniably effective. Yuan immediately swung the massive crimson scythe in his grasp, conjuring a circular shield before him that deflected all incoming projectiles. At that moment, Tang San's eyes had transformed entirely into a shade of purple, enabling him to discern Yuan's every movement through the effects of the purple extreme demon eye. However, Yuan had no intention of remaining passive. In the next instant, he vanished from his position, morphing into a crimson blur that surged toward Tang San. Love, hope, fear. I shall feast upon all. A voice, brimming with arrogance, resonated before Tang San. The first soul skill, the yellow soul ring adorning Yuan glowed brightly. Until now, he had yet to employ his initial soul skill. Crimson radiance coalesced upon the surface of the Death Star demon scythe in Yuan's hands, and he unleashed the weapon with a flourish. A blood-red energy surged forth, transforming into a crescent-shaped slash aimed directly at Tang San. Death Star Annihilation Slash. This attack, derived from the energy wave technique of the Netherwolf, had evolved into a slicing maneuver upon becoming a soul skill of Yuan's martial soul. The Death Star Demon Scythe. The ferocious and bloodthirsty force cascaded onto Tang San, who, having been drawn closer by Yuan's shadow step and weakened in stamina, found himself unable to evade. Little San. Both Xiao Wu and Yu Xiaojiang outside the arena exclaimed in unison. Chapter 35, Yuan vs. Tang San. 3. A scarlet wave of energy, reminiscent of death and destruction, surged toward Tang San, as if it could annihilate an entire planet. Could Tang San's fragile, youthful form withstand such an onslaught? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Should Tang San be struck by this soul skill, even if he managed to endure it, he would surely be gravely injured. Before him, the Death Star Annihilation Slash bore down with its terrifying power to sever all. And in the wake of the crescent energy wave, Tang San beheld. Yuan's savage crimson eyes emanated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Yuan truly desired to end his life. Tang San trembled slightly. Could it be that I am destined to perish here? A wave of despair washed over him as he thought, and then he closed his eyes. Feeling remorse for his teacher Xiao Wu, and the image of Yu Xiaojiang emerged in his mind, followed by the visage of a weathered man forging iron, his father. Yet, in the next instant, a crimson wave of lethal energy raced past him, mere centimeters away, causing a small, scarlet explosion behind Tang San. He kept his eyes shut for a few seconds, curious as to why he still felt anything, before finally opening them. Instantly, he beheld the chaotic scene of the training ground behind him. Moreover, Yuan, having retracted his martial spirit, wore a serene expression, devoid of the previous brutality and murderous intent. With a gentle smile, he addressed Tang San. This was merely a sparring session. I trust that the victor has already been determined. Therefore, let us conclude this matter here. Lu Yuan's demeanor was so amiable, devoid of any malice, that Tang San found himself momentarily taken aback. This was a stark contrast to the earlier moment when Lu Yuan had seemed intent on bringing about his demise. Were you frightened just now? Lu Yuan inquired, a hint of apology gracing his smile. I must apologize. The previous form of my martial spirit may have slightly influenced my behavior during combat, which might have appeared rather ferocious. However, rest assured that my consciousness remained entirely unaffected. With that, he shrugged nonchalantly. Instantly, Tang San recalled what Yu Xiaojing had once told him, that certain soul masters' martial spirits indeed have the capacity to affect their personalities. To illustrate this, Yu Xiaojing had mentioned that fire attribute soul masters tend to possess a rather straightforward and fiery temperament, while those with lightning attribute martial spirits can exhibit a more domineering nature. Furthermore, there are anomalous martial spirits, for instance. A soul master whose ancestral martial spirit is a wild chicken might one day find their spirit mutated into a fire turkey imbued with dark flames, potentially leading their personality to lean towards lecherous tendencies. At that moment, Tang San grasped the concept, albeit only partially. Nevertheless, he felt no profound gratitude towards Lu Yuan, for he had been defeated by him, and prior to that, Lu Yuan had insulted his teacher. Thus, the outcome of our contest has been determined. And the conflict with your teacher has been settled? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Next time, I shall emerge victorious, Tang San responded, seemingly evading the question yet appearing to affirm Lu Yuan's inquiry. Subsequently, he turned and approached Xiaowu and Yu Xiaojing. Lu Yuan smiled gently, appearing amiable as he prepared to depart. The recent confrontation had determined a victor, and the students and faculty of Notting Academy were in high praise of Lu Yuan, who had exhibited remarkable prowess. What an impressive weapon spirit! It is truly formidable. He must still be a first-year student, much like Tang San. Yet both have ascended to the rank of soul masters, and with century-old soul rings. What extraordinary potential these youngsters possess. Who would have imagined that such a talented soul master could emerge from our Notting Academy? Though Lu Yuan appears youthful, he is undeniably handsome and adorable. How ridiculous! He looks no older than 6 or 7. What are you thinking? Do you not understand the concept of childhood betrothal? We can cultivate our bond, can we not? This child, besides his formidable strength, also possesses a kind heart. At the critical moment, he harbored no intent to harm. He is truly a good child. In addition to his primary soul skill, he wields several other unique offensive techniques that differ entirely from conventional attacks. Could these be the fabled self-created soul skills? Not only does Lu Yuan possess self-created soul skills, but Tang San does as well. However, it seems that Tang San's self-created skills pale in comparison to Lu Yuan's. After all, there exists a disparity between their weapon spirits. 1. A scythe-type mutated spirit exhibits the potential to be a top-tier weapon spirit, while Tang San, though impressive, is limited to the blue silvergrass. A useless spirit is indeed a useless spirit. No matter how hard one trains, it cannot rival those with powerful spirits. Amidst the accolades from the crowd at Notting Academy, Lu Yuan merely smiled and chose silence before turning to leave. The moment he stepped away from the throng, the smile vanished from his face. Truth be told, he had contemplated delivering a lethal blow. After employing his first soul skill, Starfall Annihilation Slash, Tang San might not have perished, but Lu Yuan possessed a nearly certain kill technique, the Shadow Rift. Should he unleash this move, Lu Yuan could emerge from within Tang San, leaving him with little chance of survival. However, Lu Yuan restrained himself, coming to a swift realization. He could not take Tang San's life here, at least not in front of so many witnesses, nor could he even severely injure him. Because of Tang Hao. Setting aside the uncertainty of whether Tang Hao was still acting as Tang San's protector, watching over him at all times, even if Tang Hao were absent. Upon his return to discover that his son had been killed or gravely injured, would he not fly into a rage? Under the watchful gaze of the public, it is impossible to conceal the fact that this incident was perpetrated by Lu Yuan. Even if one were to argue that Lu Yuan is merely a child and that he has only severely injured Tang San, the protective nature of Tang Hao would undoubtedly lead him to seek retribution against Lu Yuan. The character of Zhao Wujie from the original narrative serves as a prime example of this. Therefore, Lu Yuan must refrain from inflicting serious harm or, worse yet, taking the life of Tang San. Even if the academy chooses not to hold him accountable, Tang Hao will certainly not let him off the hook. Yuan returned to the dormitory with measured steps. At that moment, the work-study students within the residence began to feel an inexplicable fear towards him. Although Yuan had always presented himself as rather harmless, in stark contrast to the arrogant and acerbic Xiaowu, his display of prowess had instilled a sense of dread among his peers. This is the effect that immense strength inherently brings. No one fears an arrogant individual lacking in ability, yet people invariably harbor apprehension towards a formidable powerhouse, even if they appear amicable. Yuan paid no heed to their attitudes, as it bore no significance to him. His thoughts were solely occupied with matters concerning Tang San. Initially, Yuan had no intention of intersecting with Tang San, given their lack of prior connection. However, a series of maneuvers by Yushao Gang had inadvertently entwined him in a conflict with Tang San. Who is Tang San, after all? It seems you are courting your own demise, and thus he will undoubtedly plot your ruin. Consequently, Yuan must contemplate how to eliminate Tang San. A fleeting glimmer of concealed malice flashed in Yuan's eyes. In Chapter 36, could it be that the dragon-shaped martial soul, endowed with the power of thunder, is not my blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul? At this moment, in the direct vicinity of Tiando City, situated less than 20 kilometers from the capital of the Tiando Empire, the setting sun cast a vibrant glow across the sky, bathed in the western rosy hues. Both the serene lake at the foot of the mountain and the towering peak, adorned with a myriad of flora, evoke a sense of a hidden paradise. This locale is none other than the prestigious Tiando Royal Academy, the foremost Soul Master Academy in the Tiando Empire. With its royal designation, the Academy's environment and grandeur are undoubtedly incomparable to the modest Nodding Academy, a mere provincial institution for novice Soul Masters. Upon entering the mountains, one truly appreciates the scale of the Tiando Royal Academy. The stone steps leading up the mountain are meticulously carved from white jade, each step adorned with intricate designs of various soul beasts, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. The evening light casts a gentle, dappled crimson shadow of trees upon the steps, adding a touch of tranquility and uniqueness to the scene. After several days of arduous travel, Nua and Jin Ruping have returned to the academy, feeling a sense of relief. The once terrifying wound on Jin Ruping's body has nearly healed, thanks to the remarkable recovery abilities of his soul master. It is indeed surprising that a mere outing for training could have nearly led to disaster. Jin Ruping spoke with a lingering sense of trepidation. We were indeed too careless. In our pursuit of the 700-year spirit ring from the Sunfire Ant Queen, we expended too much physical and spiritual energy. Furthermore, we encountered a team of mercenary spirit masters. Nua, equally apprehensive, added, the Sunfire Ants are among the rare social spirit beasts in the spirit beast realm. They possess a societal structure strikingly similar to that of humans, and their ability to harness sunlight to generate sunfire makes them formidable foes. Even though their lifespan seldom exceeds 1,000 years, they are undeniably challenging adversaries. Once one attempts to hunt a sunfire ant, one might provoke an entire colony. With hundreds of coordinated ants, even those merely a century or a decade old, capable of instilling fear in a millennium-old spirit beast. Not to mention, what we sought to hunt was the pivotal Sunfire Ant Queen among the colony. The Sunfire Ant Queen is one of the few spirit beasts that can live for over 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Yet her combat prowess pales in comparison to the soldier ants of her colony. Her role is to be safeguarded by the colony while serving as the queen who reproduces and issues commands. Ultimately, Nua and Jun Ruying successfully defeated the Sunfire Ant Queen and eradicated the entire colony. However, in their eagerness to absorb the spirit ring without fully recovering their spiritual energy, they hastily departed the soul-hunting forest to refresh themselves. Unfortunately, they encountered mercenary spirit masters who were torturing spirit beasts in a bid to obtain spirit bones. Upon being discovered by the mercenary spirit masters, Jun Ruying sustained severe injuries due to her exhaustion and insufficient spiritual energy, compounded by the overwhelming numbers of their adversaries. It is rather regrettable that I forgot those individuals possessed spirit bones, Jin Ruying lamented, although I am unaware of the type. Even 100-year spirit bone could fetch a considerable sum if sold. All right, you little money grubber. Nua playfully tapped her on the head, her expression one of affectionate exasperation. Fortunately, we had the assistance of brotherly Qing. Otherwise, we would likely have met with dire consequences, Jin Ruying said, cradling her head. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with mirth. I must admit, brotherly Qing is indeed impressive, capable of vanquishing so many spirit masters of level 10 or more without a spirit ring. He is both handsome and powerful. Observing her partner in such a lovesick state, Nua felt a pang of jealousy. Do you think that little brother is superior to me? How could that be? You have always been the best in my heart. Zhen Ruying replied with a resigned smile. Attempting to soothe her. I just feel a bit sorry for that child, she continued. His eyes are blind. And yet he must venture into the spirit beast forest alone to hunt spirit beasts. Do you think that Li Qing is truly from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Nua paused, contemplating. Nua, what were you just saying? At that moment, a youthful boy's voice emerged from behind them. Zhen Ruping and Nua turned around and instantly recognized him as the direct heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Tianning, who had merely been observing Zhen Ruping and Nua's return, intended to greet them, but was taken aback by what he seemed to overhear. You startled me, Yu Tianning, Zhen Ruping exclaimed, placing a hand upon her chest and giving him a pointed glare. How can you walk without making a sound? Nua, equally startled, remarked. You're even more cat-like than my martial soul, the colorful cat. Apologetically, Yu Tianhing offered his regrets and inquired. I just heard you discussing matters concerning our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? A moment of silence enveloped Zhen Ruping and Nua. Nua then looked at Zhen Ruping, who after a moment of contemplation sighed and said, That child is truly unfortunate. I suppose I shall share this with you, Yu Tianheng. Zhen Ruping recounted their experiences while training outside, detailing how they had been pursued in the soul-hunting forest of Notting City, and how Li Qing had intervened to rescue them. Although that child's martial soul is indeed entirely different from your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, he possesses the ability to wield lightning power, and his martial soul takes the form of a dragon. Additionally, in his martial soul-possessed state, I feel there is an undeniable connection to your sect, Zhen Ruping explained. Moreover, that child seems to harbor quite a negative attitude towards your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, even expressing disdain. At this, Yu Tianhing felt a jolt in his heart. The embellished account from Zhen Ruping, imbued with her personal sentiments, reminded him of another elder within their sect. This elder, lacking the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul and bearing the surname Lu, was his aunt. Thus, it is said that the disposition of your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is well known throughout the entire imperial city, Zhen Ruping remarked with a hint of disdain. It is characterized by a propensity for indiscretion, and what was initially thought to be sufficient recklessness is, in fact, accompanied by a lack of responsibility. Yu Tianhing found himself at a loss for words, for the nature of the disciples from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was indeed as such. The inherent nature of the dragon, with its own characteristics, directly influenced the soul masters. Consequently, it was not uncommon for disciples to exhibit behavior akin to that of Lu Erlong's father, who was known for his waywardness. Nonetheless, most disciples would still take responsibility, as Lu Erlong's father eventually did, intending to acknowledge Lu Erlong and encourage her return to the Yu lineage in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Thus, Yu Tianheng remained uncertain whether it was one of his own elders who had failed to govern their desires. The child appeared to be merely 6 or 7 years old, and the thought of him venturing alone into the Soul Beast forest to hunt for soul beasts was truly pitiful. At this moment, Zhen Ruping spoke with compassion. Instantly, upon hearing her words, Yu Tianheng was moved. The ability to wield the power of thunder with the dragon-shaped martial soul, and to venture into the Soul Beast forest to hunt soul beasts at the tender age of 6 or 7, attested to the remarkable talent of that child named Li Qing. With these points taken into account, Yu Tianheng felt certain that this was a seed for their own sect. I must discuss this matter with the elders of my family, he resolutely declared. If it is indeed true, we shall do everything in our power to welcome this young brother back to our sect. Chapter 37. The Wicked Woman Far Away in the Tiando Imperial City. Lu Yuan remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding. After triumphing over Tang San, his reputation within the academy began to hint at the possibility of becoming the top student. This was largely due to Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had clashed with other students a few days prior, with Tang San decisively defeating several noble genius students from higher grades. Consequently, Lu Yuan's victory over Tang San significantly elevated his standing. Even among the work-study students, changes seemed to be afoot. However, Notting City had never been a place for Lu Yuan to linger. At least, it would not serve as a resting point for him. Had he not awakened the powerful martial soul bestowed by the voice package, he might have spent his entire life developing within Notting City. Yet, having awakened such formidable talent, his aspirations grew broader. It was not that he looked down upon Wang Xing and his fellow work-study students, but rather that destiny dictated an ever-widening chasm between them. In 10 or 8 years, they would no longer belong to the same echelon. For instance, by the time Lu Yuan reached 16 and broke through to the Soul Emperor level, Wang Xing and the others might still be struggling at the 20th rank of soul power, or perhaps not even having surpassed the 20th rank. This illustrates the vast gulf that existed between them. Lu Yuan was not preoccupied with such thoughts at this moment. He was still a student at Notting Academy and thus had to attend classes. After a slight period of instruction, the time for a break arrived. Lu Yuan retrieved a book from the Star Erosion and began to read. This was one of the tomes from the Flame Hunters collection, titled The History of Soul Masters, The Rise of Two Great Empires, which belongs to the official chronicles of the Douluo Continent. In recent days, Lu Yuan had been diligently immersing himself in this historical knowledge. As he delved into the text, he supplemented his understanding with aspects of history previously unknown to him, such as the fact that the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire were, in a certain sense, nurtured by the Spirit Hall. Both the royal family of Heaven Do, the Swan Snow family, and the imperial family of the Star Luo Empire, the White Tiger Dai family, along with the Ghost Cat Zhu family, all had origins linked to the Spirit Hall. The history of the Spirit Hall is undoubtedly more ancient than that of the two empires. However, for various reasons, aided by religion, empires were established on the Douluo Continent. Subsequently, the development of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire spiraled beyond control. With the assistance of the nobility and sects, the Heaven Do Empire established a system of noble soul masters, where becoming a soul master conferred noble titles and official positions within the empire. Concurrently, the three supreme sects enjoyed the highest status within the Heaven Do Empire. Within this empire, there was internal repression to fortify the status and interests of the noble soul masters while simultaneously fending off the Star Luo Empire. This explains why, despite the relative weakness of the Heaven Do royal family, they were still able to maintain their throne. The Heaven Do royal family served as a mere tool. Although not powerful, each successive emperor strived to uphold the position of the three supreme sects and protect the interests of the nobility. Thus, even though the national strength of the Heaven Do Empire was significantly inferior to that of the Star Luo Empire, and despite the existence of impoverished peasant families in the vicinity of small towns like Notting, such as Saint Soul Village and Lu Family Village, they could still withstand the protracted wars initiated by the Star Luo Empire. This is also the reason why the upper political ecology displayed by the Heaven Do Empire has consistently been characterized by a weak monarchy and strong vassals. Yet no one dares to rebel. For instance, among the three supreme sects, the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, which possesses wealth, power, and influence, has its leader, Ningfengxi, consistently positioning himself as a subordinate, never daring to overstep his bounds. Is this due to fear of the Heaven Do royal family or the Avalanche Emperor? Certainly not. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect, renowned as the wealthiest sect on the continent, boasts riches surpassing even the imperial treasury. In terms of combat prowess, the unparalleled auxiliary spirit, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower significantly enhances the strength of allied soul masters. The combined forces of the inner and outer sects of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect are even more formidable than any military. In terms of supreme combat capability, Ning Fengji, when paired with Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, could even exceed the power configuration of three-title Douluo. What does the Heaven Do royal family possess? In the realm of title Douluo, there exists no one of significant stature. The sole reliance is on the foreign title Douluo, Dugu Bo, who, despite his formidable poison skills, merely ranks as a level 91 title Douluo, occupying the lowest echelons among his peers. While his mastery of toxins incites considerable trepidation, it is undeniable that Ning Fengxi, an alliance with both Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, could easily corner and eliminate this aged poison master. Thus, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School does not fear the Tiando imperial family, nor do they feel compelled to overstep their bounds as subjects. Rather, it is simply an unnecessary endeavor. What advantage would rebelling to become emperor of the Tiando Empire bring to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? None. For Ning Fengxi has already ascended to a position of unparalleled authority and wealth, ranking among the foremost in the realm. To pursue further elevation would only invite external hostility, potentially transforming the riches of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School into royal treasury. In such a scenario, it is far more prudent to remain a loyal vassal. Conversely, the Star Luo Empire has embarked on a trajectory starkly divergent from that of the Tiando Empire. The Star Luo Empire, bolstered by the formidable strength of its imperial family, has adopted a path of centralization, evolving into a military empire. Within the Star Luo Empire, the soil for the development of sects and clans is virtually non-existent, with all power concentrated solely in the hands of the emperor, who wields life and death at his discretion. Consequently, the imperial throne in the Star Luo Empire is fiercely contested, marked by numerous court intrigues, fratricidal conflicts, and the treacherous machinations of external officials. In many respects, the Star Luo Empire mirrors the ancient feudal dynasties of Lu Yuan's previous life. However, one might find that the lives of commoners there are marginally better than those in the Tiando Empire. Yet, this improvement is slight, for in the Star Luo Empire, commoners seeking ascension must endure exceedingly harsh training and warfare. Nevertheless, they are afforded a modicum of opportunity, unlike in the Tiando Empire, where the awakening of a martial soul at the tender age of 6 seals one's fate, leading to a life of exploitation by the upper echelons. Individuals like Lu Yuan, however, have the rare fortune to leap from the status of commoner to that of the exploiting nobility, representing the singular path available to the common folk. At that moment, Lu Yuan was engrossed in his reading when a delicate and melodious voice rang in his ear, inquiring, "What are you reading?" Lu Yuan furrowed his brows and, feeling displeased, turned around to see who was disturbing his reading. To his surprise, a pink figure appeared beside him, blinking her large, expressive eyes as if to convey her adorableness. Lu Yuan nearly retched, but managed to suppress it. "What brings you here?" he asked, gazing at Xiao Wu with an impassive expression. "Aren't you curious about what you're doing here?" Xiao Wu replied, blinking innocently. "Aren't you with Tang San?" Lu Yuan furrowed his brow. "You mean Little San?" Xiao Wu said boldly, still regarding herself as Tang San's big sister, unaware that he considered her a sibling. "He went to see the master. So I thought I would come and check on you," she added, her eyes darting mischievously as she regarded Lu Yuan. Chapter 38. Chaotic Kindness. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Lu Yuan frowned and, with a mere thought, returned the book he was holding to the star eclipsed. "You needn't be so curious," he said with a hint of aloofness. "I must say, you are quite the character," Xiao Wu exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips and glaring at him. "Why are you so unlikable?" "It is true that I am not very agreeable. You may seek out the affable Tang San instead," Lu Yuan shrugged. "But didn't he go to find the master?" "That is why I came to find you," Xiao Wu replied with a grin. "By the way, what is your martial soul? I have never seen one like yours before." As Lu Yuan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, it became evident that after his triumph over Tang San yesterday, he had attracted the attention of the rabbit before him. This rabbit seemed intent on entangling him, making it nearly impossible for him to extricate himself. "My suggestion is, as the leader of the work-study students, if you truly feel as lonely as Tang San, you might consider seeking out Wang Xing and the others," Lu Yuan remarked in a tone devoid of emotion. "Wang Xing and the others are rather uninteresting," Xiao Wu replied, pouting slightly. "I find them even less engaging." "I am far more uninspiring than they are," Lu Yuan shrugged in response. "No, you are quite intriguing," Xiao Wu exclaimed, her eyes widening as she gazed at him. "Your martial soul is unlike anything I have ever encountered, and your ability to defeat Xiao San is truly formidable." Initially, Xiao Wu believed that Tang San was one of the most powerful and promising students at Nuoding Academy, especially given his uniquely crafted soul techniques and the remarkable hidden weapons he wielded, which had earned her admiration. However, after witnessing Lu Yuan's martial soul and his extraordinary strength, Xiao Wu's perspective shifted. 4. The martial soul of Lu Yuan harbors 2 distinct forces, one of which is the crimson, savage power he wielded yesterday, sending even Xiao Wu into a tremor of fear and trepidation. This blood-red energy is the nemesis of all life, indeed. The power Lu Yuan demonstrated yesterday could incinerate vitality and annihilate everything. While death is merely the end of life, Lu Yuan's power transcends even that. It embodies extermination, destruction, devouring, and nothingness, as if time and space themselves are destined to conclude before his might. Such strength seems unfit for any mortal to possess. It resembles that of a deity, or perhaps something even beyond divine. Even a spirit beast as formidable as Xiao Wu, who has existed for 100,000 years, cannot suppress the urge to submit at Lu Yuan's feet. Yet, within her heart, a flicker of yearning ignites. She craves this power, this terrifying force that brings chaos and destruction to the world. Perhaps only through it can she exact revenge for her mother-esque grievances. Xiao Wu made the fateful decision to forsake her ancestral legacy, abandoning her 100,000-year cultivation to reincarnate as a human, fully aware that living on as a soul beast would not grant her the strength needed to avenge her mother against the spirit hall that wronged her. Thus, she became human, fervently seeking all powers that might assist her in her quest for vengeance. Initially, she placed her hopes in Tang San, but now her gaze has shifted to Lu Yuan. So what now? My martial soul is formidable. Do you wish to challenge me? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, his features striking and unabashedly bold, in stark contrast to Tang San's unremarkable countenance. Like Tang San, shall you choose to become my adversary? As Lu Yuan stood before Xiaowu, a smile graced his lips for the first time. However, Xiaowu could sense that this smile was not one of goodwill, but rather a manifestation of profound fear. She realized that should a confrontation with Lu Yuan ensue, it would not mirror her encounter with Tang San, which had blossomed into friendship. Conversely, engaging with Lu Yuan would irrevocably cast her as his adversary. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? Why the tension? Xiaowu blinked innocently, attempting to diffuse the situation. Let us proceed. For if there are no other matters at hand, I wish to sever any ties with you and Tang San, Lu Yuan replied, struggling to suppress the murderous intent that simmered within him, his expression betraying no emotion. Since the last encounter where he vanquished the phantom wolf to procure a soul ring, he felt as though a certain restraint within him had been unshackled. This restraint, cultivated in a previous life within a harmonious society bound by stringent laws, had kept his violent desires at bay. In that life, he had channeled those impulses into the realm of gaming. Yet, upon entering this world, the constraints of law no longer held sway over powerful soul masters. This signified that Lu Yuan no longer had to endure. He could eliminate those wicked individuals, those who dared to provoke him. Naturally, as a remnant of his conscience, he would not create terror without cause, nor would he harm the innocent. However, those who dared to anger him, who crossed his threshold, would face annihilation. Was it the power of the martial soul that influenced Lu Yuan's character? Lu Yuan pondered. Perhaps not. Rather, it was his inherent disposition, if one were to characterize his nature using a term from the realms of Dungeons & Dragons. He would likely identify with the alignment of chaotic good. Despite Lu Yuan's appreciation for all virtues and principles, he remained unwilling to be constrained by laws and conventions. Lu Yuan possesses a unique set of moral standards. Although he does not descend into malevolence, his principles do not entirely align with those of the general populace. He does not proclaim himself as the epitome of righteousness, unlike Tang San. Why do you wish to distance yourself from me? Do you not find me endearing? At this moment, Xiaowu playfully blinked her eyes, attempting to charm him. Lu Yuan diligently suppressed his feelings of nausea and revulsion. Enough. How could anyone possibly dislike someone as endearing as her? At that moment, Xiaowu mistakenly believed her attempts at cuteness had made an impression. And with a sudden spark of mischief, she remarked, "This is not an attempt to malign Xiaowu." In the original text, when Tang San returned home for a break, Xiaowu expressed a desire to accompany him in a similar manner. Your tricks may work on Tang San, but they are futile with me. A chill ran down Lu Yuan's spine, and he coldly replied, "Furthermore, your actions only serve to intensify my disgust and aversion. Why do you speak of me in such a manner?" Xiaowu feigned innocence, still putting on an act. Enough. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Lu Yuan felt a shiver course through him, eager to send Xiaowu away. Leave? Are you implying that you, much like Tang San, hail from the village? Xiaowu sought to draw closer. Without a word, Lu Yuan turned and walked away, intending to retreat to the classroom for some respite. Xiaowu stood bewildered, a flicker of anger igniting within her. Ever since her reincarnation as a human, she had always been the center of attention, even from the usually composed Tang San, who had been completely charmed by her adorable demeanor in recent days. However, in Lu Yuan's presence, her playful antics bore no fruit. He remained expressionless, leaving Xiaowu feeling somewhat disheartened. Unlike Tang San, however, Lu Yuan possessed an exquisite and striking appearance, coupled with a powerful and enigmatic martial soul, which seemed to endow Xiaowu with a bit more patience, refraining from her usual impulsive behavior. Chapter 39. If I cannot kill you, can I not subdue you? Lu Yuan was truly taken aback when he found that Xiaowu, who had always been in close association with Tang San, took the initiative to approach him. However, upon further reflection, he pondered why Xiaowu chose to associate with Tang San instead of Wang Sheng. Although both Wang Sheng and Tang San had been defeated by Xiaowu, it was evident that she could discern the disparity between Tang San and Wang Sheng. Moreover, given Tang San's innate full soul power, it was indisputable that the likes of Wang Sheng could not possibly compete with him. Lu Yuan shared a commonality with Tang San in possessing innate full soul power, yet he had previously suffered a narrow defeat at the hands of Wang Sheng. This may have caused Xiaowu to regard him with a degree of disregard, which explained their previously harmonious interactions. However, after Lu Yuan's recent victory over Tang San. The combat prowess and latent talent he displayed were sufficient to capture Xiaowu's attention. Xiaowu was not as innocent and carefree as she appeared on the surface. This was a conclusion Lu Yuan had drawn from his observations over the past few days. Yet, had she been utilizing Tang San all along? Lu Yuan harbored doubts. For in the original narrative, it was indeed the case that Xiaowu sacrificed her own soul ring belonging to the 100,000-year soul beast for Tang San. The soul ring and soul bone of his deceased wife undeniably saved Tang San's life. This spirit of self-sacrifice to save Tang San is undoubtedly genuine. However, Lu Yuan contended that human emotions, rather, the emotions of sentient beings, are inherently mutable. The affections of youth differ vastly from those of adulthood, and even further still from those of old age. Xiao Wu's feelings towards Tang San are no exception. When they first met, she may have approached him with the intention of utilizing him as a means to her vengeful ends. Yet, as the story unfolded, particularly after Tang San acknowledged her as a sister, her feelings toward him began to evolve. As time progressed, those feelings intensified, leading to the subsequent plot involving the soul ring of his deceased wife. However, at present, Xiaowu's sentiments towards Tang San have not yet transformed into the notion of him being her soul brother. She still regards him as a mere tool. As Lu Yuan contemplated, it seemed that all his doubts were suddenly resolved. He chuckled softly, realizing that they were indeed reciprocating each other's feelings. In this realm where love reigns supreme, as long as one continues to invest genuine affection, sincere emotions can be obtained in return. This was truly unexpected for Lu Yuan. It was precisely Tang San's unwavering devotion that garnered the soul ring and soul bone of his late wife, who initially appeared insincere and pretentious. A 10,000-year soul beast transformed into a human. Thus, it could be said that Xiaowu was not entirely unworthy, at least in Lu Yuan's heart. A woman who wholeheartedly dedicates herself to a man, ultimately sacrificing for him, is indeed a commendable woman, rare even in the modern society of his previous life. Had it been in that past existence, Tang San might have tragically become a pitiful figure, a simp, easily discarded after being exploited by a callous woman. Just then, Xiaowu reappeared before him. "What are you doing back here so soon?" she exclaimed, hands on her hips, glaring at him. "I prefer it here. It's quieter." Lu Yuan replied with a chuckle. Although he acknowledged Xiaowu as a good woman, he had no desire to associate with someone as arrogant and spoiled as her, who, despite her age, still pretended to be youthful. To speak of her mischief, since Xiaowu had become the leader of the work-study students, she had caused quite a stir within the academy. There was hardly a moment of peace. It was only because Tang San was willing to clean up after this rabbit girl, who was otherwise unrelated to him, that Lu Yuan would take such matters to heart. Unless it concerned his sister, Lu Qingqing, he wouldn't bother with such trivialities. At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly pondered if this was the very reason Tang San had accepted Xiao Wu as his sister. It seemed rather fitting. He could justify his actions as a brother cleaning up after her mischief. "Am I really that detestable to you?" Xiao Wu stamped her foot, gritting her teeth in frustration. "Indeed, you are quite bothersome, not just to me. Ask any other student in the academy who would actually like you," Lu Yuan retorted mockingly. "Perhaps only Tang San can tolerate your unruly nature," he continued unabashedly. Day in and day out, she caused disturbances in the academy, always speaking in a foul manner. What girl would casually toss around words like madam and excrement as you do? It was not Lu Yuan's intent to slander or defame Xiao Wu. Rather, her recent behavior had been consistently disruptive. Had she not acted in such a manner, Lu Yuan surmised that the number of fights Tang San engaged in would have been halved. The remaining encounters would consist solely of aristocratic students initiating trouble, leaving him with no choice but to retaliate. Xiao was so incensed that she could barely maintain her day of gentleness. Meanwhile, the other students in the classroom, taking a break, revealed expressions of delight at the unfolding drama for Lu Yuan truly articulated their innermost thoughts. In just a few days at Notting Academy, Xiao had already garnered a reputation for her arrogant and overbearing demeanor. Particularly notable was her recent triumph alongside Tang San, where they vanquished the noble youths led by the formidable Xiao, brazenly displaying their prowess within the academy. Such behavior could be aptly described with the phrase campus bullying. This was one of the reasons Lu Yuan held Xiao Wu in disdain. To strike down the weak is hardly a display of true skill. "Leave me be," Lu Yuan remarked coolly, implying that she should seek out her brother San instead, who could maintain a cheerful disposition when persistently harangued by someone they found utterly loathsome. Thus, it was only natural for Lu Yuan's tone to carry a hint of severity. In the next moment, Xiao Wu retaliated with a slap. Though she typically exhibited a gentle demeanor towards Lu Yuan, it was not her true nature. With Lu Yuan's provocation, her temper flared. However, the following instant resonated with the chilling proclamation. Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish. Lu Yuan's icy voice reverberated through the classroom. A scythe imbued with an aura of death hovered perilously close to Xiao Wu's throat, as Lu Yuan regarded her with indifference. So, are you prepared to strike? He challenged. In a moment of reckless determination, Xiao Wu leapt forward, disregarding the deadly scythe aimed at her, intent on confronting Lu Yuan. She was wagering that he would not dare to harm her, banking on his gentlemanly disposition akin to that of Tang San, who would yield to her. And indeed, her gamble proved to be accurate. Lu Yuan indeed did not dare to let her suffer a fatal injury, yet, with a swift motion, he executed the shadow step technique, positioning himself behind Xiao Wu. In an instant, the Death Star scythe targeted the scorpion tail braid at her neck. A glimmer of cold light flashed, and a long braid fell to the ground. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan kicked Xiao Wu down, causing the desks and chairs in the classroom to topple as well. Chapter 40. Diverging opinions. Suddenly, the entire room erupted in an uproar. Xiao Wu had not anticipated Lu Yuan's speed to be so astonishing, allowing him to circle around her and catch her off guard. The most critical moment arrived when she gazed at the braid lying on the floor. In a state of panic, she reached back to feel her hair, only to discover that the once easily grasped scorpion tail braid had transformed into short hair. Overcome with emotion, Xiao Wu burst into tears, exclaiming, "You actually cut off my braid." Wah! Lu Yuan merely grasped the Death Star demon scythe, and, remaining unperturbed before her, stated, "I have warned you. Yet you chose to provoke me. Do not blame me for imparting a lesson." His expression was decidedly frigid, showing no regard for Xiao Wu's tears. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Xiao Wu also began to harbor a faint sense of trepidation towards Lu Yuan. She had always wielded her identity as a girl to act with impunity. Even Tang San, who could overpower her, refrained from striking her hard due to her gender. She had assumed Lu Yuan would behave similarly, but to her astonishment, he delivered a direct admonition. Moreover, Lu Yuan's stealthy maneuver behind her and the swift action of the Death Star demon scythe severing her braid had taken her completely by surprise. Upon reflection, had Lu Yuan aimed not for her braid but rather for her spine or even her head, what would have transpired? She was no longer the formidable 10,000-year soul beast. Since her reincarnation as a human, she had become exceedingly fragile. This was the inherent flaw of the human form. Unable to withstand the assaults of soul masters as she once did, but rather compelled to evade them. What has transpired? At that moment, the teacher, who had come to conduct a class, was taken aback by the scene before him. "Teacher, Xiao Wu and I had a disagreement, and I just gave her a lesson." Lu Yuan confessed candidly, raising his hand. "How could you treat a girl this way?" The teacher, noticing Xiao Wu's short hair and the beautiful severed braids scattered on the ground, quickly grasped the situation. "It is my fault," Lu Yuan admitted succinctly. "I am willing to compensate Xiao Wu for her lost braid. This gold soul coin shall serve as recompense." He then retrieved a gold soul coin from the star-eclipsed bracelet on his wrist, approached Xiao Wu, and knelt to present it to her. The series of maneuvers executed by Lu Yuan was remarkably seamless, leaving no room for criticism. Not to mention, the value of this single gold soul coin is such that, even if he merely severed Xiao Wu's braid or caused her to suffer a fracture, this coin would sufficiently cover the damages. After all, one gold soul coin is roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan from the previous life. Lu Yuan had now become quite affluent, seemingly oblivious to the concept of money, opting instead to throw wealth at his problems. The teacher, witnessing this, found no words to express. Only Xiao Wu glared at him fiercely, as if to say that such actions would not earn his forgiveness. Yet, she accepted the golden soul coin, for despite being a soul beast of 100,000 years, her possession of human currency was rather meager. Otherwise, she would not have relied entirely on Tang San for her sustenance. Whatever, Lu Yuan shrugged, indicating that as long as he was not provoked, there would be no trouble on this day. Subsequently, the classroom returned to a state of tranquility, as if nothing had occurred, with the teacher and students resuming their lessons. Only Xiao Wu remained, her once beautiful braid now gone, her short hair cascading around her ears. Yet she still appeared quite adorable. However, the thought that she was an ancient creature of 100,000 years masquerading as youthful darkened Lu Yuan's mood. In the evening, at the office of the principal of Notting Academy, Lu Yuan approached with a broom and other cleaning tools, intending to fulfill the punishment assigned to him by Dean Yan Shou. However, upon seeing him and the broom in his hand, Yin Shou erupted into hearty laughter. Did you truly believe that my words regarding your punishment of cleaning my room were genuine? Lu Yuan blinked in surprise, wondering if it wasn't so. Never mind. My punishment merely entails your presence here daily for tea and light refreshments, Yin Shou remarked while stroking his beard. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lu Yuan set aside the broom, mop, and bucket. All right then, come and converse with this old man, Yin Shou said with a smile, shaking his head at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan unceremoniously settled across from Yin Shou, picking up the teacup and pastries from the table to indulge himself. I heard you've caused some trouble again today? Yin Shou inquired nonchalantly, taking a sip of tea. What do you mean by cause trouble? Lu Yuan shot him a disdainful glance. I'm not like Xiaowu or Tang San. I'd rather no one bother me, so I can focus on my training and classes. And what about you and that Xiaowu? Yin Shou chuckled. Isn't she the one pestering you? Lu Yuan retorted with exasperation. I'm utterly fed up with her. It's absurd. I did nothing, yet she came and tangled with me. And it ended up getting physical. Ultimately, to teach her a lesson, I cut her braid. Lu Yuan scoffed. Yin Shou, still viewing Lu Yuan as a child, remarked. Cutting a girl's hair? You really don't understand the essence of girls. Thus, it's not me who stirs up trouble. I go about my day peacefully. With no inclination for fights, Lu Yuan replied, rolling his eyes again. Children indeed tend to be more troublesome, Yin Shou said helplessly. You seem quite unique. Disinterested in brawls or running with a crowd. Weaklings flock together. A fierce tiger walks alone, Lu Yuan asserted. However, an exceptional soul master cannot detach from a stellar team. Yin Shou countered, shaking his head. Do you know why the continent holds a grand competition focused on team battles? It's because teamwork far surpasses solitary combat. Come on. That only applies on the battlefield or when traveling in groups, Lu Yuan laughed, unconvinced. Yet in critical moments, it ultimately relies on the soul master, doesn't it? After all, when the final showdown arrives in the Douluo, why do we not see the Shrek 7 going all out against By Dong? Instead, it was Tang San, who ascended to godhood, bringing only Xiaowu along to face By Dong and Qian Rinxue in a 2v2 battle. This proves that in the face of absolute individual strength, team battles hold little value. You, with your mindset, are bound to suffer, Yin Shou seemed indoctrinated by his upbringing, believing Lu Yuan to be mistaken. By the way, don't you have parents and a younger sister? Yin Shou suddenly recalled. Yes, unlike Tang San. I do have a father, a mother, and a sister, Lu Yuan teased, as if struck by a thought. Yin Shou nodded. Would you like to bring them to live in Notting City with you? That sounds feasible, Lu Yuan agreed without hesitation. However, if I am to bring my family over, I also need you to help me bring my second grandfather's family along. After a brief pause, he estimated, there should be 7 of us. Is that manageable? He still remembers the kindness that Lu Wu showed to their family, despite it being rooted in their shared bloodline. Moreover, grandfather Lu Wu was not alone. He had a son, a daughter-in-law, and a little granddaughter, who was younger than Lu Yuan but older than Lu Yuan's sister, Lu Qingqing. In truth, Lu Wu also had an elder son, who tragically perished 10 years ago when conscripted as a soldier by the Tiandou Empire, leaving no descendants behind, a lamentable fate. This was not an isolated circumstance within the Lu Wu family. It is more accurate to say that during the fierce confrontations between the two great empires over a decade ago, nearly every household in the village experienced the loss of young men on the battlefield. This included Lu Yuan's grandfather, whose generation faced devastating casualties during the war between the Tiandou Empire and the Xing Luo Empire over 20 years ago, resulting in only a few robust individuals, including Lu Wu, returning to Lu family village. Subsequently, the remaining elders who survived from the Lu family also succumbed to their old war wounds shortly after returning, leaving Lu Wu as the sole leader of the village. Fortunately, in recent years, due to the presence of the Spirit Hall, the frequency of warfare between the two empires has diminished, allowing for a period of tranquility for Lu Yuan's family. Otherwise, Lu Yuan's father, Lu Qing, would have most likely been conscripted as a soldier, facing the brutal realities of the imperial battlefield. Of course, it's no trouble at all, Yin Shou replied nonchalantly. As a formidable Soul King and the esteemed head of Notting Academy, his power was astonishing, akin to a top-tier magnate from a previous life. Purchasing 2 houses in the city to accommodate commoners posed no challenge whatsoever. Thank you, Headmaster, Lu Yuan said with a smile. I merely hope you will devote yourself diligently to your training and achieve the rank of Soul Emperor in due course, Yin Shou remarked, waving his hand dismissively. Moreover, as long as your family resides in Notting City, I can rest easy. At that moment, Yin Shou gazed at Lu Yuan with a lingering, profound look. momentarily startling Lu Yuan. Then, Lu Yuan comprehended that Yin Xiao's actions were merely a reminder should Lu Yuan's family decide to relocate to Nanning City. He would find himself under Yin Xiao's scrutiny. Henceforth, Lu Yuan must tread carefully in his actions. This was a veiled threat. Yin Xiao smiled. Yet it was undeniably a genuine warning. However, his intentions were not to compel Lu Yuan to act, but rather to ensure that Lu Yuan understood he must never betray the Yin family in the future. Lu Yuan understood completely. However, he found himself quite sympathetic to Yin Xiao's approach. After all, it is impossible for families of such prestigious lineage to solely rely on benevolence and gentleness. Their common strategy involves a combination of both carrots and sticks. With this realization, Lu Yuan's expression grew somewhat indifferent. Even though he grasped the implications of Yin Xiao's threats, being threatened by someone who was supposed to be family was inherently uncomfortable. Initially, Lu Yuan held Yin Xiao in high regard, even considering him somewhat of a mentor. Yet, it has now become evident that their relationship was strictly transactional. Lu Yuan requires resources from the Yin family behind the Yin hunt to foster his strength and safeguard his family, while the Yin family seeks Lu Yuan to become a formidable force in the future, relying on him as their pillar of support. Both parties fulfill their respective needs, with neither indebted to the other. This arrangement is indeed satisfactory. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. In such a scenario, it was merely a transaction of pure interests, devoid of any emotional debts. Pure interests are easily repaid, whereas emotional debts can never truly be settled. As long as you understand, Yin Xiao remarked with a smile. By the way, how is your soul power cultivation progressing? He paused momentarily before inquiring further. Very well. I feel that I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Lu Yuan replied. Oh, so soon? A flicker of satisfaction passed through Yin Xiao's eyes as he continued. It seems you will soon ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master. Therefore, I should outline the next phase of our plans. The next phase? Lu Yuan responded with curiosity. Indeed, Yin Xiao said with a smile. Surely, you do not wish to remain in this small city of Nanning for a lifetime? At least according to our plans, you cannot linger in this insignificant town for too long. It would not be conducive to your development. The quality of soul rings available here in the soul hunting forest is rather limited. As you know, it houses only soul beasts that are barely 1,000 years old, with none exceeding that age. The optimal third soul ring for a soul master is one that is over 1,000 years old, which would greatly benefit the enhancement of your martial soul's quality and your cultivation. Thus, upon your breakthrough to Great Soul Master, you must depart from Nanning City. As for where to go, I can grant you the choice. Yin Xiao brushed his left hand against a pouch on his belt, and a map materialized in his grasp. Clearly, this pouch was another soul-guiding device. One could not help but admire Yin Xiao's wealth. After bestowing the Star Eater upon Lu Yuan, he still possessed such a soul-guiding artifact. Yin Xiao unfurled the map in his hands. It was a map of the Tiando Empire. He first pointed to the capital city, Tiando City. Tiando City is the most prosperous city in our Tiando Empire, and it is home to the greatest number of nobles and dignitaries. The resources here are unparalleled, backed by the Star Do Great Forest, where all supplies of the empire converge. However, the downside is that you cannot act recklessly within the capital, for even our Yin family must tread carefully there. Lu Yuan immediately expressed his understanding, for after all, it was the imperial capital of the Tiando Empire, beneath the feet of the emperor. In the heart of the imperial city, there were virtually no commoners. It was a realm populated by soul masters, where one might encounter formidable soul masters and dignitaries of the empire on a daily basis. This stood in stark contrast to the diminutive city of Nanning, where over 80% of the residents were still common folk, with only a rare few achieving the status of soul master. In the rural outskirts of Nanning, the proportion of commoners soared to an astonishing 99.99%. Individuals like Lu Yuan, whose martial soul had undergone an aberration to become soul masters, were so scarce that one could scarcely expect even a single emergence within a year, let alone a decade. In contrast, the proportion of soul masters in the city of Tiando approached nearly 100%, as they were all descendants of soul masters. Even those who had fallen into hardship or experienced a failed mutation, like Yu Xiaojiang, retained some semblance of soul power, often possessing 2 or 3 levels of soul energy due to their lineage and the nourishment they received, thereby preserving the potential for cultivation. Chapter 42. The Choice, Part 2. This, I naturally comprehend. Rest assured, I am not one to court trouble, Lu Yuan remarked, shrugging his shoulders. However, you have not mentioned other alternatives, have you? Of course, I intend to present those options to you before you make a choice, Yin Shou replied with a light chuckle. I merely wish to outline the stakes involved first. And what else? Lu Yuan shot him a sidelong glance, prompting the inquiry. Another option is the city of Qihua, one of the strongholds that our Yin family has diligently cultivated over the years. Yin Shou gestured towards a city located in the southern part of the Tiando Empire, pride illuminating his expression. Qihua City? Lu Yuan blinked, as if recalling a familiar name. Indeed, Qihua City was constructed under the orders of my family's second-generation General Liuwa, and its original purpose was to fortify the southern defenses of the imperial capital, safeguarding against the advance of the Xinglua Empire's forces should they breach the Jialing Pass and march directly towards the capital. Jialing Pass serves as one of the frontline fortifications of the Tiando Empire against the Starluo Empire. Beyond the pass, numerous kingdoms and principalities with autonomous powers stand guard. Although these kingdoms and principalities ostensibly remain under the aegis of the Tiando Empire, Lu Yuan is acutely aware that, in reality, they have already pledged allegiance to the Spirit Hall. When the opportune moment arrives, these realms will ardently proclaim their loyalty. Echoing the Inner Sea's declaration, there can be but one answer: I shall be loyal to you, and will surrender outright, becoming integral parts of the Spirit Hall. Upon reflection, the capitulation of these kingdoms and principalities appears quite reasonable. After all, situated outside the Jialing Pass, they possess no natural defenses and must confront the military might of the Spirit Hall directly. Furthermore, the Tiando Empire has neither dispatched formidable protectors to safeguard them nor offered military assistance. Geographically, these kingdoms and principalities lie at the periphery of the Tiando Empire's influence, creating an awkward predicament. They are too distant from the Empire, yet too close to the Spirit Hall. It would be more advantageous for them to submit to the Spirit Hall and partake in its prosperity. Should the Spirit Hall unify the continent, they would seamlessly transform into regions governed directly by the Spirit Hall in the capital of the Spirit Empire. Considering this, Lu Yuan mused that if he were a leader among these kingdoms and principalities, he too would adopt the Inner Sea's loyalty, openly declaring allegiance. Striving for the Tiando Empire seems futile when one might as well align with the Spirit Hall for mutual benefit. Meanwhile, Qihua City, apart from its duty to protect the imperial capital, has been developed by the Yin family into the foremost city in the south. Yin Shou continued, stating that within Qihua City, the Yin family wields considerable power, rivaling even the local city lord in terms of influence. A flicker of regret crossed his face as he added, unfortunately, your martial soul is not of the fire attribute, preventing you from attending the Qihua Academy. However, aside from Qihua Academy, there exists another esteemed institution in Qihua City, the Nuwu Academy, where the Yin family can arrange for your enrollment. Qihua Academy? The mere mention of this institution confirmed Lu Yuan's suspicions. Yet, Yin Shou misinterpreted his reaction, believing Lu Yuan was unaware of the academy's prestige. With a smile, Yin Shou explained, indeed, Qihua Academy may not be known to you, but it is widely recognized as the most formidable academy within the Tiando Empire, second only to the Tiando Royal Academy located in the imperial capital. The Tiando Royal Academy accommodates the finest disciples from various noble families and sects throughout the empire, including the descendants of several titled Douluo and promising heirs from major sections. Thus, the Tiando Royal Academy has consistently been a seed team in the continent's prestigious Soul Master competitions. Beneath the Tiando Royal Academy lies the 5 elemental academies. However, it should now be referred to as the 4 elemental academies, namely the Water Academy, the Wind Academy, the Thunder Academy, and the Fire Academy I mentioned earlier. Each of these elemental institutions admits students with specific elemental spirits, yet regrettably, your spirit does not possess the fire attribute, remarked Yin Shou. This is indeed the case. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. The spirit he currently manifested, the Death Star Scythe, possesses 2 forms and powers. One is the shadow power held by the Odyssey Kayn, while the other is the Death Omen power, or the force of destruction, wielded by the Odyssey Rost. Thus, it could be said that it has no connection whatsoever to the 4 elemental academies. However, Lu Yuan's second spirit, the Storm Thunder Dragon, embodies the powers of both storm and thunder, allowing him to choose to study at either the Wind Academy or the Thunder Academy when revealed. These are the 2 options I present to you. What are your thoughts? Which will you choose? Yin Shou asked with a smile, glancing at Lu Yuan. I choose Tiando City, Lu Yuan declared without hesitation. Oh? Yin Shou's eyes flickered with surprise. I had thought you would opt for the Fire City. What made you think I would choose Fire City? Lu Yuan shrugged. Then why not select Fire City? Yin Shou pondered briefly before countering. Fire City seems rather stable. And with our Yin family's influence there, you could live a life of ease and luxury. What purpose would that serve? Lu Yuan replied with a smile. If I were to choose, it must be a place where I can prove myself. Tiando City is an excellent venue for demonstrating my talent and abilities. I want the people there to look up to me and to sincerely bow before the boundless glory I possess. Ambition gleamed in Lu Yuan's eyes. With a top-tier spirit like the Three Lives as his advantage, lacking ambition would be a disservice to such a gift. Bow before you? Yin Shou's expression turned slightly resigned. There are many geniuses there, not to mention those hailing from esteemed sects like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School. Achieving that will be quite challenging. It was not that he underestimated Lu Yuan's humble origins. Rather, he recognized that even with the support of the Yin family, Lu Yuan's talent still pales in comparison to those born from title Douluo backgrounds or prominent noble families. Rest assured, I will prove this one day. Lu Yuan proclaimed confidently. Having confidence is commendable, but young ones should not aim too high, Yin Shou advised with a hint of exasperation. I understand, Lu Yuan replied, his expression returning to calmness as he smiled. As long as you understand, you should be able to break through to the Great Soul Master in 2 years, correct? Yin Shou remarked casually. In just 2 years? Lu Yuan shrugged. If you had broken through earlier and stayed in Notting City a bit longer, it would have granted you and your family ample time together. After all, such moments of familial reunion will be scarce thereafter, Yin Shou remarked nonchalantly. I understand. Lu Yuan nodded, then turned to leave the office. That kid, Yin Shou shook his head. Chapter 43, A Change of Heart. After Lu Yuan departed from Yin Shou's office, he let out a sigh. He understood well that lacking sufficient strength would result in being restrained at every turn. In this world, he was not alone. And it suddenly dawned on him why so many transmigration novels favored protagonists who were orphans or those whose parents had sacrificed themselves. Such circumstances allowed the protagonists to act without hesitation. At the very least, having a father like Tang San, a titled Douluo, would not only prevent him from being a burden but would also provide substantial assistance. Indeed, starting as a wealthy second-generation individual is far more advantageous than beginning life as a humble farmer. Even with the blue-silver, grass martial soul, Tang San could act with impunity, choosing to eliminate or disrespect anyone at will. Unlike Lu Yuan, whose parents, Lu Qing and Mana, were of pure commoner lineage. Killing 2 civilians in the world of soul masters was a relatively simple task. However, Lu Yuan could not turn a blind eye to his biological parents in this life. He was not the kind of person who could remain indifferent towards his family. Thus, he felt compelled to protect them. Even for his sister, Lu Qingqing, he would strive to help her awaken as a powerful soul master. It was for the sake of his family in this life that Lu Yuan willingly accepted Yin Shou's deal, as this was one of the primary reasons driving his decision. He could not adopt a callous demeanor and passively watch as his loved ones face threats from his sworn enemies in the future. The path that Lu Yuan was destined to take would inevitably create countless adversaries. He would eventually have to contemplate the safety of his parents as much as possible. While he pondered these matters, 2 figures emerged before him. Lu Yuan glanced over and saw a boy and a girl. The girl was none other than the one he had cut the scorpion braid from earlier that morning, Xiaowu. Although she seemed somewhat unaccustomed to her short hair, she still appeared quite adorable. Of course, this was merely an observation from others. In Lu Yuan's eyes, Xiaowu was still an ancient relic attempting to feign youth. Oh, here to stir up trouble? Lu Yuan had anticipated this, for he had severed the braid that Xiaowu held dear, a decision made in response to her incessant harassment. He intended to teach her a lesson. Yet, would the illustrious and passionate Tang San consider such context? No, Tang San would only perceive an affront and seek retribution. He recalled the incident at the gate of Notting Academy, where a young guard had merely posed a slight inconvenience to Tang San and old Jack, only to be met with Tang San's lethal intent. Thus, Lu Yuan's act of cutting off Xiaowu's braid could be deemed even more heinous. Lu Yuan, I ask you. Tang San stepped forward, his voice low and serious. Why did you cut off Xiaowu's braid? This caught Lu Yuan off guard momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, expressing his astonishment with a teasing click of his tongue. What are you doing? Tang San inquired, brows furrowed. I find it quite peculiar that, given your character, you would ask me why, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. I assumed you would prefer to confront me directly. Are you perhaps afraid after our last encounter? The mocking expression on Lu Yuan's face made Tang San uncomfortable. Indeed, he had not fared well under Lu Yuan's hand previously. Tang San's proud ghost shadow perplexing track paled in comparison to Lu Yuan's sweeping scythe and shadow step in terms of speed. His Xian Jade hand dared not confront Lu Yuan's Death Star demon scythe, capable of slicing through even stars. Additionally, the endless soul power characteristic of his Xian Tian skill lost its essence before Lu Yuan, who could regenerate with the embodiment of the Death Star. At present, the concealed weapons and techniques Tang San wielded were merely rudimentary Tang sect hidden armaments, and his most formidable concealed weapon, the sleeve arrow, could not inflict any harm on Lu Yuan. It could be said that Tang San was utterly overwhelmed in Lu Yuan's presence. This was only reasonable, as the Death Star in the Odyssey universe could annihilate star systems and devour stars, belonging to a truly advanced realm of fantasy blended with science fiction. The Tang sect, where Tang San hailed from in his previous life, was merely a prominent sect within a martial arts world. While the Tang sect may sound impressive, those familiar with martial arts novels know it to be merely a first-rate faction, incomparable to the renowned Shaolin, Wudong, or MMA, which are considered the true martial arts schools of the world. Furthermore, a martial arts world dominated by concealed weapons and gunpowder could at most be classified as a mid-tier martial arts realm. If it were a high martial arts realm such as Fengyun or the twin dragons of the Tang dynasty, Lu Yuan might have felt some trepidation. However, even the so-called masters in these realms, not to mention the emerging figures like Qin Shuang from the Heavenly Association era, were unafraid of concealed weapons and gunpowder. Therefore, Lu Yuan truly held no fear of Tang San and was absolutely confident that he would not be outmatched. "Thank you for your leniency last time," Tang San said with a sullen expression. "But I have come today to seek justice for Xiao Wu." "Justice? What justice? Since when did you take it upon yourself to seek justice?" Lu Yuan scoffed. "Moreover, I have already apologized and compensated her. It was a golden soul coin." "A golden soul coin?" Tang San exclaimed, astonished. He was still quite poor, or rather, he had always been, until he later created powerful mechanical concealed weapons to sell at the Grand Auction House, and before encountering the big fish named Fengji. Tang San had relied on subsidies from the Spirit Hall and earned a living by working in a blacksmith shop. For Tang San at this moment, a golden soul coin was indeed a substantial sum. Instantly, Xiao Wu behind him averted her gaze. "So what justice are you seeking?" "I have paid her. I have apologized." "What more do you want?" Lu Yuan coldly remarked. Tang San took a deep breath and insisted, "Regardless, it is wrong to cut off a girl's hair. One's body, hair, and skin are bestowed by their parents. Xiao Wu herself does not wish to part with her hair. How could you do such a thing? And so?" "Still the same question. What justice do you, Tang San, seek? What right do you have to demand justice? Aside from compensation and an apology, what more do you desire?" Lu Yuan replied icily. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Is it my head that you desire?" He sneered. "A million strong armies heed my command." An unparalleled aura emanated from him as the Death Star scythe materialized in his grasp, and a yellow soul ring slowly ascended beneath his feet. "Shall we engage?" Lu Yuan raised his gaze, his expression indifferent as he regarded Tang San and Xiao Wu. "I did not come here to fight," he stated, but then interrupted himself. "However, I have changed my mind." Tang San and Xiao Wu stared at him in disbelief as Lu Yuan revealed a menacing grin. "I have indeed altered my decision. I intend to thrash you thoroughly. You shall learn that before me, all must kneel in submission. Those who follow me shall prosper, while those who oppose me shall perish." In an instant, Lu Yuan erupted into action, pointing directly at Tang San and Xiao Wu. "Tang San!" Xiao Wu shouted, quickly reacting as a faint purple hue flickered in her eyes. The purple extreme demon eye instinctively activated. Under its influence, Lu Yuan's movements appeared slightly slower to Tang San, who, seizing the opportunity, swiftly executed the misty steps, sliding 2 meters away with agility. "I am everywhere," Xiao Wu exclaimed. Yet, the next moment, Lu Yuan's chilling voice whispered in her ear, "Shadow step." Lu Yuan activated the shadow step, moving even faster than Tang San's ghostly shadow steps. This was the remarkable utility of shadow power, relentless and inescapable. "Only the weak fear the shadows," he declared as he swung the Death Star scythe towards Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu barely managed to respond, leaping awkwardly to evade Lu Yuan's blade. Tang San, now fully aware of the situation, called forth his martial spirit. Manifest, a ghostly blue weed appeared in his palm, and a bright yellow soul ring rose beneath him. First soul skill, Entangle. Countless weeds spiraled at Lu Yuan's feet, coiling around him like a massive serpent poised to ensnare its prey. Lu Yuan's feet were ensnared by the blue-silver grass. In the very moment he was attacking Xiao Wu, Tang San seized the opportunity to unleash his soul skill, entangling him. It was a fortunate moment for Tang San, leaving Lu Yuan with no chance to evade, yet he remained indifferent. I have already stated, weeds are merely weeds. How could they possibly bind me? Lu Yuan remarked with a mocking tone. My power will reach into eternity. No one can challenge me, he proclaimed with unrestrained arrogance, as his strength indeed radiated throughout his being with those words. With a gentle sweep of the Death Star's scythe, the blue-silver grass coiling around Lu Yuan's feet was effortlessly severed. You little brat, watch as I beat you so thoroughly that even your mother won't recognize you. At that moment, Xiaowu's sharp retort echoed. Following this, a pair of soft legs ascended to Lu Yuan's waist. Xiaowu had sprouted a pair of pink rabbit ears atop her head, clearly indicating that she had activated her martial spirit. Her first soul skill. The bright yellow soul ring adorning her body glowed to life as she executed the waist bow. Xiaowu's first soul skill, waist bow, instantaneously doubled her waist strength and enhanced her resilience by 50%. After reaching the 10th level of soul power, each subsequent level would increase the effect of the waist bow by 1%, serving as the foundation for her later renowned self-created soul skill. The explosive 8 SEC Lu Yuan remained indifferent, then gazed at her coldly and said, Dead rabbit, are you willing to sacrifice your legs? In the instant before Xiaowu could unleash her soul skill, he raised the Death Star Demon Scythe high and swung it down towards her legs. Under the unmatched sharpness of the scythe's blade, Xiaowu's legs were destined to be severed completely. In the realm of Douluo Continent, the rebirth of broken bones is an exceedingly arduous endeavor, requiring at least a soul bone and accompanied by numerous intricate conditions. No. In that moment, Tang San's eyes widened as he shouted in alarm. However, the next instant, Lu Yuan reversed the blade of the Death Star Demon Scythe, turning the edge away from Xiaowu, and aimed the head of the scythe at her thigh. Lu Yuan was acutely aware that, at least for the moment, severing Xiaowu's legs was not an option, despite his fervent desire to do so. However, even if he were to completely and mercilessly break the legs of this foul-mouthed rabbit, he would ensure she received a lesson so severe that it would leave an indelible impression on her mind, one that she would find impossible to forget. A lesson so harsh that this wretched creature would tremble in fear at the mere sight of him in the future. Lu Yuan remained unfazed, wielding the Death Star scythe. The sound of crunching bones, reminiscent of a dreadful dental ache, accompanied Xiaowu's anguished wail. Lu Yuan leapt into the air, executing a sweeping kick that sent Xiaowu flying toward Tang San's direction. In the next moment, Lu Yuan vanished from his original position once more. Every star belongs to me, he proclaimed as he wielded the unparalleled star-cleaving scythe, spinning it menacingly toward Tang San and Xiaowu. Regrettably, I must cancel tonight's dinner with the client to discuss the proposal. It seems unlikely we will proceed any further. I just received a rejection for my visa application, which may render this book unnecessary. Initially, I was willing to continue writing, even if the data for this book fell short, as long as I could secure a contract. However, now that a contract seems unattainable, it has become quite exhausting to persist in this endeavor. I apologize to everyone for this situation. I will attempt to update gradually. Although I had considered abandoning the project, I noticed that many still wish to read it, so I shall continue to create for the love of it. Nonetheless, updates may not be frequent, perhaps only during holidays when I find myself with free time. I hope for your understanding. And I plan to release another update around 1 o'clock. Chapter 44. How can a hypocritical villain ever ascend to divinity? As Lu Yuan's scythe swept toward him, Tang San's eyes widened in response. In this critical moment, his first spirit ring glowed once again. First spirit skill, bind. The rapidly growing blue-silver grass obscured Lu Yuan's vision, causing his gaze to sharpen. However, mere seconds later, the frenzied growth of the blue-silver grass was sliced into countless fragments by the sweeping scythe. Yet, as Lu Yuan's relentless scythe struck behind the blue-silver grass, it met with nothing but empty air. When the remnants of the grass settled upon the ground, Lu Yuan finally beheld Tang San and Xiaowu. Now a full 10 meters away, Tang San clung tightly to Xiaowu's fragile form, while Xiaowu's thighs displayed irregular curves, the result of Lu Yuan's brutal assault that had shattered her legs. Lu Yuan was not surprised by this. Tang San was an exceptionally intelligent individual. The use of his first soul skill was not to ensnare Lu Yuan, but rather to impede the speed of his attacks, while simultaneously obscuring his line of sight. In doing so, he successfully led Xiaowu away from the range of Lu Yuan's assault. Such a clever maneuver was entirely in line with Lu Yuan's expectations. Although Lu Yuan possessed formidable strength, he could not entirely disregard the obfuscation of vision as Tang San, endowed with the violet extreme magic eye, could. Furthermore, in his ordinary state, Lu Yuan was unable to employ the blade-piercing technique while wielding the giant scythe. Otherwise, he could have executed the move even under the circumstances of limited sight. Tang San, cradling Xiaowu, was beset with anguish as he observed her succumb to immense pain. Losing consciousness, his heart ached profoundly as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Yuan, who seemed to wail like a cornered beast. Did he believe this was my fault? Lu Yuan, however, remained unfazed, sneering, "You truly are amusing. You permit me to be troubled by you, but deny me the right to retaliate, don't you? Do you think that anyone who possesses the means to end another's life must stand idle, awaiting their demise?" His countenance was icy, impervious to any lesson, and he exhibited a heart as cold as ice. "Do you truly see yourself as some noble avenger?" Tang San, undeterred by Lu Yuan's taunts, declared. "You should never have harmed Xiaowu. Is that all there is to it?" Lu Yuan laughed heartily. "If you have the ability, then bring me down. Your incessant prattle fails to pique my interest." He raised the Death Star scythe, his eyes ablaze with reckless fervor. "My era has begun." Ethereal blue light cascaded from the Death Star scythe, illuminating every corner of the space, transforming Lu Yuan's short black hair into long blue locks. Enveloped in a shroud of shadowy energy, shadow assassin form. In this state, Lu Yuan could augment his original soul power level by a percentage, enhancing his strength and soul power intensity. Simultaneously, the shadow step increased his speed by 40%, granting him immunity to deceleration effects. "No emperor is greater than I." Lu Yuan recited the lines from his voice pack, allowing his formidable soul power to resonate throughout his being. With shadow step activated, the dark energy cloaked him, rendering him invisible against the wall. Tang San, holding Xiaowu, grew tense, a faint purple glimmer flashing in his eyes as he sought to locate Lu Yuan using the violet extreme magic eye. At that moment, a ghostly voice echoed from behind him, and Lu Yuan materialized, brandishing the ethereal blue Death Star scythe, swinging it menacingly towards Tang San's back. Instantly alert, Tang San employed ghostly shadow technique, attempting to evade Lu Yuan's assault. Yet, in the next heartbeat, blade piercing, the azure square energy attack swiftly pierced through both Tang San and Xiaowu, significantly slowing Tang San's pace, prompting both him and the unconscious Xiaowu to cry out in agony. In this state of deceleration, Lu Yuan utilized shadow step to swiftly close the distance between them, his eyes glimmering with intent. Rather than wielding the Death Star scythe, he delivered a powerful kick to Tang San's back, sending him and Xiaowu rolling away. Tang San clutched Xiaowu as they tumbled wildly across the ground. Lu Yuan remained in place, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. His gaze flickered momentarily before he smiled at Tang San, who was still conscious, albeit barely. "This time, I merely bestowed upon you both a lesson. Unlike you, I am inherently compassionate. Aside from imparting this lesson, I harbor no intention of taking lives. In the future, do not trouble me, understood?" Tang San lay on the ground, racked with intense pain throughout his body, yet he was still capable of movement. At that moment, he could only fixate on Lu Yuan with a fierce intensity. Without uttering a word, Lu Yuan discerned the depth of Tang San's desire to kill him. Yet, Lu Yuan too harbored a wish to end Tang San's life. Just moments ago, he had considered advancing to unleash the devastating skill, splitting shadow, to eviscerate him. The voice in his mind, associated with that skill, urged him to proceed. However, he restrained himself. The reason for his restraint was not due to any genuine compassion, rather, he sensed an abrupt surge of formidable soul power emanating from a position atop the roof. Although the powerful aura quickly subsided, Lu Yuan instantly recognized its presence. Simultaneously, he comprehended that this overwhelming soul power did not belong to anyone else but to Tang San's father, the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. Perhaps Tang Hao intended to temper Tang San through this ordeal, hence refraining from immediately eliminating the one who dared to harm his son. Yet, Lu Yuan understood that should he genuinely harbor the intent to kill Tang San, Tang Hao would undoubtedly intervene and put an end to him. Even if he could trade his life for Tang San's, this was no mere game. Such an exchange would not be a fair trade for Lu Yuan, but rather a grievous loss. Thus, he merely kicked Tang San away without escalating the confrontation further. Tang San glared at Lu Yuan with palpable animosity, his desire to slay him evident. This sentiment was not unfounded. After all, Tang San had shown no mercy even towards an innocent bystander, a gatekeeper whose only fault was exhibiting slightly excessive zeal. Furthermore, upon ascending to the status of a divine king, he had been known to exploit the soul of his own daughter as a tool for seizing the essence of the divine beast. standing idly by as the Shrek Academy was engulfed in devastation, resulting in the deaths of countless lives. His actions could only be described as devoid of humanity and morality. Given Tang San's ruthless disposition towards innocents, it was only natural that his animosity towards Lu Yuan intensified, especially as Lu Yuan had him firmly pinned to the ground. "Do not look at me like that. I am merely administering the lesson your parents could not," Lu Yuan remarked with a cold smirk. He did not relinquish his martial spirit, but instead activated his shadow steps, retreating into the wall behind him, slowly making his exit. This was a precautionary measure against any potential ambush from Tang San. Lu Yuan was certainly not so arrogant as to disregard the cunning nature of Tang San, who was known for his treacherous use of hidden weapons. To turn his back on Tang San, while relinquishing his martial soul, would be tantamount to inviting his own demise. Chapter 45. Time. Wishing my dear friends a joyous festival. As time passed swiftly, Lu Yuan spent an entire year at the Nightblade Academy. In this institution for novice soul masters, a single semester spanned an entire year, during which students were not permitted to return home, although family members were allowed to visit. During this interval, Lu Yuan managed to summon his father to the city through a letter, discussing their relocation to the urban area. Shortly thereafter, Yan Shou organized all arrangements for Lu Yuan's family to settle in the city. However, Lu Yuan's father, Lu Qin, and his second uncle, Lu Wu, were rather nostalgic, often lamenting their attachment to their homeland. Consequently, they opted not to sell their village house and land outright, but instead retained them, entrusting the villagers to look after a portion of it. Over the course of this year, aside from Lu Yuan's family relocating to the city, he himself made significant progress, breaking through to the 20th level of soul power. With the aid of the stored arcane energy within the Death Star Demon's Scythe, combined with his diligent practice, his advancement was notably swift. After all, he was the most unassuming and peace-seeking student. Following the incident with Tang San and Xiao Wu, it was evident that the latter perceived a flicker of fear in his eyes. As for Tang San, his gaze towards Lu Yuan was tinged with a newfound caution, yet he did not exhibit much fear. Perhaps he was contemplating the creation of a formidable hidden weapon, such as the Dragon Whisker Needle, intending to target Lu Yuan first. Regrettably, during his time at Nightblade Academy, Tang San was at his weakest in terms of both soul power and hidden weapon crafting, marking a stage of minimal growth in his life. In contrast to the subsequent year when he would achieve breakthroughs of 10 or 8 levels in soul power, Tang San could only manage an average increase of 2 levels per year while at Nightblade Academy, an exceedingly feeble progression. The most potent hidden weapon he could wield remained the so-called sleeve arrow, which was merely enhanced with some serpent venom and minor bloodletting grooves. However, such trivial tactics were utterly insufficient to breach Lu Yuan's current soul power defenses. While Tang San lacked virtue, he possessed a clear understanding of combat and strategy. Recognizing the futility of his attempts against Lu Yuan, he naturally refrained from making a move. Lu Yuan pondered that perhaps it was merely the empty rhetoric inscribed in Tang San's broken Xintian treasure record, which spoke of remaining still yet unleashing thunderous might upon motion, that had led Tang San to refrain from acting impulsively despite his modest increase in strength. Furthermore, over the course of the past year, Lu Yuan had experienced a remarkable enhancement in his soul power, ascending from the initial level 14, manifested after absorbing his soul ring, to an impressive level 20. In contrast, Tang San had spent the year preoccupied with playful banter with Xiao Wu and occasionally stepping in to assist the work-study students, thus squandering an inordinate amount of time that could have been devoted to cultivation, resulting in his soul power barely exceeding level 14. Consequently, Tang San was even more reluctant to act against Lu Yuan without due consideration. Lu Yuan, uninterested in the matter at hand, embodied a demeanor that was both understated and carefree. Having elevated his soul power to the 20th level, he now set about preparing to acquire his second soul ring. To avoid arousing suspicion, he opted to hunt century-old soul beasts within the soul-hunting forest. Lu Yuan initially intended to create a profound transformation within the soul-hunting forest, determined to locate a millennium soul beast to forcibly absorb its soul ring and the accompanying essence to aid in his cultivation. However, the soul-hunting forest near Notting City was merely a low-level soul beast habitat, and it seemed as though his fortune had been entirely depleted by the external soul bone attached to his right hand. After an exhaustive week of survival in the wilderness, he finally encountered a soul beast over 900 years old. The absorption of the soul ring yielded almost no residual essence. All its power was converted into Lu Yuan's soul force breakthrough and his second soul ring. During this period, Lu Yuan faced several century-old soul beasts that sought to prey upon him. Given that these creatures had chosen to confront him, he found no moral dilemma in slaying them. By defeating these beasts, he absorbed their essence, albeit this newfound essence differed from his initial absorption. It could only elevate his soul power from the 3rd to the 4th level within the Great Soul Master phase. Nevertheless, this was certainly preferable to having no essence reserves at all. Upon completing the absorption of the Soul Ring, Lu Yuan showcased his 20th level soul power before Yin Shou, leaving him astounded. This display was not a mere act of arrogance or childish desire for admiration. Rather, it was crucial for Lu Yuan to demonstrate his talent and potential to Yin Shou. He aimed to garner greater attention from Yin Shou and, by extension, the Yin family. After all, the Yin family's strategy involved a so-called 100-man plan, and Lu Yuan was but one of several civilian prodigies they had invested in. Thus, he needed to appropriately exhibit his abilities to distinguish himself among these talents and secure the Yin family's focus and investment. Excited by Lu Yuan's display, Yin Shou inquired whether he wished to set off immediately for Heaven-Do City. After much contemplation, Lu Yuan decided to remain in Notting City for an additional 6 months before embarking on a journey to explore other cities, ultimately aiming to venture into Tiando City. Yin Shou did not hasten Lu Yuan's departure to Tiando City, for despite Lu Yuan's remarkable talent, he was still merely a 7-year-old child. Lu Yuan chose to remain within the academy, immersing himself in the vast ocean of cultivation and learning. As the academic year drew to a close, Tang San and Xiao Wu seemingly returned to Shenghun Village. Upon their return, their bond intensified once more. Xiao Wu affectionately referred to Tang San as brother, while he called her sister. However, what relevance did this hold for Lu Yuan? Though he found the pair rather distasteful during his last encounter with Tang San, he sensed the tumultuous surge of soul power, the status of which now eluded him. It could be inferred that during the period from Tang San's arrival in Notting City to his studies at Shrek Academy, Tang Hao was likely at his side. The only time one could be certain that Tang Hao was absent was around the moment when the original characters Yu Xiaojing and Lu Erlong crossed paths at the Blue Tyrant Academy, during which the poisoned Douluo, Bo, apprehended Tang San without any objection from Tang Hao. It was around this pivotal moment that Lu Yuan resolved to eliminate Tang San. Yet, in order to seize this opportune moment, he first needed to extricate himself from the list of Tang San's adversaries and mortal enemies. Lu Yuan aimed to feign disinterest in Tang San, subsequently distancing himself from the latter's gaze, to the extent that Tang San would nearly forget his very existence. Commencing from the following year, when both Lu Yuan and Tang San would turn 8, he intended to gradually fade from Tang San's sight, re-emerging only when Tang San reached the age of 13, with lethal intent. 5 years of absence would render it inconceivable to anyone that the trivial conflicts of 2 children could culminate in a child's unwavering resolve to end Tang San's life after such an extensive period. Furthermore, the world of Douluo lacked the mystical abilities found in other fantastical realms, such as the capacity to access the memories of the deceased or to conjure illusions of their demise. In essence, Tang Hao is merely a remarkably powerful ordinary man. Thus, if Lu Yuan adhered to his meticulously crafted plan, no one would ever suspect him as the perpetrator of Tang San's demise. As he sat in the classroom, ostensibly engrossed in his studies, his heart swelled with a burgeoning intent to kill. Chapter 46. Farewell. The first year of Lu Yuan's studies at Notting Academy has finally come to a complete end. Tomorrow, he will fully embrace his holiday and return to his new home in Notting City. Mom and Dad, I'm home. Upon entering, Lu Yuan immediately exclaimed. Oh, his mother, Mana, rushed out with a beaming smile, gazing fondly at her son whom she had not seen for quite some time. My dear Yuan has become even more handsome. Lu Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet his curiosity was piqued as he noticed the flower dusting his mother's hands. Mother, what are you making? He inquired. I'm preparing a meal. Since you're home today, I must whip up something delicious for you. I'm making noodles. And your father will be bringing back roasted chicken from the shop soon. Mana replied with enthusiasm. Although Lu Qing and Mana had shed their identities as farmers and moved to the city, they did not abandon work altogether. Lu Qing currently served as a waiter in a local restaurant, while Mana worked as a seamstress, mending garments and shoes. Together, they managed to earn a modest income of 1 silver coin per month, living a frugal life consistent with the simplicity ingrained in their farming background. And my sister? Lu Yuan asked, curiosity lingering in his voice. At that moment, a soft, childlike voice chimed in, brother. His younger sister, Lu Qingqing, emerged, her small feet pattering confidently across the floor. At 4 years old, She exhibited a clarity of speech and a determined gait reminiscent of children aged 6 or 7 from Lu Yuan's past life. This might be attributed to the unique environment of the Douluo Continent, where the pervasive soul power seemed to foster a general precocity among its inhabitants. Qingqing. Though he had been away from home for an entire year, Lu Yuan held a deep affection for his only sister. In his previous life as an only child, he often pondered the adage that those with sisters seldom desire one, while those without crave one dearly, a sentiment that resonated with Lu Yuan, especially given his immersion in ACG culture. Hey, Qingqing. Lu Yuan quickly approached his sister, who had developed a clearer sense of awareness. Previously, she had wept upon seeing Lu Yuan's strikingly handsome face, transformed by his martial soul awakening, as it seemed unfamiliar. However, she now recognized that, regardless of his changes, he remained her brother, and her fear had dissipated. Yet, she still retained a childlike innocence. Brother, did you bring back any treats? Lu Qingqing asked, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Unfortunately not, Lu Yuan replied with a hint of resignation. But what would you like to eat? How about I take you shopping for some goodies tomorrow? Qingqing, don't make things difficult for your brother. Mana interjected, her expression turning stern. It's all right, it's all right. She is my little sister. If I don't spoil her, who will? Lu Yuan responded, smiling at his mother. After all, Lu Qingqing was not merely a foster sister like Xiaowu, but his blood-related sibling. You're the best, brother. Lu Qingqing chimed, snuggling against Lu Yuan affectionately. By the way, brother, she continued, her eyes sparkling with mischief, what about? Sometimes, Lu Yuan found it quite miraculous. Just a year had passed since he left home. And the little girl who could only utter simple words like brother, father, mother, grandfather, and hungry had now developed a considerably clearer articulation. His older brother had awakened his martial soul, becoming exceptionally handsome. He wondered when Qingqing would awaken her own martial soul. Pouting her lips, Lu Qingqing remarked in a rather childish manner. This was the essence of true adorableness. Even though Lu Qingqing's appearance did not possess the exquisite beauty of Xiaowu, she was genuinely a mere child, in stark contrast to that ancient being who feigned youth despite being over 100,000 years old. Lu Qingqing possesses an innate grace and charm that surpasses that of any old hag by 100-fold. However, upon hearing Lu Qingqing's inquiry, Lu Yuan fell into a profound silence. The transformation in appearance brought about by the awakening of one's martial soul is a hallmark of a formidable martial spirit. Lu Yuan awakened the so-called supreme, mutated martial soul due to the unique advantages bestowed upon him by his transmigration, transforming him into an extraordinarily handsome young man of unparalleled charm. At this juncture, Lu Yuan had nearly become the object of admiration for the young ladies within the academy. It must be noted that the children of Douluo Continent exhibit a precociousness and a penchant for romance. The girls found themselves utterly defenseless against Lu Yuan's formidable prowess and striking appearance. Some female soul masters even boldly addressed him as Lu Yuan-sama. Now, turning our attention to Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing is neither a time traveler nor endowed with extraordinary abilities, and her martial soul is largely inherited from her parents. This essentially indicates that her awakening will not yield a formidable martial soul, and it may even render her incapable of cultivation. This realization left Lu Yuan feeling somewhat despondent. Unsure of how to respond to his sister's inquiry, he was reluctant to shatter her beautiful illusions. After all, children represent the treasure of the future. And his sister's innocent aspirations were commendable. Yet, reality necessitated the dispelling of Lu Qingqing's delightful fantasies. Nonetheless, Lu Yuan was determined to keep his sister's spirits high during this period. Certainly, you will grow into a stunning beauty, he exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Then I shall become a beautiful and powerful soul master, just like you, brother. Lu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she declared loudly. Their mother, Mana, observed the harmonious interaction between her children and reflected on how their lives had gradually improved since her son became a soul master, prompting a blissful smile to grace her lips. Time passed swiftly, and Lu Yuan embarked once more on his journey of cultivation at the academy. Before long, half a year had elapsed, bringing him to the appointed time he had agreed upon with Yin Shou. At this moment, Lu Yuan's soul power had reached the remarkable level of 23, a feat accomplished at the tender age of 7.5. Far surpassing the record for the youngest Grand Soul Master, and indeed, exceeding it significantly. This achievement garnered increasing attention and esteem from the Yin family, who allocated nearly 2,000 gold soul coins monthly as an investment in Lu Yuan. He directed the Yin family to send 800 gold soul coins to his family, while 200 gold soul coins were distributed among the villagers of Lu family village. Even after relocating to the city with the Lu family and the Lu Wu family, Lu Yuan remained ever mindful of his hometown, for they shared a common bloodline and had once enjoyed harmonious relations. Soon, Lu Yuan was to bid farewell to Notting City. "Are you prepared?" inquired Yin Shou as he observed Lu Yuan boarding the carriage. "Of course, I am ready," Lu Yuan replied with a smile, expressing his hope that the dean would take good care of his parents and younger sister in the future. "Naturally, that is what we agreed upon, is it not?" Yin Shou chuckled lightly. "Then let us part ways." Lu Yuan was set to accompany the Yin family's merchant caravan to gain experience in other cities, primarily following the route from Notting City to Heaven-Do City, intending to hone his skills in the cities along the way. "Take care of yourself. And remember not to heed others' words too readily," Yin Shou advised, adopting a tone reminiscent of an elder's earnest counsel. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Yuan's face brightened with a smile. "Dean, I will, and you must also take care of yourself. Are you not going to say farewell to your parents and sister?" Yin Shou asked once more. "No, I prefer to avoid the sorrowful atmosphere that farewells often bring." Lu Yuan waved his hand and departed from Notting City alongside the merchant caravan. Chapter 47. A new trial. The Baloch Kingdom, situated to the south of the Tiando Empire and bordering the Fastner province, is indeed a kingdom, albeit its land area is merely 3/4 that of the Fastner province. It is one of the 4 great kingdoms under the aegis of the Tiando Empire. To the south of the Baloch Kingdom lies the Xinglua Empire, thus designating Baloch as the strongest military power among the 4 kingdoms of the Tiando Empire, serving as a gateway to the empire itself. Originally, the Tiando Empire comprised 10 provinces, but following the division into the 4 great kingdoms, 6 powers emerged. The empire retains direct control over 5 provinces, while each of the 4 kingdoms governs one, alongside a principality that occupies the smallest province to the east of the empire. Within the Baloch Kingdom, 2 cities stand out as paramount, with the capital, Baloch City, being the most significant. This city serves as the political and economic hub of the entire kingdom. At this juncture, the Douluo Continent remains entrenched in a rudimentary agrarian society. Despite the presence of extraordinary powers such as soul masters, productivity has not advanced significantly. All goods necessitate human transport, moving from one city to another. Resources, grain, and taxes from various provinces rely heavily on manual transportation. The Yin family, renowned as the fiery general's lineage in Tiando City, engages in such commerce, as do all major sect families considered influential within Tiando City. Among them are the illustrious 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The Yin family caravan is no exception. They transport rare items and common goods from the Empire's borders to significant cities, with Baloch City being their primary destination. They pause here to deliver pre-ordered goods and rare items to their clientele before continuing their journey, traversing 4 major imperial cities, ultimately delivering the remaining items in the imperial capital, Tiando City. They are now set to halt in Baloch City, which is also the city Lu Yuan aspires to explore. Lu Yuan gazed upon the towering, ink-black fortress walls and could not help but marvel at the grandeur of this majestic city. In his previous life, he had encountered ancient cities adorned with defensive walls, such as those of ancient Chang'an, which rose to a height of 12 meters, with a top width of 12, 14 meters and a base width of 15, 18 meters, forming a closed rectangular silhouette with a perimeter of 13, 74 kilometers. To the average person, this would be an insurmountable fortress. However, in the eyes of the soul masters of the Douluo Continent, it might merely be a large stone they could easily traverse with a few leaps powered by their soul energy. Hence, the walls of Baloch City stood even more impressively, soaring to a height of 100 meters, resembling a small mountain. The walls of Notting City were of a similar height to those of ancient Chang'an, leading Lu Yuan to believe that this was the standard for city walls across the Douluo Continent. Yet, he was taken aback to find Notting City to be a mere inconsequential and backward area in comparison to Baloch City. Entering Baloch City was not particularly troublesome, perhaps due to its role as a vital nexus connecting the Empire's borders and directly governed provinces. The soldiers stationed there were accustomed to the bustling flow of people. The Douluo Continent did not seem to adhere to the ancient customs of his previous life, which required travel permits to visit another city. In a world where extraordinary beings like soul masters existed, it was nearly impossible to restrict the movements of these individuals who transcended ordinary humanity. The majority of the Tiando Empire's military consisted of common folk, with soul master legions being rare and not easily mobilized. as the sole masters of the Tiando Empire preferred a life of freedom and leisure, focusing on their personal cultivation unless summoned by the state during times of war. Thank you, Captain, for your care throughout this journey, Lu Yuan expressed as he entered Barak City, bowing respectfully to the leader of the merchant caravan. No need for such formalities. After all, this is Mr. Yin Shou's request, and we are merely acting upon our master's orders, replied the caravan leader. A sole master of modest strength, a sole sovereign in his 40s, with a warm smile. I am still grateful for everyone's kindness along the way. Lu Yuan responded with a smile. The members of the caravan had indeed taken good care of him during their travels, especially considering that he was still a delicate child under 8 years old, with an endearing demeanor that naturally drew their affection and protection. In 6 months, our caravan will pass through Barak City once more, and at that time, we shall escort you to the imperial capital as promised by our master. After the leader concluded his words, he proceeded with the caravan members and supplies to the central palace of the Barak royal city. Clearly, their trading partners were members of the royal family. At this moment, Lu Yuan flickered and vanished into the crowd. Within the Barak royal city, far removed from its bustling and pristine areas, lay a filthy region. It is an accepted truth of agricultural societies that behind the splendor of cities lies a grim reality. This particular area was the most squalid part of Barak, shunned by any semblance of light. It belonged to the scoundrels and ruffians, a gathering of unsavory characters that formed a repulsive and detestable gang. Lacking formidable talents and strength, they possessed a deeply ingrained malice and unscrupulous nature, employing any means necessary for survival, devoid of moral boundaries. Human trafficking, robbery, theft, and deceit were among the heinous acts committed by these underground gang members. Perhaps the Barak royal city had resigned itself to the idea that this area could never be cleansed. Or perhaps it served as a tool for certain powerful figures within the city. In any case, it remained entrenched in its existence. This area was known as the Bay of Black Disgust. On this day, in this forsaken part of the royal city, a diminutive figure appeared. Clad in a voluminous black cloak, standing at barely 1.50 meters, he resembled a child. Yet, the exposed skin of his arms was bound in white bandages, revealing patches of skin that were a charred black-red, akin to cinders. At his waist hung a weapon, a long sword of soul fire, burning with darkness and flame. He manifested at the entrance of the Bay of Black Disgust, confronting a gang of petty criminals who, undeterred by his stature, attempted to assault him with knives to steal his belongings. Drawing his blade, he swiftly dispatched the ruffians, cleaving them asunder. While the black flames of his sword reduced their remains to ashes, he slaughtered the underground gang members at the entrance of the bay, proclaiming his intent to eradicate all criminal factions within it. He left behind a name, Yasuo. Chapter 48. Yasuo. Darkness pervades, despair deepens. Pursue your path, for it will lead you to ruin. Flames on the outside, death within. The existence of order is perpetually fleeting. I am the storm, I am the thunder, I am the lightning. Unleash your fury. The winds of chaos howled through the streets of Black Bay, swirling with low, somber voices, conjuring a tempest that left behind a cacophony of lamenting thugs and shattered debris. Yet, these wretched souls dared not cast a gaze of hatred or disdain upon the man known as Yasuo. The figure, swathed in countless white bandages, wielded a slender blade entwined with an unrelenting storm and searing flames. Despite his stature being less than that of any prostrate individual around him, none dared to belittle him. Jefferson, the man referred to as Yasuo, stepped forward and spoke with an air of indifference. Who is Jefferson? Instantly, the members of the underground gang, subdued by his presence, cast terrified glances toward a man lying amidst the crowd. The man's face contorted into a grotesque smile as he replied, Lord Yasuo, may I inquire what brings you to seek me? There is a matter at hand, Yasuo remarked, his deep gaze glancing at him from beneath his cloak. I have accepted a commission. A lady has entrusted me with the task of locating her missing daughter. The word in Black Bay is that you are the one to consult for such a search. Jefferson's expression soured, and a forced smile emerged on his face, one that was more mournful than joyful. He was a pink-gloved enforcer of the Golden Silk Gang, a faction entrenched in the sordid trade of training and selling female slaves. And as a mere functionary, his role was to procure suitable women for the gang's nefarious dealings. Yasuo was correct. If a girl went missing in Black Bay, Jefferson was indeed capable of uncovering her whereabouts. What is the name of this girl? Jefferson inquired, his demeanor shifting to one of flirtation. You need not know. Yasuo replied with a sidelong glance. How can I search for her if I do not know her name? Jefferson stammered, his expression peculiar. There are ways, Yasuo retorted, extending his bandaged left hand to seize Jefferson, casting him aside with ease. You will lead the way. Lead to where? Jefferson questioned, bewildered. To the place where you take the girls you abduct, Yasuo stated coldly. Realization dawned upon Jefferson, and a cold sweat broke out on his brow. My lord, this may not be wise. Yasuo, unperturbed, plunged the abyssal blade, wreathed in flames and storm, into Jefferson's thigh, eliciting a harrowing scream from him. In an instant, the flames on the blade cauterized the wound. Yet, such a primal method of treating an injury was Jefferson lamented, his voice filled with despair. He staggered forward, his pallid countenance resembling that of an old dog with a broken leg. Meanwhile, Yasuo trailed behind him like an owner leading a feeble pet, proceeding slowly in his wake. The remaining members of the underground gang exchanged glances, rising unsteadily as they clutched their makeshift bandages to their wounds. It was customary for these gangsters to carry rudimentary medical supplies. The infamous killer had finally departed. A young thug could no longer contain his frustration. Hush. Keep your voice down. What if he has gone far and hears us? His companion's face paled with trepidation. Instantly, the young thug's expression shifted to one of dread as he peered in the direction the man had vanished, fearing the return of the demon known as Yasuo. Don't frighten me like that, he murmured, though his voice involuntarily dropped to a whisper. What if he does? His companion cautioned quietly. There's no need for such fear, interjected an elderly, tattooed member of the underground gang, his posture hunched. A cold smirk adorned his weathered face. Such a man was unlikely to survive long in Black Abyss Bay. Suddenly, the two young thugs seemed to grasp something. Indeed, several leaders of the major gangs in Black Abyss Bay have taken notice of him. They vowed to deal with him after the old king's birthday celebration. The old rogue chuckled darkly. Old AI, is your information reliable? The two thugs questioned skeptically. That guy has been running rampant in Black Abyss Bay for nearly 2 months. Haven't those big shots been able to handle him? Their fear and disbelief stemmed from Yasuo's continued existence despite his 2-month reign of terror, which made them doubt the audacity of the gang leaders to confront him. What do you know? The old king's 70th birthday is imminent. The major gangs of Black Abyss Bay, Shark Gang, Mad Axe Gang, and Blood Knife Gang were warned by the city's enforcers not to stir trouble, which is why they haven't dealt with this brat named Yasuo, old AI asserted confidently. Once the king's celebration concludes, the underground will revert to its former state, and we shall be able to eliminate that reckless brat. Let us not forget, this is our Black Abyss Bay. A fierce glint flickered in his weathered eyes. Instantly, the young thugs exchanged determined glances, their expressions hardening. Yes, this is our Black Abyss Bay. Shortly thereafter, Jefferson gazed at the stronghold engulfed by flames and tempest, his expression one of utter bewilderment. It is all over, he murmured to himself. Around him lay scattered members of the Golden Silk Gang, among whom several corpses were grotesquely disfigured. Blood, shattered bricks, severed limbs, and towering infernos created a scene of utter chaos. The girls, once imprisoned within the confines of the Golden Silk Gang's lair, now looked upon the edifice that had long denied them freedom with seething hatred. Before casting admiring glances at the man standing before the burning structure, caressing the black blade, the man, his body swathed in bandages, seemed to sense their gaze and turned to regard them coolly. You may leave. In the next moment, he abruptly pivoted with his blade, declaring, revolution. Inevitable. The fiery storm of his blade swiftly cleaved through the body of an assailant, splitting it in two as the remnants collapsed onto the ground. Mirroring the man's own form, wrapped in pure white bandages, he resembled a demon. Chapter 49. A few trifles upon returning to the familiar little cottage, Yuan finally relinquished the manifestation of his martial soul. The shadowy power of the Death Star scythe vanished in an instant, liberating his youthful form. After locating the girls specified in the commission, he promptly freed all the girls imprisoned at the headquarters of the Golden Silk Gang. This action was motivated by 2 primary concerns. First, if he were to disclose the name of the commission girl to Jefferson in order to locate her, it would inevitably lead to retaliation against her and her family by the Golden Silk Gang after Yuan departed from the city. Second, Yuan genuinely wished to rescue all the girls ensnared by the Golden Silk Gang. After wreaking havoc and rescuing the captives, Yuan concealed himself in the shadows and unleashed the martial soul of the Death Star scythe. He then activated the Shadow Step, returning to the residential district of Barak City. The utility of the Death Star scythe's shadowy power lies in its ability to render Yuan nearly undetectable when he employs the Shadow Step. The essence of stealth is the most pronounced capability of the shadowy power, making it particularly suited for infiltration, concealment, and ambush. Therefore, Lu Yuan had always pursued his studies as an agile assault-type soul master within the academy. He stands as the most formidable agile assault-type soul master among the students at Notting Academy. Of course, this represents merely one aspect of his combat style with the Death Star scythe, specifically the combat methodology of its shadow assassin form. In the Death Star avatar form, he exhibits traits akin to a powerful assault-type soul master. As for the Knight Messenger martial soul, known as the Abyssal Blade, Lu Yuan is still uncertain about the optimal combat approach for this form. The power of the Knight Messenger, Yasuo, is overwhelmingly potent. He fights solely relying on the inherent strength of the Abyssal Blade, without even augmenting it with any soul rings, exuding an aura capable of annihilating all. Indeed, the truth is evident. Over the past 2 months, he has thoroughly ravaged Black Wasteland under the alias Yasuo, facing hundreds of members from underground factions without encountering any significant challenge. Among them were several soul masters of over level 20, yet under the might of his Abyssal Blade. They met their demise without exception. Throughout these 2 months, he has dispatched numerous such scum. Initially, he sought to compel the true bosses of the underground gangs in Black Wasteland to emerge, but in retrospect, how formidable could the forces within such a seedy underbelly of a city truly be? In the entire city of Balak, the most formidable soul master is merely a soul sage residing within the royal palace. Regardless of the realm, those who engage in underground gangs are often inept individuals, mere ruffians who take pleasure in preying upon the ordinary populace. Among this assembly of ne'er-do-wells, the strongest are no more than the lackluster companions, Tianya and Eko. Depicted in the original narrative, a pair of ineffectual soul emperors, whose soul rings are poorly matched, rendering their strength woefully insufficient. Their prowess pales in comparison to that of a soul king with a well-structured soul ring configuration. In the treacherous Black Swamp, based on Lu Yuan's observations over the past 2 months, the most powerful soul masters he encountered were mere soul sect level practitioners. The Grand Soul Masters were the most formidable enforcers that their gang could summon, yet these few Grand Soul Masters possessed mediocre talent and scattered soul power, making them no match for Lu Yuan. Nevertheless, the experiences amassed over the past 2 months proved beneficial. Lu Yuan reflected on his journey. He ventured to a city beyond Notting, not only to admire the scenic beauty but also to undergo training. Initially, he contemplated visiting the Soul Arena. Yet such venues hosted formal duels with participants of corresponding numbers, and he harbored no illusions about having companions or opportunities for one-on-one confrontations with adversaries in the future. Moreover, his various martial souls were excessively powerful. Under the Soul Arena's exemplary matching system, he would be pitted against soul masters merely in their 20s. This is not a matter of arrogance, but rather a recognition that within the realm of Grand Soul Masters, none could rival him, even at a higher level. He could contend with soul venerates, and should he encounter those of mediocre talent and unspectacular strength, he could easily vanquish them. Thus, considering this, upon learning of the existence of underground gangs in Balak, he resolved to provoke these numerous, nefarious individuals. The past 2 months had not been in vain. At the very least, he had gained experience in combating multiple opponents. Initially, when faced with a group assault, he relied solely on brute force, wielding his formidable soul power in a reckless manner, devoid of finesse or strategy, which often left him vulnerable to hidden injuries. However, he was no longer the novice he once was. He had grown stronger, now possessing a clear understanding of how to effectively engage multiple foes without sustaining injury or exhausting his stamina. It was akin to a soul system player transitioning from a state of utter disarray against the attacks of the French street dance team to effortlessly maneuvering through their onslaught. Emerging unscathed with ease, Lu Yuan also began to engage in the business of accepting commission tasks, though this was merely a pretext, as he charged quite modest fees. His primary clientele consisted of the impoverished residents from the lower tiers of Barak City, refusing commissions from those whose soul power exceeded the 20th level. The lower the soul power level, the cheaper his fees would be. For instance, today he accepted a commission to find a daughter. Issued by a mother whose soul power was a mere 3rd level, Lu Yuan requested only 2 bags of grain as compensation, which he estimated was worth about 4 copper soul coins, remarkably inexpensive. He felt a sense of fulfillment in helping others while simultaneously ridding the world of some lowly scum. Lu Yuan believed there was no one more benevolent than himself. He thought that after a while, once he had sufficiently instilled fear in the group from Black Swamp Bay, he could leisurely enjoy a more relaxed life. At that moment, he sensed a subtle breakthrough in his soul power. The mystical energies of the Death Star Demon Scythe had been nearly fully absorbed within these 2 months, allowing him to ascend 2 levels of soul power in such a short span. His current level stood at 25, and it was not an exaggeration to say that not only did he surpass all his peers, but even the extraordinary Tang San was merely a follower in his wake. The rapid ascent of his cultivation was intoxicating, yet Yuan remained composed. He deliberately restrained the quality of his soul power to avoid an overly rapid breakthrough that could lead to instability. During this time, he had studied various theories of soul power cultivation on the continent, akin to Shaojiang, understanding that once soul power becomes unstable, it adversely affects subsequent cultivation. It was akin to constructing a tall building. If the foundation is unstable, the higher it rises, the greater the risk of collapse. Thus, establishing a solid foundation is of paramount importance for soul masters. Chapter 50. The Black Swamp Bay Conference. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated open square in Black Swamp Bay, Barak City, a towering figure, over 2 meters tall and with a face full of muscle, approached slowly, carrying a large wine jug. Behind him trailed more than 20 robust men clad in earth-toned attire, their muscular physiques evident. Wasn't it said that you feared being ambushed by the Earth Dragon Gang in their territory, which is why Siegel suggested meeting in this unclaimed area? Just then, an unremarkable yet sturdy man emerged alongside the muscular giant, followed by approximately 20 individuals clad in red robes, silently trailing behind him. Oh, reciting. Your Red Mist Society is also attending this meeting? How rare, the muscular man remarked with surprise. Since your Sand Crocodile Gang can come, why can't our Red Mist Society? Reciting retorted coldly. It's just unusual. According to your Red Mist Society's usual conduct, you seldom involve yourselves in meetings at Black Swamp Bay. The leader of the Sand Crocodile Gang, Fooster, burst into laughter and said, Are you suggesting that your family's enterprises also operate within the countless gangs of Black Cove? Among these, there are 5 principal gangs: the Sand Crocodile Gang, the Mad Axe Gang, the Bloodblade Gang, the Earth Dragon Gang, and the Red Mist Society. Unlike the first 4, the latter does not even refer to itself as a gang and operates quite differently. The Sand Crocodile Gang's business revolves around collecting protection fees. Those who fail to pay within their jurisdiction find it exceedingly difficult to survive in Black Cove. However, paying the protection fee offers little solace, as the Sand Crocodile Gang will ensure your survival but will not extend that protection to your gang or business. The Mad Axe Gang engages in lending, albeit at exorbitant interest rates, effectively rendering those unable to repay as lifelong slaves to the gang until death. The Bloodblade Gang specializes in gambling and human trafficking, while the Earth Dragon Gang deals in smuggling contraband and collecting passage fees at inland ports. The Red Mist Society, however, operates in forgery, striving to replicate items with such precision that they appear indistinguishable from the genuine article. Their forgeries include soul currency gold cards, various keys, luxurious clothing, pharmaceuticals, and an array of accessories, all priced significantly lower than their authentic counterparts. In a world devoid of copyright awareness, such practices seem not to contravene the law. The Red Mist Society was founded by a group of highly skilled artisans seeking to survive in Black Cove, initially adhering to a philosophy of self-preservation without oppressing others. Yet, as time has passed, the Red Mist Society has transformed. They now impose tribute upon those within their territory, demanding a staggering 80% of profits. Despite this, they seldom engage in the internal affairs of Black Cove, having never participated in its internal meetings. Yet now, everything has changed. Ah, Fooster and Reciting, you've both arrived. But what of those rascals from the Mad Axe Gang and the Earth Dragon Gang? A man adorned in a blood-red tattoo and dressed only in a traditional jacket approached, greeting Reciting and Fooster. It was Lujan, the leader of the Bloodblade Gang, flanked by his followers. How do I know? Fooster chuckled heartily. Could it be that Guangxiao and Su Yanqing have been dispatched by that fellow named Yasuo? If that is indeed the case, I could reluctantly assist in avenging them, with the reward being all the business of the Mad Axe Gang and the Earth Dragon Gang. Fooster spoke with a menacing grin. Shut your foul mouth, Sand Crocodile. A voice echoed from afar, and soon a graceful young woman appeared before everyone. It is indeed difficult for anyone to imagine that the leader of the infamous Dragon Gang, the foremost underground organization in Haiyan Bay, is a woman. However, not a single person present dared to underestimate this seemingly delicate woman, who, with a mere gust of wind, might appear to topple over. For this woman had personally slain her husband and son a decade ago, usurping the position of the Dragon Gang's leader. Such a ruthless figure. A woman who had committed patricide, commanded respect and fear. After her ascension, it was Su Yanqing who guided the Dragon Gang, then merely the fourth largest in Haiyan Bay, to become the preeminent force in the region. During this tumultuous journey, the Dragon Gang absorbed their erstwhile rival, the Black Flood Gang. Amidst whispers that the leader of the Black Flood Gang met his demise in Su Yanqing's bed, leading to the gang's swift obliteration. This venomous beauty, regardless of her allure and elegance, had established a reputation that would deter any potential suitors. For one could easily become the next victim to meet their end in her embrace. At that moment, Su Yanqing cast a cold smile over her shoulder, taunting Quan Xiao. Have you been lurking here all this time to ambush us? Instantly, her words sent a wave of tension rippling through the four gangs present, each member poised for battle. Their gazes fixed upon the direction Su Yanqing indicated. Truly, she exemplified the fearsome nature of a gang leader. Quan Xiao, a bald man adorned with tattoos, emerged with a grin. Addressing Su Yanqing. Behind him, a throng of his gang members from the Axe Gang followed suit, their laughter echoing ominously. The Axe Gang's methods of debt collection were notoriously brutal, resulting in a cadre of psychologically troubled individuals among their ranks. Having subjected many to torment and hearing countless cries of despair, even to the point of death for some debtors, now that everyone is present, Su Yanqing surveyed the room. Raising her pipe to take a puff, releasing fragrant smoke into the air, let us discuss the matter of that troublesome individual. I trust everyone is aware of the chaos that fellow, Yasuo, has wrought upon our gangs over the past 2 months. Her voice turned frigid as she continued. He has audaciously burned our IOUs and released those worthless debtors, resulting in a loss of nearly 100,000 gold soul coins for the Axe Gang. Quan Xiao erupted with fury. 100,000 gold soul coins? Does your entire Axe Gang even possess such wealth? Li Xiqing from the Red Mist Society mocked. Are you looking for trouble, are you? Instantly, the face of the Mad Owl flushed crimson as he glared at Li Xiqing, who was hopping in frustration. However, Li Xiqing's mockery was indeed on point. Had the crazy Axe Gang truly suffered such significant losses, their resources would undoubtedly be substantial, and they would not be languishing in the Black Swamp. Chapter 51. An Unexpected Visitor, Part 1. Now, we are not here to engage in infighting, Lu Zhan remarked, knitting his brows. Returning to the subject of that brat, 2 months ago, at the Shunny Dock in Black Swamp, I inaugurated my new outpost with great ambition. Along with several brothers, we were filled with aspirations. Yet who could have anticipated that brat's appearance? He has been raiding our outpost an average of 3 times a week. Foster, the leader of the Sand Crocodile Gang, gritted his teeth, lamenting the loss of over 10 low-ranking brothers. Thus, that brat must be eliminated. Foster's towering figure, resembling a small mountain, exuded an aura of terror as he spoke. If you wish to eliminate that brat, then by all means, do so. Li Xiqing, a veritable reincarnation of a sharp-tongued critic from the Red Mist Society, retorted impatiently. This was likely due to his lack of cordial relations with the 4 major gangs, which naturally heightened his temper. Li Xiqing, if you do not wish to partake in this meeting, you may leave at any time, Su Yanqing said, exhaling a puff of smoke with evident annoyance. At that moment, Li Xiqing managed to temper his anger slightly. And what about you? Why is your Red Mist Society involved in this matter? Lu Zhan, who had always played the role of the good-natured mediator, furrowed his brow as he directed his gaze toward Li Xiqing. That brat has incited the lowly citizens under our Red Mist Society's jurisdiction. They have not paid tribute for a month. Furthermore, he has injured over 60 of our brothers, Li Xiqing replied coldly. Lu Yuan initially witnessed the exploitation of the lower-tier artisans by the Red Mist Society, which compelled him to incite rebellion among them. He decisively incapacitated all the henchmen sent by the Red Mist Society to oversee the artisans, ensuring that, at the very least, those enforcers would not recover for a year and a half, if ever. Lu Yuan acted with considerable restraint. In short, that individual named Yasuo was destined to face the consequences from the Red Mist. Whether he was to be killed or spared was a matter for you to decide. Li Xiqing remarked. Oh, what a virtuous person you are, not killing him but merely intending to teach him a lesson, Quan Xiao sarcastically mimicked Li Xiqing's tone. After all, you all desire his life, don't you? Whether I take it or not makes no difference, as he possesses but one life to offer us. Li Xiqing retorted with a cold smile. Since we have reached a consensus, and everyone is aware that the old king's birthday is approaching, with the governors within the royal city strictly warning against any actions during this period, let us agree to strike 1 month after the festivities, which will be a little over 2 months from now. We shall then eliminate that brat, Su Yanqing stated impassively. Agreed, but how do we lure him out? Lu Zhan inquired with a frown. Isn't that kid always prattling on about the winds of freedom? We shall simply abduct a significant number of commoners from the city and spread the word that these commoners will be sold into slavery at a predetermined location. Reciting replied with a sneer. I intend to sever that brat's head and use it as a goblet. Firsto laughed heartily. Then it seems there are no objections? Each of you must dispatch 10 spirit masters, and your spirit sects must also participate. Su Yanqing surveyed the group, asking. Her suggestion was rather conservative, considering that everyone was aware that among their 5 major factions, there were over 20 spirit masters, all of whom held senior positions within their respective gangs, serving as the nominal leaders of various divisions and elders of the factions. Besides the 5 gang leaders who were spirit sect members, each gang had at least 1 spirit sect member stationed at their headquarters to guard against external assaults that could threaten their factions. Su Yanqing did not demand that all major factions deploy their entire fighting force to besiege Yuan, clearly taking into account the psychological limits of her peers. All right. I have no objections. Huang Shao was the first to express his agreement. Soon, several gang leaders echoed their approval. Well, since everyone is in accord, let us spend these next 2 months conducting our business discreetly, lest that brat dismantle more of our operations, Su Yanqing concluded. Living alone in the outside world was invariably rather dull, and Yuan considered himself a rather uninteresting individual. In his previous life, he could alleviate this monotony through video games and romantic pursuits, but in this world, devoid of such modern entertainments, it was exceedingly tedious. As for love, Yuan is not even 8 years old yet, so the notion of romance is utterly absurd to him. He is a rather conservative individual. Even in the world of Douluo Continent, where precociousness and early romantic entanglements are commonplace, he prefers to wait until his teenage years to engage in relationships, at least around the ages of 14 or 15. In the city of Barak, he casually rented a room for himself, and surprisingly, no one seemed to object to this young child, barely 8, living independently. This left Yuan somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he settled into life in Barak, occasionally assuming the role of an underground vigilante, while spending most of his time in cultivation and reading. As for his meals, he opted to dine out at local restaurants. Yuan, being affluent, had no desire to prepare his own meals. Once the training period concluded and hunger set in, he left his room and made his way to a familiar little restaurant. Yuan, you've arrived for your meal quite early today. The restaurant's proprietor, a seemingly intimidating man, was in truth a person of amiable disposition. His martial spirit was a spatula, which allowed him to expertly manage the cooking process, ensuring that nothing was ever overcooked. Uncle Xiao, I would like a portion of shredded pork with green peppers, half a serving of roasted chicken, a bowl of fire spirit bird mushroom soup, and a pot of rice. To be eaten here, Yuan said with a smile. Oh, eating so little today? The restaurant owner blinked in surprise. I feel I've indulged a bit too much these past few days and am experiencing some digestive discomfort, uncle. Please refrain from secretly increasing the portions. Yuan replied, somewhat exasperated. You are at the age where you should be growing. My daughter usually consumes this much. And you ought to eat more as well, the restaurant owner said cheerfully before turning to head into the kitchen. Yuan felt a sense of resignation. He had recently realized that the proprietor always surreptitiously increased his portion sizes. The reason behind this was that the restaurant owner's daughter had taken a liking to Yuan. She had awakened her martial spirit only this year, at just over 6 years old. Unlike her fierce-looking father, she was quite adorable. While there remained the possibility that she might eventually resemble her father, for now, she was undeniably charming. Moreover, she had a remarkable appetite and could eat voraciously without gaining weight. It astonished Yuan to see the restaurant owner appear so willingly accepting of his daughter's affection for a boy at such a tender age. However, Yuan certainly harbored no such thoughts. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a resounding commotion suddenly erupted outside the restaurant. Upon glancing out, he beheld an opulent convoy passing by on the street. What is that? The Balak royal family? Yuan inquired, curiosity piqued. Chapter 52. An Unexpected Visitor, Part 2. Yuan could not help but gaze outside, and at that moment, the restaurant owner rushed out. He looked at Yuan and exclaimed, Yuan, which one are you referring to? I have heard that it is the envoy group from the imperial capital celebrating the birthday of the old King Kandera. The proprietor proudly declared, after all, our old king of the Balak kingdom is a cousin of His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire. Note, during my research, I stumbled upon an intriguing detail. In the early chapters of the Shrek Academy written by San Shao, the original text referred to King Kandera of the Balak kingdom as a cousin of the king of the Tiando Empire, Okura. Subsequently, It became widely known that the emperor of the Tiando Empire is named Shui Yi. It seems San Shao later contradicted himself regarding this familial relationship. Here, I shall maintain the bond of cousinship. After all, it is quite fitting that a vassal state like the Baloch Kingdom, which safeguards the imperial capital, should not be referred to as a kingdom by outsiders. As for why the cousins bear different surnames, that remains a mystery to me. The significance of the Baloch Kingdom indeed warrants the Tiando Empire's royal family to dispatch an envoy to celebrate the birthday of King Kandera. Yuan pondered this and found it quite reasonable. However, the envoy's procession to the Baloch Kingdom was excessively extravagant. The convoy seemed endless, conservatively estimated to comprise dozens of carriages, each drawn by two magnificent steeds, their sleek coats and graceful forms a sight to behold. Countless splendid gemstones adorned the reins and saddles of these noble horses, their vibrant hues reflecting dazzling brilliance in the sunlight. Yuan found himself perplexed. Despite the presence of soul masters, extraordinary beings in the Douluo Continent, how could an industry for breeding horses flourish? Furthermore, the creation of riding equipment such as saddles, stirrups, and reins seemed remarkable. Could it be that horses in the Douluo Continent could be infused with soul power? The majestic horses were one thing, but the carriages they pulled, adorned with opulent decorations and embellished with gemstones, were another. Each carriage bore two distinct emblems, one featuring an intricate winged design, while the other resembled a seven-tiered pagoda. Yuan recognized the first emblem as the insignia of the Tiando royal family. However, he was unfamiliar with the second emblem. The seven-tiered pagoda was associated with the Tiando Empire's diplomatic delegation. It was plausible to assume that it belonged to the illustrious Seven Treasures glazed tile school, the second largest sect in the world. After all, according to the original narrative, the Seven Treasures glazed tile school and the Tiando royal family were closely aligned, and it was quite normal for a few disciples from the sect to accompany the delegation to assert their presence. Shaking his head, Yuan pondered the situation. He had heard that this diplomatic delegation was led by the sect master of the world's foremost sect and the current Prince Taisher, visiting the aging king of the Baloch Kingdom. He wondered what kind of person the prince's mentor might be. At that moment, the restaurant owner smacked his lips and remarked that, during this period, the Houghton sect had withdrawn from the world, making the Seven Treasures glazed tile school appear as the preeminent sect in the eyes of ordinary folk. Yuan understood that aside from the leading sect, it was implausible for anyone with the title of Prince Taisher to be the sect master of the Haotian sect, Tang Hao. The only mentor of Prince Shui Qinghe was Ning Fengji. What? The sect master of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Yuan was momentarily taken aback. That is indeed impressive. Even such a notable figure is here to celebrate a birthday. The restaurant owner chuckled, filled with pride as a citizen of the Baloch Kingdom. Indeed. It is quite astonishing, Yuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. He had not anticipated that in merely coming to the Baloch royal city for training, he would encounter one of the individuals at the pinnacle of power in this world. Nevertheless, he thought, it was of little consequence to him. Was it conceivable that this nameless individual could forge a connection with the illustrious sect master of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Yuan smiled softly, quietly observing the bustling scene as he awaited his meal. In the midst of the Tianzhou Empire's diplomatic caravan, the opulent interior of the carriage was strikingly resplendent, gliding smoothly without the slightest jolt, a marvel of shock-absorbing technology developed by the sole master civilization of Douluo Continent. In such a realm of comfort, one would be hard-pressed to find a wealthy individual from any world left wanting. Within the carriage sat but 4 individuals, an elderly man with snow-white hair, a stately middle-aged gentleman, and 2 children, a boy and a girl. The boy appeared slightly older, likely in his early teens, while the girl was notably younger, around 6 years of age. Their features bore a resemblance to the middle-aged man, clearly indicating a familial bond of father and daughter. The girl, with an air of delicate grace, donned a simple white dress that exuded a sense of purity. Her neat, pink-bobbed hair framed a cherubic face, with skin as supple as lychee and a countenance that was undeniably charming. Ning Rongrong, seated comfortably, swung her slender legs restlessly, her small, rosy lips pursed as if ready to hang a soy sauce bottle. Rongrong, do not be upset. Once we return, grandfather promises to grant you a wish, all right? The elderly gentleman regarded Ning Rongrong with a hint of indulgence. Uncle Jian, please do not pamper her too much. Rongrong, no sulking. We have come here with an important mission from His Majesty. Ning Fengji interjected with a note of exasperation, turning a serious gaze upon Ning Rongrong. However, Ning Rongrong appeared unperturbed, instead directing a stern glare at Ning Fengji. Fengji, how can you treat Rongrong this way? She did not wish to come. And it was you who insisted. Is it not your responsibility that she is unhappy? Grandfather Jian is much kinder. With a playful pout, Ning Rongrong nestled into the embrace of Jian Douluo Continent, casting a triumphant glance at her father. Papa, why must we come to such a place? It pales in comparison to Tiando City, and the roads are both rough and bumpy. My backside is nearly ruined. Ning Fengji, rubbing his temples in mild frustration, replied, this year, King Balak has turned 70. There are murmurs concerning the future heir, with intentions to dethrone the already designated Crown Prince Quinsim and replace him with the favored young prince. Kung Sakai. Historically, heirs have never been lightly dismissed, especially in a vassal kingdom like Balak, which directly challenges the imperial capital. Furthermore, the contributions of Crown Prince Quinsim to the amicable relations between the empire and the kingdom are well acknowledged. I fear that King Kandera's reckless maneuvering concerning such a closely allied heir may herald unforeseen consequences. After Ning Fengji finished speaking, he noticed that Ning Rongrong wore a look of utter bewilderment. For a child of merely 6 years, the intricacies of political strife were undeniably too convoluted. With a resigned smile, Ning Fengji addressed his 2 children, saying, Rongrong, Shozong, when you meet King Balak later, simply follow my lead. Ning Rongrong's elder brother promptly nodded, responding, understood, father. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong let out a dainty huff, exclaiming, Father, you are so verbose, I know already. Chapter 53, An Unexpected Visitor, Part 3. Ning Fengji gazed somewhat helplessly at his only daughter, yet he felt utterly powerless. The root of Ning Rongrong's pampered disposition lay with him and the 2 titled Douluos of the sect. He had many sons, but only this singular daughter, which had led to her being cherished and indulged since birth. However, he never anticipated that this little imp's temperament would grow increasingly unruly. Just as Ning Fengji contemplated how to amend Ning Rongrong's troublesome nature, she unveiled her formidable talent upon awakening her martial soul this year. Ning Rongrong possessed innate soul power at rank 9. This surpassed the innate gifts of any of her brothers. The 7-treasure glazed tile school had reached a critical juncture, as they could no longer afford to stagnate. After being coerced into seclusion by the martial soul hall, they had arrived at their final stand. At this pivotal moment, it was imperative to bolster the sect's strength and forge direct ties with the royal family of the Tiando Empire, thereby becoming the state religion of Tiando. Only then could the 7-treasure glazed tile school rise to prominence, truly becoming the foremost sect of the Douluo Continent. It is precisely for this reason that the elders of the sect, including the 2 titled Douluos, the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo, shower Ning Rongrong with affection, to the extent that even Ning Fengji dares not chastise her indiscriminately. However, beyond the fact that Ning Rongrong is the most gifted disciple of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the future sect leader, Ning Fengji must also consider another pressing matter. As is widely acknowledged, disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, possessing the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul, are, due to the inherent limitations of their martial soul, unable to surpass the threshold of 80 levels of soul power in their lifetime. Furthermore, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile itself is an auxiliary martial soul, devoid of any combat prowess. Consequently, the sect must rely on external battle spirit masters, namely the outer disciples. The dilemma facing Ning Fengji lies in the fact that, at the pinnacle of power, represented by the titled Douluo level, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School currently possesses only 2 Douluos, the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. Yet, both are advanced in age, and the inevitability of their eventual demise looms. Thus, the sect must seek out potential outer disciples who could ascend to the rank of titled Douluo. Ning Fengji's greatest regret is that the 2 supreme elders of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo, have no descendants. Particularly, the Sword Douluo, Chen Xin, despite his formidable strength and unwavering loyalty to the sect, has remained devoted to the sword path, never taking a wife or siring children in his lifetime. This is akin to the fates of his father and grandfather, though perhaps even more pronounced. Chen Xin's lineage is remarkable. Both his father and grandfather were unparalleled geniuses. The uniqueness of the 7-kill sword martial soul, coupled with their reputation as the foremost attackers, led them to lose themselves in their pursuits. Chen Xin's father, in a moment of ambition, challenged the 99th level Qian Daolu when he himself was only at the 97th level. A disparity of 2 levels in soul power that inevitably sealed his fate. Under the influence of such a distinguished lineage, Chen Xin too has left no heirs, resulting in the 7-kill sword martial soul facing extinction. As for the Bone Douluo, his love for freedom renders him equally unbound by familial ties. Thus, Ning Fengji finds himself in dire need of discovering external talents capable of aspiring to the rank of titled Douluo. No one comprehends the weight of Ning Fengji's thoughts. He is the very intellect behind the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and its current standing is a testament to his careful deliberations and choices. Ning Rongrong, still young and oblivious to Ning Fengji's contemplations, merely feels the air within the carriage growing stale. She turns away, opens the window of the carriage, and inhales the fresh air outside. At that moment, she is taken aback. From her vantage point, amidst the throngs of people outside, a dazzling blue light, reminiscent of a galaxy, dances at the periphery of the crowd, akin to flowing silken hair or an ethereal shadow. It appears to be swayed by the wind, gliding gracefully beyond the throng, light, unique, and captivating. Ning Rongrong blinks her gem-like eyes, eager to chase after the radiant blue light that traces a path as gentle as the breeze beyond the crowd. Rongrong, be careful, come back and sit properly. The gentle voice of the sword Douluo echoed from behind her, and she was embraced once more by him. However, Ning Rongrong wriggled free from his hold, her anxious gaze fixed on the window. Outside, the bustling crowd of Barak City, comprising ordinary folk who had seldom encountered figures of such high stature as the imperial delegation and the Grand Master of the Crown Prince, clamored to catch a glimpse. That girl is so beautiful and adorable. Is she the daughter of one of the delegation's dignitaries? Indeed, she is truly delightful, looking so sweet and gentle. If only my daughter resembled her. The onlookers gasped in admiration upon spotting Ning Rongrong. Yet, oblivious to their chatter, she continued her pursuit of that fleeting strand of azure hair that danced like a gentle breeze. Disappointment washed over her as she realized that the ethereal blue locks had vanished, perhaps a mere figment of her imagination akin to the Milky Way. Rongrong, come back. Do not behave disrespectfully. At that moment, her father, Ning Fengji, spoke sternly. Familiar hands enveloped her petite frame, pulling her back into the carriage and drawing the curtains closed. Still, Ning Rongrong's thoughts lingered on that elusive blue hair, her distracted demeanor prompting a frown from Ning Fengji. What is it, Rongrong? Instantly, she snapped back to reality, feigning indifference as she replied, Father, it's so stifling here. I can't even step outside for a breath of fresh air. At that juncture, the sword Douluo, feeling a sense of compassion for Ning Rongrong, also began to perceive the oppressive air within the carriage. He indulgently remarked, Indeed, it is quite stifling here. Why not allow Rongrong to step out for some fresh air? Fengji, you are being too restrictive. Upon hearing the sword Douluo's words, Ning Rongrong felt emboldened by the support she had received from both him and Bone Douluo in the past, exclaiming, Exactly. Brother, you find it stifling here too, don't you? Her gaze shifted towards Ning Shozong, who had remained silent throughout. Ning Shozong, a prominent figure among Ning Fengji's numerous sons, was nonetheless overshadowed in the presence of his only sister. Caught between his father and sister, he remained mute. Ning Fengji, feeling exasperated, urged, We are almost there. Just hold on a little longer. Humph. Ning Rongrong huffed defiantly. After a while, it seemed the carriage had finally arrived at the Barak Palace, coming to a halt. Outside, the voices of the accompanying delegation members reached them, reporting, Master, we have arrived at our destination. The King of Barak awaits you outside. Ning Fengji turned to Ning Rongrong and Ning Shozong, saying, All right, we have arrived. You both may accompany me as we disembark. In the realm of emotions, it seems I am devoid of the inclination to create. I have just finished watching the anime Cyberpunk Edgerunners this evening, and the experience left me profoundly satisfied. In essence, I now find myself embodying the essence of a cybernetic lunatic, yearning to write, yet lacking the inspiration to do so. Setting aside other matters, I feel compelled to immerse myself in the game and exact my vengeance upon Atom Smasher, determined to strip him of his headgear and leave a trail of chaos in my wake. Chapter 54. The King's Celebration. Ning Fengji's plans foiled. Yuan reigned in the power of shadows, causing his ethereal blue long hair to revert to its natural short black state. He was quite astonished by the transformations accompanying the metamorphosis of his Death Star demon-side martial soul. For reasons of comfort and practicality, along with habits from his previous life, he had always maintained a short hairstyle. However, during the transformation of his martial soul, his short hair would inexplicably lengthen, whether he manifested as the Shadow Assassin or the Death Star incarnation. Remarkably, once he relinquished the martial soul form, his elongated hair would revert to its original short length. This was indeed a curious phenomenon. While it is not unusual for short hair to grow long, the inverse, long hair becoming short, is quite peculiar. Such occurrences defy the laws of science, although the world of fantasy may not lend itself to scientific reasoning. The Douluo Continent has indeed witnessed the development of soul-guided technology as a localized scientific advancement, which still sounds rather strange. Yuan has now become increasingly adept at transforming his martial soul, seamlessly integrating it into his daily life. Typically, he adopts the shadow assassin form of flickering steps to swiftly return home, unaffected by the conditions of the roads. It is time to await the arrival of a commission. He mused while glancing at the clock in his home. In the next moment, he retrieved a black cloak and a slender white bandage from beneath his bed. After wrapping every inch of his skin in the bandage, he transformed into the figure that instilled dread in the hearts of the By, Yasuo. Yet, there remained a slight gap before he fully embodied Yasuo. I illuminate the path to darkness. Thus, I become the darkness, he recited, murmuring profound and philosophical verses. A diminutive man now bore a long katana sheathed at his waist. The blade of the abyss, he exuded an aura of untamed winds and chaotic flames. At this moment, he truly became the Yasuo that sent shivers down the spines of wrongdoers. Flames on the outside, death within. His words drifted like whispers in the wind. And Yasuo vanished from sight. Subsequently, at the behest of a client, By was once again thrown into turmoil by a figure known as Yasuo. Fast forward 2 months. Prior to this, the grand birthday celebration of King Kandera of the Baloch Kingdom concluded amidst a scene of joy shared by the monarch and his subjects. Within the city, the atmosphere resembled a festival of opulence. Yuan indulged in the joy of this otherworldly celebration. The Douluo Continent lacked significant festivities, its culture astonishingly barren. With only the king's birthday, the New Year, and a fabricated Christmas celebration commemorating the founder of the Spirit Hall, previously featured in the Douluo Continent game, along with what seemed to be a Mother's Day. Beyond these, Yuan was at a loss. On that day, King Kandera made an appearance among his subjects during his birthday celebration, accompanied by a middle-aged man whom he ceremoniously introduced to his people, Ningfengji, the prince master of the Tiando Empire and the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. In the midst of the crowd, Yuan, endowed with impressive soul power, caught a glimpse of the legendary Ningfengji. However, he found that this individual did not possess the unmistakable appearance of a middle-aged man as depicted in the original narrative. Instead, the regal and resplendent aura surrounding him rendered him seemingly middle-aged, while his visage resembled that of a mature youth, merely in his mid-20s. Yet, this was of little concern to Yuan. In fact, he was more captivated by King Kandera of the Baloch Kingdom. The aged monarch, adorned in opulent attire, resembled a decrepit pine tree, its branches drooping and leaves withering, a clear indication of his impending demise. Kandera, a sole master of the Soul Emperor rank, had reigned as the king of Baloch for several decades, and thus had no need for combat. Nevertheless, he exuded a peculiar aura, akin to that of a lion roaring across the grasslands, commanding respect and obedience throughout the Baloch Kingdom. Is this what it means to be a king? Within Yuan's heart, a certain ambition began to take root as he gazed upon the aged and frail king. Much like the young Xiangyu, the hegemon of Western Shu, who beheld the awe-inspiring Qin Shi Huang in the annals of history, others bowed in submission to the king's formidable aura. Yet, Yuan's thoughts diverged. He contemplated the possibility of usurping that power for himself. As Yuan gazed upon Kandera, he pondered how such an elderly man could ascend to kingship, prompting him to question why he himself could not achieve the same. No, he had traversed into this realm not merely to content himself with the title of a petty vassal king. He aspired to reign as the emperor of the entire Douluo Continent. Indeed, he envisioned himself surpassing the Douluo Continent, transcending Douluo Star, and even rising above the pantheon of gods. Emperor Yuan, the king of kings, with great ambition. He chanted the phrase he had altered from the original lines of the esteemed Kayn, his eyes shimmering with fervent desire. Yet, this was not the moment to unveil his ambitions. His immediate aim was to bide his time, to grow stronger, and subsequently carve a path to power through alternative means. He believed that with sufficient strength, followers would inevitably rally to his cause. He also recognized the age-old adage that unity is strength. In essence, both power and authority were essential for him to ascend to that exalted throne. In his vision of the future, his empire would span the entirety of the Douluo Continent and extend to the Sun and Moon Continent, even reaching the divine realm. All would kneel at his feet, reverently proclaiming, "Your Majesty, the Emperor." In doing so, he would forge a world of dignity for all, characterized by fairness and justice, free from oppression and darkness. He intended to accomplish this through the methods he had learned in his previous life. Lu Yuan has long proclaimed himself to embody a chaotic yet benevolent character. Indeed, a man aspiring to be an emperor does not seek to suppress his subjects, but rather yearns to forge a just and peaceful world. However, at this moment, a sudden thought made Lu Yuan chuckle to himself. What was he thinking? There is still ample time for such matters. For now, he should focus on how to expedite his cultivation of soul power. Nevertheless, it would be wise to enjoy the festivities at hand. Amidst the bustling and clamorous city, the old king publicly declared a general amnesty for the entire Baloch kingdom, announcing a change in the tax rate from 30 to 50 for the coming year, sparing death row inmates from execution and reducing the sentences of those incarcerated, which instantly incited cheers throughout the city. Ning Fengji stood beside King Kandera, wearing a cheerful smile. He held no interest in the tax reforms or the pardons affecting the Baloch kingdom. Instead, he eagerly anticipated the announcement King Kandera was about to make. After days of diligent persuasion, King Kandera had finally wavered in his resolve, agreeing to declare, during his birthday celebrations and in the presence of all citizens of Baloch City, that Crown Prince Quincy would be his sole designated heir. Should anyone attempt to depose the Crown Prince under pretense of his decree, they would be deemed traitors and face execution. As Ning Fengji awaited King Kandera's next move, the king surprisingly took a step forward and loudly proclaimed, "Now, the celebration of my birthday officially commences. Let everyone rejoice and indulge in the feast." Immediately, the festivities began, with the royal kitchen's delicacies brought forth into the streets, bringing joy to the entire city. Only Ning Fengji wore a grim expression as he observed King Kandera, who smiled and then turned to return to the palace, accompanied eagerly by young Prince Kungsakai. Meanwhile, the former Crown Prince Quincy stood frozen in place, his face ashen. Chapter 55. Significant events. Mr. Yasuo, my daughter has gone missing. Could you kindly assist me in locating her? An elderly man trembled as he addressed the seemingly shadowy figure of a short man before him. What is her name? Do you have a portrait, and where did she disappear? The man named Yasuo spoke in an exceedingly indifferent manner. Yet, the old man harbored no grievances. The common folk were well aware that Mr. Yasuo was the most cold exterior yet warm-hearted individual within the city of Baloch. Ever since Mr. Yasuo made his appearance in Baloch over 4 months ago, these previously inconsequential citizens found a semblance of respite. In the past, even if they perished in any corner of Baloch, no one would rise to champion their cause. Among the lofty magistrates of the city, only a handful of benevolent and just officials would deign to advocate for them. But even these righteous magistrates found it exceedingly difficult to fully curb the nefarious deeds of the Black Abyss, for they were bound to execute justice within the confines of standard legal protocols. While these procedures might suffice against petty thugs, they proved utterly ineffective when confronting the underground gangs and their high-ranking members who had long entrenched themselves in the shadowy recesses of Baloch. In his previous life, Lu Yuan often remarked that to vanquish magic, one must wield magic itself. This adage holds true when confronting the nefarious individuals of By. Only through illicit means can one effectively contend with them. Thus, Yasuo, who operates solely through unlawful methods, transforms into a harbinger of dread for By and a beacon of hope for the impoverished denizens of Baloch City. Although Mr. Yasuo professes to be a mercenary undertaking commissioned tasks, the remuneration he receives is scarcely sufficient, often limited to provisions or modestly fermented grape juice, or perhaps a handful of copper soul coins. Consequently, in the eyes of the common folk of Baloch City, Mr. Yasuo stands as their savior. Lu Yuan felt as though he resembled a certain dark vigilante from a renowned comic in his past life. Regrettably, he lacked the immense wealth and unparalleled wisdom of that illustrious figure. All he possessed was a formidable martial spirit and exceptional combat prowess. Lin Xiaoqiao, whose likeness was unknown, had gone missing a couple of days ago while selling the fish she had caught at the secondary market in the Nofati district. Whispers suggested that she had been taken by members of the Earth Dragon Gang. The old man immediately wiped away his tears, lamenting, "Oh, my poor daughter. We have never wronged the Earth Dragon Gang in the slightest, yet they have taken her away." Beneath the cloak, Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the Dragon Gang. Wasn't the Dragon Gang merely a group responsible for collecting tolls at the docks? Although the secondary market in the Nofati district was in close proximity to Black Swamp Bay, it did not fall within the jurisdiction of either Black Swamp Bay or the Dragon Gang. The unusual actions of the Dragon Gang piqued Lu Yuan's curiosity. Over the past few months, he had encountered the Dragon Gang numerous times and was well aware of their business dealings. The city of Baloch was strategically positioned at the confluence of the Lima Plain and the Baloch Canal, which facilitated convenient transportation. Goods could easily be transported overland or via the artificially constructed canal. The Dragon Gang thrived by collecting tolls at the Balik Canal docks and assisting in the transportation of contraband weapons and drugs, thereby establishing itself as the preeminent gang in Black Swamp Bay. Initially, several factions operated at the Balik Canal docks, but they had either been absorbed or eradicated by the Dragon Gang. Now, the Dragon Gang stood unchallenged, reigning supreme in Black Swamp Bay without the need to engage in other enterprises. However, their abduction of women clearly transcended their usual business activities. Each gang in Black Swamp Bay was acutely aware of their respective territories and operations, barring instances of direct competition. And the Dragon Gang's actions bore an uncanny resemblance to an attempt to encroach upon the Blood Knife Gang's territory. Could it be that these two dominant factions in Black Swamp Bay were truly on the verge of conflict? Yuan felt an unsettling mystery enveloping the situation, yet he could not decipher its essence. At that moment, a throng of civilians surged towards him. He recognized them all as the denizens of the lower strata of Balik City. "What brings you here?" Yuan inquired in a somber tone. It was unprecedented for such a multitude to gather at his place of soliciting commissions, even during the initial 4 months of his engagement. Only a handful of individuals had approached him, seeking assistance in rescuing their kin. Although the Black Swamp was a notorious den of iniquity, it did not resemble the chaotic scenes depicted in certain comics. Most inhabitants were merely scraping by through illicit means, not prone to reckless disturbances. Occasionally, they might abduct a few individuals or resort to intimidation for debt collection. Thus, when Yuan, under the alias Yasuo, first appeared, there were not many commissions to undertake. In recent months, his presence had notably subdued the local ruffians, often allowing several days to pass before he received another request. But now, the crowd of civilians clamored, "Mr. Yasuo, my daughter has been taken. My grandson was seized by the Sand Crocodile Gang. My husband, my children have been abducted by the Red Mist Society. My son, my daughter, my husband." Their voices intertwined in a chorus of desperation, revealing a grim pattern of family abductions and disappearances, deepening the furrow of concern on Yuan's brow. Had the denizens of the Black Swamp gone mad? He could not help but exclaim. At that moment, a young man rushed over, breathless, and addressed Yuan with urgency. "It's dire, Mr. Yasuo. The people of the Black Swamp have issued a threat. What is it?" Yuan prompted. The young man, standing at a height of nearly 1.7 meters, had a natural advantage over Yuan, who stood at around 1.5 meters. However, upon meeting Yuan's gaze, he instinctively lowered his head, seemingly intimidated by the weight of his words. Swallowing hard, the young man relayed. "They claim to have 53 lives in their grasp. If you wish to prevent harm from befalling them, then you must." He hesitated, gritting his teeth before continuing. "Come to dock number 3 of the Balik Canal in the Black Swamp." Understanding dawned on Yuan. He inhaled deeply, realizing the elaborate scheme was devised to ensnare him. He was acutely aware that dock number 3 would be teeming with countless members of the Black Swamp's underground factions, formidable foes, and intricate ambushes awaiting his arrival. Chapter 56. Shadows Surrounding You. Thus, under the young man's watchful gaze, the man known as Yasuo merely raised an eyebrow, uttering, "Let them prepare for slaughter." In an instant, all present were struck with astonishment. Their eyes, once brimming with anticipation, now reflected a profound sense of disappointment. Some even exhibited an inexplicable anger directed towards Yasuo. Yet, Yasuo remained unfazed. He clasped the hilt of his unsheathed sword at his waist, and an intangible pressure began to permeate the atmosphere, sharpening the minds of those around him. Those who dared to display their anger towards Yasuo were drenched in cold sweat. If Yasuo could effortlessly handle the members of the underground factions who typically bullied them, he could just as easily dispose of these inconsequential commoners. How could they possibly muster the audacity to express discontent towards such a formidable figure? Yuan was acutely aware of the psychology of such individuals. His gentle demeanor towards them, stemming from his false identity, had made them feel comfortable. Thus, when he rejected them, it was as if they had entered a rebellious phase. However, these individuals were merely a minority among the common populace. The majority were engulfed in fear and unease, yet they did not overtly express dissatisfaction or anger towards him. Viewed from this perspective, it seemed that the proverbial ingrate was not so prevalent after all. Nevertheless, Yuan remained resolute, adopting an indifferent attitude as he addressed them. Their lives were of no consequence to him. He was merely a mercenary who accepted commissions. His low fees were a reflection of his poverty and the fact that he was a wanted criminal in the empire, unable to accept commissions openly. He emphasized that he did not particularly care for these people. Why would a soul master like him risk his life for a mere group of commoners? Before the impoverished citizens who revered him as a deity, Yasuo coldly articulated these sentiments. The young messenger stood in shock, unable to reconcile the image of the chivalrous Yasuo, who was known for his disdain for evil and support for the weak, with the frigid words he now uttered. Yet, Yasuo's statement seemed to resonate with the audience, as the reality of their world dictated that the status of soul masters far surpassed that of ordinary people. To trade 100 lives for his safety was reasonable for a powerful soul master like Yasuo. However, exchanging his life for the safety of 53 commoners bordered on absurdity. Yasuo's previously low fees were due to the necessity of concealing his true identity from the elite of Balak City, forcing him to conduct business with the common folk at reduced rates to sustain his livelihood. Even so, this explanation was difficult for them to accept, as they had come to view Yasuo as their sole savior, only to feel abandoned by him in their time of need. "I must take my leave," Yasuo declared, gripping the dark red blade at his waist as an invisible wind swept through. "I cannot accept these commissions. Seek someone more capable. The existence of order is always ephemeral." He left behind a profound and cryptic statement. "Step forth and sever." With that, the man, as swift as the wind, vanished from their sight. Meanwhile, at Dock No. 3 of the Balak Canal in Bay, the expansive dock was almost entirely visible. Hundreds of underground gang members patrolled the area, while several gang leaders gathered not far from over 50 bound captives. Su Yanqing, leading the gang, gazed incredulously at the messenger before him, while the leader of the Sand Alligator gang, Firster, was filled with rage. "What? You mean that kid named Yasuo isn't coming?" "Yes, it's absolutely true. That kid named Yasuo even said we could kill them at will. He would never risk his life for these pathetic commoners," the informant replied helplessly. "That scoundrel. Do you truly not care for the lives of these individuals?" Fury etched across Foster's face. He seized a wine glass and hurled it towards the other side. It struck a frail man's head with a resounding crash, shattering into pieces and leaving him bloodied and unconscious. Surrounding him were dozens of emaciated figures, trembling in fear as they were bound, their expressions filled with terror as they beheld the gang members around them. Su Yanqing, lost in thought, contemplated the words of that young man. Indeed, they had always perceived him as a righteous fool opposing them for the sake of these commoners. Yet, it appeared that he was no fool at all. As a soul master of at least the soul master level, how could he possibly risk his life for these insignificant commoners? At this realization, even she couldn't suppress a chuckle. Leaseaching furrowed his brows, watching her laugh with abandon, her bosom heaving like a rabbit. "What are you laughing at?" he inquired. "I laugh at our naivety," Su Yanqing replied coldly. "Consider this. Is there truly anyone in this world willing to risk everything for these impoverished and worthless commoners?" Her derisive laughter echoed. "That man never appeared to be a good person. Why would he fall into our trap?" Instantly, Foster, Guangxiu, and others fell silent, realizing the absurdity of their own trap. Unless Yasuo were a fool willing to sacrifice himself for others, how could he possibly walk into their snare? What will happen to these lowly peasants if our plan fails? Lu Zhan, the leader of the Bloodblade gang, inquired, observing the 53 bound commoners with furrowed brows. "Kill them," Su Yanqing replied impassively. "Just like that?" Li Xiqing hesitated. "What else is there? If Yasuo does not arrive and we release them unharmed, it would be akin to letting out a fart," Su Yanqing said, revealing a dazzling smile that captivated those present. In that moment, they understood why the former leaders of the Earth Dragon Gang and the Black Serpent Gang had met their demise in this woman's bed. She was not only stunningly beautiful but also ruthlessly cunning. If Yasuo does not come to their rescue, then their deaths will be solely his fault. Su Yanqing laughed heartily. "Indeed, you make a damn good point," Guangxiu agreed with a boisterous laugh. He then clapped his hands. "Come on, lads. Send these lowly peasants on their way." As the leader of the Mad Axe Gang, his command typically summoned a horde of underlings to serve him. Yet, at that moment, it seemed as if his orders had fallen on deaf ears, with no one responding. Guangxiu paused, then clapped his hands forcefully again. Growing increasingly irate, he shouted, "Hey, you bastards! Are you all dead? Did you not hear my command?" The wild eagle turned to survey his surroundings and, indeed, as he wished, numerous members of the underground gang lay sprawled upon the ground, like harvested straw, their blood flowing silently in meandering streams. They were truly annihilated. Chapter 57, Shadows. Enveloping you, Part 2. In an instant, these core members of the gang, possessing strength at least at the great soul master level, fell silently, without uttering a sound. Suddenly, Su Yanqing and the others felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end, and the 5 leaders sprang to their feet, warily scanning the area. What is happening? Reciting exclaimed in a shrill voice. They are all dead. Even Su Yanqing, who had witnessed numerous grand spectacles, could not help but scream. She had once killed her husband and child. At that time, the blood flowed freely in the house of the former Dragon Gang leader. Flames danced wildly upon the premises, and the remnants of the Dragon Gang lay scattered, their cries of anguish echoing. Yet Su Yanqing had never seen a scene where a group of people was killed without a single sound. It was as if the terrifying lullabies of her childhood, recounted by adults to lull them to sleep, had come to life. Su Yanqing recalled how her father once spoke of demons that would leap from the shadows, devouring children who refused to sleep, and as a child, she had been frightened into obedience by the tales of that demon. Now, as an adult, she believed there was little left to fear. Yet the scene evoked the very fears of her childhood. Shadows. The shadows surrounding the dock at night resembled those demons lurking in the darkness, ready to pounce, as described in the eerie lullabies of her youth. I know they are all dead, Reciting said, veins bulging at his temples, his eyes wide with disbelief. But how did they die? They are not mute. How could they be killed without a word? How would I know? Was it that brat Yasuo? Is he behind this? The wild eagle's face was a mask of terror as he shouted. How could it possibly be that kid? Lu Jun retorted vehemently, insisting that the boy could not kill so quietly. Foster also revealed a glimmer of fear in his eyes, yet he shouted into the darkness, "You coward! Stop hiding! Come out and let us fight openly." The once formidable leaders of the gangs now found themselves stripped of their former grandeur, reduced to the same level as ordinary individuals, engulfed by an overwhelming fear of the encroaching darkness. In a hidden corner, unseen by Su Yanqing and the others, stood a cloaked figure, his body swathed in bandages, wielding a massive deep blue scythe, calmly poised in place. Beside him stood a young man, the very same who had previously scurried to inform Yasuo of impending danger. Yet, at this moment, he trembled uncontrollably, with a pool of pale yellow liquid seeping beneath him, exuding a foul stench. His body shook as he gazed at the gang members sprawled on the ground, resembling harvested straw, his eyes pleading for mercy from Yasuo, though no words would escape his lips. For Lu Yuan gazed at him and spoke coolly, "Do not utter a word. Should you dare to make a sound, you shall meet your demise." The youth before him had long aroused his suspicions. There was something amiss about him. Setting aside the dubious origins of his information that led him to come forth as a whistleblower, it was the youth's menacing demeanor, which starkly contrasted with the surrounding crowd. That was sufficient to cast doubt in Lu Yuan's mind. This individual hailed from the underworld of Black Swamp. Instantly, the young thug hastily covered his mouth, striving to suppress any sound. He had no desire for death. He wished to survive. Lu Yuan gazed at him, the enormous azure scythe in his hand casting an aura that made him resemble the Grim Reaper from mythological tales. "Go on, leave this place." Perhaps it was a fleeting moment of mercy that led him to spare the wretch. The young thug's face instantly lit up with joy, yet he stifled his emotions, suppressing any sound that might escape his lips. He turned, intending to depart, eager to celebrate his fortuitous escape and the gift of life he had reclaimed. However, in the next instant, as he pivoted, a searing pain surged through his back, and he could no longer contain his cries of agony. Yet, to his astonishment, in that final moment, he found himself utterly voiceless. Suddenly, memories flooded back of witnessing Lu Yuan emerge from the shadows, methodically slaying his comrades, each one of them, like him in this moment, rendered silent. Now, the truth dawned upon him. It was not that they had failed to make a sound. Rather, they were incapable of producing any sound at all. Just as he was now, Lu Yuan, with a stoic expression, withdrew the Death Star demon scythe from the body of the petty criminal. An ethereal, azure shadow power enveloped the corpse, devouring all sound. This was one of the remarkable applications he had discovered for the shadow power of the Death Star demon scythe. As long as it clung to an object, any sound emitted by that object would be consumed by the shadows. Just moments ago, he had silently and efficiently dispatched nearly 100 members of an underground gang in this manner. Lu Yuan gazed upon the petty thug who had met a tragic end beneath the scythe of the Death Star, a victim of misplaced trust in him. Yet he felt no sense of wrongdoing. It was inconceivable for him to allow a witness, one who had glimpsed his second martial soul and had taken so many lives, to depart unscathed. Lu Yuan has taken the lives of countless individuals, demonstrating that he is not one to show mercy. He aims to eradicate all threats at their inception, leaving no room for leniency. The purpose of Lu Yuan's visit this time is unequivocally to save the 53 lives at stake. He will not stand idly by. Yet he will not foolishly walk into a trap. It is indeed foolish to heed an invitation to one's own demise. The words spoken by Lu Yuan were intended to ease the vigilance of the underground gangs in Heyuan Bay. Had he initially displayed excessive concern for the lives of these individuals, it would have jeopardized his rescue plan. His strategy of retreating to advance, followed by a sudden and unexpected assault, was essential for the salvation of the captives. Otherwise, not only would he fail to rescue anyone, but he would also endanger himself, a decidedly unwise course of action. It was now time to focus on the remaining few. Lu Yuan turned his gaze towards the individuals left at the forefront of the captive group. Aside from the 5 leaders, there appeared to be another 5 exceptionally formidable soul masters. This development caused Lu Yuan some distress. Initially, he had intended to employ the stealthy approach of eliminating them one by one. However, with Kuang Zhao's loud outburst, his identity as the stealthy assailant had been inadvertently revealed. Lu Yuan initially spread the power of shadows around him, causing these leaders to gradually neglect the slaughter occurring in the darkness. Furthermore, their ongoing conversation diminished their awareness even further. This was the primary reason why they failed to notice the numerous deaths caused by Lu Yuan. The remarkable utility of shadow power is particularly evident in such circumstances. Otherwise, in a direct confrontation, it would not have been certain that Lu Yuan could have dispatched so many soul lords. These soul lords were effortlessly slain by Lu Yuan's Death Star Scythe, their throats cut without them having unleashed any of their own abilities or techniques. Chapter 58. Shadows Surrounding You, Part 3. Lu Yuan felt no shame in his actions. He never fancied himself a paragon of virtue. He merely pursued what he deemed right. As long as he believed in the righteousness of his deeds, he would remain indifferent even to the destruction of a city. The opinions of others held no sway over him. The words of outsiders could not alter Lu Yuan's convictions. At this moment, Lu Yuan turned and observed the remaining 10 soul masters, whose formidable auras were unmistakably stronger. His gaze shifted to the 53 individuals behind them, and a headache instantly ensued. Although he prided himself on his ability to fight above his level, he would not recklessly confront such a multitude of powerful adversaries. If even one of them were a soul king like Yan Shou, would he not be courting death? It was wiser to eliminate them one by one before devising a means to disperse the rest. After a brief contemplation, Lu Yuan, wielding the Death Star Scythe, vanished into the shadows once more. Who is it? Come out now. Meanwhile, at the dock, Kuang Zhao and his companions remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings in hopes of drawing out the assailant. No longer brimming with arrogance, Kuang Zhao was overtaken by fear in the face of the unknown. Those who had long occupied positions of power, elevated above the common folk, were particularly protective of their lives. He did not wish to die. Death would strip him of everything. His authority, wealth, and women would all swiftly become the possessions of others. Thus, he clung to life, trembling, until he noticed a shadow shifting near a nearby container. Ah! Kuang Zhao shrieked in terror. Instantly, all eyes turned to him. From the shadows, a massive scythe of ethereal blue lunged toward him. Poor fool, you have just made a fatal error. A voice, dripping with arrogance, echoed as the scythe soared. Kuang Zhao could sense the disdain in the voice, yet he had never encountered such a bizarre method of attack. A resplendent scythe emerging from the shadows. Martial soul attachment. His reaction was prompt, but his martial soul, the frenzied axe, had not fully materialized. Only a faint phantom remained when the colossal scythe struck him. Blood gushed forth as the shadows enveloped Kuang Zhao's robust form, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Subsequently, the ethereal blue scythe vanished once again into the darkness. Save me. The vitality of soul masters is remarkably resilient. The body of Kuang Zhao was cleaved in half by the scythe, yet the remaining portion was preserved due to the activation of his soul-powered defense upon the manifestation of his martial spirit. Additionally, Lu Yuan did not wish to be hindered by Kuang Zhao, which is why he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Kuang Zhao felt an unprecedented proximity to death. That scythe, akin to the instrument of the Grim Reaper, seemed poised to claim his life. He sensed a flicker of hope for survival, albeit this was merely an illusion, as his body had already been ravaged by the Death Star demon scythe. In the face of such grievous injuries, his existence was akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Soul masters in Douluo Continent lacked the formidable life force capable of healing such severe wounds. Yet they possessed the ability to maintain a state of non-death for an extended period. However, it would not be long before Kuang Zhao succumbed to excessive blood loss and slipped into unconsciousness. Unless he was a soul Douluo or possessed a soul bone akin to the leg bone of Tang San's mother, which harbored immense life energy, survival was an impossibility. Thus, Lu Yuan did not feel compelled to deliver a lethal strike. Witnessing Guangxiao's dire predicament, Li Xiqing, Firster, and the others could not suppress the twitching of their eyelids. The plea for salvation in Guangxiao's eyes still reflected a vestige of his will to live, yet tragically, he had no chance of survival. Even the 39th level soul master he had brought from the Mad Axe gang did not rush to his aid, remaining instead on high alert, scanning the surroundings. A soul master capable of effortlessly dispatching Guangxiao, a soul zone, certainly posed a lethal threat to him as well. Everyone, remain calm. Pay attention to your surroundings. Su Yanqing shouted, stifling her fear. Summon your martial spirits. She urged them to activate their abilities, exclaiming, martial spirit manifestation. But in the next moment, a scream pierced the air, a harrowing cacophony emanating from the three remaining soul masters of the Bloodblade gang, the Red Mist Society, and the Sand Crocodile gang. Before Su Yanqing could finish instructing them to summon their martial spirits, the scythe, like a harbinger of death, emerged from the shadows, whirling and slicing through the bodies of the three. Great side sweeping. At this moment, Su Yanqing finally caught a barely audible sound. Almost instantaneously, the sound resonated, and the bodies of the three soul masters were severed in two, reminiscent of rice stalks being harvested in a paddy. Meanwhile, the other leaders and the remaining two soul masters seized the opportunity to summon their martial spirits, activating them without hesitation. Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, utilizing the power of darkness and his shadowy steps, remaining undetected in the obscurity. The sharpness of the Death Star Demon Scythe was evidently beyond that of ordinary martial souls. The physical strength of soul masters below the soul sect level was insufficient to withstand its might. This was the formidable nature of the Death Star Demon Scythe. In the original Odyssey worldview, it was a peerless weapon forged from the core of a deceased star, capable of annihilating entire galaxies, let alone the frail human form. However, to truly attain the original sharpness of the Death Star Demon Scythe, Yuan's soul power must be sufficiently potent. Otherwise, as a great soul master, he could only wield it to a limited extent. Next, Yuan turned his attention to the remaining targets. Only 6 individuals were left. Identified from prior intelligence as Su Yanqing of the Earth Dragon Gang, Lu Zhan of the Blood Knife Gang, First of the Sand Alligator Gang, and Li Xiqing of the Red Mist Society, all of whom possessed 4 soul rings. Yet, it appeared their soul ring configurations were rather subpar, aside from Su Yanqing. The other 3 had a lamentable combination of white, yellow, and purple soul rings. The third soul ring was merely a yellow 100-year soul ring, quite dismal indeed. However, it was understandable, for these ordinary soul masters, lacking extraordinary talent, forcibly absorbing optimally matched soul rings was a perilous endeavor. Although novels seldom depict instances of soul masters perishing from absorbing soul rings, or typically showcase soul ring configurations of yellow, purple, and black, one might mistakenly believe that absorbing the best your soul rings is devoid of risk. The soul masters featured in novels are generally prodigies or scions from prestigious sects, endowed with exceptional talent and wise forebears, making such accidents rare. For ordinary soul masters, however, absorbing these soul rings could lead to grave misfortune. Hence it is only logical for them to seek lower-tier soul beasts for absorption. The 2 remaining soul sects were equally unimpressive in their soul ring configurations, prompting Yuan to disregard them entirely. The martial souls of the 4 soul sects corresponded to their gang names. Lu Zhan of the Blood Knife Gang wielded a blood-red ghostly blade, while Li Xiqing of the Red Mist Society possessed a beast martial soul resembling a blood-colored bat, ensconced within a crimson mist. First of the Sand Alligator Gang manifested a soil-hued alligator martial soul. Only Su Yanqing stood apart. Her martial soul manifested as a white fox tail sprouting from her back during her martial soul possession state. Thus, she appeared even more enchanting, captivating all who beheld her. With a bewitching grace, the fox spirit, to Yuan's surprise, was not an uncommon sight. Chapter 59, Shadows Surrounding You, Part 4. The fox spirit, while prevalent in the Douluo Continent, marked Yuan's first encounter with a spirit master of this kind. In this timeline of the Douluo Continent, there existed a renowned figure among fox spirit masters, the Saintess Hulaina of the Spirit Hall. However, Hulaina's fox spirit was likely more formidable than the ordinary variety. Known as the demon fox, possessing significantly enhanced enchanting abilities, this could be likened to an innate charm skill. Reflecting on this, Yuan recalled a particular rabbit at the Nodding Academy, which also possessed a charm skill. It ought to be referred to as the demon rabbit spirit, perhaps. A rabbit with enchanting abilities? Very well. It shall not be called a demon rabbit, but rather a gentle bone rabbit. Yet, when it comes to a fox possessing such enchanting powers, it must unequivocally be referred to as the demon fox spirit. Lu Yuan's thoughts briefly wandered. Yet he swiftly redirected his focus to the battlefield. He observed Su Yanqing's fox spirit, which momentarily reminded him of Hu Liana. However, it seemed unlikely that the two were closely related. After all, Su Yanqing and Hu Liana bore different surnames, and their locations were worlds apart, one in the heart of the Barak kingdom within the Dou Empire, and the other in the spirit city of the Spirit Hall beyond the Empire's borders. It was reasonable to conclude that there was no connection between them. Even if there were, it was not something Lu Yuan could contemplate at this moment. Any potential relationship bore no relevance to him. His sole mission today was to eliminate the individuals before him. This was not merely to rescue others, but also to avert future threats. Upon reflection, this group of underground gang leaders from Bei had audaciously orchestrated the kidnapping of over 50 civilians to compel his appearance and deployed numerous gang members to ambush him. Their overconfidence led them to believe that such measures could ensure Lu Yuan's demise. It was evident that if they were to escape today, fully aware of their inability to contend with Lu Yuan's prowess, they would not simply relinquish their intentions. Lu Yuan, engaging in a moment of introspection, questioned what he would do if he were unable to confront a sworn enemy who sought his life while possessing considerable wealth. Surely, he would invest heavily. Lu Yuan's form transformed into a shadow, vanishing into the darkness. Su Yanqing surveyed the surroundings, communicating through soul power, urging everyone to remain calm. That individual surely intended to eliminate us one by one amidst the shadows. What a nightmare. Was he that fellow Yasuo's martial soul, that fiery, tempestuous long blade? From where did this shadow's power originate? In that fleeting moment, Foster and the others recognized it as Yasuo. After all, they had long since memorized his image, a figure wrapped in bandages and cloaked, a peculiar sight indeed, unheard of throughout the entire Tiandou Empire. Could it be that Li Xiqing from the Red Mist Society trembled slightly and then remarked, "Is that fellow a dual martial soul wielder? Does this side martial soul that commands shadowy powers constitute his second martial soul?" The concept of dual martial souls is not entirely implausible or unheard of in the realm of soul masters. For instance, one of the most renowned recent possessors of a dual martial soul is Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Martial Soul Hall. She is a legendary figure, widely known among the common folk, and her dual martial soul is certainly no secret. Before her, there have been several dual martial soul wielders, albeit few in number. Some of these individuals served as cautionary tales, having fallen midway through their journeys. Yet, none dared to question the potential inherent in dual martial soul wielders. Clearly, as Li Xiqing's words resonated, the others present felt an involuntary tremor coursing through them. In essence, were they now opposing a soul master who might one day rival the current pope? Steady yourselves. Su Yanqing, the calmest among them, conveyed through soul power. Regardless of whether he possesses 2 or 3 martial souls, today it will be either his demise or ours. I trust you do not wish to perish here, do you? Her voice was laced with cold fury. If one were to die here, it must be him. After a moment of silence, the typically fiery Foster inhaled deeply and declared, "Indeed." Once his martial soul manifests, the crocodilian scales upon his body glimmer with a chilling light, and his massive jaws, lined with sharp teeth, instill dread. With a sinister grin, "I shall seize that lad and devour him." A dual martial soul master as flesh must be delectable. Li Xiqing and Lu Zhan exchanged glances before turning to Su Yanqing, asking, "Do you have a plan to draw him out?" Su Yanqing replied with a cold laugh, "That lad lurks in the darkness, aiming to pick us off one by one, and he will undoubtedly target the most vulnerable among us first. Among the remaining 6, who is the most susceptible to ambush?" Instantly, Foster, Li Xiqing, and the others turned their gazes toward the last 2 soul masters, suddenly enlightened. "You have all fished before, haven't you?" Su Yanqing remarked with a chilling smirk, her eyes glinting with a cruel allure. Lu Yuan concealed himself within the shadows, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. In his shadow assassin form, he became the most patient of hunters, with darkness as his eternal domain. Just then, he perceived a glimmer of opportunity amidst the obscurity. Now is the time. A spark ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes as a yellow soul ring on his body surged brightly. A true assassin strikes to save the many by eliminating the one. A chilling voice emanated from his throat, and boundless power radiated from the scythe he wielded, enveloping his entire being. In the depths of the dock's impenetrable darkness, 2 formidable soul masters stood obliviously, their forms wilted and unaware of the looming threat behind them, the massive azure scythe, akin to the harbinger of death, was poised to strike. At that very moment, however, a voice rang out with unreserved clarity across the dock. Su Yanking's cold and alluring tone echoed, "The fish has taken the bait." Ha 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 ha. Fooster's arrogant laughter reverberated through the air. As the colossal sand crocodile martial spirit enveloped him, the fourth purple soul ring suddenly illuminated, unleashing an overwhelming aura from his massive form. Fourth soul skill. Eternal sand and gravel. Within a 100-meter radius centered on him, the very air thickened, gravity intensifying to nearly 3 times its usual weight, ensnaring the figure clutching the scythe. This gravity manipulation ability was the cornerstone of Fooster's dominance over the Black Despair Bay, for while he might not possess the strongest individual combat prowess among the 5 leaders, he was undeniably the most formidable when leading his gang in the conquest of territories. Yasuo found himself seemingly immobilized in midair by the immense gravitational force, wielding his scythe with increasing difficulty. "You insolent wretch! I shall tear you to shreds." Fooster sneered as he seized Yasuo's body in midair, his muscular arms tearing horizontally with ferocious strength. In an instant, the man's form was shredded apart. Yet, a moment of surprise escaped Fooster's lips, for no blood gushed forth from the torn flesh. Instead, in the next instant, the bisected Yasuo transformed into 2 shadows and dissipated into the night sky. Panic surged through Su Yanking as she realized, this is a clone-type soul skill. Just as they grasped the situation, from the shadows behind Su Yanking, another azure scythe hurtled towards the enchanting woman. Chapter 60, Shadows, Surrounding You, Part 5, Yuan charged directly at Su Yanking, wielding a colossal scythe that resembled the harbinger of death. Indeed, his initial intention was to first eliminate the 2 soul lords who posed the least challenge. However, upon further reflection, he realized that this strategy could easily be anticipated by his adversaries. After all, Yuan believed that anyone capable of becoming the leader of a faction in Black Yin Bay would possess not only formidable strength but also a keen intellect. A mere thug, devoid of cunning, could never ascend to the rank of a gang leader. With this reasoning, Yuan was convinced that Su Yanqing and her associates would not be foolish enough to remain passive. Should they deduce his intentions, they might use the 2 soul lords as bait to ambush him, and given his current soul power defense, he might not withstand an assault from 4 soul sect members. Thus, he devised a ruse, allowing them to believe he was on the 1st level while actually maneuvering on the 2nd. In reality, Yuan operated from the 3rd level. He cleverly turned the tables, feigning an attack on the 2 weakest soul lords, while his true target was the seemingly most powerful leader of the Earth Dragon Gang. Su Yanqing. The Yuan who attempted to strike the 2 soul lords moments ago was, in fact, an illusion conjured by his 2nd soul skill. Yuan's 2nd soul ring was acquired from the most formidable forest sovereign, the illusory light feather lion, located in the soul-hunting forest outside of Nodding City. Although this illusory light feather lion is not an exceedingly rare or powerful soul beast, it possesses a remarkable ability to manipulate light, allowing it to create an illusory doppelganger. Intriguingly, this doppelganger is not devoid of combat prowess. Its strength increases with the age of the illusory light feather lion. For every century of existence, the doppelganger's combat strength corresponds to 1% of the original's power. Thus, a 900-year-old illusory light feather lion's doppelganger would only wield 9% of its true strength, a meager amount. Consequently, the illusory light feather lion primarily utilized its doppelganger as a diversion, while relying on its true form for actual combat. After Yuan vanquished this illusory light feather lion and absorbed its soul ring, he acquired a skill reminiscent of the lion's illusory doppelganger. However, this ability was enhanced and transformed by the shadow power and Death Star energy within the Death Star Demon Scythe, resulting in a significantly more potent doppelganger soul skill. Yuan named his technique Shadow Clone of Death. The Shadow Clone of Death allows Yuan to temporarily create a doppelganger that is identical in strength and appearance to himself, capable of mimicking all of Yuan's skills. However, its duration is limited to a mere 3 minutes, and it divides Yuan's focus. In controlling the Shadow Clone of Death, Yuan struggles to multitask effectively. Thus, he must either conceal his true self in the shadows while commanding the clone to engage in battle or fight directly without employing the clone. Earlier, Yuan had used his soul technique, the Shadow Clone of Death, to provoke a response from First. However, the moment the clone was torn apart by First, Yuan surged towards Su Yanqing, convinced that she would surely fall to his scythe. Just as he was about to strike, Su Yanqing's 4th soul ring illuminated brilliantly. A sense of dread flashed through Yuan's mind. In the next instant, A layer of pink radiance enveloped Su Yanqing. Her fourth soul skill, Machi's Spirit Veil, activated. The Death Star scythe swept across Su Yanqing's form, yet no blood gushed forth. Instead, the pink aura, delicate as a veil, shattered like broken glass. Su Yanqing's face turned pallid, devoid of color. Nevertheless, she did not falter. Instead, she rolled on the ground, attempting to escape Lu Yuan's reach. Lu Yuan would not allow her to flee so easily. He relentlessly brandished the Death Star scythe towards her. The massive scythe swept across. Humph, boy, do you think you can ignore us? Lu Zhan's voice erupted suddenly, and the leader of the Bloodblade gang materialized before Su Yanqing, wielding his martial soul. The Bloodblade, and charging at Lu Yuan. The clash of the Death Star scythe and the Bloodblade resonated loudly, momentarily halting Lu Yuan's spinning form. Yet Lu Zhan did not emerge unscathed. He felt a numbing sensation in his hands upon impact. Where did this freak come from? Lu Zhan thought to himself. They had discerned that this scythe-wielding Yasuo before them was merely a great soul master with 2 soul rings. Yet, in this collision, despite the opponent employing a skill akin to a soul technique, Lu Zhan, with his ordinary attack, pondered why he, as a soul sect, did not crush this mere great soul master under his soul power. Shadow Step. Lu Yuan had no intention of lingering after his plan unraveled. He sought to retreat into the shadows once more. However, his intentions were thwarted. Humph, boy, trying to run. First, now fully aware, bellowed in fury. To him, Lu Yuan's earlier mockery with the clone was intolerable. Fourth soul skill, Eternal Grit. First unleashed nearly 3-fold gravity upon Lu Yuan, pressing down with relentless force. Lu Yuan's footsteps abruptly faltered, his speed significantly diminished. And you brat, go to hell. Reciting also launched his attack. The third soul ring on his body illuminating with brilliance, unleashing his third soul skill, Crimson Moon's resounding echo. A blood red, crescent-shaped soundwave attack instantly took form and hurtled towards Lu Yuan, whose movements were hindered by the encroaching gravel, rendering him unable to evade. This was the third soul skill of a soul master at the soul ancestor level. If Lu Yuan were to be struck, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. In that instant, Lu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. The next moment, with no other option, a ghostly blue light emanated from his right palm, breaking Evil Claw Strike, the soul skill of the right fist from his external soul bone. A colossal wave of blue claw-shaped energy materialized before Lu Yuan, colliding fiercely with Reciting's incoming third soul skill. The intercepted attack of Reciting's third soul skill erupted in a tremendous shockwave mid-air. Yet, at that moment, the soul bone, as Lu Yuan was compelled to utilize his soul bone skill, his external soul bone could not remain concealed. Instantly, the eyes of those present, including Fu Site and Su Yanqing, turned crimson. For this was a soul bone, an external soul bone, no less. Reciting fixed his gaze intently on Lu Yuan. At this juncture, Lu Yuan recognized that he could no longer retreat into the shadows using his shadow assassin form to continue his ambush. Thus, he sighed heavily in place and declared, "It seems I have no choice but to resort to this against you. I am the corruptor forged by the Star of Death. Is it too late to say this now?" Lu Yuan's ferocious voice reverberated across the dock. Following this, the Death Star's demon scythe hovered ominously in the air, the core of the scythe transforming into a vivid red, staining the entire weapon like crimson ink. Lu Yuan, his entire being was shrouded in crimson, and the blue hair beneath his cloak had now transformed into a vivid red. In the next moment, the crimson soul power emanating from Lu Yuan surged forth, shattering the gravitational restraints of Fuster Hengshali's control. A blade of energy pierced through the air, sending a scarlet rectangular shockwave hurtling towards Lu Zhan. Chapter 61, Shadows. Surrounding U6. Lu Zhan did not evade and was struck by the piercing red energy wave, soaring into the air. First soul skill, Star of Death's Annihilation Slash. Lu Yuan did not hold back, unleashing his first soul skill. In this scenario, where he was forcibly propelled into the air by the piercing blade, Lu Zhan found himself with no means of escape, destined to be struck by the Star of Death's Annihilation Slash. Old Lu. Fuster was the first to react, his body transforming into that of a crocodile as he soared through the air after manifesting his martial spirit. Second soul skill, Heavy Sand Shield Ridge. A shield forged from earth, resembling a small mountain, positioned itself before Fuster. The Star of Death's Annihilation Slash cleaved through the sand shield, yet simultaneously, Fuster managed to rescue Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan immediately remarked to Fuster, "You, of all people, actually saved me this time?" Fuster, with a grave expression, replied, "Don't jest. The individual before us, named Yasuo, is not to be underestimated. If you were to be killed or gravely injured, how would we contend with this fellow? Though he appeared reckless, he understood the gravity of the situation. Originally, their 5 factions had brought nearly 60 of the most formidable fighters to eliminate Yasuo. Yet now, over 40 of their soul masters lay dead, leaving only a handful of them. Among the fallen were not only the 40-plus soul elders but also the soul ancestor, Quan Xiao, who had perished due to an ambush. How could Fuster possibly underestimate the person before him, known as Yasuo, a twin martial spirit, possessing 2 evidently formidable top-tier martial spirits, and the combat prowess to slay a soul ancestor? Furthermore, this individual had unveiled something unusual. His ominous proclamation regarding the Star of Death and Corruptors sent shivers down Fuster's spine. The Lu Yuan before him was now utterly transformed from moments ago. What is happening? The individuals present likely had never encountered a soul blade as formidable as the Death Star Demon Scythe. It bore a striking resemblance to the renowned giant from the neighboring realm, the Ultra Power Digga, which is known for its ability to switch between various forms in battle. Similarly, Lu Yuan possesses the capability to transform into 3 distinct forms. In fact, if one considers the possibility of Kayn effortlessly altering his form at will, he could indeed be likened to an Ultraman. The comprehensive form is the weakest, followed by the agile blue shadow assassin form, and then the powerful red Death Star incarnation. These can be colloquially referred to as the Old Six form and the Berserker form. This reflects Lu Yuan's understanding of the 2 distinct forms of the Death Star Demon Scythe, the Shadow Assassin, which is suited for ambush and stealth attacks or kite tactics, and the Death Star incarnation, which embodies sheer brute force. Upon adopting this form, Lu Yuan adopts a mentality of overwhelming dominance, as if to say, with this form, you may as well await your demise while I crush you head-on. The others present sensed a palpable shift in Lu Yuan's aura, prompting Su Yanqing to exclaim, "Let us go. Let us take him down. Yes, eliminate him. We can devise another plan for that soul bone," Lu Zhan shouted. Among the 5 gang leaders, he appeared to be the most rational. The other 4 included the deceased Kuang Xiu, a boastful and arrogant little man who, despite some cunning, was not as clever as he seemed. Su Yanqing, the leader of the Earth Dragon Gang, who was astute yet embodied the traits of a seductive femme fatale, and Fuster, the brawny leader of the Sand Crocodile Gang, whose rise to power was perplexing. Lastly, Li Xiqing of the Red Mist Society was a brash individual, always ready to spar verbally. Only Lu Zhan seemed genuinely normal, prompting Lu Yuan to prioritize dealing with him first. As Lu Zhan faced Lu Yuan's sweeping scythe, he did not flinch, however. This time he did not rely solely on brute strength in confronting Lu Yuan. First soul skill, Frenzy. Lu Zhan's initial white soul ring erupted with brilliant light. This is a common enhancement skill among lower-tier soul masters, boosting Lu Zhan's strength by 10%. With no additional effects, the crimson blade clashed once more with the scythe, but this time the scythe was blood red. In the fierce exchange of power, Lu Zhan and Lu Yuan appeared evenly matched. This showcased the power of Lu Yuan's Death Star incarnation, which amplifies the lethality of his scythe strikes by a percentage of his soul power. With Lu Yuan's soul power level at 25, this translates to a formidable increase of 25%. Lu Zhan had no intention of stalemating with Lu Yuan. The blood knife in his hand transformed as he unleashed dozens of strikes against Lu Yuan. Simultaneously, several other soul masters from Bay did not remain as mere onlookers. They surged forward to encircle Lu Yuan, delivering punches, kicks, and their martial spirits upon him. In that moment, Lu Yuan was besieged from all directions. However, as previously mentioned, the combat knowledge Lu Yuan had acquired over the past few months in Bay revolved around one aspect: mob fighting, specifically against a group of opponents. Earlier, he had faced the assaults of hundreds of ruffians from Bay, dispatching these scoundrels with ease. Now, even though his adversaries were somewhat stronger, the essence remained unchanged. Love, hope, fear. I shall feast upon all. The great scythe swept through, the spinning Death Star scythe effortlessly breaking through the assaults of Su Yanqing, Fuster, Lu Zhan, and others. Concurrently, Lu Yuan activated Shadow Step, his speed surging as he disregarded all obstacles in his path. The Death Star scythe trailed red ripples as he wielded it with both hands, the blade's brilliance slicing through the throats of the remaining 2 soul masters. Blood gushed forth. 2 soul masters perished. The few remaining individuals present could no longer concern themselves with the fates of their fallen comrades, for in the next instant, Lu Yuan charged towards Lu Zhan. Second soul skill, Blood Knife Frenzy. Lu Zhan could no longer hesitate, and directly invoked his second soul skill. The martial spirit blood knife coalesced into a 2-meter-long energy blade, slashing toward Lu Yuan. First soul skill. Death Star Obliteration Slash. Lu Yuan simultaneously employed his soul skill. The crescent-shaped red energy strike collided directly with Lu Zhan's second soul skill. Fourth soul skill. Eternal Gravel Entanglement. Fuster sought to employ his fourth soul skill once more to restrict Lu Yuan's speed after activating Shadow Step. The marrow of the polluted world. Let me indulge. Lu Yuan roared disdainfully, then, drawing upon the power surging within him, he broke free from the shackles of gravity. But in the next moment, Su Yanqing, Fuster, and Li Xiqing advanced, joining forces to restrain Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan could only turn his back to Lu Zhan, revealing what seemed to be his completely unguarded rear. Upon seeing this, Lu Zhan bellowed in fury, and the fourth soul ring around him began to rise, activating his fourth soul skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. His eyes turned crimson, signifying the enhancement of his abilities. This skill augmented Lu Zhan's speed, strength, soul techniques, and defensive prowess while simultaneously diminishing the impact of pain upon him. However, the cost was a rapid depletion of his soul power. Lu Zhan brandished his blood blade like a reckless berserker, charging towards Lu Yuan. Yet, in his fervor, he failed to notice the sanguine shockwave approaching beneath his feet. Suddenly, he felt a tremendous force propel his body into the air. At that moment, the second soul ring on Lu Yuan, previously immobilized by the combined assaults of Li Xiqing, Fuster, and Su Yanqing, illuminated with vigor. The second soul skill activated. While Lu Yuan's movement slowed considerably upon unleashing his second soul skill, he nonetheless initiated it. Shadow Clone. An identical shadow clone of him surged forth towards Lu Zhan. The first soul skill. Stellar Annihilation Slash. This time, the Stellar Annihilation Slash successfully struck Lu Zhan in midair. Simultaneously, Lu Yuan's original form, distracted by the endeavor, was struck by the powerful and relentless attacks of Li Xiqing and Fuster, causing him to violently spew blood and be sent flying. Yet, amidst the chaos, the direction in which Lu Yuan flew was precisely towards Lu Zhan, who had been grievously wounded by the obliterating strike of the Death Star. A sense of unease suddenly flickered in Lu Zhan's heart. At that moment, he heard a voice that seemed to emanate from the grasp of death itself, crack the shadow. Blood-red hues flooded Lu Zhan's vision, and then he beheld a planet, reminiscent of utter annihilation, rising in the distance. Lu Yuan transformed into a beam of crimson light, merging with his very being. In the end, Lu Zhan felt an intense swelling within him, followed by an excruciating sensation of tearing that burst forth from his core. Lu Yuan abruptly burst forth from Lu Zhan's body, accompanied by a mist of blood and shattered flesh. He then stood before Lu Zhan, whose eviscerated form collapsed as if bowing before an emperor. The leader of the Bloodblade gang, Lu Zhan, is dead. Chapter 62. Shadow Surrounding You. End. Lu Yuan was utilizing the vampiric abilities of the Death Star incarnation, restoring a quarter of his vitality. However, he had just been struck simultaneously by the formidable attacks of Li Xiqing and Fuster from the two great soul sects, leaving him with grievous wounds. A heavy, oppressive breath erupted from his nostrils and mouth, making it evident that he was no longer the epitome of composure he once was. This was a desperate strike by Lu Yuan to eliminate Lu Zhan, and naturally, he could not maintain his earlier calm demeanor. He even felt his vision blurring before him. But he swiftly compelled himself to regain consciousness. He could not afford to fall here. Lu Zhan was also dead. Li Xiqing gazed at the fallen Lu Zhan, whose ghastly form bore the marks of a brutal disembowelment, and a flicker of retreat began to flicker in his heart. However, Fuster and Su Yanqing pressed forward, with Fuster locking eyes on Li Xiqing, seemingly discerning his thoughts, and loudly proclaimed, "We cannot retreat. As long as this brat lives, none of us will survive. With his bizarre abilities, there is no escape for us." In an instant, Li Xiqing regained clarity. Indeed, their confrontation with Lu Yuan was no ordinary battle. It was a fight to the death. If Lu Yuan were allowed to escape tonight, given his inexplicable ability to emerge from the shadows, they would likely never again enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate Lu Yuan here and now, with a surge of murderous intent. Li Xiqing charged toward Lu Yuan, alongside Fuster and Su Yanqing. Lu Yuan gripped the Death Star demon scythe, his white bandages and cloak tattered from the fierce battle. With even the fabric on his chest stained with blood, he surveyed the remaining three adversaries. First appeared somewhat fatigued from the repeated use of his fourth soul skill, which had taken a toll on his stamina. Su Yanqing, having invoked what seemed to be an invincible fourth soul skill to thwart one of Lu Yuan's lethal strikes, also bore the marks of struggle, her complexion revealing the toll it had exacted on her. In truth, Lu Yuan's assumption was accurate, even among low-tier soul rings. The possession of an invincible skill, even one 1,000 years old, was indeed remarkable. Su Yanqing's fourth soul skill, the magic raccoon spirit veil, could indeed block a fatal blow, but the cost was steep, draining 50% of her current soul power and physical strength. In contrast, Xiaowu, who possessed an invincible type soul skill, was merely a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into a human. All her soul skills were those she wielded as a soul beast, making her invincibility unsurprising and thus not categorized among conventional soul skills. At that moment, only Li Xiqing appeared to be the least drained and brimming with combat prowess. Attack! Su Yanqing cried, her face ashen, as she charged forward. Instantly, Li Xiqing and first launched an assault on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan wielded a massive scythe, fiercely engaging in combat with the remaining three. "I'll hold him. You all attack together," Su Yanqing shouted at that moment. Simultaneously, her third soul ring illuminated, activating her third soul skill, enchanting fox eyes. Instantly, a layer of pink radiance enveloped Su Yanqing's captivating autumn-like eyes, as she locked gazes with Lu Yuan amidst the fray. In an instant, Lu Yuan's movements momentarily froze, just for a few seconds. Yet, this fleeting lapse in concentration afforded Li Xiqing and Fuster ample opportunity to strike. Second soul skill, Sand Bite. A massive swirl of sand coiled around Fuster's fist, coalescing into a colossal punch hurtling towards Lu Yuan. This was his most formidable attack soul skill. Fourth soul skill, Moonlit Offering. Li Xiqing also unleashed his mightiest soul skill, conjuring a blood-red crescent moon in his hands, which then erupted forth in a barrage of crimson light. Finally, Lu Yuan regained his composure, but the blood-red scythe in his grasp vanished in an instant. "I am the storm. I am the lightning." Then, a black and crimson katana materialized at his waist. Barrier of wind. Lu Yuan drew the blade of dark prison, sweeping it before him, as fury and the roar of the wind coalesced into a formidable wall of air, repelling all that dared approach. The assault techniques from Fuster and Li Xiqing were instantly thwarted by this wall of wind. What? The three onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief, their soul techniques effortlessly obstructed by a mere gust of air. No, it was not entirely thwarted. In that moment, Su Yanqing exclaimed, directing her gaze towards Lu Yuan's left hand, which hung limply at his side. A significant portion of flesh was severed from his shoulder. It was the Moonlit Night ritual of Li Xiqing. As Li Xiqing's fourth soul technique was an area of effect skill, two beams of light had pierced through the wind wall, taking a substantial chunk of flesh from Lu Yuan's left shoulder. Su Yanqing was correct. Lu Yuan was currently unable to entirely shield against all ranged skills with the wind wall. At the very least, he could not fully block a soul technique of the fourth rank at the soul master level, even from Li Xiqing, who did not possess the optimal soul ring configuration. Lu Yuan forcibly suppressed the pain in his shoulder, yet the weakness in his mind was relentless. He gazed at the three assailants who were attacking once more, taking a deep breath, determined that he would not perish here. Lu Yuan's gaze was both fervent and resolute. In the next moment, he did not alter his martial spirit. Instead, he continued to battle in the form of the night messenger, Yasuo. Flames enveloped him, and death cradled him. He roared, the chaotic energy coursing through his entire being. Steel slash. I am lightning. I am the tempest. Advancing slash. Light withers in the embrace of darkness. Gale's silent slash. Lu Yuan was unaware of the arduous battle he had endured, feeling a profound pain radiating from every part of his body. Yet, he paid no heed to this agony. His sole focus was the relentless wielding of the abyssal blade. At last, a monstrous creature. Su Yanqing clutched her heart, terror etched across her face as she shouted. It was this cry that momentarily stirred Lu Yuan's awareness. He glanced around, taking in the scene. The massive form of Fuster lay severed into several pieces, scattered nearby, while Li Xiqing had been reduced to charred remains. Only Su Yanqing, beneath his feet, remained alive, though her right hand had been severed by Lu Yuan, and she had also been pierced in the chest by the abyssal blade. With a stoic expression, Lu Yuan summoned the power within the abyssal blade, and Su Yanqing collapsed instantly. As for him, he too was on the brink of collapse. No, he could not fall here. If the inhabitants of Black Yin Bay discovered him in such a state, his life would be forfeit. With this thought, Lu Yuan's consciousness wavered as he shifted into his martial soul form. A million mighty lions, heed my command. My era has begun. Transitioning into the shadow assassin form, he hazily activated the shadow step and vanished into the darkness. He was oblivious to the distance he traversed in the shadows. His only desire was to distance himself from the Black Yin Bay dock, further, the better, to evade detection. Driven by his final vestige of determination, he continued his journey. At last, Yuan could endure no longer. The soul power within him had been entirely depleted, and he collapsed onto a patch of grass. Subsequently, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, as he drifted away, he heard a peculiar voice. "Is it you? Who is it?" Yuan pondered, though his awareness faded into oblivion. Chapter 63. He is mine. How much longer must we remain here? The voice of the girl echoed angrily within the opulent palace. At this moment, dawn had already broken, marking the time for breakfast. Ning Fengji, embodying the elegance of an esteemed noble from the Tiando Empire, was meticulously slicing his food with the utensils in his hands. He wore exquisite white silk gloves, and before him sat his precious daughter, Ning Rongrong, alongside his son, Ning Shozong, who adhered to the noble etiquette just as he did. Ning Rongrong was evidently utterly weary of her days spent within the Barak Palace. However, Ning Fengji remained steadfast, choosing not to depart after the king's birthday celebration due to the pressing matter of the crown prince of the Barak Kingdom. The Barak Kingdom, situated to the south of the Tiando Empire and bordering the Fasnuo province, is technically a kingdom, yet its area is merely 3/4 the size of the Fasnuo province. And it is a vassal of the Tiando Empire, one of its 4 great kingdoms. To the south of the Barak Kingdom lies the Xinglua Empire, making the Barak Kingdom the most formidable military force among the 4 kingdoms of the Tiando Empire, thus serving as the gateway to the empire. In such a critical region, the issue of the crown prince is of paramount importance. While it may not hold significance for Shuiyi, it is of great consequence for Ning Fengji, who aspires to become the national master of the Tiando Empire. He needs to continually demonstrate his accomplishments to impress Emperor Shuiyi and even the imperial crown prince, Shuiqinghe, showcasing his importance. Therefore, he must patiently remain until the crown prince issue is resolved in the Barak Kingdom, intending to return to the imperial capital with this merit. Yet, it was clear that Princess Ning Rongrong of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School held a contrary view. During her time in the Barak royal city, she found herself unable to venture out freely and was constrained by the cumbersome noble etiquette. For the little enchantress, this was akin to imprisonment. "Rongrong, you must not throw a tantrum. Do not allow others to witness your discourtesy," Ning Fengji admonished in a grave tone. Fortunately, the sword Douluo was not present, allowing him to speak more sternly to Ning Rongrong. The sword Douluo was currently training outside the city, despite his esteemed title. His relentless pursuit of the sword had never faltered. Born of the sword, enlightened through the sword, and ultimately destined to perish for the sword, each successor of the 7 killing sword martial spirit embodies these 2 phrases throughout their lives. The sword Douluo was no exception. His unwavering quest for mastery and strength was what enabled him to surpass the bone Douluo and ultimately attain the pinnacle of Douluo. "No, I want to go home. I want to go home." As the temper of the young girl Ning Rongrong flared, she set down her utensils and dashed out. Immediately, the servants accompanying her from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School were thrown into disarray, rushing after her. Observing this scene, Ning Fengji could not help but sigh, lamenting the temperament of his daughter. Ning Shozong glanced helplessly at his father, pondering silently that this was a result of the indulgence from both his father and the 2 grandfathers, though he refrained from voicing this thought. Ning Rongrong continued her sprint, throwing a tantrum as she ran, and whenever a servant attempted to stop her, she would shout indignantly, "Do not hinder me. If you dare to stop me, I will fall, and I shall tell my father that it was you who caused my fall." Instantly, the servants and guards of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School wore expressions of terror. Allowing the little princess to fall would undoubtedly lead to severe repercussions, even for someone as gentle as Ning Fengji. As the most prominent sect in the realm, and currently the wealthiest, working within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was considerably more favorable than in other places. Thus, the servants, filled with trepidation, trailed behind Ning Rongrong, neither daring to impede her nor wanting to risk her safety. Ning Rongrong burst out of the palace they resided in and into a splendid garden. The morning garden of the palace was indeed vibrant, yet her mood did not match its beauty. This little sorceress was intent on wreaking havoc. She trampled on the exquisite flower beds, mercilessly crushing the vibrant blossoms, leaving a scene of devastation in her wake. As she surveyed her handiwork, her spirits lifted somewhat. However, at that moment, an unusual sound of something falling reached her ears, a heavy thud resonating from behind her. Confused, she turned to see a figure with long, starry blue hair sprawled on the ground. "Is it you?" she instinctively exclaimed. Her gaze fell upon the enormous scythe in the figure's hand. But in the blink of an eye, the scythe vanished, followed by the blue hair disappearing as well. "Is this a spirit?" Approaching the figure, she examined the handsome face of the youth, whose hair had transformed back to short black locks, and an inexplicable feeling stirred within her. This person belonged to her. This person was hers. An urge to claim the boy surged within her heart. Someone. In his unconscious state, Lu Yuan seemed to hear a delicate voice calling out. Lu Yuan felt as though he were enveloped in a warm and gentle embrace of sunlight. How could sunlight possess such a soft sensation? This was the source of his bewilderment. Could it be that he had already passed away? Had he succumbed to exhaustion in the fierce battle against the three great soul clans, Su Yanqing, Foster, and Li Siqing, only to find himself in a realm akin to paradise? What then had become of the more than 50 innocent civilians? Lu Yuan found himself preoccupied with this particular question. After all, he was now deceased. Thus, it seemed only fitting to concern himself with the fates of the innocent souls still living. Just then, he heard voices nearby. Miss. This individual appears to have dubious origins. It feels rather unsettling. Does it not? What is unsettling about it? From this moment onward, he belongs to me. Go fetch more trauma ointment at once. Should we inform the lord of the sect about this matter? Absolutely not. Do not tell father. He is mine. And if you dare to utter a word, I shall have father dismiss you. Furthermore, dispose of these bandages. It would be best to incinerate them. Miss, but enough. Leave at once. The sound of a door slamming and retreating footsteps followed. Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He realized he had not perished. Rather, he had been rescued. Therefore, it was imperative for him to open his eyes and survey his surroundings. As Lu Yuan attempted to prop himself up, he was met with excruciating pain radiating from his left shoulder and the right side of his abdomen, followed by an overwhelming wave of fatigue that engulfed his mind. Reluctantly, he managed to open his eyes and discovered that he was situated in an opulent abode. Lu Yuan found himself resting upon an opulent bed, struggling to suppress his discomfort as he surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, a petite girl with pink hair appeared beside him, imperiously inquiring, "You're awake?" In this 64th chapter, titled The Proud Young Lady, the unique fragrance of the girl's perfume did not cloud Lu Yuan's senses. It was then that he examined his own physique. Realizing that the signature cloak of Yasuo and the bandages that once adorned him had completely vanished, leaving him clad only in a loose-fitting white garment. And how loose was it? So much so that he felt as though he were enveloped in emptiness beneath. His left shoulder and right side were wrapped in bandages soaked in medicinal ointment, while his head and face were similarly bound. Despite this, he could still feel the overwhelming waves of pain crashing upon him. He had sustained grave injuries this time. After all, in this battle, Lu Yuan had faced more than 50 soul masters of the soul ancestor rank alone, although he did not engage them directly from the outset. Employing shadowy ambush tactics to dispatch the majority, he ultimately confronted the remaining 4 soul sect members head-on, especially when he made a desperate strike to eliminate Lu Zhan. This reckless act left him severely wounded, delivering a crushing blow to his spirit. By relying on the absurd vampiric abilities of his Death Star incarnation, and taking advantage of the opponent's depleted soul power and stamina, he fought for his life, ultimately emerging victorious from this deadly game. Yet, he was not unscathed. Having exhausted his final reserves of soul power and energy to activate the Shadow Assassin form and execute the Shadow Step, he escaped the battlefield, collapsing here from sheer fatigue. It was then that this noble young lady had rescued him. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, Lu Yuan felt compelled to express his gratitude to her. "Thank you," he murmured to the pink-haired girl before him. Ning Rongrong gazed at the handsome youth with an air of superiority and replied, "No need for thanks. I saved your life. So from this moment forth, your life belongs to me." Lu Yuan was taken aback upon hearing those words. "What?" Ning Rongrong immediately approached him, extending her small and adorable palm, gently stroking Lu Yuan's forehead as if caressing a beloved pet. "I mean, you will belong to me from now on." Lu Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words, yet the young lady before him was not akin to the ancient creature Xiaowu, who feigned youthfulness for millennia. He found it unnecessary to be excessively stern with such a young child. This is the essence of youthful innocence, particularly in a noble young lady. In her eyes, he likely resembled a feeble puppy or kitten she had found on the street, which she nurtured back to health and claimed as her own. Very well. In this lifetime, Lu Yuan possessed ample experience in charming young girls, thanks to his dear sister, Lu Qingqing. He understood that to win over a little girl, one must first align with her desires, gently guiding her whims before addressing other matters. "Then, I shall be your master," Ning Rongrong declared, tilting her chin. "First and foremost, you must remember, my name is Ning Rongrong." Lu Yuan initially regarded Ning Rongrong with a smile, as one might when amusing a child. but his expression faltered upon hearing her words. Wait a moment. You are called Ning Rongrong? Lu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her. Indeed, I am Ning Rongrong. Rest assured, I am the daughter of the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, and following me will not lead you astray. Ning Rongrong declared with a touch of pride. Though Lu Yuan had previously harbored some speculation, her candid revelation of her identity left no room for doubt. The noble young lady before him, who had rescued him, was indeed the renowned Ning Rongrong, the esteemed daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. One of the 7 monsters of Shrek from the original tale. So, had he truly fled to the royal palace? Lu Yuan took a deep breath, allowing his gaze to settle into a state of tranquility. Regardless of the circumstances, it was an undeniable truth that Ning Rongrong had rescued him. After all, in a state of confusion, he had fled to the palace, and although he appeared as a mere child, the palace guards might not perceive him as an assassin deserving of immediate execution. Yet, prior to his unconsciousness, he had been gravely injured. And the guards may not exhibit the same kindness as Ning Rongrong, who had tended to his wounds, should an infection arise and he be cast out of the palace. It was conceivable that those from the Black Abyss-By would recognize his attire reminiscent of Yasuo. The outcome was too dreadful to contemplate. Hence, no matter who Ning Rongrong was, it remained a fact that she had saved Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan has always maintained a clear understanding of grievances and enmities. He reflected upon himself, acknowledging that even if Tang San had saved him, he would disregard Tang San's character in order to repay that life-saving grace. Even if repaying this debt to Tang San came at a significant cost, such as the complete depletion of the spicy hot pot prepared by the poisoned Douluo. It was still imperative to express gratitude. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuan spoke. And what of you? What is your name? Ning Rongrong gazed at him and inquired. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. Since he now appeared before Ning Rongrong in his true form and had been saved by her, he resolved to approach her with sincerity. Lu Yuan, a name that suggests the vastness of land and profound knowledge. Ning Rongrong immediately retorted with disdain. One can only say, as expected of a sorceress, isn't it? Lu Yuan's lips twitched. Were it not for Ning Rongrong saving his life, he would undoubtedly be furious at this moment, irrespective of her being merely a young girl. However, the mere thought of her heroic act quickly calmed his tumultuous emotions. Are you from the city of Balak? Do your parents reside here as well? Ning Rongrong inquired with genuine curiosity. I am not a local. I hail from the Fasnuo province. My parents remain in our hometown while I embark on this journey of exploration, Lu Yuan replied with a hint of resignation. And what about your hair? Ning Rongrong asked, glancing at his now short black locks. What about it? He responded, somewhat puzzled. This morning, you had a magnificent mane of blue hair. How did it become so short? It changes only when my martial soul is activated. Is it that large scythe? Indeed. Ning Rongrong exhibited a childlike curiosity, eager to inquire about everything, and Lu Yuan, in turn, endeavored to satiate her inquisitiveness as best he could. Lu Yuan, now gravely injured, felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. He had answered a few inquiries, but soon succumbed to fatigue. Just then, the voice of Ning Rongrong's maid echoed from outside. Miss, the healing ointment and meals you requested are ready. Without hesitation, Ning Rongrong impatiently instructed the maid, bring them in directly. At that moment, the door swung open, and a voice, unmistakably that of a middle-aged man familiar to Ning Rongrong, resonated. Rongrong. Instantly, she turned around at lightning speed, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, Father, what brings you here? Accompanying him was the sword Douluo, who had ventured outside the city to train earlier that morning. Lu Yuan lay on the bed, directly observing a dignified middle-aged nobleman and an elderly gentleman with white hair yet an upright posture entering the room. Without a doubt, he could surmise their identities. However, due to the severity of his injuries, he found himself unable to rise. He could only awkwardly bend his body while offering a gesture of respect to Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, stating, I am the junior, Lu Yuan. I apologize for the disturbance and extend my greetings to both esteemed seniors. He felt a tinge of confusion, pondering whether he should continue writing this book. Chapter 65. The schemes of Ning Fengji. Lu Yuan believed that upon seeing him, Ning Fengji would at the very least wear an angry countenance, if not show outright fury. After all, he was merely a wild boy picked up by Ning Rongrong from an unknown place. However, to Lu Yuan's surprise, Ning Fengji regarded him with a remarkably gentle expression, saying, There is no need for excessive formality, young one. You are currently gravely injured. It is best for you to focus on your recovery. Lu Yuan nodded helplessly, expressing gratitude for the understanding shown by his elder. At that moment, Ning Fingji turned to his servant, instructing him to ensure that the young guest was treated with utmost care, and to prepare dinner according to the guest's preferences. Yes, Sect Master, the servant replied and then retreated to prepare the meal. Is it any wonder that he is the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Such a distinguished figure epitomizes true nobility, displaying restraint rather than anger towards strangers and treating them with kindness. This naturally elevated Lu Yuan's regard for Ning Fingji. This man had previously exuded an air of elegance and profound wisdom in the original narrative, yet alas, he faltered in the final moments, allowing Tang San to seize the ultimate prize of victory. In truth, titles such as National Master and National Teacher ought to belong to Ning Fingji, even if the eventual ascendant was Su Biang. The contributions of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to the Empire over the years warranted that these honors rightfully belonged to them and to Ning Fingji himself. Daddy, Grandpa Jian, he is mine. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong expressed her discontent towards Ning Fingji and the sword Douluo. The sword Douluo, Chen Xian, merely cast a cursory glance at Lu Yuan, and Lu Yuan instantly felt as though he had been thoroughly seen through. The power within him, belonging to the starry death scythe, stirred restlessly. The sword Douluo seemed to perceive something, murmuring softly in acknowledgement. He then smiled knowingly at Ning Rongrong, responding with subtle implications. All right, he is yours. Grandpa understands. Ning Fingji then turned his gaze towards the sword Douluo, seemingly asking with his eyes what the earlier murmur had meant. What a promising prospect. The sword Douluo made no effort to conceal his interest in Lu Yuan, cheerfully addressing Ning Fingji. Lu Yuan felt no surprise, merely a hint of resignation. Before the sword Douluo, a pinnacle Douluo, he, as a 25th level soul master, found himself utterly incapable of concealing his true strength. The sword Douluo, with his perceptive sword heart, immediately discerned Lu Yuan's bone age and approximate cultivation level. With a smile, he remarked to Ning Fingji and Ning Rongrong, this child, not yet 8 years old, has already attained the cultivation of a soul master. The record for the youngest soul master on the continent is merely 12 years. Yet this child has cultivated at such an astonishing pace, achieving the status of a soul master before reaching the age of 8. Furthermore, my dear boy, what is your martial soul? It possesses an aura that compels even my martial soul, the Seven Killing Sword, to yearn for a battle. The sword Douluo fixed his gaze upon Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan fell silent for a moment before lifting his head and calmly stating, the mutated martial soul is named the Death Star Demon Scythe. A mutated martial soul, you say? Ning Fingji immediately appeared contemplative. Does the young one belong to any sect or noble family? No, Lu Yuan replied candidly. My parents are farmers, and I am the only person in our village who has the opportunity to study at the Soul Master Academy. He revealed his name and appearance without reservation. For others, investigating Lu Yuan's background might require traversing provinces, a daunting task in this relatively primitive era. However, for the immensely wealthy Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, it was a trivial matter. Rather than conceal the truth, it was more prudent to share information that could be easily uncovered. Oh, I see. May I inquire about your innate soul power? Ning Fengji's eyes gleamed with interest. Full level, Lu Yuan answered. The revelation of his full-level innate soul power combined with a mutated martial soul stirred excitement within Ning Fingji. He glanced at Ning Rongrong beside him, his eyes brimming with joy. Truly, his daughter was destined to become the future leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. To casually come across such a prodigious soul master, one so gifted and of a similar age to Ning Rongrong, ignited a spark of ambition in Ning Fingji's mind. During this exchange, doubts about the veracity of Lu Yuan's claims did cross his mind. Yet, with the pinnacle Douluo, the sword Douluo, having previously affirmed Lu Yuan's prowess and the strength of his martial soul, the credibility of Lu Yuan's assertion of possessing full innate soul power significantly increased. Nonetheless, Ning Fingji resolved to send someone to further investigate Lu Yuan's true identity and the authenticity of his words. Do you wish to see my martial soul, senior? Lu Yuan inquired, a frown creasing his brow. He sensed that Ning Fingji harbored some reservations about him and sought to clarify everything. Lu Yuan, however, did not consider that aspect at all. It must be said that both Ning Rongrong and Lu Yuan were still quite young at this moment, and he did not recall the narrative from his previous life regarding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's outer disciples, who were left without successors for the positions of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. Furthermore, the original storyline provided scant details about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect's reliance on its outer disciples and their fervent desire for talented individuals. You need not worry. You are currently gravely injured, and releasing your martial soul would not be beneficial for your condition. Ning Fengji said with a smile, gently declining. He continued, given your injuries, let me tend to your wounds first. In the next moment, Ning Fengji raised his hand, and the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, radiating a brilliant light, quietly appeared before him. With a soft command, he proclaimed, 7 treasures, renowned. The pagoda spun gracefully 3 times in his hand and then floated away, while a faint aura emanated from his brow, infusing directly into the pagoda. Simultaneously, 7 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black manifested around him, with the 6th soul ring glowing brightly. 7 treasures, renowned. 6th, heal. A magnificent light surged forth from the 6th layer of the pagoda, casting its glow upon the reclining Lu Yuan. The healing light enveloped Lu Yuan, shimmering with an extraordinary radiance, and he felt his wounds closing at an astonishing pace, accompanied by a tingling yet pleasant sensation. As the most powerful support-type soul master on the continent, even Ning Fengji, with only the rank of soul sage, possessed remarkable healing abilities. This technique, previously employed in the original narrative during a confrontation with the Martial Soul Hall's team against the Shrek 7 monsters, was not directly executed in its entirety this time, unbeknownst to Lu Yuan. As a result, while the healing effects were potent, they did not restore him to full health instantaneously. Nevertheless, he felt significantly better. Little Yuan, I shall refer to you as such. Rest well here while I attend to other matters, Ning Fengji said, smiling reassuringly at Lu Yuan. Thank you, Senior. Lu Yuan nodded in response. Chapter 66. Cultivating relationships. Ning Fengji's perception of Lu Yuan improved considerably at this moment. He appeared to be quite a decent young man. If Ning Rongrong's future partner were to possess a similarly capricious temperament, Ning Fengji would undoubtedly disapprove. Presently, Lu Yuan embodied all the fundamental qualities Ning Fengji desired in a future companion for Ning Rongrong: great talent, a gentle disposition, and an ordinary background. Only such an individual would be capable of protecting Ning Rongrong while being willing to dedicate everything to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Rongrong, please take care of little Yuan here. Your grandfather Jian and I will take our leave for now, Ning Fengji instructed with a smile. He is my responsibility, and I shall certainly look after him, Ning Rongrong declared, raising her head resolutely. Your grandfather Jian and your father will depart first. Jian Douluo affectionately caressed Ning Rongrong's delicate head before turning to depart with Ning Fengji, leaving behind the still-injured Lu Yuan and their precious little princess, Ning Rongrong. Upon returning to the hall of their residence, Ning Fengji waved his hand, dismissing the guards and servants, while also instructing Jian Douluo to envelop the area in a soundproof barrier using his soul power. Ning Fengji then turned to Jian Douluo, who had seated himself nearby. Uncle Jian, what are your thoughts on that child? His innate talent is formidable, and his combat prowess should be quite impressive, Jian Douluo replied succinctly. Indeed. It is evident that he has sustained severe injuries after a life-and-death struggle, likely stemming from a confrontation with multiple adversaries, who must possess considerable soul power. Ning Fengji nodded in agreement. At the very least, those opponents should be soul masters with soul rings over a millennium in age. Only such rings could inflict such grievous wounds. The residual fluctuations of soul power emanating from him corroborate this, Jian Douluo observed with clarity in his gaze. While it was apparent that Lu Yuan had engaged in battles beyond his rank, this was not particularly astonishing to figures of Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji's caliber. Nevertheless, it remained a feat achievable only by genius soul masters. Ordinary soul masters often lack optimal soul ring configurations, which inherently limits their potential. This disparity underscores why exceptionally talented soul masters can frequently contend with those of a higher level. To illustrate, consider a scenario in a game of League of Legends. If your opponent wields a storm greatsword while you possess only a basic white sword, victory would be elusive, even if you had a level advantage. Soul rings serve as the equipment for soul masters, while soul power levels represent character levels. If, on top of this, your opponent plays as Riven while you are left with a character of minimal combat capability, retreat becomes the only option. Martial spirits symbolize these heroes, with their strength directly correlating to combat effectiveness. Thus, the disparity in levels between ordinary and genius soul masters becomes insignificant once soul rings and martial spirit power compensate for such differences. I have dispatched someone to investigate his background. We should have results within the next couple of days, Ning Fengji remarked. If the findings are authentic, I believe he holds the potential to succeed you and Uncle Gu, becoming the future guardian of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. I sense it is more than merely a matter of succession for me and Old Bone, Jian Douluo countered, shaking his head. Though I have yet to witness his martial spirit, My 7-killing sword can discern that it is exceptionally powerful. Moreover, he paused. I can perceive that his martial spirit harbors two distinct forces within. A force reminiscent of the spirit power of ancient bones emerges, shrouded in darkness, obscurity, and chilling solitude. Another force, in stark contrast, brims with violence, destruction, and annihilation. The Bone Douluo's martial spirit, the Bone Dragon, wields a power akin to that of the Ghost Douluo from the Spirit Hall, both embodying elements of darkness and death. However, the Bone Douluo's spirit leans more towards death, while the Ghost Douluo's spirit is predominantly associated with darkness. Thus, it can be articulated that the shadowy power of the Death Star's demon scythe shares a common origin with both the Bone Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. What do you mean, Sword Uncle? Ningfengji inquired, furrowing his brow. Fear not, while the characteristics of a martial spirit may influence the Soul Master, the spirit remains under the Master's control. Take my 7-killing sword and the Bone Dragon martial spirit. Do they excessively influence our very beings? Sword Douluo shook his head. If we were to follow this reasoning, then Sword Douluo should wield the 7-killing sword and become a god of slaughter, ravaging the entire Douluo Continent, while the Bone Douluo transforms into a necromancer, spreading death in every direction. The current pope, Bibi Dong, has directly become the Spider Queen, spreading death and consuming souls, while her predecessor, Qian Xuanji, should have been a paragon of virtue and integrity. Martial spirits influence soul masters, yet do not manipulate them. Only those pitifully fallen souls are subject to the control of their martial spirits. I hold a favorable view of that child, after all. A soul master as young as 8 years old, like Sword Douluo, is truly remarkable, regardless of how he is cultivated. Moreover, his demeanor does not appear to be impudent or arrogant. Rongrong needs such a companion. At this, Ningfengji nodded in agreement. Yet, at this juncture, Sword Douluo was taken aback. You have already considered this step? They are still merely children. Is it not too early? With a smile, Ningfengji replied. It is precisely because it is early that we should nurture the bond between the two children. Have you not noticed that Rongrong seems quite fond of that boy? That is indeed a rare occurrence. But it is still too soon. Sword Douluo expressed his deep affection for the little princess, unable to restrain himself. That step will come in due time. I am not suggesting we arrange an engagement for them at this moment. I merely wish for them to foster their feelings. If it develops, that would be splendid. If not, I shall not impose, Ningfengji stated. I shall make arrangements once I receive the information regarding his background. For now, let that boy protect Rongrong. He appears to possess commendable combat prowess. After all, being a great soul master, Ningfengji said with a cheerful demeanor. He spoke thus. Yet he truly believed that nurturing feelings would not be a challenge for his adorable daughter. Despite Ning Rongrong's peculiar temperament, her beauty was undeniable. And Ningfengji firmly believed in her inherently good nature, especially since she had saved Lu Yuan, with the blessing of a life-saving grace. Lu Yuan would surely harbor some affection for Ning Rongrong. What is most crucial is that Ning Rongrong's witch-like temperament has caused Ningfengji some consternation. It appears that from a young age, she harbors little affection for anyone aside from him and the two-titled Douluo. However, he has noticed that Ning Rongrong seems to have a favorable impression of Lu Yuan, although they are merely children and cannot experience feelings akin to love. There is undoubtedly a sense of fondness present. With the most significant challenge resolved, Ningfengji is delighted to go along with the flow. Ah, Rongrong. For the future of our sect, please win over that young man, he muses to himself. Chapter 67, A Letter Home Worth 1,000 Gold. Dear President, recent events have prevented me from contacting you as scheduled, but please do not worry excessively. I am currently not facing any dire straits. I simply need to recuperate from my injuries, making it inconvenient for me to set off for Tiando City immediately. I anticipate lingering in the Ballot Kingdom for another month or two. Once I have fully healed, I will proceed to Tiando City as agreed. Additionally, I kindly request that you continue to look after my family. In my last letter, I learned that my second grandfather has recently sustained an injury from a fall. Please assist him in hiring a support-type soul master to aid in his recovery and convey to him my heartfelt concern regarding the expenses for his recuperation. Please deduct the amount from my stipend starting next month, and I earnestly hope he can recover without any lingering issues. As for my father, mother, and sister, please assure them that I am well here. President, please take good care of your health as well. Lu Yuan. A letter addressed to the city of Barak. The elegant calligraphy, executed with a quill, is remarkably beautiful, so precise that it scarcely resembles the handwriting of a child. After Lu Yuan meticulously completed this letter, he carefully reviewed it, and, finding no flaws in his writing, placed the correspondence into an envelope. "Little Yuan, what is the purpose of this letter?" inquired Ning Rongrong, her lovely eyes sparkling with curiosity as she blinked. Lu Yuan first handed the envelope to a nearby servant, requesting a favor. He then smiled wryly at Ning Rongrong, explaining that it was merely a letter to reassure his family not to worry about him. "There is no need for such formality, young Master Yuan," the servant, affiliated with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, replied with an air of deference. "I shall ensure your letter reaches Notting City promptly. Please, just call me Xiao Yuan." Lu Yuan corrected him, feeling a peculiar sensation wash over him. After all, he was merely a guest of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and in truth, he was simply someone whom Ning Rongrong had rescued. He felt rather like a pet of hers. Nonetheless, it felt odd to be addressed as young master when he was not the son of Ning Fingji. "There is no need for such politeness, for this is the command of our sect leader. Your treatment is akin to that of the young master of the sect," the servant said with a smile before taking his leave to deliver the letter. Ning Rongrong immediately approached Lu Yuan's bedside, pouting as she gazed at him. "Aren't you with your family?" "Not at the moment. I primarily wish to venture out for some experience," Lu Yuan replied with a smile. Although Lu Yuan was nearly 2 years older than Ning Rongrong, he did not mind her calling him Xiao Yuan. After all, she was the one who had saved him, making such formalities trivial. He had been residing in the royal palace of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for 6 days, during which he had indulged in the luxurious lifestyle of the nobility. Due to his injuries, he had mostly been confined to his sickbed, managing only to change clothes with great effort. All other activities were difficult for him to accomplish. He even had to recline while eating, as his injuries were quite severe, involving not just the visible wounds on his shoulder and right side, but also dislocated bones, internal injuries, and significant blood loss that were not immediately apparent. Although Ning Fingji's healing light had alleviated many of his ailments, it had only restored a portion of his strength. The remainder would require time for self-recovery. "Experience? What does that entail?" Ning Rongrong inquired, displaying her youthful innocence. At merely 6 years of age, she was not like Lu Yuan or Tang San, who had traversed worlds. Nor was she like Xiao Wu, who appeared deceptively youthful. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before explaining. "It involves traveling to other cities, witnessing different landscapes, engaging in various battles, and interacting with diverse individuals." "Then am I not experiencing that right now?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "I have journeyed from Heaven Do City to the Barak Kingdom. That counts as experience, doesn't it?" Her small, delicate face radiated cuteness, as she seemed to regard this experience as something quite significant. Lu Yuan found himself in a perplexing situation, speaking insincerely. When interacting with his younger sister, Lu Qingqing, he had come to understand an essential truth. To engage with children, one must align with their sentiments. Children do not seek the harsh realities. They yearn for a joyful and enchanting world that fosters virtuous qualities. "And what of your hometown, Lu Yuan?" Ning Rongrong inquired further. "Hometown?" Lu Yuan replied with a resigned shake of his head. "Perhaps, in your eyes, it may not seem like an amusing place. However, during this season, the golden wheat fields present a stunning vista. Expanses of wheat sway gently in the breeze, creating waves of green, while clusters of delicate white flowers bloom amidst the endless sea of verdancy. The wheat heads rise proudly, their faint aroma intertwining with the golden rays of sunlight, creating a truly picturesque scene." Lu Yuan's words stirred a sense of longing within Ning Rongrong. "Perhaps next time we could visit the wheat fields." Lu Yuan smiled faintly. "No, I believe you wouldn't find it appealing." The little princess of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, intrigued by the farmer's wheat fields, was merely swayed by his words. "How could I not like it? Anything is better than staying here," Ning Rongrong exclaimed with dissatisfaction. Indeed, it was somewhat stifling in this palace, Lu Yuan pondered. Within these royal walls, few companions were available to entertain the young princess, rendering her existence rather dull. Children naturally possess a playful spirit. Suppressing Ning Rongrong's youthful nature while simultaneously indulging her explains why she has become a little demoness. Reflecting on this, it became evident that Ning Rongrong's troublesome temperament stemmed from her father, Ning Fengji, and the sword Douluo, as well as the bone Douluo. The former strictly adhered to the conventions of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect's heir, stifling Ning Rongrong's innate disposition, while the latter doted on her, granting her boundless authority. Suddenly, Lu Yuan conceived an idea. Why not devise a game to play with Ning Rongrong? This might alleviate her gloom. As for the type of game, it should be simple and resonate with a child's nature, ideally aligning with the character of this little demoness. In an instant, a game came to Lu Yuan's mind. However, he hesitated. This game might not be entirely appropriate for such an adorable girl, considering the penalties for losing. Never mind. Perhaps he could let Ning Rongrong win a few rounds. After all, it mattered little if he lost more often. With a smile, Lu Yuan turned to Ning Rongrong and said, "How about we play a game together?" "What game?" "It won't be boring, will it?" Ning Rongrong pouted. "This game is called Draw the Turtle card." Lu Yuan chuckled as he retrieved a deck of cards from his star-eclipsing artifact. Chapter 68, Days Spent with Miss Rongrong Part 1. Lu Yuan, hailing from the village of the Lu family in Notting City, Fastno province of the Tiando Empire, was born a commoner. His martial soul was the Death Star Demon Scythe, and he possessed innate full soul power. 4 months prior, he had reached the 21st level as a soul master specializing in agility. He attended the Notting City Junior Soul Master Academy, where he excelled in academics, combat, and various disciplines of cultivation. His family lineage was unblemished for generations, and thus far, there was no affiliation with any soul master forces. His father, Lu Qing, was also a commoner from the Lu family in Notting City, with a martial soul of a scythe and no soul power. His mother, Mana, hailed from Changshui village in Notting City, with a martial soul of a water droplet and was a commoner without soul power. His younger sister, Lu Qingqing, resided in the Lu family village in Notting City, Fastno province of the Tiando Empire. The personal information of Lu Yuan is not difficult to gather. He never deliberately concealed his lineage, nor does he possess the means to do so. Naturally, once he reveals his true name and visage, his personal information becomes almost transparent. Any individual with a modicum of power can easily uncover his details, not to mention the immensely powerful and wealthy Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Consequently, within 2 days of Lu Yuan's appearance, Ning Fingji had already acquired comprehensive knowledge of his background, with nearly all of Lu Yuan's information at his disposal. Except for the clandestine transaction he had made with Yen Shou, and after confirming the veracity of Lu Yuan's claims, Ning Fingji felt considerably more at ease. Even the discontent caused by King Kandera of Balak had been somewhat alleviated. However, the situation with Kandera left him with little recourse. After fruitlessly attempting to persuade Kandera once more, Ning Fingji returned to his residence alongside the sword Douluo. It was indeed frustrating for the leader of the world's foremost sect and a peak Douluo to find themselves powerless before a mere king. Yet, there was little to be done. Had Ning Fingji not regarded himself as a subject of the Heavendo Empire, he would not have been subjected to such disdain. In the original narrative, even after Xuebing ascended the throne, he showed no respect towards him. Were it a typical title Douluo, or if it were Tang Shao, the sect leader of the Haotian school, they would have surely demonstrated their prowess, imparting a lesson to these nearly powerless individuals, making them understand what it means to respect the strong. Alas, Ning Fingji was a subject of the Heavendo Empire, and he willingly bound himself to that identity. This self-imposed constraint rendered him vulnerable before the royal family of the Heavendo Empire. With a sigh, Ning Fengji settled onto the sofa, troubled as he rubbed his temples, preparing for a meal. The sword Douluo had little counsel to offer in this regard, merely suggesting, perhaps we should abandon this endeavor. Remaining here is not a viable option. They had been in Balak King City for over a month, nearly 2, yet they had been unable to alter the stubborn mindset of the aging king. Given the circumstances, it seemed they indeed ought to concede. Very well, once Lu Yuan has fully recovered, we shall return to Heavendo City together, Ning Fingji remarked with resignation. Upon mentioning Lu Yuan, he could not help but inquire of the servant nearby, how has young Yuan been faring with the young lady lately? The young master just penned a letter home, entrusting us to deliver it to the principal of the Junior Soul Master Academy he attends. He is likely playing games with the young lady now, the servant promptly reported. Playing games? Ning Fingji paused momentarily. Yes. It appears to be a game called Catch the Turtle. He seems to be enjoying himself quite a bit with the young lady, the servant replied. Ning Fingji's curiosity was piqued. Let us go and observe. He rose and, alongside the sword Douluo, made his way to the room where Lu Yuan resided. Little Yuan, you've lost again. Stick it on. As they walked along the corridor outside the door, sword Douluo heard the excited and intrigued voice of Ning Rongrong. All right. I will apply it right away. This was the voice of Lu Yuan. It piqued his curiosity, for Ning Rongrong was typically characterized by her enchanting demeanor, rarely exhibiting such enthusiasm, even when teasing others. Ning Fingji and sword Douluo, intrigued, pushed the door open and beheld the sight of 2 individuals seated upon the bed. The sickbed of Lu Yuan was remarkably spacious. It could comfortably accommodate not just 2 small children, but even 10, all seated together. This epitomizes the opulence of the royal palace. At that moment, Lu Yuan and Ning Rongrong each held a hand of cards. In the realm of Douluo Continent, cards do exist, but they are not the typical playing cards. Rather, they are a form of gambling tool developed by local gamblers. In any world where gambling exists, the invention of such games is inevitable. At this juncture, Lu Yuan's originally handsome and refined visage was plastered with numerous notes, each inscribed with crooked handwriting. Upon noticing Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo entering the room, he felt an acute sense of embarrassment, for his face was adorned with an array of odd phrases. Among these were Ning Rongrong's little puppy, Ning Rongrong's exclusive servant, and Ning Rongrong's beloved baby, alongside others that simply read fool and coward. Ning Rongrong also bore a few notes on her face, the script of which was far more aesthetically pleasing, containing words such as ugly and little children. Initially vexed by the notes affixed to her, her irritation dissipated as Lu Yuan's losses mounted, leaving his face entirely covered in notes, prompting her to chuckle instead. The rules of the game Grabbing the Turtle are quite straightforward. Players draw 11 pairs of cards from a deck. Add a unique turtle card, shuffle the deck, and each participant receives 11 cards. The game then commences with players drawing cards. If they draw a pair, they may play it. Ultimately, the player left with only the turtle card becomes the loser, who must then bear the humiliation of having notes affixed to their face as a form of punishment. Such a simple game requires no complex understanding. It thrives on player interaction, making it particularly engaging, especially in the world of Douluo Continent, devoid of electronic games. It provides an abundance of amusement. Lu Yuan intentionally lost another game, only to have Ning Rongrong affix a note to him, labeling him as Ning Rongrong's naughty little brother. The term naughty little brother was something Ning Rongrong had picked up from Lu Yuan, who had earlier playfully taunted her by using the term naughty little sister. Now, Ning Rongrong, having learned from him, used it in return. Observing Lu Yuan's defeat, her face lit up with joy, beaming with happiness. At that moment, she suddenly exclaimed, "What are you all playing?" It was then that Ning Rongrong noticed the presence of Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo, prompting her to gasp in surprise. Quickly regaining her composure, she hastily removed the note from her face and exclaimed, "Grandpa Jian, Father, what brings you here? We will be late by 2 hours tonight. I took my sister's child out to play and returned a bit later than expected. By the way, I should mention that the child I took out was also my sister's. The author is male, unmarried, and not a married woman. I just sent my sister and the children back. I'll take a break at home before updating further." Chapter 69. Days spent with young lady Rongrong. Part 2. Why? Is Grandpa not welcome? The sword Douluo asked with a smile. Of course not, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes twinkling as she dashed towards the sword Douluo. Leaping into his embrace and cooing, Rongrong loves Grandpa Jin the most. Her charm was irresistible, and the sword Douluo enveloped her in a warm embrace, replying, "My dear little treasure, Grandpa Jin adores you too." However, he then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "What game are you playing?" Ning Rongrong stole a glance at Ning Fengji, her expression betraying her hesitation. Though she was the little enchantress of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, she still felt a twinge of apprehension in front of him, worried that he might scold her for speaking up. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, still seated on the bed, quickly discerned her unease. He took the initiative to address Ning Fengji, saying, "Uncle Fengji, it was I who invited Rongrong to join me in playing this game called Turtle Cards. During my recovery, I have been confined to bed and, feeling a bit weary, I asked Rongrong to indulge me in some light-hearted amusement. Please do not blame her. I am truly grateful for her companionship." Ning Fengji listened to Lu Yuan's explanation, and observing the note stuck to his face, he understood Ning Rongrong's character. Coupled with his observations of Lu Yuan's demeanor over the past few days, he deduced that it was indeed Ning Rongrong who had encouraged him to play. After all, Lu Yuan had not exhibited the typical childlike exuberance for play. Rather, he had shown remarkable maturity. Even while confined to bed, he had spent his time meditating and cultivating his soul power to aid in his recovery. Additionally, Ning Fengji noticed that Lu Yuan had a penchant for reading, favoring more rigorous texts focused on theory, illustrations, and history, rather than the whimsical tales and picture books that Ning Rongrong preferred. Lu Yuan's demeanor exhibited a remarkable maturity, which did not arouse any suspicion in Ning Fengji. After all, Lu Yuan hailed from humble beginnings, and the environment of the Douluo Continent indeed fosters rapid growth. In a world fraught with dangers, one must learn to mature and comprehend the intricacies of life early on. Much like the young of wild species in nature that must strive for independence at a tender age, children born into poverty often develop such precociousness, which, in turn, pleased Ning Fengji even more. A mature and responsible successor is undoubtedly preferable to an immature and naive one. It is conceivable that after Ning Rongrong and Lu Yuan's union, even though Ning Rongrong would officially assume the role of the sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, her status as a woman and a support-type soul master would necessitate her reliance on Lu Yuan. Furthermore, given Ning Rongrong's inherently headstrong nature, Ning Fengji harbored concerns that she might act with reckless abandon after inheriting the main sect. Thus, her future partner would inevitably bear a greater share of responsibility. Lu Yuan's willingness to actively take the blame for Ning Rongrong earned him admiration. Sha Yuan, you need not say much. Uncle Ning understands. It is the nature of children to revel in play, and I shall not hold it against you too harshly, Ning Fengji remarked with a smile. Ning Rongrong, standing aside, thought to herself, Father, you do not speak so when you watch me play. How has your injury healed these past few days? Ning Fengji inquired again. Truth be told, Lu Yuan's injuries were indeed severe. However, if Ning Fengji were to summon his Seven Treasures true body and fully utilize his sixth soul skill, Lu Yuan's wounds could be healed in an instant. After all, in the original storyline, during the climactic battle between Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall, both sides fought to the utmost, resulting in mutual devastation. Tang San and his companions were left on the brink of death, with Tang San's 8 spider lances soul bone shattered. Yet, under the healing light bestowed by Ning Fengji's Seven Treasures true body, all 7 could revitalize in a heartbeat. How much more so could Lu Yuan's injuries be mended? Nevertheless, Ning Fengji was cautious. He needed to investigate Lu Yuan's background and information. Additionally, he was wary of the possibility that Lu Yuan might attempt to escape and harm Ning Rongrong. Thus, he refrained from exerting his full power to heal him. Ning Fengji was not merely a benevolent figure, he was a politician of considerable cunning. Lu Yuan understood this point. Yet he did not harbor any aversion towards someone like Ning Fengji. At the very least, Ning Fengji's subsequent actions could be described as honorable and commendable. Upon discovering Xue Qinghe's true identity, he was acutely aware of Xue Bang's discontent towards him and recognized that after Xue Bang ascended to the throne, he likely stood to gain little. Perhaps a flicker of naivete or a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart, yet he must have contemplated all possibilities. Nevertheless, he ultimately acquiesced to Xue Bang's rise to power. In the climactic battle of the dual deities, in a bid to preserve the empire and for Tang San's sake, he even went so far as to allow the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to risk their lives to resurrect Tang San. Thus, Ning Fengji's subsequent actions were justifiable in the eyes of all. However, can Tang San's conduct truly be deemed honorable and free of guilt? Whom does his behavior truly honor? Consequently, Lu Yuan did not possess much disdain for Ning Fengji. He had grown fond of him, albeit perhaps with some lingering hesitance in his actions. Lu Yuan expressed sincerely that he had indeed troubled Uncle Fengji and Rongrong over the past few days, for which he apologized. Rongrong, immediately displeased, retorted, Sha Yuan, you are my person. What is there to apologize for? Ning Fengji then inquired with a smile about where Sha Yuan intended to go once he had fully recovered. Lu Yuanshi pondered for a moment, contemplating that once he had fully recovered, he would journey to Tiando City to partake in this year's entrance examination for the Tiando Royal Academy. He was aware that Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong hailed from Tiando City. After a brief reflection, he hesitated for a moment about whether to speak truthfully to Ning Fengji. However, upon further consideration, he realized that it might not matter much if he did. Thus, he decided to voice his thoughts. That works perfectly. We are also preparing to set off back to Tiando City. How about this, Xiao Yuan? Would you care to accompany us on our journey? Proposed Ning Fengji. Lu Yuan fell into silence for several seconds, his brow furrowing as he pondered the intentions of Ning Fengji. He certainly would not have imagined that Ning Fengji was directly proposing to recruit him as a consort for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Considering both he and Ning Rongrong were still quite young, who in their right mind would contemplate binding themselves to a girl just shy of 7 years old? In modern times, such a notion would be deemed utterly absurd. While Lu Yuan struggled to decipher Ning Fengji's thoughts, he found himself unable to refuse. After all, it was the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School that had saved his life. What could he do? Moreover, similar to his previous experience with Yan Shou, Lu Yuan was lacking in background and strength, with no formidable father like the Haotian Douluo to support him. If anyone desired to plot against his life or soul bone, they needn't resort to cunning schemes. Ning Fengji could simply instruct the Sword Douluo to deal with him directly. Thus, he resolved to trouble Uncle Fengji a little more. Lu Yuan's expression lightened. I would like you to take good care of Rongrong and keep her company, he expressed. Ning Fengji shook his head, replying, Rongrong's temperament can be quite headstrong, so I hope you will exercise patience with her. Not at all. I actually find Rongrong's character quite delightful, Lu Yuan replied sincerely. After spending these past few days together, he realized that Ning Rongrong's true nature was not unkind, and she seldom resorted to physical altercations like certain other individuals. She might be a bit abrupt in her speech, but she was far preferable to a certain rabbit known for bullying in school. Chapter 70. Days Spent with Young Lady Rongrong. Part 3. Little Yuan, it's good that you do not hold Rongrong in disdain, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Dad, don't paint me in such a negative light. Ning Rongrong, nestled in the arms of the sword Douluo, protested with discontent. Isn't that right, Grandpa Jian? How could Rongrong be so bothersome? The sword Douluo chuckled heartily, declaring, Rongrong is the most well-behaved and endearing. Then, turning to Lu Yuan, he stroked his long beard and inquired, I hear you intend to attend the enrollment examination at the Tiando Royal Academy. May I ask for further details? Please. Senior Sword Douluo, go ahead, Lu Yuan responded promptly. The sword Douluo's gaze shifted thoughtfully before he continued. There is no need for such formality. Since you address Fengji as uncle, you may call me Grandpa Jian just as Rongrong does. Grandpa Jian, Lu Yuan stammered momentarily, then complied with the sword Douluo's request. That is more like it. Now, aside from that, little Yuan, would you be interested in teaching Rongrong how to read and write? The sword Douluo finally asked. Read and write? Both Lu Yuan and Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. I must admit, I have been quite occupied with Fengji of late. And as we cannot provide Rongrong with proper cultural education during this time, she has fallen a bit behind in her studies, the sword Douluo explained with a smile. I noticed the notes you wrote were neatly penned, and given your enthusiasm for reading, I trust your academic performance is commendable. This point had already been discerned by sword Douluo from Lu Yuan's records. Indeed, Lu Yuan was among the foremost academic achievers at Notting Academy. In this world, academic subjects hold far less significance than the cultivation of soul power and combat training. Thus, merely possessing neat handwriting and a comprehensive literacy suffices to be regarded as an exemplary student. For Lu Yuan, a mature soul traverser, this was naturally not a daunting task. My performance in academics is quite satisfactory, Lu Yuan modestly remarked. Initially, Ning Fengji did not grasp sword Douluo's intent. But after a discourse between Lu Yuan and sword Douluo, he soon perceived the underlying meaning. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he cheerfully suggested, since Rongrong is still in the early stages of learning to read and write, and you, Lu Yuan, are of a similar age and excel in literacy, might you take it upon yourself to guide Rongrong during this period? Ning Rongrong immediately panicked. Few children possess a genuine fondness for reading, especially a spoiled little witch like her, who would undoubtedly resist the notion of study. Although she was naturally intelligent and had recognized numerous characters during previous lessons, her handwriting left much to be desired. Daddy, Grandpa, I don't want to read or write, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, throwing a tantrum. Would you refuse to learn if Lu Yuan were to teach you? Ning Fengji chuckled. If you study diligently with Lu Yuan, I might even allow you to indulge in some leisure activities outside, provided you commit to your academic endeavors. Instantly, Ning Rongrong hesitated. The prospect of outdoor excursions was indeed enticing for someone who had long remained within the palace confines. What must we do to be allowed to play outside? She inquired, her eyes darting with curiosity. Here's the deal. If you can learn and write 100 characters over 5 days, by mastering 20 characters each day, I shall permit you to enjoy some time out, Ning Fengji replied with a smile. For children in the past, learning 20 characters a day would have been an arduous task, and even for the precocious youth of Douluo Continent, it posed a significant challenge. Before entering the esteemed Notting Academy, Lu Yuan relied on the books from his great-uncle's household to educate himself, managing to acquire merely over 20 new words each day. Note, here, I assume that the written language of the Douluo Continent differs from ours, hence the protagonist begins his literacy journey without the advantages of a time traveler, save for his precocious intellect. Is that true? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed. How could my father and grandfather deceive you? Ning Fengji nodded affirmatively. Excellent, little Yuan. We shall commence our studies tomorrow, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes alight with enthusiasm. However, Lu Yuan appeared troubled, but I am yet to recover from my injuries. That is a trivial matter, Ning Fengji chuckled softly, then summoned the 7 treasure glaze tile. The renowned 7 treasure glaze tile materialized before him, shimmering with a radiant brilliance. With a commanding voice, he instructed, go. The treasure tower spun gracefully 3 times in his hands before ascending into the air, enlarging instantaneously. In an instant, a dazzling light enveloped Lu Yuan as Ning Fengji's 7 treasure glazed tile soared forth, rapidly expanding to an impressive height of 10 meters, hovering in midair. A gentle aura emanated from the center of Ning Fengji's forehead, infusing the 7 treasure glazed tile, while he himself radiated the same luminous glow as the tower. This was the true form of the weapon spirit of the 7 treasure glazed tile, also known as the 7 treasure true body. Similar yet distinct from before. A majestic halo erupted from the 6th layer of the tower, casting its radiant light directly upon Lu Yuan, who lay upon the bed. Lu Yuan suddenly felt a warm and gentle comfort enveloping him, as his body, which still required gradual recuperation, began to heal at an astonishing rate. Whether it was the bleeding wounds still bandaged or the internal injuries and fractures, they all mended with remarkable speed. Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, demonstrated extraordinary prowess. His healing abilities surpassed those of an ordinary healing-type soul master when utilizing his true body. Before long, Lu Yuan felt invigorated, as if he had never been injured at all. Ning Fengji explained to Lu Yuan that he had initially refrained from employing his full healing capabilities directly due to concerns that Lu Yuan's body might not withstand the sudden influx of energy. In truth, with the infusion of soul power, Lu Yuan's body would have easily been able to endure it. Although the healing prowess of Ning Fengji's 7 treasure glazed tower martial soul was not akin to the life-giving qualities of the 9 hearts Si Tang martial soul, which externally bestowed vitality, it enhanced and stimulated the patient's life force to facilitate recovery. However, Ning Fengji could amplify Lu Yuan's physical resilience through soul power, akin to the instant revival of the Shrek 7 devils in the original narrative, with no adverse effects. This exemplifies the remarkable nature of the 7 treasure glazed tower, the foremost support martial soul on the continent, capable of enhancing allies' attack power, defense, soul power, speed, and even healing their wounds. In the original story, Ning Rongrong lacked healing capabilities simply because she had not acquired a healing soul ring to obtain such a skill. Instead, her 6th soul ring offered a versatile amplification technique that enhanced the strongest attribute of her target. Conversely, Ning Fengji chose a healing soul skill for his 6th soul ring. Thank you, Uncle Fengji. Lu Yuan expressed his gratitude without much hesitation. Even if Ning Fengji had ulterior motives and initially withheld his full healing power, he still managed to alleviate Lu Yuan's suffering to some extent. He would not hold it against Ning Fengji for being somewhat reserved at first. He was not one to repay a small kindness with a grudge. Ha ha ha. If you wish to express your gratitude, then please take good care of Rongrong. Ning Fengji said with a light chuckle. I shall do my utmost, Lu Yuan replied, somewhat helplessly. He had been so engrossed in enjoyment that he forgot to update his work. Though it was somewhat embarrassing to admit, it was indeed the truth. He had stayed up late the previous night, gone out to have fun until noon, and returned in the evening, getting lost in Apex and reading others' novels. He acknowledged that he had somewhat lost track of the update schedule. Chapter 71. Days spent with young Miss Rongrong Part 4, in a small study within the palace. Lu Yuan sat beside Ning Rongrong, diligently instructing her. This character is pronounced Dream, and this one is Thought. This is how they are written. Ning Rongrong blinked her eyes, recalling that she, too, had dreamt the previous night. Last night, I dreamt of Rongrong riding on Lu Yuan's head, frolicking outside. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Lu Yuan's expression darkened. You may dream as you wish, but why must it be of riding atop my head? He lamented. Indeed, this is what one refers to as a dream. Lu Yuan resignedly remarked. What else could he say to Ning Rongrong? After all, one cannot dictate the content of their dreams. It is said that one dreams of what they ponder during the day. Now, Rongrong, observe how I write the character for Dream. Lu Yuan said as he took a pen and paper, inscribing the character with precision before her. A grand appeared before Ning Rongrong. Next, I would like you to write it for me, mirroring my character, and repeat it 10 times. That should help you remember how to inscribe Dream. Lu Yuan handed her the brush. Instantly, Ning Rongrong grasped the quill, awkwardly attempting to inscribe upon the fine white paper. Her strokes were crooked compared to Lu Yuan's. And midway through, she seemed to forget the order of the strokes, merely mimicking Lu Yuan's character with incorrect sequences. Hey, 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 Lu Yuan exclaimed in alarm. Swiftly seizing her delicate hand that held the brush, Ning Rongrong felt herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Lu Yuan emanated a pleasant fragrance, distinct from her own and unlike that of her grandfather's or father. It was a subtle, refreshing scent, not overpowering or aromatic, reminiscent of sun-drenched linens. It was imbued with the essence of sunlight. Lu Yuan did not ponder for long. He decided to hold Ning Rongrong's hand and guide her to write a few times. believing that this would help her remember. After all, in his previous life, he had been taught in a similar manner during kindergarten. Come, let me show you how to write it twice, and then you can try. And this is how you should hold the pen, he instructed, adjusting Ning Rongrong's small hand without any particular sentiment. After all, Ning Rongrong was merely 6.5 years old. Lu Yuan was not a pervert. He felt as though he were teaching a younger sister. Do not misconstrue. He harbored no inappropriate thoughts akin to Tang San's. It was simply a metaphor. Given Ning Rongrong's tender age, Ning Rongrong felt the warmth and slight tingling of Lu Yuan's hands as they glided across her palm, a sensation both comforting and pleasant, leading her to embrace the experience without resistance. Lu Yuan continued to hold her right hand, practicing writing repeatedly. Under his guidance, combined with her innate intelligence, Ning Rongrong learned to write with remarkable speed. In later years, as an adult, she would look back on this time with a smile of fond reminiscence. With the command of 1,000,000 warriors, I stand, Lu Yuan proclaimed loudly in the royal garden. A colossal scythe materialized in his grasp. The Death Star scythe from the Odyssey skin appeared less sinister than the original Dark Blade scythe. At least the orb at the center of the Dark Blade was the Eye of Rayest, exuding an eerie and animated presence, invoking the uncanny valley effect. In contrast, the orb of the Death Star scythe was merely a sphere, resembling a celestial body, appearing considerably more benign. Ning Rongrong sat nearby on a small stool, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the Death Star scythe, exclaiming, "Wow, little Yuan is so handsome." Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless. After completing his teaching duties ahead of schedule today, he thought it was a perfect opportunity to summon his martial soul for some practice, having not done so in a while. However, Ning Rongrong immediately became excited and rushed over to witness his summoning. She eagerly imitated Lu Yuan's tone, exclaiming, "1,000,000 strong troops heed my command." Her little hands clapped with delight, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "So cool. And what does strong troops mean? Is it just another word for army?" Lu Yuan promptly clarified. "By the way, didn't you say your hair changes when you summon your martial soul?" Ning Rongrong inquired, blinking innocently. "Ah, that is just a special ability of my martial soul," Lu Yuan replied. He then raised his scythe, striking an unbeatable pose, and proclaimed, "My era has begun." Initially, when reciting these phrases, Lu Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment, a sense of youthful folly. Yet, as he repeated them, he grew accustomed to it. In this world, it seemed there was no concept of youthful folly, as everyone embraced their dramatic expressions. For instance, when unleashing a soul skill, one must chant the skill's name, and during a special martial soul manifestation, they were also required to shout something. Even the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would chant Seven Treasures are renowned during their martial soul manifestation, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect followed suit. Even in the original story, the fusion skill of Master, Flinder, and Lu Erlong, the Golden Sacred Dragon, was quite dramatic. Reflecting on this, Lu Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Look, if they aren't embarrassed, why should I be? Lu Yuan transformed into the Shadow Assassin form. The Death Star scythe loomed majestically in the air, its blade centered around a miniature celestial body, enveloped in a mesmerizing azure light that resembled a black hole, casting a shadow over both the scythe and his figure. The Death Star scythe morphed into a colossal scythe of ethereal blue, while Lu Yuan's short black hair instantaneously transformed into long, ghostly blue locks reminiscent of Odyssey Kayn. His entire demeanor shifted to one of profound depth, silence, and an eerie calm, akin to a hunter poised in the darkness, awaiting its prey. "Xiao Yuan, you truly can grow long hair," Ning Rongrong exclaimed excitedly. "You look stunning like this." "I have a second form as well," Lu Yuan replied, feeling a sudden surge of youthful exuberance, reminiscent of his days playing video games, proclaiming, "Behold the might of the great wheel rolling forth, the pinnacle of unholy creations." The Death Star incarnation form. The Death Star scythe hung suspended in the air, with its scythe blade surrounded by a miniature celestial body, enveloped in a blood-red glow akin to a black hole, overshadowing the scythe and his figure. The Death Star scythe transformed into a vast scythe of ethereal blue, as Lu Yuan's blue hair shifted once more, now resembling the blood-red tresses of Odyssey Rost. As Lu Yuan and Ning Rongrong reveled in their display of martial spirits, a gentle voice interjected, "Xiao Yuan, Rongrong." Lu Yuan turned around and beheld the figures of Ning Fingxi and the sword Douluo. Chapter 72. The Day Spent with Young Lady Rongrong Part 5. Ning Rongrong immediately squealed with delight and hurried to stand before the sword Douluo, exclaiming, "Grandpa Jian, father, what brings you here again?" "We merely came to check on your progress in studies." The sword Douluo replied with a warm smile as he lifted Ning Rongrong into his arms. Father, Rongrong has already completed 20 characters and is merely resting here. Ning Rongrong pouted, concerned that Ning Fingji might think they were idling away. Since Rongrong says so, Father will naturally believe you. We shall review your studies later. Ning Fingji remarked with a smile. Yet, it was evident that his current focus was not on Ning Rongrong's studies, but rather on Lu Yuan. It lies within the unleashed martial soul of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan gazed at Ning Fingji as he approached, promptly gripping the Death Star demon side with his right hand. While performing a respectful fist salute. Good evening, Uncle Fengji, Grandfather Jian. In compliance with the requests of Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo, he now addressed them in this manner. How are you? Has your body fully recovered? Ning Fengji inquired knowingly. I still experience some discomfort, but overall, my injuries have largely healed, Lu Yuan replied. That is reassuring. Subsequently, Ning Fengji's gaze fixated intently on Lu Yuan's martial soul. Is your martial soul indeed named Death Star Demon Scythe? And have you already attained the rank of a Great Spirit Master? Indeed, I have reached the level of a 26th rank Great Spirit Master. Lu Yuan affirmed with a nod. Following a life-and-death battle, his spirit power had once again surpassed a level under extreme pressure. Moreover, having vanquished over 40 soul ancestors and 5 soul kings, the Death Star Demon Scythe had absorbed a substantial amount of arcane energy. Presently, this accumulation of energy appears sufficient for him to advance to the Soul King level. Lu Yuan reasoned that the Death Star Demon Scythe could not contain an even greater amount of arcane energy. Otherwise, the energy from 5 Soul Kings and 50 Soul Ancestors should have easily propelled him to the Soul King level. However, the scythe had feasted abundantly during that battle, nearly to the point of bursting, hence its inability to hold more. While this method of cultivating through the plunder of arcane energy was undeniably exhilarating, Lu Yuan was resolute in his determination to avoid becoming ensnared in the pleasure of such practices. He would eliminate those deserving of death without indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent for the sake of acquiring arcane energy. An 8-year-old Great Spirit Master. On the brink of breaking through to the Soul Ancestor level with a spirit power of level 4, Ning Fengji could not suppress a slight change in expression. Such a pace of cultivation was unheard of, even in the imperial capital, Shaoyuan. At that moment, Jian Douluo, who had been cradling Ning Rongrong, gently set her down and approached Lu Yuan. Grandfather Jian, Lu Yuan responded with utmost respect. Allow me to guide you in combat, Jian Douluo said with a smile. I wish to understand your martial soul better before offering some advice. Then I shall not be rude, Lu Yuan replied, knowing he had no choice but to comply. This also presented an opportunity to gauge the prowess of a titled Douluo. Fengji, you take Rongrong back, Jian Douluo commanded. Ning Fengji took Ning Rongrong's hand, leading her away from the garden, observing the unfolding scene from a distance in the courtyard behind Jian Douluo. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan stood facing Jian Douluo, who remained steadfast, showing no intent to unleash his martial soul. Lu Yuan remained unperturbed, for his counterpart was a titled Douluo while he was merely a great soul master. A titled Douluo need not reveal their martial soul even to a soul king such as Yin Shou. Thus, it was needless for someone of his rank to do so. My apologies, Sword Elder. Lu Yuan maintained his Death Star incarnation, his flowing crimson hair cascading around him. Heaven's decree, supreme authority. A surge of explosive power resonated within him, spreading throughout his being. With a swift motion, he invoked the Shadow Step. A vibrant red light trailing behind him as he wielded the Death Star Demon Scythe, striking towards Sword Douluo. Oh, an original soul skill? Sword Douluo expressed surprise, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. It appeared to enhance speed and disregard certain terrain constraints. Lu Yuan gripped the Death Star Demon Scythe and approached the sword-fighting Douluo, swinging the scythe with ferocity. The blade sliced through the air, unleashing a fierce gale that tousled the sword-fighting Douluo's white hair. Impressive strength, the sword-fighting Douluo exclaimed, extending a hand to grasp the overwhelming attack. The dark crimson blade of the scythe continuously sliced through the soul power enveloping the sword-fighting Douluo's palm. Yet the formidable and dense defense of his soul power rendered Lu Yuan's efforts futile. Millions of valiant soldiers heed my command. Lu Yuan, undeterred, swiftly altered his approach. His abundant soul power surged with his movements as he executed a lifting maneuver with the scythe, summoning a wave of blood-red energy. The piercing energy wave surged forth towards the sword-fighting Douluo. Displaying no intention of evasion, the sword-fighting Douluo was consequently propelled into the air. Another self-created soul skill? Ning Fengji, witnessing the spectacle from a distance, shouted in astonishment. A self-created soul skill with controlling effects. Remarkable. The sword-fighting Douluo praised further. However, The slicing energy only yielded the effect of propulsion, inflicting no actual harm. With a sweeping motion, Lu Yuan spun like a top, wielding the Death Star Demon Scythe in an assault against the sword-fighting Douluo. Yet again, it proved ineffective. The sword-fighting Douluo simply clasped his palm around the sweeping attack, compelling Lu Yuan to halt. This time, however, the sword-fighting Douluo sensed a hint of strain, as the immense power of the sweeping scythe breached a layer of his soul power defense. Even the mere shattering of a single layer of defense was enough to astonish the sword-fighting Douluo. The self-created soul skill of a great soul master was capable of penetrating the defenses of a peak Douluo. Very good. Excellent. Splendid. The sword-fighting Douluo exclaimed. Showering praises without reservation, Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless. Although he was aware of the considerable gap between himself and the title Douluo, this disparity seemed exceedingly vast. What about your soul skills? Little Yuan, you should demonstrate them as well, Sword Douluo continued. Understood, Grandpa Jin, Lu Yuan replied with a nod. Suddenly, the first yellow soul ring on his body illuminated, and he announced, My first soul skill is an energy-based long-range attack technique, named Star Destruction Slash. With that, Lu Yuan activated his first soul skill. A crimson radiance coalesced upon the surface of the Star Demon Scythe he wielded, and then he swung the scythe with force. The blood-red energy detached from the blade, transforming into a crescent-shaped strike that surged towards Sword Douluo. Sword Douluo shifted his focus slightly, gathering soul power in his palm before unleashing it. The sharp energy of the seven-killing sword clashed vigorously with the Star Destruction Slash, resulting in a thunderous explosion as the latter shattered, dissipating into formless soul power. An impressive long-range attack soul skill, Sword Douluo remarked affirmatively. However, the Star Destruction Slash currently possesses only the potency of a typical 1,000-year soul ring skill, despite its origins from the nearly 900-year-old Netherwolf. Its overall power is formidable, especially when coupled with the inherent sharpness enhancement of the Star Demon Scythe, yet it remains within the realm of ordinary soul ring skills. Lu Yuan remained unperturbed, devoid of both joy and sorrow, and proceeded to introduce his second soul technique. My second soul skill is called Shadow Clone, which allows me to create a shadow duplicate that closely resembles my appearance and strength for a duration of 3 minutes. This clone can also utilize my skills. A clone-type soul skill? How intriguing! Exclaimed the Sword Douluo, his interest piqued. With a swift motion, Lu Yuan activated his second soul skill, causing the shadow beneath his feet to separate. The shadow stood beside him, and in the next moment, it transformed into an image of Lu Yuan, albeit with a slightly darker appearance. In its grasp was a blood-red Death Star scythe. With a mere thought, Lu Yuan commanded the shadow to wield the scythe, executing a series of agile and fierce attack maneuvers. Side sweep, blade piercing, Death Star annihilation slash. Not only did the shadow replicate ordinary attack motions, but it also unleashed all of Lu Yuan's attack soul techniques. Unfortunately, the shadow clone itself was incapable of employing a second soul skill. Only Lu Yuan could utilize the shadow clone technique to create the doppelganger. This soul skill possesses an exceptionally high potential. The Sword Douluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. A mere clone, devoid of any combat power, would merely serve to confuse the enemy and hold little value. However, a clone capable of attacking and even utilizing soul techniques is immensely beneficial. But, little Yuan, why were you standing still just now? The Sword Douluo furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. I cannot simultaneously control both my original self and the clone in battle. This is the dilemma I face with my second soul skill. Lu Yuan replied with a wry smile. Manipulating the shadow clone requires a portion of my consciousness. Hence, in such situations, my original self and the shadow clone cannot fight in tandem. In fact, Lu Yuan's situation is akin to compelling him to write with both hands simultaneously, each inscribing different and intricate characters. After all, in the midst of battle, executing an attack or evading an assault is no trivial matter. Thus, it was precisely for this reason that in the previous battle, when Lu Yuan utilized the shadow clone technique to launch an attack on Lu Zhan, his main body was struck while facing the onslaught of the 3 great soul sects. It was not that using the shadow clone rendered his main body immobile. Rather, the moment he intricately manipulated the actions of the shadow clone, his main body became exceedingly clumsy. I see, Jin Douluo nodded, acknowledging the issue. However, fortuitously, our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses a unique skill. He said with a smile, Little Yuan, have you ever heard of how the Soul Masters of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School can simultaneously assist different Soul Masters? For instance, when I, along with Bone Douluo and Feng Ji, engage in combat, I require an enhancement to my offensive capabilities, while the old bone needs a boost to his defenses. In battle, to conserve soul power, Fengji cannot employ two soul skills on us at the same time, as that would rapidly deplete soul power. In such a scenario, Fengji must multitask, simultaneously employing a soul skill to augment my attack power while also enhancing the old bone's defense. This is the secret technique of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the ability to multitask efficiently, Douluo stated calmly. Chapter 73. The most touching affection. Lu Yuan pondered for several moments. I need not master the art of multitasking to the extent of 3 tasks. Merely learning to manage 2 tasks simultaneously would suffice to fully harness the capabilities of the shadow clone technique. In truth, mastering multitasking to an even greater extent would be advantageous for Lu Yuan, as his shadow clone technique was not restricted to a single use within a short time frame. However, at present, he struggled to control even a second clone, let alone a third. This mechanism differs entirely from the shadow clone technique in Naruto, where coordination among numerous clones poses no issue. Conversely, Lu Yuan's shadow clone requires a division of mental focus to manage the actions of the second clone, which inherently prevents him from creating a third clone at this moment. Even if he were to succeed, both his main body and the 2 clones would be simultaneously constrained, rendering them exceedingly inept. Moreover, it is pertinent to note that the soul power consumption of the shadow clone is identical to that of his main body. Therefore, a tripling of soul power expenditure is an insurmountable burden for Lu Yuan at this stage. Nonetheless, these unresolved issues are not without solutions. This implies that should he overcome the challenges of multitasking and the limitations imposed by insufficient soul power to support a tripling of consumption, Lu Yuan would be capable of utilizing multiple shadow clones. However, this is a closely guarded secret of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and as an outsider, it would be improbable for me to learn it, Lu Yuan remarked, shaking his head. At that moment, Ning Fengji, who had initially distanced himself from the battlefield, returned with Ning Rongrong and overheard Lu Yuan's words. He promptly laughed and said, "This technique is hardly a secret of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Little Yuan, if you wish to learn it, you are free to do so." Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Ning Fengji's generosity. The technique of multitasking, akin to the dual-wielding skills depicted in martial arts novels of his past life, seemed rather commonplace, something universally understood. Much like the exercise of drawing circles with one hand while drawing squares with the other. However, could it truly be that simple? In reality, how many individuals have successfully mastered the art of dual-wielding through such rudimentary exercises? The answer, undoubtedly, is none. Thus, it follows that mastering multitasking must involve specialized techniques, potentially accompanied by unique methods of soul energy manipulation. Yet, Ning Fengji readily consented to allow Lu Yuan to learn this. This perplexed Lu Yuan. He had initially assumed that Ning Fengji would require him to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School or adhere to some conventional trio of promises before imparting his knowledge. In this regard, he was not entirely mistaken. Ning Fengji would not teach Lu Yuan without recompense. However, what Ning Fengji sought was not material wealth or empty promises. For as the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he understood that swaying hearts through wealth, interests, or even threats were base tactics. The true bond that compels an individual to follow unwaveringly is forged through genuine emotion. Just as the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo chose to become the guardians and esteemed elders of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, their allegiance was not bought with riches or threats. Rather, it stemmed from deep emotional ties. They regarded Ning Fengji as an uncle and treated Ning Rongrong as if she were their own granddaughter, devoting their lives to the protection of the school. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School became their home, evoking a sense of belonging that inspired their desire to safeguard it. Ning Fengji harbored similar intentions. He aimed to cultivate within Lu Yuan a fondness for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and for Ning Rongrong, thus transforming the school into a home for Lu Yuan, prompting him to defend it for a lifetime. Yet, this process necessitated sincerity. Ning Fengji aspired to treat Lu Yuan as if he were his own son, showering him with kindness, for only through genuine affection can one elicit true loyalty in return. At this moment, Lu Yuan had already lowered his guard towards Ning Fengji, even revealing the entirety of his first martial spirit's soul abilities. Ning Fengji merely smiled gently, stating, "The detailed scrolls on the multitasking technique are currently housed in our sex repository in Heaven Do City. You must personally visit Heaven Do City to peruse them. However, you had already intended to accompany us there, correct?" Indeed, that was the case. Lu Yuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Indeed. It was merely a matter of taking a detour. However, he found it rather peculiar. Initially, they had mentioned returning to Tiando City alongside the Qibao Liuli sect's convoy. Yet now they were headed directly to the sect's headquarters. He had originally intended to part ways midway upon arriving at Tiando City. But now it seemed he must personally visit the Qibao Liuli sect headquarters. Xiao Yuan, your martial soul and soul skills are exceptionally formidable. Even my old bones cannot help but express admiration, Jian Doa remarked with a smile as he stroked his beard. Moreover, aside from these soul skills, your martial soul appears quite extraordinary. It seems to possess the ability to absorb other soul power to replenish your own stamina. Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo turned their gaze toward Lu Yuan, who nodded in affirmation. That is indeed a unique aspect of my Death Star Demon Scythe martial soul. I can utilize 3 distinct forms, and currently, I am in its 3rd state, which I refer to as the Death Star incarnation. In this state, I possess a lifesteal enhancement based on a percentage of my soul power level, and using the Great Scythe to sweep can additionally amplify my attack power by a percentage. Furthermore, my self-created soul skill, Abyssal Blade, can unleash a forced knockback effect over a wide area. It's no wonder that your recovery ability is remarkably powerful in combat. Ning Fengji observed. As for the other 2 forms, the first is the ordinary form, which provides no enhancements but has minimal soul power consumption. The second form, which I call the Shadow Assassin state, augments my power and soul power intensity by an additional percentage of my original level, while my self-created soul skill, Shadow Step, can increase my speed by 40% and utilize shadow energy to render my attacks and movements silent. Now it makes sense. Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo exchanged glances, seemingly sharing mutual astonishment and admiration. Ning Fengji felt an even stronger resolve. He could not let such a promising talent slip away. A naturally gifted soul master with full innate soul power, rapid cultivation, and formidable combat prowess, Lu Yuan, in Ning Fengji's eyes, was akin to the next Jian Douluo, the next unparalleled title Douluo renowned for unmatched offensive capabilities. The key to the Qibao Liuli sect status as one of the top 3 sects did not lie solely with Ning Fengji or Bone Douluo Gu Rong, but rather with the unparalleled Jian Douluo. It could be said that without Ning Fengji, the Qibao Liuli sect would still boast another Soul Sage-level support Soul Master with the Qibao Liuli Tower Martial Soul. Without Bone Douluo, the sect might merely stand on par with the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Yet, without Jian Douluo Qinshin, the Qibao Liuli sect would lose its fearsome reputation. Now, let us set aside matters concerning Xiao Yuan for the moment. I wish to assess Rongrong's studies today, Ning Fengji said with a smile. If you complete your homework, I shall permit you to go out and play tomorrow. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Father, you must not deceive Rongrong. Of course not, Ning Fengji remarked. Subsequently, under Ning Fengji's scrutiny, Ning Rongrong deftly inscribed 20 characters, exhibiting a style reminiscent of Lu Yuan's handwriting. This was an unconscious habit she had developed while learning to write alongside Lu Yuan. Ning Rongrong even adeptly utilized these 20 characters, prompting both Ning Fengji and the Sword Douluo to nod in approval. They were genuinely astonished that this little enchantress, who had previously shown little interest in reading or writing, could, under Lu Yuan's tutelage, master 20 characters in a single day. In the past, while in Tiando City, it was considered a good day for Ning Rongrong if she managed to follow her teacher's suggestions and learn 5 or 6 characters. Immediately, Ning Fengji turned to Lu Yuan, his eyes brimming with delight, and said, Since Rongrong has so intelligently mastered 20 characters, and little Yuan has worked so hard today, let us bestow upon him a reward. With a casual gesture, he retrieved a golden card from the soul guide ring on his finger and tossed it to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan found himself momentarily bewildered when he heard Ning Fengji's ethereal voice. This card contains 100,000 gold soul coins. Consider it your pocket money for tomorrow's excursion. Upon seeing the figure of 100,000, Lu Yuan was instantly taken aback. 100,000 gold soul coins? The total amount given to him by the Yin family in recent times barely reached 20,000. Ning Fengji casually tossing a golden card worth 100,000 was indeed a testament to the wealth of the world's richest sect. However, the sensation of being overwhelmed by money felt rather delightful. Lu Yuan couldn't help but smile at the thought. Chapter 74, The Secret History of Balak within the palace known as the Weaving Sound Palace in the royal city of Balak. Every named hall is occupied by its rightful owner. It is well known that apart from the king, the other inhabitants of the palace are the king's consorts and offspring. The current master of Weaving Sound Palace is one of the old King Kundra's sons, Kuan Shutsai, the youngest and most cherished of the king's children. At this moment, 5 elderly men lay prostrate on the palace floor, completely submissive and not daring to exhibit the slightest negligence. The palace guards nearby found this scene unremarkable and continued their vigil. Suddenly, a sharp voice announced, "His Highness has arrived," accompanied by gentle yet rhythmic footsteps. The 5 elderly men became even more motionless in their positions. Kuan Shutsai strode into the hall, and as he approached the elevated seating area, 4 elegantly poised maidens swiftly stepped forward, moving the foremost sofa aside. They then gracefully disrobed, revealing their smooth and delicate forms, and artfully arranged themselves into the shape of a chair before the assembly. The onlookers regarded this with indifference as Kuan Shutsai composedly seated himself upon the exquisite throne formed by the maidens. His effeminate gaze swept across the 5 men on the ground as he spoke with an air of detachment. For days ago, at the Balik Canal dock, the 5 leaders of the Black Yawning Bay gangs gathered their forces, only to be effortlessly slaughtered by a nameless thief known as Yasuo, who also allowed 53 civilians to escape. And you pitiful, incompetent wretches dare to present yourselves before me? The 5 leaders of the 5 great gangs trembled even more intensely upon hearing this. One of them, gritting his teeth, attempted to explain that day, our leader and the others merely underestimated the opponent in a moment of carelessness. Kuan Shutsai let out a cold laugh, retorting, "Underestimate? I see it as sheer ineptitude." The 5 members of the Soul sect stood in silence, daunted by the presence of Kuan Shutsai, a mere fool in his 20s still at the Great Soul Master stage. Yet, they dared not express any discontent. After all, he was the prince of the Balik Kingdom, and in recent years, the old king had increasingly considered him as the potential heir to the throne. Kuan Shutsai's influence had surged to unprecedented heights, even consolidating control over the Black Swamp, which served as his personal treasury. You are all fools. To deal with that brat. You have sacrificed so many lives and allowed those 53 civilians to escape, prompting my dim-witted brother to stir public outrage and unleash the law enforcement to cleanse the Black Swamp and the bureaucracy. Consequently, many of my subordinates have been purged by my brother and thrown into prison. Such losses, are you not utterly incompetent? Kuan Shutsai seethed, his voice low and furious. Enough. Your Highness. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated within the grand hall. The 5 elderly men prostrated on the ground were taken aback. Before them appeared a frail figure. Kuan Shutsai, however, exhibited no surprise. His previously wrathful countenance transformed into one of utmost reverence. "Sir," he acknowledged. The figure shook his head with a smile, saying, "While their actions were indeed misguided, they ultimately still belong to you. This is a time for cultivating loyalty. I implore you to show them leniency." "Humph. Since the esteemed bishop has spoken, you may escape the death penalty, but the living punishment shall not be evaded." Kuan Shutsai snapped, his voice sharp. "This month, each of your factions shall submit 20,000 gold soul coins. Do you comprehend?" "Understood." The leaders of the 5 factions responded in unison, their mouths agape before nodding in compliance. Previously, they had only been required to remit 10,000 gold soul coins. This new demand was double, meaning they would have no surplus funds this month beyond the required tribute. "By the way, what of the Earth Dragon Gang?" Kuan Shutsai inquired again. "Present," replied the Soul Master of the Earth Dragon Gang, standing forth. "Has your leader, Su Yanqing, also met her demise?" Kuan Shutsai asked. "Yes," came the reply. "And her corpse?" Kuan Shutsai licked his lips, recalling her previous alluring demeanor. "I find myself missing her. Since she has passed, ensure her body is delivered to my chambers tonight." At this, the attendees shivered involuntarily, having heard tales of the young prince's unconventional methods. They had not anticipated such a request. Yet, the Earth Dragon Gang dared not oppose his wishes and could only nod in acquiescence. "As you command." Beside the Hall of Spirits, the Bishop Lan Yu of the Balik Kingdom's branch was not the slightest bit surprised. They were acutely aware that the diminutive prince before them was a perverse and incompetent fool. Yet, it was precisely due to his abject ineptitude that he could be easily manipulated by the Hall of Spirits. Over the years, the Hall had executed a strategy of infiltration in the vassal duchies and kingdoms of the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, swaying their rulers to align with the Hall. When the Hall formally initiated its campaign for unification, these rulers would swiftly turn their allegiances to the Hall. The Balik Kingdom was among the targets of this infiltration. But unfortunately, King Kandera, being a cousin of the Snowy Night Emperor, was unlikely to yield to the Hall's influence. Thus, the Hall turned its gaze towards the heirs of the Balik Kingdom, In his prime, Kandera favored his eldest son, Prince Quisim, to inherit the throne. Prince Quisim had already begun to demonstrate his astuteness, capability, and benevolence, assisting in state affairs from an early age. Presently, most of the officials and military personnel in the kingdom were his supporters and followers. The direst situation was that Prince Quisim had unequivocally declared his loyalty to the Tiando Empire, leaving no opportunity for sedition. Consequently, the Hall of Spirits sought out other princes, ultimately settling on Kung Sakai. Initially, Kung Sakai was not favored by the old King Kandera, as evidenced by his name, which signified a large and robust vegetable, a rather derogatory moniker, indicating that the king had no aspirations for Kung Sakai's achievements. Kung Sakai's rise to favor was entirely orchestrated by the Hall of Spirits. In his youth, Kandera was a dedicated and loyal king to the Tiando, a hero in his own right. However, age had inevitably dulled his once sharp intellect and lofty ambitions, rendering him an ordinary old man. His mindset had grown fragile and indecisive, lacking the vigor of his youth. Like many ordinary elders, he began to revel in the company of his grandchildren. Thus the hall arranged for Kung Sakai to feign filial piety and loyalty, frequently attending to him. Moreover, Kung Sakai's effeminate beauty only endeared him further to Kandera. Meanwhile, Prince Quisim, preoccupied with state affairs, failed to comprehend his father's need for familial companionship, leading to a gradual decline in his standing in Kandera's eyes, ultimately resulting in this predicament. Lan Yu observed Kung Sakai luxuriating in the service of beautiful maidens, his expression impassive. Such a feeble prince, easily swayed by their machinations, was precisely what they required. Chapter 75. Engraving Part 1. A delicious pancake with chicken leg. Here, miss. This is your pancake. Xiao Yuan, pay up. This sugar painting is so beautiful. Can you draw me a tower? Of course. Madam, here is your treasure, and this, and this. I desire them all. In the bustling market of the royal city, Lu Yuan expressionlessly placed the items purchased by Ning Rongrong into the soul guide. Many of the things Ning Rongrong acquired were merely tasted or played with for a brief moment before being abandoned, yet they could not simply be discarded. They had to be stored within the soul guide. What could Lu Yuan do? He could only trail behind Ning Rongrong, serving as both her bodyguard and steward. Whenever Miss Rongrong called upon him, he would swiftly present the funds. It was morning, and the market was alive with a throng of people. A constant ebb and flow of life, with vehicles bustling about. The streets were adorned with a myriad of goods and delicacies, while commoners and soul masters alike streamed in and out. Ning Rongrong, a diminutive child barely reaching 1.20 meters in height, appeared as a mere speck amidst the crowd, causing Lu Yuan to feel a twinge of concern that she might get lost. After all, she was merely a 6.5-year-old child. True to her age, Ning Rongrong was easily captivated by novel sights and toys, darting off in excitement. Ah, there is a performance ahead. Lu Yuan, hurry. Upon spotting a gathering of a circus in the distance, Ning Rongrong gleefully raced forward. Lu Yuan let out a sigh, urging, slow down, don't run too far. At that moment, in a dimly lit corner obscured by 2 residential buildings, 8 pairs of malicious eyes were observing the swiftly fleeing Ning Rongrong and Lu Yuan. Did you see that? That boy just purchased quite a lot of items. He seems to be quite well off. Judging by their attire, could they be nobles from the royal city? It would be unwise to provoke them. Surely they cannot be nobles. Where are the servants and bodyguards that typically accompany the offspring of the affluent? You make a valid point. Thus, it is plausible that these 2 youngsters are students from the Soul Master Academy. The older boy, appearing around 11 or 12, must be a soul master, receiving a monthly stipend of 1 or 2 gold soul coins to afford such purchases. Focus on that little boy. But I find myself more intrigued by the adorable little girl. If sold to the Gold and Silk Gang, she could fetch 5 gold soul coins, and with that cherubic face, who knows how many patrons she might attract when she matures. What do you propose? Shall we take action? Yes, indeed. Those 2 young ones at most. The boy is a soul master. We have 7 formidable soul masters here. Why fear a single one? Then let us proceed. We shall abduct these 2 children, the girl to be sold to the Gold and Silk Gang as a courtesan, and the boy to the Mad Axe Gang as a slave. Lu Yuan had just accompanied Lady Rongrong to enjoy a performance, only to be surprised that even in this alternate realm, the traditional art of breaking stones with one's chest was on display. However, upon further reflection, it became apparent that in this world, the existence of spiritual energy endowed soul masters with supernatural abilities, making the feat of shattering a stone quite unremarkable. Yet, After the Soul Master concluded his act of breaking the stone, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause. Lu Yuan suddenly recalled that, in this world, ordinary people vastly outnumbered Soul Masters. The performance of breaking stones on one's chest was indeed a captivating spectacle in their eyes, as it was something beyond their capabilities. After witnessing this display, Ning Rongrong's attention was drawn to tempting delicacies on the other side, prompting her to dash over. One could only say that during the past 2 months, confined within the Barak Palace, Ning Rongrong had truly felt stifled. Thus, upon finally stepping outside today, she was overjoyed and scampered about freely. Initially, Ning Fingji had intended to assign several guards to accompany them, but Ning Rongrong firmly objected, insisting that Lu Yuan's presence sufficed for her protection. In truth, Lu Yuan possessed sufficient strength to ensure her safety within Barak City. Consequently, he acquiesced to her wishes. However, he soon found himself in a predicament, for Ning Rongrong was exuberantly darting about. Suddenly, a terrified cry escaped Ning Rongrong's lips, "Little Yuan," followed by muffled sobs as someone covered her mouth. Instantly, Lu Yuan felt an ominous sensation wash over him. "Rongrong," he shouted. But the surrounding crowd was too raucous for his voice to penetrate. He hurried forward, only to witness the silhouette of Ning Rongrong being abducted by a burly man who had covered her mouth and nose. "Stop!" Lu Yuan roared, fury surging within him. Yet, in the next moment, 2 powerful arms reached from the throng, aiming to seize him. One of those arms wielded a cloth gag. "Humph!" Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Channeling his soul power, he executed a backflip, evading the grasp of his assailant while simultaneously delivering a swift kick. The man was struck in the head, collapsing to the ground like a mountain being toppled. It seemed that his strength was not particularly formidable. Lu Yuan had withheld some of his power, but the man still fell unconscious. Lu Yuan had initially intended to subdue this individual and extract information regarding the abductor, but with the man now incapacitated, reviving him would likely waste precious time. A sense of urgency gripped Lu Yuan as he dashed in the direction where the kidnapper had fled with Ning Rongrong. To 1,000,000 strong, heed my command. Lu Yuan summoned the Death Star Scythe, activating his shadow step to traverse the terrain swiftly. He soon spotted a hulking figure sprinting through the crowd, clutching a small girl. The man's head bore a tattoo, having dealt with the Black Swamp for some time. Lu Yuan recognized that this type was undoubtedly a thug from that region. Lu Yuan hastened forward, intent on intercepting the burly man. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly stepped beyond the market's confines, arriving at a desolate locale. "Stop!" Lu Yuan suddenly positioned himself before the imposing figure, his voice firm and commanding. The man indeed halted, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he regarded Lu Yuan. In the burly man's grasp, Ning Rongrong was now awake, her large, innocent eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. "You've been deceived, lad," the burly man mocked. "Brothers, come forth." Instantly, 6 more hefty men emerged from behind Lu Yuan, their expressions mirroring the derision of their leader. "This kid is somewhat formidable, knocking Bayate out cold," one of the men chuckled. "I reckon Bayate spent too much energy at the Golden Fragrance Pavilion last night, entangled with the ladies, which is why this kid managed to best him." Another man bellowed with laughter. "Once we finish this job, I'll have a good laugh at his expense next time at the Golden Fragrance Pavilion." These ruffians appeared to regard Lu Yuan with utter disdain, relentlessly exchanging crude jests. Lu Yuan did not stop them. Instead, after they finished speaking, he raised the Death Star Scythe, his expression impassive as he gazed at them and uttered, "Have you finished?" Chapter 76, Inscription, Part 2. Is this boy still oblivious to the situation? Has he been rendered speechless by fear? The burly man holding Ning Rongrong suddenly burst into laughter. What a pity, such a beautiful face, reduced to a state of shock. The closest thug took a step forward, eager to mock Lu Yuan. However, in the next instant, before he could comprehend what was happening, an excruciating pain surged through him. Thud, this was the sound of a head hitting the ground. Thump, this was the sound of a body collapsing. The thugs were still reeling as they witnessed the thug just in front of Lu Yuan instantaneously severed in 2. Blood splattering everywhere. They had not even seen Lu Yuan draw his weapon. What is this? The smoker is dead? The burly man who had spoken earlier wore a bewildered expression. Ning Rongrong observed all of this. It was her first encounter with a murder scene, and she could not help but feel her stomach churn. "Everyone, prepare for battle." The leader, who was holding Ning Rongrong, possessing some clarity, shouted in response to the unfolding chaos. Yet, in that moment, "Why do you seek to evade an inescapable fate?" Lu Yuan's haunting voice resonated, followed by a synchronized sound of 6 distinct strikes. 3 severed heads, 3 headless corpses, and a pool of blood. "Stop." At that moment, The burly man holding Ning Rongrong cried out in terror. Then, Yuan, wielding the Death Star scythe akin to the scythe of death itself, halted his movements, sparing the remaining two from their doom. At this juncture, the burly man clutched Ning Rongrong's neck, fear etched on his face as he looked at Yuan. Stop, or I shall kill her. Yuan indeed halted his movements and turned to face him. Instantly, the remaining two ruffians felt a sense of relief, lowering their guard while eyeing Yuan with caution. It was truly effective. The burly man was elated and seized Ning Rongrong's delicate neck. And there was no doubt that with a mere twist, her life could be extinguished. In the face of Yuan's terrifying combat prowess, they seemed no different from ordinary people. To him, eliminating them was as effortless as slaughtering a chicken. Fortunately, they held Ning Rongrong as a hostage. As long as she remained in their grasp, Yuan could be manipulated at will. Now, release your martial spirit. No. First, sever your tendons using your own martial spirit, and then relinquish it. Otherwise, I will take her life. The burly man resumed his ferocity, glaring at Yuan. Ning Rongrong's face was etched with terror. Although she was a little witch, she did not wish for Yuan to harm himself for her sake. Just then, Yuan's expression remained impassive as he regarded them, seemingly unfazed. What did you say? The burly man questioned, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Even Ning Rongrong found it hard to believe that Yuan would utter such words. Go ahead and kill her. After all, if I comply with your demands, I will be captured by you. I can only assume that if I were to eliminate your brothers, you would not spare me, would you? Yuan remarked with a cold smirk. Then why should I comply? Even if I followed your orders, my fate would not be any better than hers. I could very well be subjected to your revenge, tortured, and ultimately killed. She may not die, which is marginally better than my outcome, but it's hardly an improvement. Moreover, I have no desire to sacrifice my life for another. I am not a selfless or fearless individual. Yuan continued with a derisive laugh, asking, if you were in my position, would you lay down your life for someone else? That brat is trying to deceive us. He wishes to stall for time. We must not fall for his trickery. At that moment, one of the burly men's companions shouted from behind Yuan. Shut up, Yuan scoffed, swinging the Death Star scythe, causing yet another head to tumble to the ground. His action seemed to convey to the burly man that he was utterly indifferent to Ning Rongrong's fate, even goading him to hasten his hand against her. So go ahead and kill her. I truly do not care for her survival. Rather than allow myself to perish, it is preferable for her to die. He sneered again. I have long found her insufferable, her spoiled demeanor and incessant nagging, and now she is running amok. Her demise would alleviate some of my annoyances. Everything that has transpired today is entirely her own doing. Ning Rongrong, held captive by the burly man, could hardly believe that Yuan would say such things, and tears streamed down her face. You kill her, and I will kill you. Come now in this way. I can exact my revenge and have something to show to her family. Yuan smiled, reminiscent of a devil. The remaining two ruffians, upon hearing Yuan's words, found them increasingly convincing. If Yuan truly embodied such cold-bloodedness and self-interest, he would indeed have no reason to care about Ning Rongrong's fate. The rules for survival in Haiyan Bay were equally ruthless. Ultimately, it was all about survival. Thus, the little ruffians became even more convinced by Yuan's assertions. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong wept profusely, feeling the weight of Yuan's disdain. It seemed he truly wished for her demise, and she felt as though death was imminent. She would never again see her father, Grandpa Jian, or Grandpa Gil. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow had already detached itself from Yuan's feet, drifting towards the burly man behind him. Now, Yuan shouted, and in an instant, he sprang into action. The last remaining ruffian's head fell to the ground. Charging directly towards the burly man who was holding Ning Rongrong captive, Yuan's shadow clone materialized instantly behind the hulking man, wielding the death scythe to sever both his arms with a single ruthless strike. Aya! The brute howled in agony as his limbs thudded to the ground, the unconscious Ning Rongrong tumbling from his grasp. With phantom swiftness, Yuan activated Shadow Step, darting forward to catch Ning Rongrong's delicate frame before crashing heavily onto the pavement. Only then did the enforcer realize he had fallen into an exquisitely laid trap. Yuan did not genuinely disregard Ning Rongrong. Rather, he consistently adopted an attitude that conveyed his indifference towards her well-being, all the while revealing his inherently selfish nature as a means to lower his psychological defenses. At that moment, the burly man realized that his time was likely up, yet even in death, he was determined to take one of them down with him. His second soul skill, Wild Primal Light Wave, unleashed a concentrated orb of light the size of a fist, hurtling towards the exposed Ning Rongrong to shield her from falling. Lu Yuan instinctively turned his back to the ground, offering himself as a cushion. In an instant, despair filled Ning Rongrong's gaze. However, just then, Lu Yuan executed a swift maneuver, flipping over to protect her beneath him. He bore the brunt of the burly man's final strike with his back. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong remained unscathed under his protection. The next moment, Lu Yuan stood up as if nothing had happened and, wielding the scythe conjured by his shadow clone, swiftly severed the burly man's head from his body. "Are you all right, Xiao Yuan?" Ning Rongrong asked anxiously, her eyes fixed on Lu Yuan, who had endured the man's second soul skill. "Of course I'm fine," Lu Yuan replied with a wry smile. "I value my life too much. Without absolute certainty, why would I take on his soul skill head-on?" Upon hearing his words, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain herself and threw herself into Lu Yuan's embrace, weeping loudly. Yet, as she held him, her hand brushed against his back, where she felt a warm, sticky dampness. It was blood. Ning Rongrong's sobs intensified. Lu Yuan's facial muscles stiffened slightly. He had not spoken incorrectly. Without absolute confidence, he dared not withstand that person's second soul skill. However, his certainty was merely that he would not perish. Nonetheless, that was of little consequence now. He embraced Ning Rongrong, striving to comfort the young girl. Chapter 77. The kingdom's turmoil. Does it hurt, Lu Yuan? Ning Rongrong inquired, her fingers brushing against the blood on Lu Yuan's back. "Of course not," Lu Yuan replied, feigning bravado. What kind of man would admit pain from such a minor injury? Yet, the truth was, there was indeed a twinge of pain. The fabric on his back had been utterly destroyed by the energy attack of the soul skill, leaving his skin torn beneath. After all, it was an attack from a great soul master's second soul skill, even if the man's strength was not particularly formidable. Let us not forget, Lu Yuan was also merely a great soul master at present, and his current condition could be summarized in one phrase: high offense, low defense. His offensive power was sufficient to slay an ordinary soul master, yet his defensive capabilities were only marginally superior to those of a typical great soul master. Ultimately, both of his soul rings were bestowed by offensive-type soul beasts. Wolves and lions were archetypes of high offense and low defense. "You are lying to me," Ning Rongrong remarked, having detected the unease upon his countenance, and she shot him an accusatory glare. "When have I ever deceived you?" Lu Yuan responded with exasperation. "Just now, you said you didn't care about me, that you wished for my demise. But in truth, do you not care for me at all?" Ning Rongrong pouted. "Is that so?" Lu Yuan shook his head, his gaze intricate. The words he had spoken earlier were not entirely devoid of sincerity. Lu Yuan harbored no thoughts, even at the cost of his own life, to save Ning Rongrong. Such notions seemed foolish, and in his heart, Ning Rongrong did not hold a position worthy of such sacrifice. If ever confronted with the dire choice of preserving his own life or hers, he would undoubtedly choose to ensure his own survival. The reason those ruffians earlier had subtly believed Lu Yuan's words was that he spoke with heartfelt sincerity, devoid of any deceit, rendering him naturally trustworthy. At that moment, Lu Yuan was confident that with his shadow clone technique, he could rescue Ning Rongrong unscathed. His earlier act of shielding her from the soul skill attack stemmed purely from his assessment that the assault was not formidable enough to inflict fatal harm upon him. However, had Ning Rongrong borne the brunt of that attack, she would have undoubtedly suffered severe injuries, or worse, faced death. Such an outcome would have been difficult to explain to the sword Douluo and Ning Fingxi. Just then, Ning Rongrong softly uttered, "Lu Yuan." Lu Yuan turned to her. At that moment, Ning Rongrong summoned her courage to meet his gaze and declared, "Lu Yuan, I will no longer run recklessly. I will heed your words." Lu Yuan risked his life to save her this time, which instilled in her a profound sense of guilt and an inexplicable affection towards him. Young Ning Rongrong, still in her childhood, struggled to comprehend the nature of these feelings, yet she yearned for Lu Yuan's constant presence, even seeking to heed his words. At this moment, the little sorceress experienced her first significant transformation in character, prompted by the vivid image of Lu Yuan fervently protecting her. "You are naturally obedient," he replied, dismissing her sentiment with a smile, akin to comforting a child. "Does little Yuan like obedient Rongrong?" Ning Rongrong inquired with wide, blinking eyes. Though she understood that Lu Yuan's prior declaration of disdain was merely a ruse to confound their enemies, her innocent heart took it to heart. Lu Yuan likes obedient children. He chuckled lightly in response. However, Ning Rongrong's large eyes shimmered momentarily, as if a memory had been etched in her mind. The journey back was uneventful. and Lu Yuan felt no inclination to address the unfortunate soul he had knocked unconscious on the street. That petty thug was hardly worthy of his effort to eradicate the problem entirely. It was likely that the misfortunate individual lacked the courage to seek revenge against Lu Yuan. Meanwhile, in the royal city above, the aged King Kandera held court, flanked by ministers and generals of the Baloch kingdom, with the eldest prince, Quinsim, standing rigidly at the forefront. A dozen or so ministers and generals subtly regarded him as their leader, a testament to the influence and connections he had amassed over the years while assisting the king in governance as the hidden crown prince. Quinsim, now in the prime of his life and already a father, was expected to be the rightful heir to the throne of the Baloch kingdom. This was a desire shared by all, from the nobility to the common folk of the kingdom. While Quinsim may not possess the grand vision of a brilliant sovereign, he was certainly capable of being a diligent and benevolent ruler. In comparison to the other princes, he bore the appearance of a monarch destined for succession. Even the old king, Kandera, had once harbored thoughts of favoring Quinsim as the heir, which is why he had entrusted him with state affairs early on. However, in recent years, Kandera's sentiments appeared to have shifted, and he seemed to harbor a growing disdain for the eldest prince. At this moment, the young prince, Quinshusai, stood beside the aged king, showcasing the affection and favor he enjoyed from Kandera. Huang Yingwu. Kandera's frail voice resonated from the throne. No one could fathom the purpose behind Kandera's summoning of the court that day. Present, responded a tall man clad in the royal law enforcer's robes. Quinsim felt a pang of anxiety. Huang Yingwu was the foremost among the law enforcers of Baloch City, his status on par with that of a general. And he had long been an ally of Quinsim. Now, with Kandera calling Huang Yingwu forth in a tone that suggested discontent, Quinsim could not help but feel apprehensive. I have heard that your enforcement department has recently taken drastic measures, apprehending criminals left and right, causing great distress among the citizens of Wanqing. Leading to a tide of discontent, Kandera exclaimed. Once a sagacious monarch of the Baloch kingdom, his formidable authority surged forth, reminiscent of a lion in its twilight. Still possessing vestiges of youthful vigor, instilling fear among the assembled ministers. Huang Yingwu, in particular, was drenched in cold sweat, clearly overwhelmed by the pressure. My subordinates have recently received intelligence that the 5 major gangs of Haiyan Bay have taken hostage over 50 civilians. It is my belief that their actions have gone too far, hence I seek to elucidate the matter amidst this immense pressure. He began, struggling to articulate the truth. Preposterous. At that moment, Quinshusai, standing beside Kandera, interjected with a fierce roar before Kandera could speak. You mobilized 100 law enforcers and over 1,000 soldiers within Wanqing. Setting aside your disturbance of the peace, let me ask, is your intent to incite rebellion by mobilizing soldiers and soul masters within the city? Prince Wang, this matter is not yours to speak on. Quinsim stepped forward, rebuking Quinshusai. Oh, are you now forbidding your royal brother from speaking? If you silence him now, will you soon prevent even your father, the king, from voicing his opinions? Kandera glared at Quinsim, his fury palpable. I would not dare. Quinsim immediately lowered his head, unable to meet Kandera's gaze. Kandera then cast a compassionate glance at Quinshusai. Little Kai, since you have a perspective on this matter, I shall appoint you to investigate whether Huang Yingwu has engaged in conspiratorial conduct. Bring forth Huang Yingwu. Strip him of his office and confine him to the dungeons pending investigation. Yes. Thank you, father. Quinshusai responded, his face alight with excitement. Huang Yingwu, however, was left in disbelief, transformed in an instant into a suspected traitor. Father, General Huang has served with integrity and dedication in recent years. There is no way he could harbor treasonous intentions. Quinsim shouted, stepping forward. Fool, did you not hear my words? Whether he has ulterior motives will be determined by subsequent investigation, not by your assertions. Kandera bellowed once more. Quinsim could do nothing but watch helplessly as several soul emperors of the kingdom stripped Huang Yingwu of his official robes and led him away. Chapter 78. The might of the sword. Just as Huang Yingwu was about to be taken away, and Quinsim's political standing was on the brink of severe decline. A calm voice interrupted. Hold on. Your Majesty. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the entrance of the hall, where Ningfengji and the sword Douluo were slowly making their way in. It was none other than the Grand Master. Despite Kandera's disregard for Ningfengji's counsel, he still maintained a facade of respect towards him. After all, Ningfengji was the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the mentor to the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire. Even Emperor Shuiyi had to show deference to Ningfengji, let alone Kandera. His expression softened slightly. He had not seen the Grand Tutor for nearly half a month, and he had assumed that the Grand Tutor had returned to the imperial capital of Tiando City. If Ning Fengji were indeed heading back to Tiando City, it was improbable that he would not inform Kandera. Kandera's words were evidently a subtle indication for Ning Fengji to depart swiftly. Upon hearing this, the elder courtiers of the Baloch Kingdom widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to suppress their head shakes. Ning Fengji held the dual titles of Grand Tutor and the foremost sect leader of the Tiando Empire, even though Kandera was a distant relative of the Tiando royal family. It was inappropriate for him to suggest, so bluntly, that Ning Fengji should return to Tiando City. Such a candid dismissal of Ning Fengji's presence was hardly befitting of a ruler. It was clear that Kandera had aged, his faculties dimmed to an alarming degree. Yet, Ning Fengji remained unperturbed, calmly responding, "Your Majesty, I do indeed contemplate returning to Tiando City in the near future. My visit today is merely to prevent Your Majesty from making an unwise decision, to cultivate close ties with sycophants and to harm loyal subjects. I fear this nation shall cease to be a nation, and the king shall cease to be a king." Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, the gathered assembly could not help but widen their eyes in disbelief. If Kandera's earlier remarks merely implied that Ning Fengji should hasten his return, then this statement was akin to openly denouncing Kandera as a foolish monarch. Even a clay figurine would retain some semblance of indignation. How much more so a person of Ning Fengji's stature, who stood just a step away from becoming the imperial master. Kandera's repeated disregard for Ning Fengji's dignity had now provoked a display of righteous anger from him. The essence of Ning Fengji's words was a direct accusation against Kandera. Labeling him as the primary architect of the kingdom's downfall, such words are intolerable to any king. Even the most illustrious and sagacious sovereigns on earth could not endure such a sentiment. Kandera was on the verge of unleashing his fury upon Ning Fengji. Yet in the next instant, an overwhelming and chilling aura of death descended upon the court, suffusing the atmosphere with an almost suffocating pressure of spiritual energy. This oppressive force nearly compelled the palace's sole saint, who stood beside Kandera, to bow in submission. The fierce aura swiftly diminished the old king of the Baloch Kingdom's ire, transforming it almost entirely into cold sweat that soaked through his royal robes. All eyes turned towards the white-haired elder standing silently behind Ning Fengji, who had hitherto remained unnoticed. The face of the sword Douluo was devoid of any discernible emotion, resembling a peerless sword, sharp and unyielding. At this moment, it dawned upon everyone that a being of extraordinary might, the sword Douluo, stood beside Ning Fengji. Shinshin, the guardian Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, an esteemed elder of the Martial Soul Hall, and a pinnacle Douluo at level 96, renowned for his unparalleled offensive capabilities, was indeed a formidable presence. His reputation as the strongest attacking Douluo was so significant that it was inscribed upon the Pope's decree as a representative of his sect. Such accolades attributed to a single individual undeniably attest to the sword Douluo's formidable prowess. Within the Baloch Kingdom, the mightiest soul master was merely a soul saint of level 79, in an era where the few known titled Douluos could dominate regions and lead sects. This peak soul saint was an unrivaled force in the Baloch Kingdom. However, in the presence of a titled Douluo, a soul saint was akin to a mere insect, easily crushed, especially when faced with the formidable sword Douluo, a pinnacle Douluo of level 96. Reaching the pinnacle of Douluo. Even the disparity of a single level of soul power creates an insurmountable chasm compared to the previous title Douluo. The sword Douluo possesses the capability to vanquish a title Douluo, and at this moment, the soul power pressure he unleashed instantly cleared Kuan de La's mind. He had no choice but to regain his composure. If he were to entertain rebellious thoughts, what if Ning Fengji, in a fit of passion, commanded the sword Douluo to eliminate Kuan de La and subsequently supported the crown prince Kunsi Mu to ascend as the new king? Even if later, his beloved cousin, the Snow Knight Emperor from Tiando City, learned of this, would he truly punish Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo for treason? With the demise of Kuan de La, the kingdom of Baloch would still have Kunsi Mu to succeed him. Kunsi Mu, being a member of the Tiando Empire's royal lineage and a descendant of Kuan de La, could also govern the kingdom of Baloch. However, if the sword Douluo were to perish, who could inherit his title Douluo level prowess? The value of a title Douluo far surpasses that of a king in the kingdom of Baloch. Under these circumstances, if Ning Fengji were provoked, such an act would not be beyond the realm of possibility. After all, he must uphold the dignity of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Otherwise, how could he, as the leader, prevent others from bullying the sect? Your Majesty, what are your thoughts? At this impasse, Ning Fengji's gentle voice brought Kuan Dala back to his senses. At that moment, the terrifying aura of soul power and killing intent from the sword Douluo dissipated, reverting him to the guise of an ordinary elder. The Grand Master speaks wisely. I have indeed been foolish. Huang Yingwu has served the kingdom loyally for many years and should not be easily condemned. Kuan Dala stammered, his face drenched in cold sweat. Then, I implore the king to pardon Huang Yingwu, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Indeed. Huang Yingwu is reinstated. Let us part ways with today's events. Upon uttering these words, Kuan Dala disregarded the situation below and turned to leave in haste. Meanwhile, Kun Si Mu and his faction revealed expressions of triumphant joy. Seeing Kuan Dala hastily depart, Kuan Su Kai, who had been beside him, could not help but follow suit, his countenance exceedingly grim. Kun Si Mu, noticing this, quickly approached and respectfully bowed to Ning Fengji, expressing, "Thank you, Grand Master, for your words today. There is no need for the Crown Prince to be so courteous. I merely fulfilled my duty," Ning Fengji replied with a smile and a nod. Chapter 79. The beginning. Lu Yuan wielded the Death Star demonic scythe, and the power of shadows poured forth from his grasp, transforming into a fierce onslaught directed at the white-haired elder before him. Yet, the venerable figure simply smiled serenely, standing nonchalantly in his ample white robes, which billowed in the wind. A flurry of fallen leaves swept across the resplendent royal garden, rustling as they kissed the ground. In this late autumn moment, the swirling leaves and the silhouette of the sword Douluo merged into one. Then, a sharp sword intent clung to the leaves, striking against Lu Yuan's Death Star demonic scythe. The sound of relentless clashes echoed through the open space. As Lu Yuan found himself enveloped in shadows, his form momentarily faltered. Yet, in the next instant, he brandished the Death Star scythe in his grasp, transforming the ethereal blue blade into a protective shield that surrounded him from all directions, sending the falling leaves flying in a whirlwind. In an instant, as the myriad leaves returned to their roots, they stirred a cloud of dust and upheaved the grass beneath. Seizing this fleeting moment, Lu Yuan gripped the scythe firmly, charging directly at the sword Douluo. Excellent. Sword Douluo's eyes brightened, but in the next heartbeat, he brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together, a glimmer of cold radiance coalescing at his fingertips. The scythe moved like a shadow, while the sword struck with the ferocity of a dragon. When their weapons clashed, the forces between sword and scythe silently inverted, allowing them to graze past each other. However, within that exchange, Lu Yuan unexpectedly lost his balance. In an instant, sword Douluo caught the stumbling Lu Yuan and, with a smile, gently remarked, "Little Yuan, your progress these past few days has been quite remarkable. Yet, I still cannot compare to you, Sword Grandfather," Lu Yuan replied with a wry smile. This training over the past few days with Sword Douluo had been rigorous. Neither of them was permitted to use soul power or soul skills. And Sword Douluo had even gone so far as to forego the use of his martial soul, allowing Lu Yuan to utilize his instead. Their struggle was purely a contest of technique, and while Lu Yuan's ability to use his martial soul granted him an advantage, he still felt he could not gain the upper hand. Indeed, after these days of training, that sentiment held true. Sword Douluo, a master of the sword, had honed his skills beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. In fact, in the original narrative, he was the only individual in the Douluo universe capable of manifesting sword intent. In this world, which emphasizes cultivation over enlightenment, Sword Douluo's ability to condense a unique 7-kill sword intent was remarkably rare. Through his sword intent and technique, Sword Douluo trained Lu Yuan with a flair for artistry. "Haha, your progress is truly commendable," he expressed with satisfaction. Prior to this, Lu Yuan had already refined his skills while contending with the underground factions of By, and combined with his experiences from various fighting games in his past life, his combat techniques were not lacking compared to Tang San's. Yet, in the face of the Sword Master, he was undeniably inferior. Under Sword Douluo's guidance over the past 2 days, however, his combat skills had once again advanced. Today, you learned from yesterday's training how to observe your surroundings and utilize environmental conditions in battle, Sword Douluo remarked with a pleased smile. What have you learned from today's training? To release force, and during close combat, to use shockwaves to destabilize the enemy and cause them to lose balance. Lu Yuan pondered briefly before responding. Precisely. A teachable child indeed. Sword Douluo laughed heartily, stroking his beard as he spoke. He was increasingly pleased with Lu Yuan. Not only was his martial soul formidable, but his rate of cultivation was remarkably swift, and his combat intelligence was equally impressive. In just a few short days, He had repeatedly mastered and employed the techniques demonstrated to him. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Ning Fengji, who had been observing from a distance, hurried over. I have recently noticed how often Grandfather Jian smiles so joyfully. Do you also hold a fondness for little Yuan? Ning Rongrong inquired, her eyes glimmering as she gazed at the beaming sword Douluo. Of course, I admire him greatly. Little Yuan is remarkably astute, and naturally, I am quite fond of him. Sword Douluo replied, nodding as he stroked his beard. Ning Fengji had also witnessed Lu Yuan's rapid progress under Sword Douluo's tutelage over the past few days. Even though he was not a battle spirit master and could not perceive Lu Yuan's advancements as directly as Sword Douluo, the sheer magnitude of his talent was beyond imagination. How formidable he would become as he matured. Ning Fengji fervently mused to himself. In his heart, Lu Yuan would become the next Sword Douluo, perhaps even surpassing the title of a title Douluo. Originally, Ning Rongrong's innate soul power of level 9 was regarded as the destined inheritor who would elevate the 7-treasure glazed tile sect to greater heights. In the original narrative, Ning Fengji had his reservations about whether to appoint Ning Rongrong, a girl, as the future leader of the sect. However, after she consumed the celestial herb that evolved her martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda, Ning Fengji was resolutely convinced of her identity. Yet now, with the emergence of Lu Yuan, a prodigious, innate, full soul power soul master who was male and had been saved by Ning Rongrong, a profound bond had developed between them. The Sword Douluo spoke highly of him, further solidifying Ning Fengji's determination to establish his daughter as the heir of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Without a doubt, to have a daughter already destined to inherit the sect and to attract a genius soul master comparable to the Sword Douluo was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. These past few days, the Sword Douluo had monopolized Lu Yuan's time, leaving little opportunity for him to spin with Rongrong, much to her discontent. At this moment, Ning Rongrong pouted in displeasure. Following the previous incident, both the Sword Douluo and Ning Fengji learned of the events that transpired, yet they did not blame Lu Yuan. Rather, Ning Fengji chastised Ning Rongrong. Surprisingly, when reprimanded, Ning Rongrong did not retort. She recognized her own mistakes. The image of Lu Yuan shielding her from a fatal blow remained vivid in her mind, revealing her true character was not one of inherent malice. In the original storyline, Oscar had shielded her with his own body to save her, prompting her to reflect on her errors and allowing Oscar's presence to imprint upon her young heart. Now, the scene of Lu Yuan taking the lethal strike for her would also become an indelible memory in Ning Rongrong's heart. Subsequently, she found herself even more attached to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan expressed his inability to refuse, thus allowing Ning Rongrong to accompany him. All right. This is indeed Grandfather Jian's fault, Jian Douluo remarked with a smile. And, Father, did you not say that we would soon return to Heaven-Do City? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. In a few days, indeed, Ning Fengji replied with a gentle smile, I have decided to abdicate the throne, granting us permission to return home. In truth, King Barak Kandera had long wished for their return, but it was Ning Fengji who stubbornly remained. Chapter 80. Acting Contrary to One's Intentions, Part 1. Uncle Ning. Have you been contemplating the matters concerning the two princes? At that moment, Lu Yuan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Ning Fengji hesitated, pondering the innocence of Lu Yuan, a mere child not yet 8 years old, questioning what understanding he could possibly possess. In recent days, Lu Yuan has been inundated with rumors circulating among the palace servants, frequently mentioning the current king, the elder prince, the younger prince, and Ning Fengji. He naturally comprehended the implications of these discussions. Frankly speaking, it is exceedingly challenging to discern any rationale in such circumstances. The old king simply wished to bequeath the throne to his favored son, leaving little recourse. However, the ascension of the younger son would undoubtedly clash with the expectations of the kingdom's subjects. Even within the palace, whispers about the younger prince, Kuan Su Kai, being indolent, pleasure-seeking, and lacking in talent, abound, making it rather implausible for him to become a wise ruler upon his coronation. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan could not help but recall certain imperial chronicles from his past life, particularly the infamous succession dispute. In that instance, the old emperor's preference for the younger prince over his elder son had escalated to a similar predicament. Regrettably, the elder prince triumphed in that conflict solely due to the long-standing tradition of primogeniture upheld by the Deming dynasty, bolstered by a cadre of scholars ardently defending this venerable custom. Alas, the Baloch kingdom appears devoid of such commendable traditions. At this juncture, One must delve beneath the surface to discern the essence of the matter. Yuan Kai's current standing is solely attributable to the old king, Kundra's favoritism. Thus, if one were to instill a sense of aversion in Kundra towards his son, the problem would be resolved effortlessly. However, the crux of the issue lies in how to incite a king to despise his own offspring. Yuan pondered this conundrum and recalled a pertinent example. Such matters, however, are perhaps too premature for young Yuan to concern himself with any further. After a moment of silence, Ning Fengji spoke up. At present, Yuan is merely an 8-year-old child, and Ning Fengji would naturally refrain from inquiring about Yuan's suggestions. Yet, Yuan merely smiled gently and asked, "Uncle Fengji, are you aware of the temperament of a ferocious tiger?" What do you mean?" Ning Fengji responded, somewhat bewildered. "A tiger despises being treated like a mere dog. Does it not?" Yuan continued. "Thus, a tiger is proud and refuses to be subservient, allowing its actions to be entirely predictable. What a tiger loathes most are those who presume to understand it well enough to meet its gaze directly." After finishing his thought, Yuan fell silent, while Ning Fengji's eyes began to gleam with interest. Within the grand hall of the palace ballroom, an atmosphere of opulence enveloped the space, as if the very essence of extravagance had surged forth from all directions. The towering columns that surrounded the hall resembled the imagined halls of a divine realm, their surfaces adorned in splendid crimson, supporting a dome-like ceiling. Gigantic crystal chandeliers illuminated the shadows, casting a golden glow upon the dome and the walls, where scenes depicted King Kandera's youthful glory, showcasing his triumphs as he led the armies of the Barak kingdom against the forces of the Starry Empire. This was a testament to the old king's sagacity and valor. The wool carpet bore an intricate green mandala pattern, while the plush red seats were embellished with gemstones. Around the grand windows hung scarlet drapes, which hinted at the grand performances that would soon unfold. This evening held special significance for the esteemed Grand Tutor Ning Fengji, who had remained in the Barak kingdom for 2 months, was to depart for Tiando City the day after tomorrow. As a figure of considerable stature in Tiando City, even King Kandera afforded Ning Fengji a measure of respect, and the old king could not remain indifferent to his departure. Thus, upon the king's decree, a farewell ball was organized. Only the dignitaries of the Barak kingdom were invited to this farewell soiree, where goblets clinked amidst a feast of exquisite delicacies and fine wines, painting the atmosphere with vivid, pure hues that tantalized the senses. King Kandera and several princes and princesses were present. Though it was a farewell, Kandera, accompanied by young Prince Yuan Kai, bore an expression devoid of sorrow. The eldest prince, Yuan Shimu, stood nearby, yet he appeared more akin to a servant trailing behind his father than a supportive brother. Dressed in a white formal attire, Ning Fengji conversed with the old king, smiling as he inquired, "Your Majesty, why such a grand affair? Is it truly a grand affair?" Kandera chuckled. "It is simply that I feel a tinge of reluctance at the Grand Tutor's impending departure." "What reluctance?" Ning Fengji thought to himself, noting the king's insincere mirth. Yuan Kai laughed heartily, believing that with Ning Fengji's absence, he would have an unobstructed path to the throne, bolstered by Kandera's favor. His laughter was more boisterous than Kandera's, as if he were on the verge of exclaiming, "Bon voyage. Let the champagne flow. I find myself more reluctant than your Majesty. However, before we proceed, I would like to inquire about certain matters concerning the 2 princes." Ning Fengji remarked with a cheerful smile. "Questions? What sort of questions?" Kandera inquired, a slight frown on his brow. "It pertains to your Majesty," Ning Fengji replied with a grin. "Given that your Majesty's 2 princes are quite close to you, I must ascertain how well they truly know and honor you." Upon hearing this, Kandera couldn't help but chuckle. "Naturally, it is my dear Kirin child Sukai, who accompanies me day and night, knows me best." Initially somewhat anxious, Sukai perked up at the mention of who knows Kandera best. On the other hand, Yuan appeared more timid. "Well then, I shall pose some questions for you 2 princes," Ning Fengji said with a smile. "That would be perfectly fine," Sukai confidently replied. Yuan, however, hesitated, finally nodding with pale lips. Ning Fengji then asked, "Pray tell, what is your Majesty's favorite color?" "It is undoubtedly white," Sukai answered without hesitation. "I believe it should also be white," Yuan responded, albeit not as quickly, yet he was correct. A satisfied smile graced Kandera's aged face. "And what is your Majesty's favorite dish?" Ning Fengji inquired next. This time, Yuan found himself at a loss for words, trembling lips betraying his silence. "It is the Ji Hua Kuaro from Tiando City." Sukai then turned to his brother with a smile before replying. Kandera's smile widened further. And what about the hour at which your majesty retires for the night? Ning Fingji continued. This time, Kuan Zim seemed utterly clueless, having no inclination to speak. From 11 p.m. to 3 a.m., during which our father rises once to peruse the scrolls, and then he sleeps again until 5 a.m., just before the morning assembly. Kunsakai proclaimed with great pride. However, at that moment, upon hearing Kunsakai's elaborate response, Kindera's smile faltered slightly, unbeknownst to Kunsakai. Chapter 81. Acting Contrarily, Part 2. After hearing Kunsakai's extensive answers, the elderly King Kindera, who cherished his youngest child, felt his smile stiffen a bit. Yet, Kunsakai remained oblivious, continuing to elaborate in response to Ning Fengji's repeated inquiries. Over the years, with the assistance of the Spirit Hall, he had become intimately acquainted with all of King Kindera's preferences and habits. The affection he received from the king was largely due to the information provided by the Spirit Hall regarding his father, Kindera. Thus, he could meet his father at the right time and place, ensuring that the king, in good spirits, would not harbor disdain towards him. What is the favorite place for His Majesty outside the palace? The hunting grounds on the outskirts of the royal city. How often does His Majesty venture out each month? Father goes out at least twice a month. Sometimes, he also patrols the royal city on the night of the full moon. Who is His Majesty's most trusted guard? Where does His Majesty most enjoy visiting each month? Kunsakai's understanding of Kindera was remarkably thorough, to the point of surpassing Kindera's own self-awareness. The eldest prince, Kunsum, stood to the side, visibly anxious and devoid of any response, seemingly oblivious to these details. Kunsakai answered Ning Fingji's questions with remarkable speed, and with each response, his pride swelled, as if he believed that his profound understanding of Kindera made him superior. Yet, he failed to notice that as his answers became more frequent and rapid, the smile on King Kindera's face gradually diminished, growing increasingly solemn. However, his smile had not vanished, it had merely shifted to Ning Fingji's countenance. Observing Kunsakai's swelling pride as he answered more questions, and noticing Kindera's deepening gravity and rising hostility, Ning Fingji's smile grew even broader. Kunsakai, still unaware, believed that Ning Fingji's smile was a result of his correct answers. As the pace of their exchanges quickened, the questions increasingly delved into Kindera's privacy and personal habits. What is His Majesty's favorite beverage during reviews? It is honey fruit juice, and Father enjoys adding a touch of medicine. When Kunsakai mentioned medicine, a lewd grin appeared on his face. At this point, Kindera could no longer contain himself. He rose abruptly, extending his frail, aged hand, and forcefully knocked the once proud Kunsakai to the ground. Scoundrel! He roared at his once beloved youngest son, his white hair standing on end like a lion with a ruffled mane. Kindera's aged face flushed with anger as he glared at his previously most filial child. Kuan Shutsai, bewildered by the situation, had not grasped what transpired. Ever since the Spirit Hall had approached him 3 years prior, aiding him in securing his father Kindera's affection, Kindera had never once lost his temper with him. Yet now, Kindera regarded him as a rebellious traitor, his eyes ablaze with fury. What is wrong with you, father? Kuan Shutsai, seeing such a countenance, was thrown into a state of panic, utterly at a loss. Do you even know what you're saying? Kindera was so enraged that he struggled to articulate a complete thought. I am referring to your father's usual preferences and habits, Kuan Shutsai replied, still in a daze, the remnants of pride lingering on his delicate, almost feminine face. Previously, Kindera had taken great joy in observing his youngest son's visage. But now he felt a rising urge to eliminate Kuan Shutsai. The audacity of Kuan Shutsai to know every detail of his life, his daily routines, dietary habits, and favorite attendants was utterly alarming. What were his intentions in possessing such intimate knowledge? Kindera dared not contemplate the implications if Kuan Shutsai were to arrange for an assassin to strike him during his nocturnal wanderings or while he was outside the palace. Or perhaps replace the medications he preferred in his juice with poison while he attended to state affairs. At that moment, as Kuan Shutsai responded to Ning Fingji's inquiry, Kindera was flooded with thoughts of numerous lethal methods that could be employed against him. Many of these methods could ensure his demise without a sound, allowing Kindera, the sovereign of the Baloch kingdom, to perish in obscurity. What infuriated Kindera the most was the proud expression on Kuan Shutsai's face as he answered, as if he were asserting the correctness of his responses with unwavering confidence. How dare he? Although Kindera acknowledged that Kuan Shutsai's words held some truth, the condescending manner in which Kuan Shutsai seemed to have tamed him like a mere dog ignited an intense desire for vengeance within him. He, Kindera, was the king of the Baloch kingdom, a cousin of the current Emperor Shuye of the Tiando Empire, the valiant Lion King who had led his troops to victory against the Xinglua Empire at the battlefield of Jialing Pass. How could he allow himself to be subjugated like a dog? Thus, Kandera was enraged. Ning Fengji viewed the scene with a smile, while Kuan Xiam trembled slightly at Kandera's wrath. Meanwhile, Kuan Shutsai, having been struck to the ground by Kandera's hand, retained a look of utter confusion. Father, have I answered incorrectly? At this moment, Kuan Sukai suddenly wondered if he had said something wrong, provoking Kandera's wrath. However, he had not misanswered any of Ning Fengji's inquiries. The sole reason for Kandera's anger lay in the fact that Kuan Sukai had answered too accurately, so much so that even Kandera could not refute him. At this juncture, the noblemen of the kingdom, who were initially gathered to host a farewell banquet for Ning Fengji, fell to their knees in sheer panic upon witnessing Kandera's fury. They were forced to witness the scene of Kandera striking Kuan Sukai and berating him. Do you not yet comprehend the error of your ways? Kandera glanced coldly at his once favorite son. In the past 2 years, he had even contemplated naming this younger son as his heir. Yet, the thought of Kuan Sukai potentially harboring murderous intent to ascend the throne more swiftly plagued Kandera's mind. Once the old king departed, coupled with Kuan Sukai's proclaimed status as heir, Kuan Sukai would seamlessly ascend as the new monarch of the Baloch Kingdom. Chapter 82, A Contrarian Approach, Part 3. The more Kandera pondered, the greater his ire grew. He cast a frigid glance at the fallen Kuan Sukai and bellowed, "Come forth. Your servant is here." Immediately, the guards surrounding Kandera appeared before him, kneeling on one knee, with a gaze cold enough to extinguish life. Kandera addressed Kuan Sukai, declaring, "Prince Kuan Sukai is arrogant and obstinate, indulging in favoritism, allowing the populace to run amok, audaciously speaking against the sovereign, and attempting treacherous acts. He seeks to usurp my authority, acting with impunity. His actions are nothing short of treasonous. Therefore, I decree that he be severely punished to serve as a warning to others. Henceforth, all privileges granted to Prince Kuan Sukai are hereby revoked. The assets of his estate shall be transferred to the royal palace. His guards and servants shall disperse, and he shall never step foot outside the palace for all eternity. Should he violate this decree, he shall receive 200 lashes upon each infraction. His living allowances shall be diminished. Now, take the scoundrel away." Kandera retained a semblance of paternal affection, perhaps unwilling to bear the burden of patricide in his twilight years. To slay his own flesh and blood was not the mark of a wise sovereign. Thus, Kandera did not execute Kuan Sukai. Had it been anyone else uttering such words today, Kandera would have annihilated them in their entire lineage. Consequently, Kuan Sukai merely faced the punishment of confinement, still retaining his life, a privilege afforded by his royal lineage. Without this royal birthright, he would have perished multiple times over. Upon hearing Kandera's decree, Kuan Sukai's complexion turned pale with terror. "Father, why, oh why, must you punish me thus?" Kuan Sukai remains oblivious to the errors of his ways. He is not particularly astute. Rather, it was the patronage of the spirit hall that secured him the affection of Kandela, allowing him to ascend among the numerous princes and princesses, competing for the title of heir apparent with the formidable Prince Kunsum. His rise is not a testament to his intelligence. Had he been truly clever, he would not have been chosen by the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall seeks a prince who is obedient and easily manipulable, one who can ascend the throne of the Baloch Kingdom, enabling them to sway the kingdom's allegiance at a pivotal moment. Thus, the more foolish the candidate, the better. Additionally, Kuan Sukai's exquisite beauty, reminiscent of femininity, was also a factor in his selection. It was solely due to his striking appearance that they chose Kuan Sukai. Kandela, indifferent to Kuan Sukai's pleas, has already regarded him as an adversary, given his response this evening. The phrase "the prince's intentions are inscrutable" conveys not only the difficulty of discerning a monarch's thoughts, but also that such thoughts should not be easily deciphered. If one could readily guess the monarch's intentions and make them known, it would spell imminent doom. Meanwhile, outside, Kuan Sukai continues to shout, "You rascals! How dare you drag me away? Release me! First soul skill. Iron Mountain Crash." He seems to have unleashed his soul skill. Yet his feeble strength proves ineffective against the palace guards of the soul's sovereign rank. In his fervor, Kuan Sukai exclaims, "Do you know who I am? My father will not punish me lightly. He is merely upset tonight, but once I regain his favor, you shall all face dire consequences. How could my father bear to punish me? You cannot." His voice echoes in the distance, further darkening Kandela's countenance. Kuan Sukai's misplaced confidence in his father's eventual forgiveness only intensifies Kandela's fury. Shut that fool's mouth. Prevent him from speaking. Additionally, reduce his future allowances by 1/3. Kandela bellowed, issuing his orders. Understood. Voices of the guards echoed from outside the door. Observing this, Ning Fengji's smile broadened. This evening, He had effortlessly secured the crown prince's position for Kungsum without incurring any significant cost, unlike his previous confrontations with King Kendra, where he resorted to swordplay to intimidate the monarch. Tonight he merely employed subtle tactics to swiftly diminish Kungsakai's favor in Kundra's eyes. Such methods stemmed solely from a piece of advice given to him by Lu Yuan. Here, Ning Fengji discerned that Lu Yuan was not only formidable in strength and extraordinary in talent, with a remarkably promising future on the path of soul masters, but he also possessed an exceptional intellect and a keen political acumen. This ingenious tactic of employing reverse psychology, whereby Kungsakai excessively showcased his efforts to win Kundra's favor, ultimately incited Kundra's aversion. Truly, it was a stroke of genius. Ning Fengji found himself increasingly impressed by Lu Yuan. While a powerful martial soul and exceptional talent are commendable, such prodigies are not uncommon in the Douluo Continent. However, the combination of intelligence alongside these attributes is a rarity. Furthermore, as Ning Fengji regarded himself more as a shrewd politician than as a formidable soul master, he held a greater appreciation for those endowed with wisdom. The astute and intelligent Lu Yuan undoubtedly captivated his admiration. Meanwhile, news of the little prince Kuan Su Kai's fall from grace and his subsequent decree of eternal house arrest by King Kendera reached the spirit hall within the city. As the overseer of the spirit hall in the royal city, Bishop Lan Yu listened intently to the account provided by his spies and could not help but exclaim, "Truly, you are remarkable, Ning Fengji. The leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, your intellect is indeed legendary." It was an ingenious stratagem, one that an ordinary mind would scarcely conceive, designed to ensnare the foolish Kuan Su Kai in a trap that would provoke King Kendera's ire. By leveraging Kendera's hand, the rival to Kuan Zim could be quietly eliminated, thus securing Kuan Zim's throne. Such a cunning scheme rendered Kuan Su Kai vulnerable, making it exceedingly difficult to guard against. At that moment, Lan Yu could not cease his praises for Ning Fengji. In truth, Ning Fengji had not engaged in any nefarious actions that night. He merely posed questions that appeared entirely innocuous, making it difficult for anyone to discern any underlying plots. Were he in a commoner's household, or even among the nobility, a child like Kuan Su Kai, who was so intimately familiar with his father's preferences, would undoubtedly earn his father's greater affection. However, regrettably, Kuan Su Kai was not born into a common family or even one of nobility, but rather into a royal lineage. The thoughts of a monarch cannot be casually speculated upon or easily understood. Even if one were to grasp them, it is best kept discreet. To transgress royal authority is to court a fatal outcome. While Lan Yu continued to extol Ning Fengji's virtues, he could never have fathomed that the mastermind behind this cunning plot was, in fact, an 8-year-old child. Today, I took a leave of absence from work and returned home feeling utterly fatigued, rendering me incapable of providing updates. Consequently, I have adjusted the outline. The female protagonist will no longer be attending Shrek, and I have conceived the subsequent plot as well. I believe composing a few more detailed outlines should pose no hindrance to future updates. Additionally, if I were to request another leave for this evening, would it provoke any objections from you all? In a timid tone. Chapter 83. The departure from Balak. The kingdom of Balak has recently been fraught with turmoil. The current king, Kendera, has placed the favored young prince, Kuan Shutsai, under perpetual house arrest for his disrespect towards his ancestors and his audacious criticisms of the sovereign. Initially, Kuan Shutsai was to be confined within the Jiyin Palace of the royal residence. However, as Kendera's ire grew, he expelled Kuan Shutsai from the palace entirely, confining him instead within a royal mansion that should have been rightfully his. Meanwhile, in the royal court, those ministers who had previously sought to gain favor by aligning themselves with Kuan Shutsai began to face retribution from the faction of the elder prince once Kuan Shutsai's influence waned. This backlash even affected the common populace, as the 5 major gangs, which had served as Kuan Shutsai's proxies in the Black Swamp, found themselves under scrutiny and purged by the enforcers dispatched by Prince Kuan Zim. Of course, while the 5 great gangs of Black Swamp may have fallen, it is inevitable that new factions will arise, akin to the emergence of the next 5 great sects or 6 significant clans. They exist as a mere shadow of the royal city of Balak. As long as Balak remains standing, they will undeniably persist. This is rooted in the injustices stemming from the aristocratic system, wherein the common folk are perpetually exploited, ensuring that the Black Swamp, which embodies this exploitation, will never vanish. Lu Yuan gazed at the city gates of the royal capital, his expression one of indifference. Behind him loomed the grand caravan of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. After nearly half a year in this place, Lu Yuan was finally preparing to depart. the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Having resided in the kingdom of Barak for almost 2 months, was also poised to leave this city under the dominion of the Heavendoe Empire. Master, please take care, King Kandera said, adopting a respectful demeanor as he spoke to Ning Fengji, his voice tinged with excitement, regardless of any previous grievances he may have harbored against Ning Fengji. He now feigned a sorrowful attitude at their impending farewell. Your Majesty, do take care as well, Ning Fengji replied, equally reluctant to part ways. The Emperor has entrusted me with a wish to share a joyous gathering with Your Majesty in the future. Thank you for Your Majesty's grace. I shall keep it in my heart and govern this realm well for the Empire. Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, felt somewhat annoyed but, as Ning Fengji's daughter, she had to accompany her brother Ning Shozong at this occasion. However, her heart longed to seek out Lu Yuan. In recent days, Lu Yuan had been teaching her to read and write, after which he would undergo training under the sword Douluo's guidance. By night, they would spend time together, with Lu Yuan enchanting her with tales of the extraordinary stories of the Frog Prince, Cinderella, and the adventures of the monkey, a title Douluo wreaking havoc in the divine realm. Alongside a cadre of powerful beast spirit titled Douluos striving to maintain the balance of the world. Lu Yuan initially intended to casually recount some fairy tales from his past life to entertain the young girl. However, Ning Rongrong had been by his side for several days, nearly exhausting the few fairy tales that resided in his mind. When he recounted these tales, he did so in a straightforward manner, without any local adaptations. After all, adaptation should not be mistaken for fabrication, and dramatization ought not to be confused with mere nonsense. Eventually, reaching a point where he had run out of stories, Lu Yuan opted to narrate the tale of Sun Wukong wreaking havoc in the Heavenly Palace, a segment he distinctly remembered. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt a profound admiration for those time-transcending individuals who could recite the 4 great classic novels from memory. Subsequently, he chose to delve into the realm of Super Beast Armed, an anime he recalled relatively well. When Ning Rongrong expressed her confusion, Lu Yuan made slight local adaptations, transforming the Super Beast transformation into Martial Soul Possession, and the Super Beast Mecha Battle into Martial Soul True Body Battle. He then reimagined the protagonists' and antagonists' armaments as martial souls, such as the Qilin Martial Soul, Blue Dragon Martial Soul, Bat Martial Soul, and Shark Martial Soul. Lu Yuan quietly waited at the rear of the convoy, finally anticipating the conclusion of the insincere political formalities. He observed as Ning Fengji and Sword Douluo approached, accompanied by Ning Rongrong and Ning Shozong. Hee. Have you been waiting long, little Yuan? Ning Fengji inquired with a smile. It hasn't been long. I merely require Uncle Fengji to escort me for a while. Lu Yuan replied. He had already informed the Yin family by letter, and upon arriving in Tiando City, they would send someone to receive him and arrange accommodations. He did not intend to reside within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but rather, he would merely pay a visit. Neither the Yin family nor the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were places where Lu Yuan desired to be a long-term guest. Although he had grown somewhat accustomed to the company of Ning Fengji, Ning Rongrong, and Sword Douluo over the past half-month, he even found moments of conversation with Ning Rongrong's brother, Ning Shozong. It's no trouble at all, after all, little Yuan. You have helped Uncle teach Rongrong quite a bit about reading and writing, Ning Fengji chuckled. This is merely a gesture of gratitude for how Uncle Fengji and Rongrong saved me and healed my injuries, Lu Yuan responded, adding, of course. The debt of saving my life far outweighs this. Uncle Fengji, feel free to ask for anything in the future. He spoke sincerely, for he had no intention of dismissing the debt of gratitude lightly. In his view, his life was certainly not so inexpensive. Moreover, Sword Douluo had further instructed him in combat techniques, and Ning Fengji had permitted him access to the school's library to study secret arts. Ning Fengji merely wished for him to owe more favors, and Lu Yuan was fully aware of this. However, he did not mind. He would repay these debts of gratitude as best he could in the future, as he was not incapable of doing so. Yet, he never anticipated that the cost of repaying the debt he owed Ning Fengji would be greater than he imagined. What Ning Fengji desired was Lu Yuan entirely, to become his son-in-law and devote himself to the prosperity of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, Ning Fengji could not have foreseen that Lu Yuan's ambitions extended far beyond merely becoming a title Douluo or a sect elder. He sought more than that. Regardless of how powerful the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School became, it remained a subject of the Tiando Empire. Lu Yuan harbored no desire to merely become a vassal to others. At the very least, he would not remain a subordinate for all eternity. Father, little Yuan belongs to me, Ning Rongrong exclaimed. her large eyes blinking playfully as she pouted her lips. Lu Yuan felt somewhat helpless. Ever since he saved Ning Rongrong, she seemed to have grown even more dependent on him. "I'm sorry, Uncle Fingji, Rongrong is just joking," she said with a smile. He truly did not understand, especially since both he and Ning Rongrong were still quite young, and for Ning Rongrong, the innocent affections of childhood held little significance in Lu Yuan's eyes. However, he found her words a bit unsettling, particularly in front of Ning Fingji. If he were to consider the situation from a father's perspective, he certainly would not accept it. Yet, Ning Fingji, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, burst into hearty laughter, saying, "It's fine. As long as Rongrong likes you, I can rest easy. Indeed, as long as Rongrong has feelings, that is all that matters." Jian Douluo echoed from the side. Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo exchanged a knowing glance. And Ning Shozong began to understand the implications of his father and Jian Douluo's words. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing the remarks from her father and grandfather, felt a surge of joy. Only Lu Yuan appeared somewhat perplexed, however, amidst the jovial conversation. He departed the Barak Kingdom alongside the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 84. The Heartless Man of the Sect in the Empire of Tiando. Within the imperial city of Tiando, the weather had gradually turned cold by mid-October. The foliage in the outskirts had begun to display a despondent hue, signaling their inevitable demise through the winter. Yet, they would once again revive and flourish in the coming year. Yu Tianheng gazed at the withering vegetation outside the city, and he could not help but recall the brother he had never met. Ever since Nua and Jin Rupiang informed him of the suspected stray disciple from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he had promptly reported this matter to his father. His father took this news with great seriousness. After all, a potential holder of a dragon-type martial soul, endowed with exceptional talent and combat prowess, could very well be a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. This matter had always been of significant concern to the sect, as they harbored ambitions of advancing beyond their status as merely the third sect on the continent. The offspring of a genius soul master could potentially enhance the sect's strength in the future. As the eldest son of Yu Yuanjin, the sect master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, Yu Tianheng was himself a formidable figure, often managing the sect in conjunction with his father and the second-in-command, Yu Lumian. He summoned the direct disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect, inquiring if anyone recalled a fleeting romance in Nodding City with a woman there. Yu Tianheng understood his siblings well, knowing full well that they might be prone to lapses in judgment regarding their passions. At this moment, a younger brother, around 40 years old and possessing the strength of a soul emperor, hesitantly emerged, stammering that during his previous expedition to the southwestern frontier of the empire, he might have experienced a brief romantic encounter. However, he could not recall the specifics, such as whether it was in Nodding City or even the region of Fastnuel. He could not remember the woman's surname or her residence and appearance. Goodness! Even Yu Tianheng began to wonder if his martial soul truly influenced his nature. Following the example of Lu Erlong's father, and now this uncle who could not even remember the name of the woman he had been intimate with, would the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect become renowned as the Empire's most infamous sect of scoundrels? Indeed, in the realm of Douluo Continent, the concept of a scoundrel is more aptly described as a disloyal man of the sect. Yu Tianheng's father, with a grave expression, promptly instructed his younger brother to lead a team to Nodding City in search of a child named Li Qing and his mother. It was imperative that they recognize their ancestral roots, allowing Li Qing to reclaim the name Yu Tianqing and receive the esteemed education of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. His concern did not stem from his brother's disloyal actions, but rather from the fact that his brother's conduct was becoming increasingly unscrupulous. While Lu Erlong's father may have acted indiscriminately, he at least remembered both Lu Erlong and her mother. How could one so easily forget their kin? By failing to acknowledge them, not only would he miss the opportunity to gain another son, but the sect would also lose a promising soul master. Furthermore, it would alleviate the burden of child-rearing and educational challenges, creating a mutually beneficial situation. To disregard one's own blood in such a manner would be a significant loss for the Blue Electric Tyrant sect if an exceptional disciple were left unrecognized. Hence, the sect decided to expedite their investigation in Nodding City. The outcome: Li Qing, the incarnation of Lu Yuan, was merely an alias. Even though the name existed in Nodding City, without a dragon-shaped martial soul, it would be impossible to locate him. Moreover, in the world of Douluo Continent, commoners migrating to cities were not required to possess travel permits or passes. It was quite possible that Li Qing had relocated to another city with his mother. With this notion in mind, the Blue Electric Tyrant sect ventured to other cities in search of him, yet they remained empty-handed. Yu Tianheng found himself in a state of resignation. Upon learning of the situation, Nuo and Zhen Ruping seized the opportunity to mock him, making remarks about the unfortunate younger brother, Li Qing, who was out there relying solely on his mother due to his irresponsible father. Yu Tianheng pondered that it was not he who had forsaken them, yet his amiable nature prevented him from retorting to Nuo and Zhen Ruping. Furthermore, their words led him to contemplate the unacquainted young brother, Li Qing, who might be enduring hardships elsewhere, evoking a sense of sympathy within him. In this world, the lives of commoners were undoubtedly far inferior to those of disciples from grand sects and illustrious families. For instance, the living expenses of a commoner might require 1 or 2 months' worth of a silver coin, while the offspring of noble clans would not even consider such a sum as pocket money. However, once the rumor spread throughout the Tiando Royal Academy, despite Yu Tianheng not being the ungrateful protagonist of the tale, it nonetheless tarnished his reputation within the academy. In light of this, he harbored a simmering frustration, which he channeled into his training. Yu Tianheng exerted himself fiercely in the open training grounds of the academy, his punches slicing through the air with vigor. At that moment, a few female students strolled past the training area. I heard the sect master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is returning soon. How wonderful it would be to join them. I've heard their inner disciples are all gentle and handsome, not to mention wealthy. After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is the richest sect in the world. Alas, it seems we are too late to become outer disciples, as one must join from a young age. Too late? But aren't the inner disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School support-type soul masters? Those delicate young men are precisely the ones we powerful girls should protect. The girls' laughter and chatter flitted by, momentarily catching Yu Tianheng off guard before he regained his composure and resumed his training. While the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School indeed belonged to the top 3 sects and shared a familial bond with them, one must wonder, if the top 3 sects were truly close and interrelated, wouldn't they have already united through marriage? Where was the sister of the previous Hao Yin Dala? Tang Weihua, marrying Ning Fingji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, or marrying Yu Tianheng's father to become his mother? Either Tang Hao and Tang Zhao's wives belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect or the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, but there is no evidence to support this. This indicates that the 3 upper sects have no intentions of intermarriage or betrothal, thereby casting doubt on the notion of their close kinship. Their alliance appears to be a mere temporary collaboration based on mutual interests. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is not aligned with him. Thus, the return of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect bears no relevance to him. However, it is rumored that the exceptionally favored young princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is about to reach the age for enrollment at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Chapter 85. The Future Empire at last, they have returned to Heaven Do City. Hanning Rongrong could not resist stretching lazily before collapsing onto Lu Yuan beside her. Lu Yuan helplessly caught Ning Rongrong's petite figure, steadying her shoulders. If you wish to sleep, you should return home first, he suggested. It's fine. I can sleep now. With little Yuan here, just carry me home. Ning Rongrong pouted, her eyes sparkling. I fear I cannot carry you home, Lu Yuan replied, shaking his head. No. I want to be held. Ning Rongrong insisted, her tone laced with childlike charm. Lu Yuan chuckled, finding her demeanor reminiscent of his own sister, Lu Qingqing's, who would often demand her brother's affection. His sister, aside from their mother, was closest to him. It's not about wanting to hold you. I must bid farewell to everyone here. However, I shall pay a visit to Uncle Fingji and Grandpa Jin another day, Lu Yuan stated solemnly. Ning Fingji and Jin Douluo, seated within the carriage, paused in surprise. Are we truly parting ways? Ning Rongrong blinked in confusion, and as realization dawned upon her, she suddenly enveloped Lu Yuan in a tight embrace. No, little Yuan, you are mine. Mine. You cannot leave, she exclaimed, her voice filled with fervor. Indeed. But I have other matters to attend to, Lu Yuan sighed, though his resolve remained unwavering. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's large eyes grew misty, her previously haughty demeanor faded, replaced by a vulnerable humility. Did Rongrong upset you? She stammered. Please don't leave, little Yuan. I promise I will be very, very good. I will listen to you. Write well, and study diligently. I won't ask you to carry me home anymore. I can walk back by myself. Ning Shozong, observing this transformation, felt as if he were witnessing a ghost. His sister had always been a tempestuous spirit within their sect, often evading their father's authority and dismissing admonitions, requiring coaxing instead, a true embodiment of defiance. Yet now, this meek and submissive Ning Rongrong was utterly perplexing. He gazed at Lu Yuan with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, pondering what enchantment Lu Yuan had cast upon his sister to elicit such a dramatic change in her disposition. Nevertheless, the sight of his sister's newfound softness was undeniably endearing, causing Ning Shozong to find himself captivated by the charm of his adorable little sister. How did Lu Yuan manage to make his sister so adorable? Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo found it somewhat peculiar. Little Yuan, what are you planning to do? Why not return to our sect and stay for a while? Though the suggestion was made lightly, once Lu Yuan settled in, it seemed unlikely that Ning Fengji and Jian Douluo would easily allow him to depart. This was not to imply that they would confine Lu Yuan, but rather that they would employ various favors and reasons to ensure he remained at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for an extended period, effectively making it his home within Heavendo City. No, I have prior commitments with some relatives of my mentors, and I must meet them upon arriving in Heavendo City, Lu Yuan replied with a smile. I will certainly pay them a visit in due time, so rest assured. However, upon hearing Lu Yuan's resolute intention to leave, Ning Rongrong burst into tears. Little Yuan, please don't go. Rongrong will be very obedient. Liu felt an immediate throbbing headache, yet he summoned his extensive experience in pampering his sister. Rongrong, if you behave, I will come to play with you soon. But if you continue to cry. At that moment, Ning Rongrong covered her mouth, though tears continued to cascade down her cheeks, evoking a sense of pity from the nearby sword Douluo. Ning Fengji, witnessing Lu Yu's resolute decision to depart, refrained from insisting he stay. After all, even if he were to compel Liu to remain, any lingering discontent would render such an effort futile. One cannot retain a heart that wishes to wander. What Ning Fengji sought was a genius soul master wholeheartedly devoted to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, rather than one harboring resentment towards it. Thus, with no further words to exchange, he sighed and spoke. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a splendid, intricately designed jade token adorned with a 7-layer pagoda pattern from his soul guide, presenting it to Lu Yu. Shall you carry this token with you? Should you wish to seek me, simply show it, and the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will escort you directly to me, Ning Fengji instructed. Thank you, Uncle Fengji, Lu Yu replied, accepting the token without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, this token held a significance within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School equivalent to that of Ning Fengji himself, the sect master S. Jade Order. From the distant throng, Lu Yuan discerned a figure radiating like the blazing sun, clad in a striking ensemble of fiery red. The form-fitting attire, complemented by a daring yet demure miniskirt, exuded a tantalizing allure. It is indeed difficult to fathom the existence of such leather garments in the feudal-like society of Douluo Continent. Yet, the captivating figure bore a visage of icy elegance. Her brows resembled long whips, her gaze akin to twin daggers, while her eyelashes curled like bows, tautly strumming the strings of the heart. Lu Yuan approached her, and it seemed that she finally noticed the little figure before her. Lu Yuan? She gazed at him, her expression softening slightly. May I ask your name? Lu Yuan inquired with an air of calm detachment. Yin Juin, the girl replied, her voice steady as she revealed her name. Yin Juin possessed a melodious and unique name, Lu Yuan mused. Yet, he kept his gaze lowered, betraying neither warmth nor distance. Let us proceed. I shall escort you to the residence arranged by my family, Yin Juin stated with an even tone, although her words conveyed a sense of indifference. The tension in her delicate hands as she turned away revealed the turmoil within her heart. Lu Yuan cast a glance at her tightly clenched hand and raised his eyes to inquire, Do you truly despise me? Yin Juin, her expression shrouded in melancholy, replied, I do not loathe you. Rather, I harbor a deep disdain for myself. I abhor my own ineptitude and lament the absence of any talent that could extricate my family from peril. The weight of self-reproach and frustration was palpable in her words. Lu Yuan suddenly grasped the feelings of the young girl before him. She seemed to place an excessive weight on the rise and fall of her family, bearing the burden upon her own shoulders. She believed her lack of talent had led her family to rely on outsiders. As she had expressed, she did not harbor any disdain for Lu Yuan, the beneficiary of the Yin family's investment. Rather, she resented her own perceived inadequacy and her absence of talents akin to his. With a sigh, Lu Yuan approached her and softly remarked, Continue to carry this sentiment as you move forward. Yin Juin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at this child who was a full 4 years her junior. To persist with such feelings of ineptitude and helplessness until one becomes sufficiently strong, indeed stronger. This sentiment was not a futile one. It held greater significance than mere talent. Facing her, Lu Yuan summoned forth a magnificent scythe, its form exuding an aesthetic grandeur, despite lacking a formidable aura of soul power. The shadows and destructive force emanating from the scythe instilled within Yin Juin a sense of helplessness, causing fear to rise from the depths of her heart. Do you now comprehend your own inadequacies? Lu Yuan's voice carried an enigmatic undertone. I understand, Yin Juin replied, biting her lip. That is good, Lu Yuan said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is it with this feeling of inadequacy that you strive to become stronger? Yin Juin could not help but inquire. No, he replied. Then why? She stepped forward, seemingly drawn to this figure before her, who was still a head shorter than herself. In the future, I shall witness the rise of a magnificent empire. Chapter 86. The Yin family, is this to be my residence in the days to come? Lu Yuan opened the window of the abode, allowing the sunlight from the street to pour in, alleviating some of the autumn chill. Furthermore, the residence itself was quite spacious, encompassing an area of 200 square meters. Although situated within a commoner S district, it served as an excellent dwelling. Only temporarily, Yin Juin remarked. Temporarily? Lu Yuan paused in surprise. Once you enroll in the Tiando Royal Academy, you will inevitably move into the dormitory assigned by the academy. And this residence will naturally revert to the family, Yin Juin explained. Ah, Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. What if I fail to gain admission? What if I end up in another Soul Master Academy within Tiando City? I believe you will not, Yin Juin replied earnestly, her gaze fixed upon him. Why? Why does your family possess such confidence in me? Lu Yuan shrugged. It is not merely the Yin family, it is simply me. Yin Juin, however, replied with a calm demeanor. I just believe that you can gain admission to the Tiando Royal Academy. You have such faith in me? Lu Yuan could not help but tease her. Yin Juin instantly fell silent. She was the epitome of an ice mountain, one who rarely uttered a word, utterly incapable of honing a sharp and eloquent tongue. A girl with an icy demeanor, she trusted only her instincts and possessed a remarkably straightforward character. Lu Yuan was indifferent. He merely spoke offhandedly. In truth, he was resolutely determined to gain admission to the Royal Academy of Tiando. He believed that, given his noble status as a member of the Yin family, there was no scenario in which he would fail to enter the Royal Academy of Tiando. Gaining admission to this esteemed institution was not particularly arduous, requiring only two prerequisites. The first was noble identity. As many may have overlooked the significance of the term royal within the name of the academy. The Royal Academy of Tiando is not the open-minded, meritocratic institution many imagine. In the original narrative, Tang San and his companions were denied entry by Prince Xuesheng, who exploited their commoner status as a pretext. Prior to Tang San and his friends, there have been no exceptions for commoners seeking admission to the Royal Academy of Tiando. Essentially, the Royal Academy of Tiando is an institution for the nobility. Furthermore, to gain admission, one must also demonstrate exceptional talent. As long as Lu Yuan possesses the identity bestowed upon him by the Yin family, his remarkable talent, having already reached the great soul master level at the tender age of under 8, far surpasses that of Tang San and his companions in the original narrative. In the original storyline, the president of the Tiando Royal Academy, Meng Shenji, was envious of the great soul master talents exhibited by Tang San and others, who were merely in their teenage years, leading him to make special exceptions. Now, with the noble status of the Yin family backing him, there is no need for such exceptions. How could he possibly be denied entry? As night falls, Lu Yuan followed Yin Juin to the residence of the Yin family in Tiando City. As a once prominent family of title Douluo, the estate of the Yin family still bore an air of magnificence and grandeur. Towering sculptures of fiery red bows and arrows flanked the estate, which resembled a formidable fortress. The Crimson Stronghold exuded a martial aura, and several squads of guards patrolled the vicinity. Miss, you have returned. The master has been waiting for you for quite some time, the guards announced, immediately kneeling respectfully on one knee upon seeing Yin Juin, before saluting her. This gesture surprised Lu Yuan, as he had presumed that Yin Juin held a relatively low status within the Yin family, perhaps merely a collateral descendant. However, it became evident that her standing was quite significant, given that the guards addressed her as Miss, rather than specifying Miss Juin. This indicated that in the Yin household, the title of Miss was uniquely hers. One could speculate that Yin Juin's true identity might indeed be that of the current head of the Yin family. After all, Lu Yuan had never anticipated that such a distinguished young lady would be sent to escort him, a mere nameless individual. Please rise. Come inside. Father and the clan elders have been waiting for us for quite a while, Yin Juin said calmly, before turning to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuanzheng nodded immediately. following the graceful silhouette of Yan Zhuin as they ventured deeper into the Yin family estate. They soon entered a grand hall. "Xiaoyin, you have returned." A deep male voice resonated from within the hall. The man's tone was anything but gentle. It exuded an air of martial valor, imparting a sense of solemnity. Yet, his words were light, seemingly striving to convey a semblance of warmth. "Father, grandfather, second aunt, fourth uncle, fifth uncle." Yan Zhuin addressed the 5 individuals seated in the hall with an understated demeanor. Although her tone bore a hint of indifference, the 5 in the hall were not dismayed. Only then did Lu Yuan observe the 5 individuals seated in the hall. In the center sat a man who appeared to be in his 50s. His hair graying at the temples, yet his posture remained erect, resembling a general wielding life and death authority. The one who had just spoken was undoubtedly him. He was none other than Yan Zhuin's father and the formidable fire general of the Yin family, poised to inherit the family legacy. Remarkably, among all those present, this middle-aged man could be regarded as relatively youthful, as the other 4 were elderly, their hair completely white and appearing frail, 3 men and 1 woman. They were the forebears of Yan Zhuin, presumably the last remaining soul saints of the Yin family, yet they seemed to be nearing the end of their days. Lu Yuan found it rather peculiar, for Yan Zhuin appeared to be merely a young girl of 15 or 16. Considering the accelerated development of individuals in the Douluo Continent compared to those from his previous life, Lu Yuan surmised that she was, at most, around 11 or 12 years of age. Yet, her father was a middle-aged man in his 50s, and her ancestors seemed to be nearing a century in age. As it was customary for one's natural lifespan in the Douluo Continent to be around 100 years unless one attained the status of a titled Douluo. However, Lu Yuan soon dismissed such contemplations, as existence itself renders everything reasonable. Ahem, I presume this is the young friend Lu Yuan that Xiaoer mentioned? To Lu Yuan's surprise, one of Yan Zhuin's ancestors, an elderly man with white hair, spoke to him in an exceptionally gentle tone. "Indeed, it is I," Lu Yuan replied, nodding and stepping forward to offer a courteous bow. "There is no need for such formality," the old man said kindly. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhuin's grandfather, named Yang. You may also call me Grandfather Yang." "Grandfather Yang," Lu Yuan echoed. "I am Zhuin's father, named Xian. You may refer to me as Uncle Xian," said Yan Zhuin's father, speaking as gently as possible. "Uncle Xian, Grandmother Luo, Grandfather Chen, Grandfather Fei." Thus, under the self-introductions of the esteemed elders of the Yin family, Lu Yuan addressed each one in turn. "Come, you and Xiaoyin can sit with us," Grandfather Yang said amiably. Lu Yuan harbored no objections. After all, he was not fond of standing idly, resembling a punished child. Yan Zhuin, too, appeared to share a seamless rapport with her ancestors, devoid of any formality, as she directly approached and seated herself on the sofa beside Lu Yuan. Yin Yang cast a sweeping glance over Lu Yuan, smiling as he remarked, "Good child, you must have attained the rank of a great soul master, have you not?" "Indeed." Lu Yuan nodded and softly proclaimed, "A million valiant souls heed my command." As his commanding words resonated, soul power coalesced around him, manifesting as a magnificent scythe of the Death Star, shimmering in hues of blue, purple, and gold. Yet, at that moment, the most significant aspect was not his formidable martial spirit, but rather the soul rings adorning him. 2 yellow soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, igniting admiration among the ancestral witnesses from the Yin family. Yan Zhuin's eyes sparkled with delight, for Lu Yuan's talent had not disappointed her. Such a young great soul master possessed an unparalleled potential. Their demeanor softened, and Yin Yang chuckled warmly. "I shall call you Xiao Yuan, my dear child. You are yet to be 8 years old, correct? In 2 months, if we consider birthdays, then 4 months remain." Lu Yuan was born in the winter, at the tail end of the season, a time that, though cold, was brimming with vitality, awaiting the promise of spring. Truly, it was a blessing from their ancestors. Yin Yang and the others gazed upon him with fervent admiration. Lu Yuan pondered, what relevance do you have with those ancestors? With the innate talent of becoming a grand soul master at the tender age of 8 laid before him, these elderly individuals, nearing their twilight years, seemed to harbor an even greater belief that Lu Yuan could be the one to restore the glory of the Flame General's family. "Xiao Yuan, your talent is exceptionally formidable, surpassing any genius soul master we have encountered," Yin Yang remarked, falling into a contemplative silence for a moment before continuing. "I understand that someone with your remarkable gifts cannot be tethered to the Yin family for a lifetime by mere wealth. We are also aware that you arrived in Heavendoe City alongside Lord Ning Fengji, the esteemed leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Yin Yang's words took Lu Yuan by surprise. The Yin family was aware that he had come to Heavendo City with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. However, upon reflection, it was likely that his descent from the convoy of the 7-treasure glazed tile school was not a closely guarded secret. The Yin family may not accommodate a talent such as yours, but I earnestly beseech you, Xiao Yuan. In light of the assistance the Yin family has provided you over the years, to lend us your support. In return, the Yin family shall remain your steadfast ally henceforth. Yin Yang implored sincerely. Lu Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Today, upon visiting the Yin family, he found them adopting such a humble demeanor in their dealings with him. Even Yin Yang, the former head of the Yin family, boldly proclaimed that he would become a loyal right-hand man to Lu Yuan in the future. However, upon reflection, Lu Yuan's extraordinary talent as an 8-year-old soul master was indeed astonishing. In the eyes of the venerable ancestors of the Yin family, this was no longer merely the aptitude to become a soul saint or a soul Douluo. It was the potential to attain the prestigious title of a title Douluo. The Yin family would not underestimate the significance of a title Douluo simply because they had once boasted an ancestor of such standing. Rather, they understood better than anyone the immense power and value that a title Douluo represents. Lu Yuan possesses an extraordinary talent that undoubtedly qualifies him to become a title Douluo. It is merely a matter of time before he ascends to such heights, and as the days progress, his remarkable abilities will inevitably come to the forefront of public awareness. Consequently, the number of his followers will burgeon, and their strength will intensify. The wealth and influence of the Yin family do not rank highly among the numerous clans and sects. However, it appears that Lu Yuan has allied himself with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. The members of the Yin family soon realized that if they did not seize the opportunity to invest in this promising individual while he is still young, they would miss their chance forever. They understood that ordinary financial support and familial backing would no longer sway Lu Yuan. Thus, the Yin family opted to place all their assets on Lu Yuan, even expressing their desire to become his staunch allies, aiming to secure a more elevated position on the vessel that is destined for greatness. I understand, Lu Yuan said, taking a deep breath and nodding. I will not disappoint you. Instantly, Yin Yang smiled. Little Yuan, our family will be your most loyal support from now on. I hear you are preparing to take the exam at the Tiando Royal Academy? Yin Yang continued. I have a few connections with the Academy's president, Meng Xinji. Would you like me to speak on your behalf? Are you underestimating me, Grandpa Yang? Lu Yuan replied with a smile. Of course not. Yin Yang shook his head. With your innate talent as an 8-year-old soul master, you are more than qualified to enter the Tiando Royal Academy. I merely suggest this to ease your passage. After all, entering the academy without participating in the examination would save a considerable amount of time, a prospect many children would relish. However, Lu Yuan was not one of them. He yearned to showcase his talents and allow everyone to witness his exceptional prowess during the examination. He aspired to inspire admiration and reverence beneath the weight of his greatness and glory. On the path to the throne, no one can obstruct him. This situation differs significantly from his time in Notting City, where he remained low-key out of necessity. Exhibiting his talents at the Notting City Soul Master Academy yielded no sense of accomplishment. It was akin to a high school student flaunting their prowess in an elementary school setting, utterly meaningless. The individuals he conquered in Notting City were not worthy of supporting him in the future. Only in Tiando City would it be meaningful for him to exhibit his talents. To conquer the genius soul masters there, and then, ultimately, to dominate the entire empire. Furthermore, Xiaoyan will also participate in the examination alongside you. I hope you will look after her in the academy, Yin Yang added. Of course, Lu Yuan assured him. Lu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Yin Jun remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Yin Yang's suggestion that this child, for years her junior, should look after her. Upon exiting the Yin residence, Yin Jun followed Lu Yuan step by step. Though her figure was strikingly alluring, her demeanor was anything but heated, as she concealed all her thoughts deep within her heart. Lu Yuan gazed at the reticent girl before him and sighed. Do you feel ashamed? Being cared for by someone as young as me must be quite humiliating, right? Yin Zhuyin nodded, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and softly replied, Yes, that's exactly right. Just as I mentioned before. Carry this shame with you as if it were a reflection of your own inadequacy. However, once you grow stronger than I am, you shall be liberated from this sense of shame. A subtle curve formed on Lu Yuan's lips. Although I doubt you will ever surpass me. Yin Zhuiyin's beautiful eyes lingered on the confident youth, her gaze subconsciously fixed upon him for a considerable time. It was only when the ice-cold girl regained her composure that she discreetly turned her charming face away, her eyelashes casting shadows over her downcast eyes. Let's return. Lu Yuan said with a light chuckle. You need not see me off. It's not about seeing you off, Yin Zhuyin replied, her gaze still lowered. My grandfather has instructed me that from this day forth, I shall remain by your side to learn and take care of your daily needs. Ah? Lu Yuan blinked in surprise. Could you elaborate on what everyone refers to as the bug points? The first issue arises from the protagonist venturing alone into the soul-hunting forest to hunt soul beasts without any companions. I had already addressed this in previous chapters. Perhaps some readers overlooked it. The protagonist's initial advantage lies in the ability to absorb enhanced soul rings, akin to the predatory ability from Odyssey Kayn. Thus, I stated that as long as he can slay the creature, he can absorb soul rings beyond the typical limits. The protagonist wishes to keep this ability concealed. So he devised a plan to venture alone, ensuring no one discovers his unique capability. To achieve this, he needed the approval of 3 nobles to enter the soul-hunting forest. He sought assistance from 2 teachers within the academy and subsequently approached Su Yuntao. He aimed to convince the academy's teachers that he was enlisting the help of Wuhuan Temple personnel to hunt soul beasts, while Su Yuntao, upon learning that the protagonist had joined the Notting City Soul Master Academy, would naturally assume that he was accompanied by academy instructors for the hunt. I may not have communicated this clearly. Ultimately, the protagonist desires to keep his ability to absorb powers hidden from others. As for the issue of me seemingly criticizing the protagonist, I have indeed reviewed the original plot, especially since I have recently been writing fanfiction for Douluo. To pass the time, I occasionally copy and paste the original text. I maintain a relatively objective approach in portraying Xiao Wu and Tang San. In fact, if you examine my first Douluo fanfiction, you will see that I depicted Tang San and Xiao Wu as virtuous characters. I did not portray Tang San as arrogant from the outset. Compared to other fanfictions that criticize him, I believe my representations are quite moderate. Regarding Yu Xiaojiang, I admit that I exaggerated his shortcomings to advance the plot, but I did not excessively depict his flaws. I merely heightened his emotional responses. Was he not already a character prone to emotional volatility? In the original narrative, one can observe the tone he adopts during his conversation with Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong, particularly when addressing Bibi Dong, which reveals a demeanor more masculine than at any other moment. Within his heart, he holds certain theories in even higher regard than Bibi Dong herself, thus rendering my portrayal somewhat justifiable. Moreover, readers who are disenchanted with the storyline are encouraged to simply move on without further comment. I, too, approach reading in this manner, continuing with what I enjoy and casting aside what does not resonate, unless it concerns fundamental issues. Chapter 88. An Alternative Application of Aeoning, Part 1. Lu Yuan gazed at the girl, who stood rigidly in place, and sighed, suggesting, "Perhaps we should venture out for a meal." "No need," she replied with considerable obstinacy. Before Yin Zhuyin lay a cooking stove, atop which simmered a pot, within which resided a fish that seemed unwilling to close its eyes in death. Why was it described as such? Because Lu Yuan observed that the fish had been unceremoniously placed alive into the pot, alive, without evisceration or removal of scales. The fish, prior to its demise, endured immense torment, thrashing wildly in the pot, prompting the ice-cold girl to grasp the lid and press it down firmly upon the unfortunate creature. The cacophony it generated hastened Lu Yuan's approach from the courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene, he urged Yin Zhuyin to release the fish, eviscerate it, and remove its scales. After considerable persuasion, they ultimately concluded the fish's pitiable existence before placing it back into the pot. Yet, confronted with this spectacle, Lu Yuan faltered. He had not anticipated the audacity of someone placing a live fish into a pot with the intent to boil it to death. This suggests that Yin Zhuyin had likely never set foot in a kitchen prior to this moment, relying solely on her imagination to navigate the culinary arts. Given that the fish was alive before entering the pot, it assuredly met its fiery end therein. It seems Yin Zhuin's reasoning at that time led to the fish's tragic ordeal. Lu Yuan pondered, if this fish possessed thoughts, it would likely contemplate before its demise. "Zhuyin, I curse your immortality, could you grant me a swift end?" Having witnessed such a terrifying spectacle, Lu Yuan resolved not to leave Yin Zhuyin alone to manipulate the kitchen. Otherwise, upon his return, he might find some infernal dish gracing his table. Subsequently, he recalled that Aunt Zhu, after this episode, should have added water to aid Yin Zhuyin in her deep contemplation, subsequently discovering a transparent liquid from the assortment of seasonings she brought, which bore a striking resemblance to water. Upon removing the cork, a peculiar and acrid aroma wafted into the air. What kind of water could possibly emit such a pungent scent? Lu Yuan's expression changed dramatically, and he immediately intended to step forward to intervene. "Wait, That is not water. It is, however, before he could finish his sentence. Yinjuin poured the liquid directly into the pot. Instantly, flames erupted from the pot, startling Yinjuin, who quickly took a step back. She gazed at the raging inferno within the pot, and then, as if realizing her mistake, glanced back at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's outstretched hand lingered in midair as he gazed at the scene before him. His lips twitched several times before he managed to utter the final word, alcohol. The crux of the matter was indeed the alcohol, but Yinjuin had recklessly poured nearly half a bottle into the mix, igniting an inferno of flames. Sighing, Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Had the Yin family truly dispatched someone to oversee his daily life? They had sent a young lady to manage his affairs. It seemed, well, he might as well take charge himself. With a sense of resignation, Lu Yuan approached the pitiful fish before him. The fish had turned completely black. The high-purity liquor had charred its already battered exterior, leaving it with a burnt crust. Inside, the flesh remained raw. Let's discard it. It appears irretrievable, Lu Yuan sighed. Voicing his thoughts, he then inquired of Yinjuin, aside from this fish, what other dishes did you intend to prepare? Fragrant chicken wings over rice, braised chicken feet, steamed shrimp head with vegetables, and this exquisite pan-fried fish, Yinjuin replied in a hushed tone. I'm not particularly hungry. I'll make some oil cakes later. Would you like some? Lu Yuan contemplated before asking. I'm fine with anything. Yinjuin nodded, showing little objection. Then allow me to handle it. You should step outside. There's quite a bit of smoke here, Lu Yuan suggested. In a traditional kitchen devoid of an exhaust fan, cooking inevitably produced a considerable amount of smoke. No, I wish to stay here and learn, Yinjuin stated earnestly. Grandfather instructed me to learn from you. Oh, but cooking is something you need not master. Didn't your grandfather want you to learn cultivation and combat from me? Lu Yuan couldn't help but interject. However, Yinjuin remained resolute. I wish to learn everything, including how to care for your daily needs. Lu Yuan, feeling utterly helpless, could only nod in acquiescence, conceding to the situation. Thus, they endured an evening meal that was remarkably unremarkable. Lu Yuan possessed only an unremarkable culinary skill, for he lacked any extraordinary enhancements in this domain. While his cooking was certainly superior to that of Yinjuin, it paled in comparison to the exquisite dishes she had savored as a noble lady. Thus, there was little of note to describe in this regard. However, after the meal, Yinjuin and Lu Yuan ventured into the courtyard of their residence. This space had been designated by the Yin family as a training ground for Lu Yuan's martial arts practice, offering ample room for his endeavors. An ancient tree stood majestically within the courtyard, though at this juncture, during the autumn and winter seasons, it bore few leaves and branches. Now, I must ascertain your current level of cultivation, if you do not mind, Lu Yuan remarked, gazing at the poised Yinjuin before him. Her delicate countenance remained unchanged as she nodded in agreement. She then extended her slender right hand, each finger exuding the elegance of jade, and declared, Martial soul, manifest. In an instant, a fiery red longbow, ablaze with flames, materialized in her grasp, while a golden soul ring gracefully ascended around her lithe form from beneath her elongated legs. Lu Yuan stood still, observing Yinjuin's martial soul and soul rings. Having achieved the rank of Great Soul Master at the tender age of 8 and poised to break through to Soul Sovereign, he felt no emotional shift at the sight of Yinjuin, who, at 12, had merely attained the status of Soul Master. This seemingly caused a flicker of embarrassment in Yinjuin, but she quickly suppressed her feelings and addressed Lu Yuan, introducing herself as Yinjuin, wielder of the martial soul, Firebow, and an agile attack-type Soul Master of level 18. While being an 18-level Soul Master at the age of 12 is commendable among typical Soul Masters, Lu Yuan acknowledged that, in comparison to peers like Tang San, her potential seemed somewhat limited. It was anticipated that she would break through to Great Soul Master by the age of 13, however, compared to the original Shrek 7 Devils. A 13-year-old Great Soul Master would pale in comparison. Hence, Yinjuin's talent appeared to be constricted, not particularly outstanding. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Lu Yuan stepped forward, his right hand hovering in the air. Heavenly mandate. Supreme authority. His words, imbued with an overwhelming aura, reverberated with an intensity that seemed to demand submission. A formidable power coalesced within Lu Yuan's right hand, and soon a colossal tricolor scythe manifested itself. I am the chosen one, the soul heir. Lu Yuan, wielder of the martial soul, Death Star Demon Scythe, a level 27 agile attack-type Soul Master. Now, let us engage directly in a few exchanges, Lu Yuan continued. At times, strength and cultivation are not synonymous. Allow me to gauge whether your prowess aligns with your soul power. Yinjuin nodded, affirming her readiness. She then harnessed her soul power, creating distance between herself and Lu Yuan, simultaneously adopting the stance of drawing a bow. However, there were no arrows in her grasp. Lu Yuan harbored no doubt, for his familiarity with myriad games from his past life had imparted upon him the understanding that in a fantastical realm, archers need not rely on genuine arrows for their attacks. Indeed, in the next moment, Yanjun summoned a vibrant Crimson Soul Force arrow upon the taut string of her spirit bow. With a swift motion, she released it. The arrow, forged from concentrated soul energy, hurtled through the air. Though it possessed commendable force, the disparity in our soul powers was far too great. With a casual sweep of his scythe, Lu Yuan effortlessly obliterated Yanjun's arrow, a feat made trivial by their significant difference in strength. In the next instant, he charged towards Yanjun. Startled, she instinctively sought to retreat. However, that was not the path she should take. At that moment, her strategy ought to involve a simultaneous withdrawal while launching attacks to shield her regrouping efforts. Lu Yuan, feeling a sense of exasperation, halted before her, offering guidance. Yanjun's beautiful eyes reflected a hint of confusion. Should she rest, or should she retreat? Lu Yuan gazed at her with a smile, recognizing the situation. Well, I can see that your performance in actual combat leaves much to be desired. Let us first showcase your first soul skill. He sighed, then continued, all right. Yanjun nodded and spoke. My first soul ring is derived from a 300-year-old Earth King, which enhances the potency of my soul power arrows. The Earth King? Lu Yuan responded with a nod. This soul beast had appeared in the original storyline and later became the fourth soul ring of Ma Hongjun, one of the Shrek 7 monsters. This fact alone attests to the exceptional quality of the Earth King as a soul beast. Truly, she is the daughter of a noble family. She likely had numerous family elders guiding her during the acquisition of her soul ring. The Earth King is known for its ferocity. Although it does not instill fear in soul beasts like the venomous faceless spider, few soul beasts of comparable rank dare to provoke it. It is undoubtedly a superior fire-type soul beast. Each time it matures by 500 years, its tailbone lengthens by 1 segment. Thus, prior to this stage, one can discern the age of the Earth King. For instance, with a single segment measuring approximately 3 meters, it indicates a 300-year-old specimen. Moreover, the Earth King possesses a unique innate skill, its most formidable ability, which strengthens with its cultivation. This skill is known as Magma Rift Strike. Its most terrifying aspect is not merely its formidable attack power, but the distorted, semicircular radiance that envelopes the area before the strike. Within the range of this distorted light, enemies may experience disorientation, with the duration dependent on the disparity between the Earth King's strength and that of its opponent. Once an adversary is immobilized, a scorching pillar of flame, akin to the temperature of magma, will erupt, delivering a lethal blow. The soul skills acquired by soul masters are largely correlated with the abilities of the soul beasts themselves. For example, Lu Yuan's current 2 soul skills, Star Destruction Slash and Death Shadow Clone, bear resemblance to the attack form of the Spectral Wolf's Spectral Energy Wave. The second soul skill, Death Shadow Clone, relates to the cloning ability of the illusory Light-Winged Lion. Thus, Lu Yuan immediately surmised the nature of Yanjun's first soul skill. My first soul skill is Flame Binding, which unleashes a colossal fiery arrow that, upon striking an enemy or object, erupts in a dazzling blaze, incapacitating foes for several moments. Yanjun proclaimed, "Isn't that akin to Master AI's ultimate move? Shall I give it a try?" Lu Yuan responded with palpable interest. Yanjun hesitated for a brief moment, but soon recalled that Lu Yuan's cultivation surpassed hers, and thus she nodded in agreement. Very well. She swiftly distanced herself, halting approximately 50 meters away from Lu Yuan, whereupon her first soul ring illuminated beneath her feet. First soul skill, Flame Binding, Yanjun exclaimed. The first soul ring infused energy into her hands and the longbow of her martial spirit, and a massive fire-red arrow, as thick as an adult's waist, manifested before Lu Yuan. Release, Yanjun declared, launching the enormous fire-red arrow that surged towards Lu Yuan with searing temperatures reaching several hundred degrees. Well, a few hundred degrees is roughly akin to the flame produced by a lighter in Lu Yuan's previous life. Lu Yuan's body was enveloped in a thick layer of soul power defense, preparing to withstand Yanjun's first soul skill. When Yanjun's first soul skill struck Lu Yuan, it was exactly as he had anticipated. It merely elicited a low groan from him. It felt akin to being hit by a bicycle, yet the impact was negligible, leaving Lu Yuan virtually unscathed. Following this, the enormous crimson arrow dispersed upon contact with Lu Yuan, causing him to momentarily lose focus amidst the brilliance. However, he quickly regained his composure, the moment of dizziness lasting barely half a second. An impressive soul skill, but what a pity, Lu Yuan mused, shaking his head. What do you mean, a pity? Yin Jun frowned. What a shame that this soul skill is merely your first, rather than one from a fifth soul ring. Lu Yuan replied promptly. A skill that boasts strong control is inherently more potent when derived from a higher quality soul ring. Since you acquired this skill from your first soul ring, it will only possess the strength of a century-old soul skill throughout its lifespan. Were it a 10,000-year skill, its effects would be significantly more formidable. Yin Juin's countenance paled at once. Yet, upon reflection, she realized Lu Yuan's words rang true. The blazing soul skill had only rendered Lu Yuan momentarily dazed for less than a second, which was undoubtedly due to his soul power being a full level above hers. However, it also stemmed from the fact that it was merely a yellow soul skill. If it had been a black 10,000-year skill, even with a level disparity, it would have surely incapacitated Lu Yuan for over a second. Particularly, since Yin Jun was not pursuing a control-type soul master path like Tang San, but rather an agile attack type. Thus, her first soul skill should have been either an attack speed enhancement skill akin to Master AI's Q ability, or a skill that amplified her basic attacks like the biochemical barrage of a certain character. Yet, Yin Jun had chosen a control skill, which, due to the low tier of her soul ring, lacked the necessary potency. Chapter 90. Another use of the Aeon Energy, Part 3. Well, let us set this aside for now, as your first soul ring has already been determined, Lu Yuan remarked, shaking his head. In the Douluo Continent, once a soul ring is obtained, it is quite challenging to trade it for a new one. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary capabilities of a protagonist like Tang San. The notion of shattering a soul ring to acquire a new one is an absurdity reserved solely for the main characters. Now, let us examine your close combat abilities. Lu Yuan declared. As the saying goes, an archer who cannot engage in close combat is not a good archer. I understand this, he continued, but was interrupted by Yin Jun, who nodded in response. What? You understand? Lu Yuandong blinked in surprise. From a young age, the Yin family had undergone specialized close combat training that involved detaching from one's martial spirit or wielding it with one hand. Yin Jun remarked that her great-grandfather had once stated that even if our martial spirit were a longbow, we must not neglect close combat. It is likely that the great-grandfather she referred to was the esteemed ancestor of the Yin family, the titled Douluo, General Liuhua. Upon reflection, one can indeed see that archers in reality should be similarly adept. They cannot be fierce from a distance like a tiger and then appear as helpless as lambs in close quarters, as often portrayed in games. Conversely, in reality, archers are not only skilled marksmen, effortlessly hitting targets from 100 paces, but they can also deliver a single punch strong enough to fell a chicken. Oh, why did he choose a chicken as an example? Lu Yuan blinked and resolved to set aside the matter. He then suggested, shall we exchange a few moves? Very well. Yin Jun replied without hesitation. Lu Yuan directly dispelled the manifestation of the Death Star demon, Scythe Martial Soul. However, Yin Jun did not follow suit. Instead, she brandished her martial soul, the fiery bow, as if wielding a double-edged sword, charging towards Lu Yuan. Oh, rather than retreating, she approaches me? Lu Yuan indulged in a darkly humorous jest. Yet, Yin Jun appeared oblivious to the quip, continuing her relentless advance. She swung the longbow, unleashing blazing flames and surging soul power, aimed directly at Lu Yuan's chest. Lu Yuan concentrated his soul power in the palm of his hand, then grasped the hand of Yin Jun, who was holding the longbow. The girl's hand was pale and smooth, an exquisite sensation that did not sway his mind. He was not a pervert who had never touched a girl's hand. The mere feel of her hand was insufficient to cause his so-called rationality to falter. Yet, in the next moment, Yin Jun flipped her palm, turning the longbow upside down, and with her free hand, she drew the bowstring, delivering a jolt to Lu Yuan's chest. Lu Yuan was indeed taken aback by this sudden change of tactics, his hands loosening for a moment. However, he swiftly pivoted and struck towards Yin Jun's shoulder with his elbow. Yet, Yin Jun's prowess in close combat appeared to exceed his expectations. She gripped her soul weapon, the longbow, with both hands and delivered a powerful thrust. In an instant, Lu Yuan's elbow strike and Yin Jun's push collided with one another. It was evident that Lu Yuan was hardly affected by Yin Jun's blow. However, she emitted a muffled grunt, a droplet of crimson blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet, undeterred by her injury, she resolved to continue the fight, unleashing a ferocious kick with her long right leg. Lu Yuan, however, saw through her thoughts and merely grasped the girl's slender ankle with one hand. At that moment, The outcome was already determined. He was just about to reveal a smile and utter a few words. Indeed, it was at that very moment. Yuan cast a glance, only to realize that the situation was rather precarious. The girl was suspended awkwardly in midair, clad in a short skirt. Instantly, Yuan found himself stammering. And at that moment, Yuan also became aware of the predicament, her delicate face turning crimson. "I am sorry." He hastily released his grip and averted his gaze to another direction. It was only then that Yuan lowered her long legs and, with a flushed countenance, settled down. "It's all right. I don't mind these things." Her voice floated over from a distance. The girl's tone was cool, unchanged from her earlier demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the incident. Yet, as Yuan observed her downcast eyes and the blush creeping to her ears, he understood that she was not entirely indifferent. This realization deepened his embarrassment. However, in the next moment, Yuan cleared her throat a few times, her voice muffled. This prompted Yuan, still grappling with the awkwardness, to frown and inquire, "Are you hurt?" Yuan nodded. She had indeed taken Yuan's elbow strike directly and was on the verge of retaliating. Although Yuan had endured some force, she was ultimately just a soul master. Her strength was sufficient to vanquish even ordinary soul sect members. Given that her battles had never been a matter of life and death, but rather training sessions against formidable predecessors like Sword Douluo, she had not exerted her full power. "Allow me to tend to your wounds," she offered. Yuan felt a twinge of guilt and sighed. In the Douluo Continent, soul power possessed the ability to heal internal injuries, somewhat akin to the internal energy found in martial arts novels, though not as potent. To truly heal, the assistance of a support-type soul master was still required. The icy young lady remained reticent, offering no further words. Yuan swiftly approached the young maiden, channeling his spiritual energy through his palm before gently placing it upon Yuan's back. After a considerable duration, he sensed that he had nearly completed his task, and subsequently withdrew his spiritual energy. Yet, Yuan remained with her eyes shut, persistently circulating her own spiritual energy. Her brow furrowing as she sat in meditation, the fluctuations of her energy oscillating between peaks and troughs. Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then observed as Yuan's soul energy gradually stabilized. Could it be? He blinked in astonishment. Yuan had actually made a breakthrough at this moment. However, Yuan did not dwell on it too much, as sudden breakthroughs in soul energy were not particularly rare. Not long after, once Yuan's soul energy fluctuations had steadied, she slowly opened her eyes. A hint of confusion lingered in her gaze. What was happening? "You've made a breakthrough, congratulations," Yuan said with a smile, not thinking too deeply about it. Yet, at this moment, Yuan's delicate face appeared rather serious, her eyes reflecting her bewilderment. "I know I have made a breakthrough, but my soul energy had only just reached the 18th level a short while ago. It has only been a month. Such rapid advancement seems implausible." At this point, Yuan was also taken aback. Indeed, considering Yuan's talents, it was typical for her to only advance 1 or 2 levels of soul energy in an entire year. She had mentioned that she had only just broken through last month, and prior to that, it had taken her 6 months to advance a single level. Now, how could she suddenly claim to have progressed a level in merely 1 month? Yuan suddenly recalled something and turned his attention inward to the primordial energy stored within the Death Star scythe. To his astonishment, he discovered that a minuscule portion of this energy had indeed diminished. Could it be that Yuan's breakthrough was a consequence of his inadvertent transfer of primordial energy while he was channeling soul power to her? Is it possible that his primordial energy can be bestowed upon others, enabling their own breakthroughs? Chapter 91. A visit to the 7 treasures glazed sect. Yuan took a deep breath, reflecting intently. In the Odyssey universe, is it not true that Kayn's dark power was bestowed upon him by Rost? The essence of Kayn's ability to plunder dark energy fundamentally lies in Rost's own act of seizing it, subsequently transferring this energy to Kayn. Thus, in theory, dark energy can indeed be imparted by the user to others, enhancing their strength. Yuan seemed to have been perpetually constrained by his own thoughts. Not merely by his musings, but by his self-taught abilities regarding the voice package. Particularly in the application of aeoning, he had no system, no guidance from Odyssey Kayn, and relied solely on his own explorations. Previously, he had never had the opportunity to transfer soul power to others, leaving him oblivious to the existence of such an ability. However, now, by a twist of fate, he had stumbled upon this new use for aeoning, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. For if aeoning could indeed be employed in this manner, a multitude of possibilities would unfold before him. He pondered whether his sister, Lu Qingqing, could embark on the path of cultivation. Although he had entertained this notion before, it posed a certain degree of danger for her, a young child. Yet, with the newfound application of Aeoning, he could now devise a lower-risk approach to assist his sister in embarking on the journey of becoming a soul master. Lu Yuan's heart surged with emotion, while Yan Zhuin remained seated, her face etched with confusion. How could he have broken through so quickly? Yan Zhuin's delicate features were marked with uncertainty. A breakthrough is a positive development, so stop pondering it, Lu Yuan said awkwardly to the young girl. Isn't it a good thing? Yan Zhuin slowly nodded, yet there was something else to consider. Lu Yuan promptly took her hand and pulled her up. Your advancement in soul power is indeed a cause for celebration. Let us return and rest for a while. But there's no but. We must hurry back to rest. Very well. The following day, after a refreshing slumber, Lu Yuan advised Yan Zhuin to remain at home. He had plans to visit another location that day. Yan Zhuin, without fail, was an exceptionally obedient girl. Compared to Ning Rongrong, she required far less concern. After all, who wouldn't prefer a well-mannered girl? Of course. Lu Yuan did not harbor any dislike towards Ning Rongrong. Speaking of which, today he intended to pay a visit to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This was a prearranged meeting with Ning Fingxi to explore the library of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and peruse the scrolls detailing the secret techniques of multitasking. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School resembled a grand fortress, akin to a palace. The Seven Treasure Pagoda possessed a unique ability to seek and appraise treasures, rendering the school the wealthiest sect on the continent since its inception. Even the renowned Haotian school could not rival this wealth. However, mere affluence alone does not suffice to secure the position of the second most powerful sect. After all, the principle of mutual defense is universally understood. The strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is formidable, and its security measures are exceptionally well implemented. Numerous patrol teams traversed the perimeter of the sect, suggesting that their security far surpassed that of the Yin family. After all, the few guards patrolling the Yin estate did not emanate the aura of soul power like those of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Employing dozens of soul masters as part of their patrol must ensure a robust security capability, unlike the lax systems of certain nations, where anyone could come and go as they pleased. Lu Yuan stepped forward, only to be swiftly intercepted by a guard. What brings you here? The guard inquired with a hostile tone. Lu Yuan did not fuss with the guards. He truly lacked the leisure and grace of Tang San to engage in grand disputes with other sentinels, even going so far as to take a life over mere verbal altercations. Although he was not averse to taking a life, he would not do so lightly. Lu Yuan retrieved a jade tablet from the Star Eclipsed, the very one that Ning Fingxi had bestowed upon him previously. Instantly, the guard's expression shifted, and his demeanor became markedly respectful. It turned out that it was young Master Lu Yuan. The sect leader had already instructed us to escort you to him upon your arrival. I appreciate your efforts, young sir, Lu Yuan replied with a smile, choosing to overlook the guard's earlier brusqueness. There is no need for formality, young Master Lu Yuan, the guard responded, leading him into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. After traversing the vast, labyrinthine structures, Lu Yuan followed the guard for a good 10 minutes before arriving at the main hall of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. At that moment, a melodious and joyful voice reached his ears. Little Yuan. Following this, a pink figure rushed into Lu Yuan's embrace. Lu Yuan directly caught the figure. Yet he felt somewhat helpless. Rongrong, it cannot be this extreme, can it? As for Rongrong, she seemed to miss Xiao Yuan dearly. Ning Rongrong blinked her eyes, then took Lu Yuan's hand and said, We have only been apart for a single day. Lu Yuan sighed, feeling quite exasperated. At that moment, Ning Fingxi approached with a smile and remarked, Xiao Yuan, you have no idea. Last night, Rongrong even called your name in her sleep. Ning Rongrong's face immediately flushed as she replied, Father, please do not tell Xiao Yuan. Yet, she did not deny Ning Fingxi's words, clearly indicating that she indeed called out Lu Yuan's name even in her dreams. Lu Yuan pressed his forehead in exasperation and let out a sigh. Alas, I have finally encountered the boy whom our little princess has been yearning for. At that moment, a gentle and amiable voice resonated through the air. This was a voice unfamiliar to Lu Yuan, prompting him to glance behind Ning Fingxi. There, he beheld an elderly man, gaunt and wizened, savoring a cup of tea with deliberate grace. Though seated, his stature was astonishingly imposing. He was not the type of robust individual with bulging muscles, yet his skeletal frame was remarkably large. The once spacious sofa appeared considerably constricted beneath his presence. His garments seemed entirely supported by his bony structure. His muscles and skin were withered, and his eye sockets were deeply sunken. Where at night, he could easily be mistaken for a colossal skeleton. Sparse strands of white hair clung to his scalp, presenting an appearance as unseemly as it was grotesque. The sword Douluo, known to Yuan, sat beside him, sharing a smile as they savored their tea. In that instant, realization dawned upon Yuan, prompting him to take a step forward. I am Yuan, a junior, and I pay my respects to the esteemed Bone Douluo. The Bone Douluo appeared quite surprised, exclaiming, I thought I would have to introduce myself. It seems that is unnecessary. He seemed to harbor a hint of regret. Chapter 92. Silent joy to be able to share tea and converse as equals with Grandmaster Jian in the Seven Treasures, Glazed Tile School. I can hardly think of another individual worthy of such honor apart from the renowned Bone Douluo, a revered elder and the most enigmatic title Douluo in the world. Yuan discreetly flattered the Bone Douluo. Excellent, excellent. The Bone Douluo appeared quite pleased, nodding in satisfaction. However, there was a moment when his expression shifted, revealing a hint of displeasure. Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon Bone Douluo, with a grave expression, remarked, You address Fengji as uncle and refer to Chen Xin as Grandpa Jian. Why then do you still call me senior? Come, just like Rong, call me Grandpa Bone. Grandpa Bone. Yuan replied helplessly. Bone Douluo, however, beamed with delight. Now that is more like it. At that moment, Ning Rongrong held onto Yuan's hand tightly, saying, Look, Xiao Yuan, both Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone really like you. Wouldn't it be better for you to live with us? She pouted adorably, giving Yuan the impression of having a little puppy. I have already found accommodation within the city, so it would be inconvenient to trouble Uncle Fengji. Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. Ning Fengji offered a gentle smile. In that case, Xiao Yuan, do remember to prioritize your safety while out on your own. Of course, I shall keep that in mind, Yuan nodded. If there is any problem you cannot resolve, do not hesitate to seek me out, for I assure you, there is no issue in Tiando City that I cannot tackle, Ning Fengji added with a smile. Yuan pondered. What if I were to ask you to directly assist me in resolving matters with the Tiando royal family? Surely, you would find that impossible. Yet, on the surface, Yuan smiled and nodded, affirming, Very well, I shall remember that. Fengji, cease your chatter and allow our guest, Xiao Yuan, to take a seat and enjoy some refreshments. Bone Douluo interjected with evident discontent. It is indeed my oversight, Xiao Yuan. Please feel at home and take a seat. Ning Fengji said with a smile. Yes, Xiao Yuan, do indulge in some delicacies first, and afterward, we shall venture out together, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. Yuan promptly followed Ning Rongrong to take his seat, then picked up a nearby teacup and sipped delicately, displaying a touch of youthful innocence. He indulged in a piece of pastry. It was only after this that he addressed Ning Fengji, saying, I have come to visit my uncle because you previously mentioned. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Fengji smiled and nodded, saying, I understand. You are referring to our last conversation about granting you access to the library of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I shall have Rong escort you there shortly. Rong will take me? Yuan expressed his surprise. The library? Is that the place filled with numerous books? Ning Rongrong blinked her eyes and chimed in. I tore a book there last time. Ning Fengji couldn't help but smile wryly as he nodded. Yes, indeed, it is the place you often visit, Rongrong. Yuan suddenly understood that for Ning Rongrong, entering the library was as effortless as visiting the restroom. Thus, he decided to accompany Rongrong on her visit. After engaging in conversation with Ning Fengji and others for a while, Ning Fengji promptly directed Ning Rongrong and Yuan to the library. Once Yuan had departed, he turned to Bone Douluo and inquired, What do you think of this child? Bone Douluo chuckled heartily. If both you and old Jian regard him as a promising talent, what could I possibly say? His innate abilities and martial soul are undoubtedly exceptional. He continued with a smile. The shadow power emitted by his martial soul bears some resemblance to my own. However, the capabilities of our martial souls are likely distinct. As the foremost defensive soul master of Douluo Continent, Bone Douluo possessed remarkable spatial abilities, renowned for his cunning and formidable title. In addition to his martial soul's extraordinary defensive capabilities, his Bone Dragon martial soul exhibited unique spatial abilities, allowing it to manifest in various unforeseen ways to launch attacks. In contrast, Yuan's Death Star Scythe, while commanding shadow power, lacked spatial abilities and was characterized primarily by its corrosive, silent, and ominous attributes. The essence of shadow power could be encapsulated in the phrase difficult to discern, like shadows. An 8-year-old soul master with such extraordinary talent is indeed unprecedented. It is hard to fathom the extent of his potential, enabling him to cultivate at such a rapid pace, Douluo reflected. Currently, the Douluo Continent has yet to reach the level of chaos brought about by evil soul masters that would be evident a millennium hence. In the distant future, Yuan's ability to plunder the essence of the soul would undoubtedly mark him as a malevolent soul master, and his rapid cultivation would surely invoke suspicion regarding his nature. Yet, in the present era of Douluo Continent, he would merely elicit a sigh of admiration from Douluo for his extraordinary talent. However, I never anticipated that someone would precede us, seizing the opportunity first. At this moment, Ning Fengji smiled and remarked on the descendants of the Yin family's fire general, acknowledging that although they had fallen from grace, they still possessed redeeming qualities. Oh, do they wish to compete with us for individuals? Douluo's eyes flickered with intrigue. They cannot truly contend with us for talent. What they can offer Yuan is minimal. I do not believe that a girl merely a few years older than him could be compared to Rongrong, Ning Fengji responded. Moreover, I do not wish to provoke Yuan's displeasure. His choice of friends and companions is entirely his prerogative. Our excessive interference could inadvertently incite his resentment, which would be counterproductive. Then do as you see fit, Douluo nodded in agreement. Next, we must encourage Rongrong and Yuan to spend more time together to foster their relationship. Ning Fengji continued. Yuan intends to head to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Correct? A gentle smile graced his cultured features. I had initially planned for Rongrong to study at that academy outside of Heaven Do City, but it seems that will no longer be necessary. Fengji, you plan to send Rongrong away? Instantly, both Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo were taken aback. However, the original plan was to temper her overly proud disposition. Ning Fengji expressed with a hint of exasperation. I had hoped to instill some humility in her through external influences. But with Yuan's presence, that seems unnecessary now. I will arrange for Rongrong to join the Heaven Do Royal Academy. I believe it will be a great opportunity for her to cultivate her feelings for Yuan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ning Rongrong and Yuan were engrossed in a scroll, diligently studying the techniques inscribed upon it. As Ning Rongrong absent-mindedly lifted her gaze, she caught sight of Yuan's delicate, distinctly defined eyelashes, stirring an inexplicable flutter in her heart. For a considerable time thereafter, she remained oblivious to the significance of this stirring in Yuan's presence. It was only as the years passed, transforming the girl into a young woman and the boy into a young man, that she comprehended the seed that had been sown in her heart during those youthful days. Subsequently, they experienced a silent love, enveloped in quiet joy. Chapter 93, Divided Attention. It has been over a week since arriving in Heaven Do City. Yuan led a remarkably structured life. After his initial visits to the Yin family and the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he returned to the main thread of his normal existence. This main thread involved cultivating his soul power through the use of aura, guiding Ning Rongrong in her studies and training, and instructing Yin Zuyin in her practice of the dual focus technique, occasionally interspersed with the mundane activities of eating and bathing. As for sleep, how could a soul master of his age find repose? In truth, soul masters can largely substitute cultivation for sleep. The process of soul power circulating and gradually increasing within the body effectively eradicates cellular fatigue. However, this cultivation process, while not a complete replacement for sleep, lacks the comforting essence of true rest and is instead filled with monotony. To address this, Yuan scheduled a long sleep once a week to ensure that his physical form bore no hidden risks. Wait, why was he using such terminology akin to that of a reaster when discussing his corporeal state? Yuan blinked, his thoughts returning to the practice of multitasking before him. Beside him were Ning Rongrong and 2 titled Douluos, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. In contrast to Ning Fengji, the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, who was tirelessly managing the affairs of the sect, the 2 elders enjoyed a life of leisure. As the head of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji dealt with promotions, expenditures, and the management of various business ventures daily, occasionally making trips to the imperial palace in Heaven Do City to heed the emperor's directives and guide the young prince, Xue Qinghe, in governance and studies. It is evident that Ning Fengji is indeed a formidable figure in terms of career, managing to find time to visit his daughter, Ning Rongrong, and Yuan despite his numerous responsibilities. One cannot help but commend his exceptional administrative acumen, as he possesses the potential to serve as a national advisor or prime minister. albeit with unfortunate circumstances. His investment in an undercover agent from a rival faction backfired when the agent was exposed, resulting in the emperor suffering from prolonged poison. Nearing the end of his life. Soon after, the traitorous disciple collaborated with the Spirit Hall to launch a surprise attack on the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, leading to the demise of 2,000 disciples and a significant depletion of the sect's strength, causing its status within the empire to wane. The Night Emperor, Shui Yi, was on the verge of succumbing to poison. In this dire moment, the old emperor, in a state of delirium and for the sake of the empire's continuity, compelled Ning Fengji to employ a secret method to awaken the Night Emperor's latent vitality, enabling him to regain consciousness and take charge. However, this act would undoubtedly further diminish the already waning life of the Night Emperor. Consequently, the new and old emperors of the Heaven Do Empire were ungrateful, both exhibiting traits of ingratitude. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had not merely served the empire with unwavering loyalty, they had also supported the ascension of their former rival, Shui, to the imperial throne, ensuring their conscience remained clear. Yet, following this, the royal family of Heaven Do harbored resentment towards the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, resulting in the peculiar circumstance where Yu Xiaojiang, a mere soul sage, could rival Ning Fengji. Had Ning Fengji not utilized the secret method to invigorate the Night Emperor, one must ponder how much longer he could have survived. Even if he remained alive, could he speak? Could he pass on the throne to Shui, thereby transitioning the Heaven Do Empire from a state of chaotic leadership into one of unified command? While any rational person would deem it unreasonable to blame Ning Fengji for these events, the reality was that his actions inadvertently precipitated the decline of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School within the Heaven Do Empire, ultimately paving the way for the rise of Tang sect under Tang San. Yuan believed that Ning Fengji's personal abilities were undoubtedly exceptional, and he was remarkably diligent. At times, he even suspected that Ning Fengji possessed a soul skill that allowed him to create a clone, enabling him to manage so many affairs simultaneously. Initially, he thought that utilizing a lifeless clone to multitask on different matters was a formidable challenge. However, upon witnessing the clone before him, he dismissed that notion. The second soul skill, Shadow Clone, a clone that mirrored Yuan, almost perfectly appeared before everyone. Come, Shadow, let us share a clap. With a mere thought, Yuan's shadow clone reached out, their palms meeting in a harmonious clap. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. Yuan instantly formed different gestures alongside his shadow. Naturally, these distinct signs were solely his own ideas, ensuring that he could never lose in this playful contest against his clone. How wondrous! Exclaimed Ning Rongrong, captivated by the sight of two Yuans engaging in this game. Not only can I play rock, paper, scissors with my shadow, Yuan replied with a smile. Subsequently, Yuan commenced a training session with the shadow clone, both feigning an assault. The shadow clone advanced boldly, wielding a replicated Death Star side with fluid grace, while Yuan followed closely behind, utilizing his martial spirit. As the shadow clone retreated, Yuan seamlessly danced forward with his scythe to supplement the attack. The synchronization between his true self and the clone was impeccable, a flawless display of cooperation. Should an adversary encounter Yuan's combined assault, discerning the true body from the clone would be nearly impossible. Indeed, little Yuan, your ability to multitask has become increasingly adept, chuckled the sword Douluo, who, alongside the bone Douluo, had witnessed Yuan's gradual mastery of this skill over the past week. While it was acknowledged that the technique of multitasking was not particularly challenging to grasp within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's secret method, the Seven Aperture Heart, it was also well known that the most difficult aspect of learning a new discipline often lay in the initial stages, especially in the realm of martial arts. Many spend their entire lives unable to even scratch the surface of the craft, such as the disparity of the world. Yet, Yuan had achieved a foundational understanding of multitasking in just a week, progressing to a level of proficiency that was truly commendable. One could not help but marvel at his astonishing aptitude for learning. Not only did he advance in cultivation beyond the average individual, but his comprehension was also unparalleled. It is all thanks to Uncle Ning's excellent guidance, Yuan humbly remarked. In truth, he spoke no falsehood. Were it not for Ning Fengji's occasional counsel during his leisure time, he would not have learned at such a rapid pace. With a mentor like Ning Fengji, many of the concepts he found perplexing were clarified through their discussions. Thus, he felt it only right to express his gratitude. When it came to understanding, Yuan had always perceived himself as lacking, certainly not at the level of Tang San. Though their relationship was fraught with tension, he could not deny one truth. Tang San's self-study of the Xiantian treasure record and his solitary crafting of the Tang sect's legendary concealed weapons showcased a level of insight that was beyond his reach. Although Tang San's character was flawed, his innate talent and perceptiveness were indeed formidable. It was akin to the disparity between a seasoned player and a platinum player in a game, where the former possesses a higher rank and a deeper understanding than the latter. Little Yuan, you remain too modest. By the way, the Tiando Royal Academy is set to hold the entrance examination for the upcoming year. Are you prepared? Inquired the Bon Douluo. I am already prepared, Lu Yuan confidently replied. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, a smile gracing his lips. Chapter 94, The Heaven Do Entrance Examination, Part 1, The Heaven Do Royal Academy. Esteemed as the foremost institution of the Heaven Do Empire, bears both the titles of the Empire and Royalty, indicating its prestigious location and vast expanse. Upon his arrival, Lu Yuan found the grandeur of the Heaven Do Royal Academy to far exceed his expectations. To what extent, one might wonder? If the Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City resembled a rather large high school, then the Heaven Do Royal Academy could be likened to the most exalted institution of higher learning, akin to the Wadayaku Vocational and Technical Institute of his past life. And even more than that, the Academy is equipped with numerous so-called simulated training grounds, rendering it comparable to a veritable zoo when juxtaposed with universities of yore. It is no surprise that the Heaven Do Academy chose a location just outside the city, in proximity to the Star Do Forest, establishing itself far from the royal city. Upon reflection, one realizes that there simply isn't sufficient space within the royal city to accommodate such expansive simulated training grounds. Nor is there ample room to disrupt the environment for the creation of fire element training arenas. Hence, the Academy's placement outside the imperial capital serves a dual purpose: to shield students from the extravagance of the royal city that might hinder their training, and, more critically, due to the lack of suitable land within Heaven Do City to build such an institution. Although the number of students at the Heaven Do Royal Academy is not particularly large, the comprehensive facilities necessitate a considerable area to function effectively. Situated less than 20 kilometers from the capital, Heaven Do City, it is also conveniently close to the sect of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. According to Ning Rongrong, she and her kin from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School frequently visit the Academy for leisure. While the direct descendants of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School predominantly engage in cultivation within their sect, some branches do attend the Royal Academy. Unlike the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School does not have a tradition of enrolling direct descendants in the Heaven Do Royal Academy, a fact well known throughout Heaven Do City. This is primarily due to the unique structure of the sect, which is divided into inner and outer disciples, with a significant reliance on the outer disciples. After all, their inner disciples, being auxiliary soul masters endowed with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile, possess little combat prowess. At times, Lu Yuan mused over why the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School do not consider transitioning from auxiliary soul masters to combat auxiliary soul masters. Much like the character Oscar in the original narrative, with a martial soul such as the Tower, could they not emulate the figure of the towering Li Tianwang? Seven Treasures is renowned, first for its steadfastness, second for its grandeur, and third for its capacity to strike. How exhilarating it would be to wield the pagoda to strike down adversaries. However, the current state of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect is lamentable, with the inner disciples lacking combat prowess and overly reliant on the outer disciples. This dependence has escalated to the extent that direct disciples are encouraged to forge marital alliances with outer disciples, resulting in a phenomenon where the direct disciples of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect remain within the sect, nurturing relationships with outer disciples. It can aptly be termed a collective infatuation. What sect would mandate its inner disciples to engage romantically with outer disciples? The Seven Treasures Glazed sect undoubtedly resembles a place where a lack of romantic involvement could lead to utter obliteration. Logically, one would expect that someone like Ning Rongrong, a true direct disciple of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, ought to remain within the sect for cultivation. Yet this here is different. It is quite extraordinary that the individuals from the Heaven Do Royal Academy have learned of Ning Rongrong's intention to enroll there. At this moment, the gates of the Heaven Do Royal Academy are indeed bustling with activity. This scenario arises because the Academy does not admit students outside the nobility. If the Heaven Do Royal Academy were to announce the commencement of admissions for commoners, it is likely that many, like Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who have experienced a transformation from humble beginnings to remarkable achievements, would flock to the Academy to seek their fortunes. At this moment, Lu Yuan stood before the gates of the Tiando Royal Academy alongside Ning Rongrong. Surrounding them were numerous aristocratic youths, adorned in luxurious attire and possessing dignified appearances. All gathered to partake in the entrance examination of the esteemed institution. I wonder if this entrance exam will be enjoyable, Ning Rongrong pouted, turning to Lu Yuan beside her. How could an examination ever be enjoyable? He replied. Lu Yuan expressed his deep sense of helplessness. He had long been aware of the nature of the entrance examinations at the Tiando Royal Academy, and he could only conclude that they lacked the vividness and excitement of the Shrek Academy's assessments. His knowledge on the matter primarily stemmed from Yin Juin, who was a student at the Tiando Royal Academy. Indeed, a few years prior, Yin Juin had already enrolled, becoming a part of the esteemed institution. Her talent was not lacking by any means. However, it was undeniable that she could not compare to the main protagonist group, nor to Lu Yuan himself. From Yin Juin, he learned that the entrance examination at the Tiando Royal Academy consisted of 3 stages. The first stage pertained to identity. Unlike the Shrek Academy, which did not inquire about one's origins or reasons for applying, candidates for the Tiando Royal Academy were required to present relevant identity documents. This not only proved their identity but also their noble lineage. Individuals from the Luo Empire, like By and Zhu Shiqing, who were suspected of being spies or infiltrators, would find it exceedingly difficult to gain admission. Of course, if one were to impersonate a person of high standing from the Tiando Empire, like Qianrenxue, and do so without arousing suspicion, entry would be possible. Otherwise, they would be turned away at the gates of the academy. The second stage involved bone age and cultivation level. This aspect was somewhat similar to that of Shrek Academy. However, the Tiando Royal Academy standards were not as stringent, allowing for a more lenient approach. There were 3 different benchmarks. For those awakening their soul power at the age of 6, a minimum soul power level of 8 was required to bypass the 3rd stage. At 8 years old, the requirements were slightly relaxed, and candidates needed to possess a soul power level of 10 to advance. At 12, a soul power level of 15 was necessary to proceed. The 3rd stage focused on practical combat. The Tiando Royal Academy did not impose excessive difficulty. Candidates merely needed to endure for the duration of an incense stick's burning against a senior student dispatched by the academy. It was said that these senior students would not be overly powerful, typically being students who had previously enrolled, with their strength generally around the pinnacle of soul masters. Naturally, their abilities were significantly superior to ordinary soul masters, and candidates who could not surpass even regular soul masters would struggle to last long against them. Coincidentally, for today's 3rd stage, Yin Juin mentioned that she had been designated as the assessing senior. Therefore, she would not accompany Lu Yuan that day. At that moment, the grand gates of the Tiando Royal Academy began to open slowly, revealing a dozen individuals clad in the academy's exclusive white, ornate robes. Each of them emanated an aura of at least a Soul King, clearly demonstrating their extraordinary strength, setting them apart from ordinary individuals. This was a deliberate display of the faculty's formidable prowess, as even among other advanced Soul Master academies, many instructors possess the strength of soul ancestors. However, at the Tiando Royal Academy, the requirement was that only those with a cultivation level above Soul King could serve as instructors. Lu Yuan observed everything before him, feeling no particular stir within. He was acutely aware that even at the Royal Academy of Tiando, the knowledge he could acquire would be quite limited. Regardless of the prowess of the academy's instructors, even those at the Soul Emperor level, he perceived little distinction among them. His enrollment in the Royal Academy was merely a means to secure an opportunity, an occasion to showcase his formidable talents and strength to all within the city of Tiando. With his immense power, he aimed to seize victory in the so-called Continental Advanced Soul Master competition that lay ahead. He envisioned triumph through an invincible and overwhelming display, thereby paving his path to advancement within the empire. No one could tarnish his magnificence and glory. He would crush all adversaries that stood in his way, compelling them to look up to him in reverence and submission. Not even the so-called golden generation of the Spirit Hall Academy, nor the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters, could deter him. Should they obstruct his path, Lu Yuan would undoubtedly trample them beneath his feet. As the instructors of the Royal Academy of Tiando released their soul power pressure, an elder stepped forward, addressing the gathered candidates with authority. Esteemed candidates participating in the entrance examination of the Royal Academy of Tiando today, I bid you welcome. The elder performed a slight bow, exemplifying the decorum befitting a noble institution. This was, of course, influenced by the fact that most candidates were of noble lineage, as the Royal Academy had shown considerable arrogance towards commoners in the original narrative, potentially harboring a long-standing tradition of noble disdain for the less privileged. Today, as you gather for the examination, I, as the director of the Royal Academy of Tiando, am quite pleased. Allow me to introduce myself, the elder continued. I am Robson, a level 63 Agile Attack System Soul Emperor. Now, I shall announce the contents of today's examination, which will encompass identity verification, soul power assessment, and practical combat. Please present your identity and noble credentials. This is the first challenge. Upon successfully passing the first stage of identity verification without any complications, you shall advance to the second stage. The examination content of the Tiando Royal Academy has remained unchanged throughout the years, and the nobility within Tiando City can easily ascertain the details of this examination with a mere inquiry. It is likely that only a few newly elevated young nobles, having recently attained their titles, remain unaware of the examination specifics, while the offspring of established aristocratic families stand composed, exuding an air of confidence. For these candidates, the initial 2 stages pose no significant challenge. Had they not met the requisite standards, they would hardly find themselves here, poised to undertake the entrance examination. The true test lies in the final stage. The practical combat examination requires candidates to have experienced genuine battle in order to gain admission to the academy. Following an extensive discourse, Robson instructed a dozen instructors to commence the entrance examination process. A total of 12 examination channels were established, and the 100 or so noble freshmen present formed orderly lines, with groups of several individuals queuing at each channel. Although Yuan chose the nearest examination channel, he found himself at the back of the line. Ning Rongrong exhibited no signs of anxiety, closely following Yuan as they fell in line behind a group. The identity of the first candidate was the legitimate son of Minister Charles, a true noble of the empire. Let me see, an 11th level soul master, but wait. The bone age seems inconsistent, does it not? At the tender age of 9, he did not participate in our entrance examination last year because, at 8, he had yet to become a soul master. Disqualified. Next up, we have the third son of Count Ho Junji, with a bone age of 8. Please display your martial soul. The martial soul is the sky split spear, and with an 11th level soul master cultivation, impressive. Congratulations, you have passed. Please proceed to the interior of the academy, where our instructors will arrange the third round of assessments. The next identity belongs to Wang Xinjiang, the son of Baron Wang, who became a noble of the empire just last year. He barely qualifies, with a bone age of 8 and a remarkable 15th level soul master cultivation, a genius. You have successfully passed this round. Please proceed to the next stage. Overall, the pass rate for the first 2 rounds remains quite high. There have been no incidents of individuals impersonating imperial nobility and being discovered, except for one noble offspring with poor talent who concealed his bone age to participate in the entrance examination, only to be recognized by the academy's instructors and subsequently eliminated. After waiting behind approximately 5 or 6 candidates,